Introduction. 1. The origin of my fault. After he received the news that April afternoon of 1939, Mussolini erupted in molten fury. "The Sarfatti woman will write a book about me for America," the Duce exclaimed to his 27-year-old lover, Claretta Petacci. He shouted out his indignation. "This is truly disgusting. Not only can she tell the truth, but she can also make things up. And me, how can I deny it?" Mussolini was referring to his former lover, tutor, benefactor, and advisor for some 20 years, Margherita Sarfatti. The Duce's rage overlaid his fear. In mid-September 1938, an Italian agent in Bern informed the political police office in Rome of rumors regarding Sarfatti. Informers reported she intended to flee Italy, then publish intimate and embarrassing details of the dictator's personal life. The following month, another agent's message from Lausanne quoted a leading anti-fascist professor at the local university. The professor claimed that Sarfatti had smuggled into Switzerland many important documents substantiate such a publication. Mid-ranking officials at Rome police headquarters ordered a more thorough investigation. By the end of the year, information flowed back to Rome indicating Sarfatti planned to travel to the United States. There, she would write a book describing how she had created the Mussolini known to the world. She had turned an ignorant boorish paesano, unable to use a knife and fork properly and who wiped his mouth with his sleeve, into the semblance of a mannerly gentleman she later introduced into good society. She intended to have the book published in every major language, revealing the Duchess as an obscene, vulgar tyrant who had transformed Italy into a gigantic prison. An increasing number of such reports flowed into Rome. In late January 1939, Arturo Bocchini, the head of Italian police, finally took notice. He demanded to know Sarfatti's precise whereabouts and that her activities be determined in detail. Incredibly, it took weeks for such information to reach his desk. By then, it was far too late to act on this intelligence. Sarfatti had slipped over the border into Switzerland in November 1938. From there, she had traveled to Paris with a large package containing the letters which Mussolini had written to her since before World War I. She had made it known that she would use the correspondence to write her memoirs about her long acquaintance with the Duce. Oddly enough, Mussolini already had known a great deal about Margherita's intentions long before Bocchini assembled the story. The Duce's concern to keep these matters secret, even from his own secret police chief, reveals just how much he wanted to suppress what Sarfatti knew. For months before he blurted out his anxieties to Petacci, Mussolini had been in contact with Sarfatti through her son, her daughter, and a number of the Duce's trusted subordinates. Mussolini and Sarfatti had been slowly negotiating a mutually acceptable agreement through those intermediaries. Sarfatti had been using the threat of publication of what she knew to blackmail the Duce. In turn, Mussolini had insisted that if he accepted her terms, she would have to guarantee her silence about their past. It seems Mussolini's outburst to his young mistress in April 1939 indicated no more than a temporary impasse in working out such a settlement. Margherita Sarfatti certainly did know a great deal about Mussolini, even his most painful secrets. They had been lovers for some 20 years. Sarfatti and her wealthy husband, Cesare, had supported the young revolutionary politician for the decade before 1922. More important, Mussolini's tutor, mentor, and advisor from the time they had met in 1912 until their final falling out in 1936. Sarfatti had acquired a superb education and had read deeply in the classics. She introduced her badly informed lover to the great Italian philosophers, economists, political theorists, historians, novelists, and poets. Fluent in French, German, and English, she had also helped Mussolini to improve his French and to begin his understanding of English and German. She then supervised his study of literature and philosophy in those languages. Sarfatti had invited her young protégé to her Milan salon. She had constructed it to be the preeminent gathering place for left-wing intellectuals, painters, political leaders, and writers from across Italy and beyond. There, Mussolini had been introduced to the latest ideas and trends in European culture and politics. At the same time, Sarfatti became intimate with Mussolini in every sense of the word. Their thinking on politics, society, and history began to fuse. Sarfatti came to realize that beyond his sexual magnetism, Mussolini also projected a radiant charisma, a power that suggested he would achieve greatness. She decided she must journey there with him. Sarfatti also served Mussolini as his foreign observer and later as his foreign emissary. Beginning in the late 1890s, she had traveled frequently to Paris, London, Berlin, Vienna, and the other great cities of the continent. Drawing on her widespread acquaintance with many of the leading European cultural and political figures, she was able to keep Mussolini informed of the latest trends, ideas, controversies, and innovations that periodically swept through the European intelligentsia. Sarfatti brought Mussolini into the glittering realm of privilege, brilliance, and refinement into which she had been born but from which he had been excluded. After her lover became Prime Minister of Italy in October 1922, Sarfatti became his messenger and apologist in the refined circles and power centers of Europe and the Americas. By the late 1930s, informed Italians and many European and Americans knew at least about the outlines of the Sarfatti-Mussolini partnership, especially that they had been lovers. But very few had even a vague notion of their intense and intimate emotional and psychological relationship. Far more than anyone else, even his wife and children, and his many other paramours, Mussolini had revealed his doubts, fears, dreams, and ambitions to Sarfatti. She had nursed him when he had been close to death. She had comforted and sustained him when he had faced political ruin. She had listened to his secrets. For all practical purposes, they had been like husband and wife, certainly more than either had been to their legal spouses. Mussolini and Sarfatti had shown each other their souls. This intimate knowledge of him and his failings, more than the details of their sex life, was what the Deuce feared his former lover would reveal. She could demolish his reputation as a demigod, and that would take place on the very eve of the Great European War into which Mussolini intended to lead Italy. The fascist regime had erected a myth extolling the Deuce's superhuman infallibility, his iron imperturbability, his far-sighted grasp of the flow of history. The slogan Mussolini ha sempre ragione encapsulated such propaganda. But this facade would likely crumble under the shock of the truth that Sarfatti could unveil. She knew most everything about Mussolini's hidden weaknesses, his human frailties, his crude behavior, his superstitions, his ignorant misunderstandings about so many scientific and medical matters, and about his syphilis. The thought that these shameful matters would be exposed horrified the dictator. Sarfatti would show him to be made of merely mortal clay, not the gleaming marble nor polished bronze in which he come to be portrayed across the length and breadth of the Italian peninsula. Some 3 decades earlier, however, Mussolini and Sarfatti had been drawn to each other by an overwhelming passion, not only of the body, but of the mind as well. What had each sensed in the other? What had formed them so as to create such an attraction of opposites? For the two of them came from backgrounds near the upper and lower extremes of Italian society. That spring afternoon of 1939, Mussolini tried to deny the matters about which he most feared Sarfatti would write. He insisted to Petacci the forthcoming book would only show Sarfatti's lack of propriety. Do you believe that a woman of that age could speak of such intimate matters? Rather than decency, you tell me? Decency? Oh yes, the decency that I have, and how can you believe that women have lost that? How can one speak of certain things? I am so bitter. However, Mussolini was lying to himself, as well as to his young lover, as he knew very well the book Sarfatti would write could only touch lightly and circumspectly on matters sexual. After all, in the moral atmosphere of the 1930s, how could Sarfatti have expected publication of a work that would have been universally branded as pornography? The James Joyce novel, Ulysses, had been banned as obscene in the United States until 1934, and Henry Miller's Tropic of Cancer would remain unlawful to print or sell until 1964. In the America of 1939, and in most other countries of the time, Sarfatti could hardly have published explicit details about Mussolini's amorous adventures. She could create a picture of Mussolini as he really was, a poor forked creature like every other person, great perhaps, but still all too human. She would tell the story as truthfully as she could of Benito Mussolini, the son of a blacksmith and innkeeper father, and a grade school teacher mother, not the myth of the deuce of fascism, but an account of a man. She had already written a biography of Mussolini. She and he had begun discussing such a project in the spring of 1922, and Mussolini agreed that October the March on Rome by Mussolini's black shirts brought him appointment by the king as prime minister. But once head of the Italian government, Mussolini reconsidered Sarfatti's book proposal. He felt uncomfortable about too revealing a portrait appearing in print, especially one written by a woman widely known to be his paramour. Finally, he consented, and Sarfatti received an advance from the Milan publisher, Arnaldo Mondadori, in January 1924. But it appears Mussolini changed his mind once again and decided to allow only foreign publication. The book's reception would determine if he would agree to an Italian edition. The Life of Benito Mussolini appeared as a British imprint in September 1925, with a preface by Mussolini. The book's favorable reviews were followed by enormous sales. This delighted Sarfatti. An equally well-received and even better-selling American edition followed in January 1926. Ducks, an altered version of the biography, appeared in Italian in June 1926, and 12 more by January. In all, the Italian editions, in 18 other languages alone. Translations in 18 other languages followed. Available documentations, the 8 editions of Ducks, printed between February 1932, earned Sarfatti $177.32, royalties from all Italian 18 editions. 900 a perspective of 12,000 lire a year bought in Italian a comfortable middle-class life. The huge sales of Sarfatti's first Mussolini biography help explain why news of plans for a far more revealing book caused the Jews such anxiety. Even Sarfatti's relatively innocent revelations and fondly humorous comments about her lover in the carefully bowdlerized Italian edition upset him. He recoiled from her suggestions of familiarity and indications of his weaknesses. He later remarked to Petacci that publication of Ducks had been the greatest mistake of my life. To have given her permission to write a book about me is beyond comprehension. I don't know how I could have linked the name of that woman with mine. He eventually rationalized his decision by insisting Ducks contained only trash, that he had only agreed to publication because, for the purposes of propaganda, fabrications are more useful than the truth. But his actions belied his words. At the time it came out, Mussolini already had regrets. He refused to endorse the introduction of the biography into the curriculum of Italian primary and secondary schools. Still, teachers were officially obliged to read laudatory passages from Sarfatti's biography and use them as the basis for lessons about the Deuce's greatness. But the discomfort Ducks caused Mussolini was minor compared to his panic at the news of Sarfatti's second biography. She held documentary proof of how close their relationship had been and her familiarity with his many shortcomings. She possessed dozens of photographs of Mussolini, each inscribed by him to her. They showed the Deuce in the cockpit of his personal aircraft, riding one of his horses through the countryside outside Rome, saluting ships of the Italian Navy from the bridge of a warship, and many others, both public and private. Sarfatti could produce even more substantial evidence in the form of the hundreds of letters which Mussolini had written her over a period of 2 decades. Such correspondence could do far more than just erase any doubts about her detailed knowledge of the dictator. Much more important, the early letters would make clear the great extent to which Mussolini had been Sarfatti's pupil independent. No longer would he be able to pose as a self-taught genius and great political innovator. Instead, for a decade he would be shown to have played the supplicant and she the donor, not only socially and intellectually, but even financially. After that, he had ordered her books removed from Italian libraries, forbade her name to be mentioned, and she herself driven into exile from her native land. What Sarfatti's memoir could show to all the world was Mussolini as a despicable, ingrate, petty tyrant, and moral coward. 2. Sarfatti before Mussolini, 1880 to 1912. Margherita Sarfatti had lived before she even heard of Benito Mussolini. Another year would pass before she met him face to face. For 3 decades, she had enjoyed a remarkable life, especially for an Italian woman of the time. She was born Margherita Grassini on April 8, 1880. She came into the world in a Renaissance palazzo located on the edge of what was still called the Old Ghetto. That was the quarter in which the Ella Serenissima, as the Republic of Venice was known, had once confined its Jews. After Napoleon's troops entered Venice in 1797, they tore down the gates of the ghetto. The French gave Venice to Austria the next year. The Venetian Jews lost some of their recently conferred rights, but the Austrians never forced the Jews back into the ghetto. Most continued to live there as a familiar locale. However, they had gained freedom to travel and to engage in what economic activities they chose. After Venice became part of the recently united Italy in 1866, the Jews of the city gained the full civil rights already guaranteed by the Italian Constitution. Some Venetian Jews had already become wealthy and influential already. One of them was Margherita's father, Laudadio Amedeo Grassini. Amedeo Grassini had grown up as the privileged male heir of his father. He was Marco Grassini, a staunch Italian patriot and wealthy farmer. His lands lay around Congliano, some 30 miles north of Venice in the Piave River Valley. Marco moved his family to Venice in 1870 when Amedeo was 22. As his father had before him, Amedeo received a law degree from the University of Padua. He engaged in private practice for a few years, then became a municipal attorney. Meanwhile, Marco Grassini had been elected mayor of San Fiore, a small town in his native region, been appointed a member of the provincial council, and had twice received decorations from King Vittorio Emanuele II. Amadeo took advantage of his family name, his inherited wealth, and the explosion of late 19th century upper-middle-class tourism to Venice. He established the island city's water taxi system in 1883. He also helped form a consortium to develop the Lido, already familiar to him as a locale of the city's Jewish cemetery. The group built a string of luxury hotels along the seashore, including the Hotel des Bains, the setting for Thomas Mann's death in Venice, and later constructed the infrastructure to supply fresh water, electricity, and tram service to the sandy island. In 1860, and Emma Levi married. The new Signora Grassini impressed those who met her with her golden hair, her tall and graceful physique, her stylish dress, and her imposing intellect. Amadeo and Emma had 2 daughters and a son between 1871 and 1874. After Margherita arrived 6 years later, she grew up as the baby of the family, doted on by her parents and older siblings. She enjoyed an extremely wealthy and privileged upbringing. But Margherita, like all native-born Venetians, grew up speaking the local dialect. Without that ability, she could not have communicated to the family servants and the ordinary people of the city. Margherita also possessed a precocious intelligence to which her parents added a most unusual education. Margherita's mother came from a highly cultured family of bankers, physicians, scientists, and writers. Emma Levi spoke fluent French, German, and English, and was deeply read in those languages, as well as in Tuscan. At the time of unity, the new Italian government had proclaimed the Florentine dialect of Dante, Petrarch, and Machiavelli to be the official national language. However, most Italians spoke and understood only their local dialect. Into her children's minds, Emma inculcated the new national tongue, as well as her international outlook and devotion to learning, with an iron discipline. Once Margherita grew old enough to accompany her mother and siblings, she took part in an extraordinary daily routine. A close friend of the Grassini family from another prominent Jewish family, Amelia Rosselli, describes the exercise. 4 days a week, Emma would march her children from their home in the old ghetto to the public gardens. Their itinerary ran a good 4 miles from the western edge of the city to the far shoreline of the eastern side. Mother and children zigzagged through the maze of medieval streets and over the numerous bridges in between. Then they would return home by the same route. They advanced in a frontal line, as in an attack, completely occupying the sidewalk from one side to the other, all speaking in extremely loud voices. The flawless master of 3 foreign languages, she taught them to her children by tasking them to speak one each day on fixed alternating days. Since for Venetians of that time, the official Italian language offered almost the same difficulties as did foreign languages, there was also a day dedicated to it. So if anyone of the many who knew about the Grassini family, indeed all of Venice, did ran into another on the street, he might ask, "What day is it?" The other would spitefully reply, "Thursday." I passed the Grassini woman with her children, and they were speaking English. Meanwhile, at the age of 5, Margherita had become the devoted acolyte of a boy 6 years older. He would become one of the outstanding scientists of the 20th century. Every August, Amadeo and Emma Grassini and their children escaped the heat and humidity of Venice to take the waters at Bagni della Pureta in the delightful coolness of the Apennines. The spa's wealthy clients included the financial and social elite of the country. 2 of them were the Grassini's good friends, Giuseppe and Annie Jameson Marconi. While a large landowner in the Bologna region, Giuseppe Marconi hardly matched Amadeo Grassini's wealth, but his much younger wife, Annie Jameson, was the daughter of the founder of the famed Jameson whiskey distillery. Her dowry allowed her family to enjoy a more than comfortable life. Emma and Annie conversed in English. So did both their sets of children, including the younger Marconi boy, Guglielmo, and Margherita. The shyness of the boy and vivacious charm of the little girl, along with their mutual high intelligence, combined to create a strong attraction. So too must have their mothers, close friendships, for the boy and girl were each their mother's favorites. In any case, Guglielmo and Margherita soon became inseparable. When Margherita was little, Guglielmo would carry her on his shoulders for walks along the banks of the mountain brooks. In the evenings, he would take her onto the lawn of their hotel to show her the stars and teach her the names of the constellations. While young, the two would meet each August at Bagni della Pureta. They also came together when their mothers paid visits on each other throughout the year. Despite their age difference, their extraordinary intellects and omnivorous curiosity sustained their friendship. When Margherita was 10, Guglielmo conducted his first successful outdoor experiment with wireless radio transmission. She must have delighted in the young man's explanations of his work and his hopes for the future. By then, the two had become each other's best friends. Their bond endured for a 13 half century. The nature of Margherita's education took an even more unusual direction after she turned 14. That year, her father's growing fortune allowed him to move his family out of the old ghetto and into an imposing residence some 500 feet south of the Rialto Bridge on the Grand Canal. Sarfatti's new home, the 14th century Palazzo Bembo, lay in the most prestigious area of the city. It had sadly deteriorated when Amedeo Grassini had purchased it. But as its history warranted, he had the palazzo restored to its former splendor. It was the birthplace of the 16th century humanist scholar, Cardinal Pietro Bembo. The Bembo family, as a plaque on the building proclaimed, had given Venice dogs, fleet commanders, generals and saints. To the left of the new Grassini home stood the palazzo of Doge Enrico Dandolo. He had established the Venetian Empire in 1204 by ruthlessly engineering the conquest of Constantinople. To the right lay the Palazzo Manin. That had been the mansion of the city's last doge and boyhood home of Daniele Manin, the heroic head of the short-lived Republic of Venice during its doomed revolt against the Austrians in 1848-49. Directly behind the Palazzo Bembo lay the renowned Goldoni Theater. Sarfatti began to receive a superb education. Italian universities did not accept women students in the late 19th century. That reflected national mores as a whole. Despite its fairly liberal constitution and law code, the Kingdom of Italy did not grant its female subjects legal equality. Church-state relations remained frosty due to the Italian seizure of the Papal Kingdom during the Risorgimento period. Nonetheless, the Catholic Church wielded immense social power in Italy. Even more than the Italian state did, the Church advocated feminine subordination. The hierarchy and priesthood enforced this attitude on believers through theology, doctrine, liturgy, and canon law. True, the Grassini family was Jewish, but Italian Judaism was as conservative as the Church in regard to women's place in society, perhaps even more so. As a result, Margherita's extraordinary intelligence, her tireless devotion to serious literature, and her fascination with the art and architecture which surrounded her in Venice posed a great challenge for her parents. How were they to satisfy their daughter's craving for knowledge and to encourage her to develop her obvious intellectual potential? That they considered such questions at all reflected the Grassini couple's unusual views for their time and place. The Grassinis decided to give Margherita a university education in those subjects which enthralled her. But this would be done within the Palazzo Bembo. Amedeo did so by hiring 3 scholars to tutor Margherita. All 3, Antonio Fratelletto, Count Pietro Orsi, and Pompeo Momenti 17, taught at the same university in Venice. Each embraced deeply conservative Catholicism, as well as fervent Italian nationalism. They are congruent. Politics made them seem appropriate to Amedeo Grassini as teachers for his daughter. Momenti, an expert on Venetian history and culture, instilled in Margherita a deep appreciation of art, its history, and its relation to whatever society in which it was created. Orsi served as her instructor in the breadth of their country's history, from the rise of the Italian city-states down to the Risorgimento. He stimulated Margherita's patriotism by his insistence that a nation's greatness sprang not from military glory, imperial conquest, or accumulation of riches, but from its art, literature, architecture, and cultural influence. Fratelletto made the greatest impression on his young student. He grounded Margherita in a range of subjects: ancient Roman history, Latin, the history, culture, art, and architecture of their island city, Western literature in the 4 languages she read, economic and political philosophy. Both an anti-modernist and an anti-democrat, Fratelletto praised the Roman and medieval ideals of a unified art at the service of a society's identity as defined by its elites. In that regard, he encouraged her to read and admire John Ruskin, especially his monumental study, The Stones of Venice. The 3-volume work had appeared in the early 1850s. It clearly had influenced Fratelletto. Ruskin argued that the art and architecture of the island city art epitomized their proper function, in a way that surpassed those of any other metropolis. Whatever the genius of an artist or architect, Ruskin insisted that his paintings, sculpture, or buildings should not reflect his personal aesthetics but the values of his society. In turn, its churches, palaces, and monuments above all should instill on a city's inhabitants a sense of the morality, the ideals, and the purpose of their society. In Ruskin's view, the architecture of medieval Venice reflected in stone the collective vision of the city of those centuries, as well as inculcating those concepts in the Venetians who lived among such structures. Ruskin's concept of the proper function of great architecture and art in general had a particularly powerful influence on Margherita. She did not know Venice from books alone. She had lived there her entire life. In fact, Margherita enjoyed a comprehensive knowledge of her city that only a few others could. That had begun with her didactic marches to and from the public gardens, Such knowledge had been reinforced by her repeated visits to the churches and museums of her birthplace. It had been capped by her intense study of the history and art of Venice. Everything Margherita had seen, all that she had experienced, validated in her mind Ruskin's theory of the proper role of art in architecture. She had been converted totally to his vision. The true function of great art was to express and reinforce the basic philosophy of a society. For Ruskin, the ideal was the supremacy of beauty and its triumph over the pursuit of wealth. Embrace of this concept ennobled even humble workmen through their part in erecting great architectural masterpieces. The historical significance of these ideas for 20th century Italy would become manifest once Margherita gained the influence to put them into practice. In contrast, despite his intense love of the classics, Frediletto failed to convert Margherita to his personal taste in literature. She did acquire a deep, lifelong love of Petrarch, Shakespeare, and above all, Dante. But her devotion centered on recent and contemporary authors, especially poets including Manzoni Carducci, D'Annunzio Stendhal, Balzac, Dumas, Hugo, de Musset-Gautier, Baudelaire, Verlaine, Maupassant Bourget, Shelley, Keats, Carlyle, Elizabeth Barrett Browning Tennyson, Dante Gabriel Rossetti Wilde, Israel Zangwill, and Ibsen. Among German authors, only Heine figured as one of her preferred writers. As George Bernard Shaw's plays began appearing in the 1890s, their stress on improving social conditions led Margherita to add him to her list of favorite authors. Somewhat incongruously, she greatly admired the poetry, stories and novels of Rudyard Kipling, as he gained prominence from the late 1880s onward. Apart from his skill as a storyteller, Margherita praised Kipling's stress on the creative force of human willpower. In 1895, King Umberto I instituted the Biennale, an exhibit of contemporary international art to be held in the public gardens of Venice every 2 years. Frediletto had been among the major promoters of the project. Backed by Amedeo Grassini, who realized the potential for attracting tourists, Frediletto gained appointment as Secretary General of the foundation which directed the exhibit. He held that position until 1919. Frediletto imposed his conservative aesthetic sensibility upon the works selected to be shown, much to Margherita's disgust. She had become a fervent devotee of post-impressionist, symbolist, Jugendstil, and Art Nouveau painting and sculpture. Frediletto, however, would allow none of such modernist work into his exhibit until 1899, then only sparely and grudgingly. As her education progressed, but the political outlook of teacher and student diverged ever more. Frediletto's anti-modernism and elitism led him to firm opposition to socialism. After she entered adolescence, Margherita became enthralled by the hope of liberating the mass of her countrymen from poverty and ignorance. That seemed only possible through the erection of a socialist state. Venice, Milan, Turin, and the towns and countryside around them formed the most prosperous region of Italy. But even there, disease, malnutrition, ignorance, illiteracy, and superstition blighted the lives of many. From about 1870 to 1890, hundreds of thousands of Italians, mostly from the north and center of the country, with a high proportion from the Venetia, left their country for a new life abroad. However, the further south one went down the peninsula, the worse conditions for the average Italian became. The very bottom of the peninsula, Sicily and Sardinia, overflowed with human misery. From the 1890s to the outbreak of World War I, an ever greater flood of Italians overwhelmingly from the south fled from their poverty to France, Germany, Switzerland, Britain, the United States, Canada, Argentina, Brazil, Australia, and wherever else the promise of a decent life beckoned. From the mid-1890s, 300,000 Italians left their country every year. From 1900 to 1915, over 8 million Italians emigrated, nearly half from the south and the islands. The lifeblood of Italy was draining away. The way to create a just, prosperous, and progressive society in Italy. Such a state could staunch this loss of vitality by creating opportunities that matched and even surpassed those in foreign lands. As a result, after Margherita entered mid-adolescence, her political attitudes, and more so, her activities caused her parents increasing concern. She began to subscribe to socialist journals. After the left-wing community in Venice discovered that the daughter of Amedeo Grassini had joined them, Margherita gained the sobriquet, the Red Virgin. For his part, Margherita's father professed strong conservative opinions. Indeed, despite the differences in their faiths, Grassini was a close ally of the Cardinal Patriarch of Venice, Giuseppe Sarto. If anything, Sarto's politics lay even farther to the right than Grassini's. One incident illustrates the cardinal's views. He denounced a painting displayed at the Biennale which depicted female nudes lying on a coffin as an affront to public morality. Sarto's objections were overridden only after a noisy protest campaign. Perhaps even more upsetting to Amedeo Grassini was Margherita's rejection of Judaism and her profession of atheism. Her parents also discovered she was secretly corresponding with a middle-aged socialist professor who had told Margherita he had fallen hopelessly in love with her. The Grassinis put an end to the affair such as it was, but it had become clear that Margherita was rapidly passing out of their control. It seems to have come as a relief when Margherita formed another sentimental attachment. This was to Cesare Sarfatti, a socialist lawyer, 14 years her elder. Margherita and Cesare had first encountered each other at the Ella Fenice Theater in 1895. They slowly developed a powerful attraction for each other, and eventually began to speak of marriage. Although Cesare was a member of the center-left Republican Party, Margherita insisted that any husband of hers would have to be a socialist. Cesare complied. Cesare hardly impressed Margherita's parents as an ideal spouse. He had little money and his age difference with their daughter caused them concern. Still, despite his new allegiance to socialism, Cesare remained a devout Jew. After Margherita turned 18, she was free to marry under Italian law. Her parents gave in to the inevitable. Amedeo granted his consent, settled a 200,000 lire dowry on his daughter, and begged Cesare to have circumcised any sons Margherita would bear. The fact that the couple agreed to a formal wedding ceremony came as a relief to the Grassinis. Many socialists considered the institution of marriage a form of subservience to the bourgeois order of society. The new wife and husband looked forward to a life of socialist activism in Venice. But the city's economy depended largely on tourism. The lack of heavy industry meant the metropolis had no factory workers, the main target of socialist organizing efforts. The greatly divergent interests of the waiters, porters, fishermen, cooks, doormen, gondoliers, artisans, and tour guides who made up the Venetian working class offered a poor basis to create a united political consciousness among them. On top of these drawbacks to life in Venice, Cesare's 1900 attempt to win a seat in parliament failed miserably. The Sarfattis did enjoy an emotional compensation. A short time after the election, the couple had their first son, Roberto. He would be followed 2 years later by Amedeo. But despite their growing family, Cesare and Margherita felt unfulfilled in Venice. In October 1901, they moved to Milan, the financial, banking, publishing, artistic, and industrial capital of Italy. At over 500,000 inhabitants and growing, Milan had a population more than 3 times that of Venice. The headquarters of the Italian Socialist Party lay in Milan. The party newspaper Avanti was edited and printed there. Over all this presided the head of the party, Filippo Turati, and Anna 31 Kulisyov, his Russian-born paramour. She provided both the brains and the backbone, both lacking in her consort. The two lived in a fine apartment high up above the Galleria, the shopping arcade that lay opposite the Milan Cathedral. There Turati and Kulisyov held a salon, the center of the avant-garde and modern culture of the city. Soon after arriving in Milan, Margherita and Cesare began to frequent the weekly gathering. How one did or did not ingratiate oneself with Kulisyov determined one's future in the party. While Cesare expanded his law practice, Margherita applied her talents and education to journalism. She began writing for various socialist, feminist, and literary journals and gained a growing reputation for her forceful writing and her erudition. By 1908, she had so impressed Kulisyov with her knowledge of painting, sculpture, and architecture as to gain appointment as art, literature, and culture critic of Avanti. This represented an extraordinary development in the Italy of the time. There had never been a woman art critic in the country before. In December 1908, Amedeo Grassini died. He left Cesare and Margherita properties that brought them an annual income of 40,000 lire. At the time, when most nations adhered to the gold standard, the lira maintained a steady value of 5 to the US dollar. But the dollar then had a worth of about 24 times its 2013 value. While one can only approximate the purchasing power of the annual rental income the Sarfattis enjoyed from 1909, it equated roughly to $190,000. It equated roughly to 100 even more to the Sarfattis' annual earnings. Furthermore, the cost of living in Italy, even Milan, was far lower than in the United States at the time. Cesare and Margherita were hardly the wealthiest couple in the kingdom, but they enjoyed what the vast majority of their countrymen considered a fabulous income. In 1909, the Sarfattis had their last child, an only daughter, Fiammetta. The baby's name reflected her parents' socialist faith. Needing a larger home, the family moved out of their modest apartment to a much larger one on the fashionable Corso Venezia, directly across the street from the Milan Public Gardens. Within the small world of the Socialist Party leadership, Cesare and Margherita had climbed close to the top. It was under these circumstances in the 1910-11 period that the Sarfatti couple first heard about a wild young man, a socialist revolutionary named Benito Mussolini. At the end of 1912, they would meet him face to face. He would initiate momentous changes in their lives. Meanwhile, the wealth of the Sarfatti couple, their stinginess, Margherita's increasing arrogance, and Cesare's unimpressive political talents had combined to make them increasingly tiresome to Turati and Kulishov. In fact, Kulishov had begun to find Margherita close to insufferable. Yet, for all their rivalry and even animosity, Sarfatti retained a permanent admiration for Kulishov. It was at that point that Mussolini entered her life, and when Sarfatti begins My Fault. 3. The genesis of My Fault. As noted, Sarfatti spread rumors that she intended to write a memoir about Mussolini even before she left Italy in late November 1938. But the story seemed to have a bargaining ploy to extract concessions from the Duce. The agreement the two reached in 1939 included a promise by Sarfatti no such book would be published. Nonetheless, she had already begun writing her recollections of Mussolini and continued to do so after she arrived in South America. Still, Sarfatti kept her word about publication. The overthrow of Mussolini in July 1943 led her to believe that she had been free to do as she pleased. The following month, she wrote a letter to her friend Nicholas Murray Butler, the president of Columbia University, about her plans. I am working at a book to be entitled My Fault, Mussolini as I Knew Him. Some chapters of it you will see next in the American papers. I have already written 6 of them, in English, and I must say I feel rather proud because it seems to be rather good English, they tell me. I have left off Spanish and art, and have gone for English and politics or chronicles, if you prefer, or memoirs. 2 weeks later, events forced Sarfatti to change her plans. German special forces rescued Mussolini from captivity. Flown to see Hitler, the initially reluctant ex-Duce finally agreed to head a puppet republic for the 2/3 of the Italian peninsula then occupied by German forces. Sarfatti's daughter, Fiammetta, her husband and children lived in Rome. Other of Sarfatti's relatives were located in central and northern Italy. The horrifying extent of the Holocaust would not be uncovered until the spring of 1945. But enough was known in mid-1943 to realize the peril Sarfatti's relatives faced under German rule. If she were to have a book published revealing ugly truths about Hitler's friend Mussolini, such danger would be all the greater. Sarfatti wrote to the publisher she had contacted to state that she had suspended her writing project, and to beg them to keep the matter confidential. In mid-October, the SS rounded up most of the Jewish population of Rome. Sarfatti's daughter and her family managed to escape into hiding, but Sarfatti's sister Nella and her husband would die on their way to Auschwitz. Other of her more distant relatives would perish in Nazi death camps. Nonetheless, Sarfatti continued work on her memoir. Fiammetta and her family emerged safely from concealment after American forces liberated Rome in June 1944. Mussolini received confirmation of what he had suspected for months. The high command of the German army in Italy was secretly conducting negotiations to surrender to the Allies. Realizing he was about to be abandoned by his allies, Mussolini drove to Milan. He remained there for a week while unsuccessfully conducting negotiations with representatives of the Italian resistance and bidding farewell to old friends. He drove north from the city late on April 25, was captured by partisans on April 27, and executed, along with his lover, Claretta Petacci, the following day. On April 29, their bodies were strung up by the ankles from the girders of a Milan gasoline station. Alongside them were hanged other dead fascist leaders. Fascism had its funeral in the same city in which it had been born 26 years, 1 month and 6 days earlier. It had become safe for Sarfatti to have her manuscript published. The first version of My Fault appeared in 14 installments in the Buenos Aires newspaper Critica in June to July 1945-40. It had been translated from English. It had been tranched agreement with an American newspaper chain, undoubtedly the Hearst Press, for which she had ghost-written articles for Mussolini in the 1930s to publish her memoir in serialized form. The English-language manuscript has vanished, but undoubtedly it was what Sarfatti had intended for appearance in the United States. No other version was published in any language after that. The reasons remain uncertain. 4. How and why Sarfatti wrote My Fault. Decades later, Sarfatti's relatives gave this editor and his co-author, Phil Canestraro, conflicting accounts about why My Fault never appeared in English nor in book form. Her children, Fiammetta and Amadeo, claimed they had never seen nor heard of the memoir. Other relatives thought that her children had persuaded Sarfatti that the appearance of the book would embarrass her grandchildren, that it was best the connection between Mussolini and the Sarfatti family recede into oblivion. Yet, in March-April 1947, American publishers were considering proposals for My Fault, recently submitted to them by Sarfatti's New York agent. Sarfatti had been planning to return to Italy since mid-1946, and she actually did so in July 1947. It seems that she wished to get her book accepted for American publication prior to departing South America, and before she would have to defend her decision with her family. Sarfatti sought publication of My Fault for many reasons. Originally, she had wanted to make money from the lucrative American market. American readers lived in the richest country in the world, the only large developed nation which had escaped the destruction wreaked by World War II. Parts of My Fault contain vivid visual imagery suggesting that Sarfatti hoped it might serve as the basis for a Hollywood film. In her memoir, she also sought to correct the flattering image she had created of the Duce in the life of Benito Mussolini and ducks, as well as to rehabilitate her own image in the process. In that regard, the title she had chosen for My Fault was deceptive. It appeared to indicate her recognition she had helped Mussolini destroy Italian democracy and impose a brutal dictatorship on their country. But throughout her memoir, she pins the blame on her lover, avoids mention of her role in crafting fascism, and omits mention of many events which would show her in an unfavorable light. Instead, she adopts the strategy Albert Speer followed at Nuremberg, which spared him from death on the gallows. That is, to present a contrite, humble apology for serving an evil regime, but to avoid admitting guilt for any specific offense. Whether that explains why the publishers to whom she presented her proposals rejected her offer is unclear. The only surviving correspondence indicates a different reason, that the recent publication of Galeazzo Ciano's diary had saturated the market. But this may have been a polite way to avoid a metaphorical slap in the face to a person who continued to argue in print that fascism had benefited the Italian people in many ways. 43. Perhaps there were other reasons for the rejection of Sarfatti's memoir. From the many mistakes in dates and spelling, from some fictitious events described, from references to persons and incidents highly unfamiliar to non-Italians, it is clear that Sarfatti wrote from a sometimes faulty memory and without use of reference books and accurate historical texts. Yet even in Montevideo and Buenos Aires during the 1940s, enough published material existed to correct many of Sarfatti's errors in My Fault. Furthermore, there were tens of thousands of recent Italian immigrants and refugees from fascist tyranny resident in both cities. While many were hostile to Sarfatti, more than a few were on friendly terms with her. Surely she could have consulted them about facts. To some extent, it may be that Sarfatti wanted to keep secret what she was writing, but her notorious arrogance, her insistence on always being correct in her facts and opinions, her pride in what really was a prodigious memory probably persuaded Sarfatti that she needed no assistance in producing an accurate narrative. Nonetheless, Sarfatti had been rather socially isolated in Argentina and Uruguay, writing before the many memoirs of surviving fascists, let alone scholarly accounts of the regime, appeared. As a consequence, Sarfatti created her book at great disadvantage in terms of presenting error-free history. Still, it was also a loss to history that her book did not get published in the late 1940s, as Sarfatti wrote in a handwritten outline for a proposal. If necessary, I can produce autographs, handwritten letters, and photographs of Mussolini to be partially reproduced. 45 Sarfatti referred to documents in her possession, the hundreds of letters that Mussolini had written to her over the course of 2 decades, and the many candid personal photographs each had taken of the other. At least some of that historically precious material might have become available to scholars over 60 years ago. Instead, it passed into the possession of Sarfatti's heirs after her death. They have refused permission to anyone to study those valuable records. Indeed, they have consistently denied their very existence. One can only hope they will have a change of mind. 947, who rendered Sarfatti's Italian into the English of the life of Benito Mussolini, prefaced the book with a translator's note that stated, "It has been found necessary to condense somewhat freely Signora Sarfatti's text, partly owing to its great length, partly because many portions of it would be unclear to the English reader unless they were very elaborately annotated." The editor of My Fault faced similar problems. However, in the undated outline previously mentioned, Sarfatti herself offered the solution. She wrote, "Rough skeleton of matters to be eventually rehandled, completed and rewritten to the American taste, and certainly to be revised from an idiomatic point of view. The author being a foreigner, with an extensive but not perfectly correct knowledge of English." The editor has taken the permission Sarfatti offered. Misspellings have been corrected, run on sentences cut into 2 or 3, grammar unscrambled, archaic vocabulary updated, unidentified persons revealed whenever possible, accurate dates supplied, material rearranged in chronological order, the order of chapters reshuffled. These liberties, it is hoped, have resulted in a more clear and historically reliable text. Beyond that, the editor has worked from several different manuscripts written over a period of 4 or more years. He has combined portions of paragraphs on the same subject to correct errors and to clarify Sarfatti's meaning. As the basic text, he has used an English translation of the Spanish Mussolini, Como lo conocí. Unfortunately, he has not been able to find a French-language text of Sarfatti's memoirs that was reported to have existed. Perhaps someday, a variorum edition of the several versions of My Fault will be created. In the meantime, may this text suffice. Brian R. Sullivan, Chapter 1, Between the Devil and the Deep Blue Sea. I heard the name of Benito Mussolini, a young Socialist Party comrade, mentioned for the first time in October 1911. That was just after the outbreak of the Libyan War. Filippo Turati and Claudio Treves, the leaders of the socialist group in Parliament, had given speeches and written articles against the conflict started by Prime Minister Giovanni Giolitti. But Turati and Treves displayed only moderate opposition because they virtually adored Giolitti. That the two had adopted their unenthusiastic position at all was largely due to the determined anti-war stance of Anna Kulisyov, Turati's blonde Russian companion. During a stormy evening at her Milan home, she convinced the two leaders that the country and the Socialist Party could not support such colonial adventures under any circumstances. Along with my husband, Cesare Sarfatti, I had supported Kulisyov's position. But in Rome, other socialist deputies, like Leonida Bisolati III and Ivano Bonomi, later to become Italy's prime minister in 1944, showed no sign of even the mildest disapproval of Giolitti's war. The young Mussolini, then editor of La Lotta di Classe, a small local weekly newspaper, organized a large demonstration against the war. He led an excited, angry crowd which soon went out of control and dug up the railroad tracks at the Forlì railroad station. This was to stop troop trains from reaching ports where the soldiers would board transports for Libya. Mussolini was arrested and sentenced to 5 months in jail. He became a celebrity and was free just in time to attend the Socialist National Congress held at Reggio Emilia in July 1912. He conquered the assembly with his eloquence. Bisolati and Bonomi were expelled from the Socialist Party. Turati's reputation was tarnished. The party replaced Claudio Treves as editor of party newspaper Avanti. The following November, the dazzling Mussolini was promoted editor-in-chief. To me, about the bold man from Forlì, be sure to note his name because this young man is the man of the future. But Anna Kulisyov had become furious and thought the young man in question was not a Marxist at all. What he really is a little dreamer, a cheap poet whose mind got distorted after reading Nietzsche. That was how Mussolini came to live in Milan. At that time, I was working hard pro bono as the art editor at Avanti, but since I felt I had gone too far in supporting the reformist faction of the party, I felt compelled to hand in my resignation. But the new editor told me that art had nothing to do with such internal party nuances. He also made me understand in the indirect way that women grasp so directly that he liked my type of Titian-haired young woman. I noticed his big black eyes flecked with yellow. They darted so quickly from side to side in their sockets as he spoke. I watched his hard and cruel-looking mouth. I felt the animal energy that he exuded. I remember his frequent quoting of Nietzsche. He would say, as if to provoke me, "Are you going to women? Do not forget the whip." But although I was already his young admirer, I replied that Nietzsche had also written, "The modesty of beautiful women is that much strengthened by the awareness of their own physical beauty." And I added, that philosopher was actually confessing that he understood nothing about women, men, or life itself. 8. A few evenings later at a concert, I felt his two large glistening eyes set upon me as if they were burning. Then I realized they were Mussolini's. I saw him again later on at party meetings. I was impressed by his calm and dry eloquence, so different from the usual florid and dramatic Italian oratory. Yet he managed to reach the heart of audiences as no one before had been able. In those days, he rejected any easy euphemisms, preferring precise words that were concise and to the point. He did not like hand gestures and avoided making them. Behind this outward appearance you sensed an enormous capacity for concentration, as if he wanted to keep his listeners behind locked doors. In his every word you could hear a convincing determination, his will to transform words into action. At the same time, after I met Mussolini, he quickly displayed his crude upbringing. The first few times he was a guest at our house, he was not actually grossly rude. But what flabbergasted Cesare and me were the incredibly creative gyrations he engaged in when using his knife or fork. His table manners would have petrified an upper-class lady of the house. However, he was a very quick study. With my help, he improved rather quickly in such details and in other matters. For example, he learned to choose the right shape of his shirt collars and learned the proper way to knot his tie. 10 years later, when he was invited to lunch by Queen Margherita, he enchanted that truly refined lady with his excellent manners. But Mussolini had to be handled with great care in these regards to avoid getting him anxious or angry. One time I suggested an excellent brand of toothpaste that had just been recommended to me. He immediately understood my none too subtle insinuation, but never quite forgave me for it either. Years later, he reminded me with some annoyance about the hint regarding tooth care which I had offered him so long ago. We began seeing each other more and more often, especially after my lawyer husband was appointed to act as one of his attorneys during the Rocca Gorga trial. In January 1913, the population of that Italian village, 40 miles southeast of Rome, had invaded the large possessions of an absentee landlord. They asked permission to cultivate the land, offering a profit to the owner and creating work for themselves. On January 6, Carabinieri called in to restore order during a demonstration opened fire, killing 7 and wounding 49. In a series of articles over the next month in Avanti, Mussolini published articles accusing the army of behaving as the brutal hired guns of the bourgeoisie. He had to stand trial with 5 other newspaper employees a year later, accused of having defamed the army in print. But the defendants managed to come out unscathed thanks to the leading lawyer for the group, Francesco Bonavita, and Mussolini's own brilliant final statement. With dignity and with a kind of cold fire, he told the court that he did not care whether or not he was found guilty, but he was asking to be found not guilty only in the name of political freedom and the right to his opinion. Imagine an Italy of 36 million citizens who all think in the same way as if their brain had been cast in the same mold, and you would have, or perhaps the kingdom of boredom and of imbecility. Yet he was being the prophet of his own destiny. In fact, he himself would later attempt to turn Italy into an insane asylum of boredom and imbecility. His defense of the freedom of dissent and political opposition was limited to himself alone. Freedom with him, yes. Against him, never. After his November 1914 initiative in favor of Italy joining the Western democracies against Germany in World War I, he too was expelled from the Socialist Party. Mussolini once again turned to my husband for legal services and advice. I began writing and editing his new newspaper Il Popolo d'Italia. I became one of the few people to enjoy Mussolini's trust, both for his ideas regarding the present and his projects for the future. He also confided in me enough to tell me about his turbulent past during his troubled youth. Amid the events of Mussolini's childhood, some revealing episodes unlocked the secret of his egocentric personality. At home, he had been reared by extremely vulgar individuals of low intellect and base origin. Their influence on the young Mussolini injured and degraded his personality. In fact, the violent resentments and feelings of intense loneliness that resulted eventually combined to produce his greatest displays of authority. The absolute power he wielded, the adoring popular adulation he orchestrated, his subservient entourage that demanded such behavior from the crowd, were the final steps down a path that led back to his earliest days. All this explains and almost excuses his slow slide into mental decay and his ultimate downfall. I remember a few special nights when I was admiring the deep blue sky over Rome under a full moon. Mussolini, who had just reached the pinnacle of power, enjoying the consent of all of Italy, was playing Debussy's Clair de Lune on his violin. On such occasions, he liked to recall episodes from his impoverished youth and the many struggles he had forcing his way into a hostile and difficult world. Already, from the stories he had told my husband and me at our house in Milan, his childhood memories had become well known to us. He had come into the world in a rural house with whitewashed walls in the tiny village of Dovia, part of the commune of Predapio in Romagna. That fell on a Sunday at the end of July in 1883. He described his father in 3 different incarnations, as the blacksmith, the owner of a tavern, and the leader of the local socialist group. Alessandro Mussolini's political creed was neither God nor king. Such beliefs led him to name his firstborn son Benito. That had been in honor of the Mexican patriot Benito Juarez VI, who had ordered the execution of the Emperor Maximilian by a firing squad. Now that choice appears as a strange, dark warning issued by fate. The father gave that first name resonating with revenge to his son. That child would be destined to die in the same manner. In spite of his anti-clerical convictions, Mussolini's father nonetheless had him baptized with holy water. Then he celebrated with the best wine that he himself had made. It was impossible to deny those 2 things to any Italian child. Cesare and I heard more of his youthful memories, filled with poverty and hard living. Sitting at our table, Mussolini often would recall the miserable little dinners of his childhood. He would go out with his maternal grandmother to gather in the small garden that surrounded the house. The result was meal consisting of no more than a slice of bread and some boiled vegetables, barely seasoned with a few drops of olive oil. He was sometimes soon hungry. That encouraged him to join other boys to steal some fruit from here and there. On a few occasions, they were caught by the owners of those fields, and they jumped off the fruit trees to run away and hide. Once one of them broke a leg and others got away only with a beating. As a rebellious student, he sometimes would write his mother threatening to commit suicide if she failed to send him some money for food. Mussolini told Cesare and me his empty stomach had taught him to hate the rich and powerful. He yearned to subjugate them and have his revenge upon them. At his boarding school, he had to sit at the modest table in the dining area. Another table, at which plenteous and far better food was served, was reserved for those children whose parents paid more money. The young Mussolini despised them. He looked enviously at the table of the privileged boys who returned his look with undisguised contempt. Once his classmates were to be photographed, but Benito could not afford the expense and was excluded. That was one humiliation he never could forget. Years later, he found a way to pay them back. As dictator, he had himself photographed in thousands of poses and covered all Italy up with his pictures. He clearly suffered from an inferiority complex born of such resentments, but such desire for display also sprang from his narcissism. Even as a boy, when he saw traveling photographers come to the local market seeking customers, that would awaken in him a burning, uncontrollable desire to pose for posterity. The origin of his later vanity surely sprang from his harsh childhood and his miserable teenage years. It would bring about his ruin. After he went to Switzerland in 1902, in Lausanne he found a position as a general clerk and messenger for an Italian wine merchant on the Rue de Pré. Barefoot but proud, each morning he pushed his handcart filled with flasks of red wine along the elegant grand route to the clients' doors. The good Swiss housewives, touched by his youth and attracted by his glowing eyes, grew gradually more lavish in their tips. Sometimes as much as 50 centimes, he assured me. I touched my cap and murmured politely, "Merci, madame." "Why not?" he shouted fiercely in response to my involuntary smile. They were a godsend, he went on, and I did not feel ashamed of my well-earned tips. At noon, he took his one and only substantial meal of the day at his master's table. High wife grudgingly watched him take every morsel. I was 20, with a hard morning's work behind me, and night ahead of various hunger-inducing activities, from reading books to chasing girls. But she still complained. "How greedy you are." She turned to her husband. "This boy really eats much too much." He swallowed hard, looking bitter when he remembered that verbal slap, even after so many years. At the end of his workday, he climbed up to his bare little attic to strip and wash, almost looking like a gentleman when he finished. Then, wearing a pair of real shoes, he went to the university to hear the lectures of one of the men who most influenced his life, the world-famous economist and thinker, Vilfredo Pareto. Afterward, one of the pretty Russian woman students was sure to pick up Benitushka, as they nicknamed him. He would get a cup of weak tea, and she would get hours of intoxicating hot talk and hotter kisses in her poor little room. One of these rooms would also become his refuge on some nights, when his bad relations with the local police caused problems. Finally, he would have to leave Lausanne altogether. From his Russian girlfriends at the university, he heard first about Nietzsche and read him in French. He also began studying German and improving his violin playing. In future years, he worked on both in prison, later in Zurich. Sitting beside Angelika Balabanov in her shabby room, he collaborated with her on an Italian translation of the complete works of Marx and Engels. This Russian did not share the sweetness, beauty, and stylishness of Helen M., his great Lausanne love. Balabanov's burning emotional eyes matched her fiery emotional eloquence. A hunchback deformed her poor little body, and fanaticism distorted her clever little mind. Her hold on Benitushka came through a tempestuous comradeship of ideas and discussions. At that time, the pale Russian girl did not even dream of riding in the Tsar's own car, or perching her little legs on the velvet chairs of the Kremlin, as she would do from 1917 to 1921. One of her best friends, Vladimir Lee, escaped from Siberia, and had also lived on bread and tea next door to her, and later played chess at the Café de la Rotonde in Paris with a talkative Leba Bronstein and a silent Joseph Jugashvili. Yet the young Italian never felt excessive fondness for Marx, Engels, and the other German scientific socialists. To Mussolini, they tasted of the cold, methodical heaviness of Herr Professor. In contrast to the romantic French socialists, he preferred Babeuf, Proudhon, and the modern violent Georges Sorel. 32-33. The Germans Mussolini really liked were Unschumann. 30. The poet Heine, whom he would quote to me. When he would quote to me, he was even more boring than Milton. He was not fond at all of the classical Goethe. The essays later on the poetry of Klopstock, on Platen in Italy, and on The Women of Schiller's William Tell were the products of his German readings. At the same time, a ponderous history of philosophy burned as only a partially written manuscript by his jealous zealot of a girlfriend. "What can you expect?" he later confided to me. "Angelica saw so many foreign names in my handwriting. She was sure all of them were lovers of mine, so she let the purifying flames destroy what she thought were the record of those women." Nonetheless, the most important part escaped and saw print in a small provincial paper under the title, Nietzsche and the Philosophy of Strength. 38 years later, when dictator, Mussolini did not like to be reminded of that violent attack on the state as the organized oppression of the individual, and in praise of the sublime perversity of the Superman, justified in reacting against government tyranny. Nietzsche also inspired him to write a tale, Nothing is True, All is Permitted 39, with a title which seems to anticipate that of a play by the great Italian dramatist Pirandello. In fact, Mussolini never expunged the anti-human egotistical venom of Nietzsche from his moral concepts. It seems only logical that he came to think of himself as the Superman and of the formerly hated state as the instrument of his will for power, once he held it in his own ruthless hands. In regard to his lust for power, I will never forget one cold night in November 1926 in Rome. Relentless rain made the evening even more distressing, announcing the coming of a major storm. Bad weather always deeply affected Mussolini. Perhaps it awakened that odd memory of his, or was it that dark night itself that recalled his mysterious daydream? We were having a conversation in a small sitting room of the Villa Torlonia. Pompeian frescoes adorned the walls decorated in stucco and formed a very pleasant contrast with the heavy Victorian draperies. Frankly, I must admit my doubt that the many years that he was at the helm exercising absolute rule over Italy were ever sufficient to quench his endless thirst for power. Thirst for a power great enough to fulfill his desire for revenge. Vengeance for all the years he had spent nursing his frustrated desires and trying to satisfy his compelling needs. It was during that November night that I was able to measure his insatiable ambition. This came through a kind of confession that he addressed to me with him looking as though hypnotized at the rain that poured down relentlessly. It was during a night similar to this one. As I was turning the pages of some books at home, while an angry, freezing wind was blowing outside from the Carnic Alps not far from Udine. I was 19 years old at the time. I was an elementary school teacher in a poor remote village. I was teaching 40 wild children, some really devilish little monsters, in an isolated village in the Alps. It was a place that even God had forgotten. It had turned into a living hell for me. In return, I did have wine, women, books, and dreams. To keep me company, I even had the murmur of a brook that snaked its way down from the mountains not too far from the house. I tried to enjoy all of this as much as I could. It was already close to midnight. Everyone in the house was asleep. Suddenly, all the doors and windows that I had bolted shut burst open with a loud noise, like lightning when it strikes. In a blinding light, a human form appeared all dressed in black. He greeted me with a smile. "I know you, Mussolini," he said. "You'll be called upon to do big things. I am the devil, and I wanted to pay you a visit to offer you a helping hand. All the world's gifts can be yours. All you must do is choose." I was astounded, even though I knew deep in my heart that this had to happen. Nevertheless, I remained silent. "What is it that you want? Say it without hesitation. To be rich?" "No, I don't want money. I have only contempt and hatred for the rich and all their wealth." "Good," he told me. "But listen, you have 5 minutes to think, to choose. Do you want glory, love, or power?" "Signor Diavolo," I said. "I can't decide immediately. Let me think a bit, only a little bit. Give me a moment." "Think," he ordered me. "Even ponder your choice, but do it quickly." I felt very upset, but I began to think hard. "Mussolini, the time is passing." And finally I replied, "Power." He said to me, "You have chosen well, but I knew what you would choose. You will have power, but from this moment your soul is mine." Then he disappeared out the window, leaving me in total darkness. I shook for a while. Mussolini in Switzerland. In July 1901, shortly after his 18th birthday, Mussolini graduated from a teacher's college. He left with a certificate allowing him to instruct children at the elementary school level. He found a teaching post in the primary school of Gualtieri, a small town dominated by reformed socialists. It lay some 15 miles northeast of Parma. His wretched pay, the lack of revolutionary fervor among the local socialists, and the likelihood he would soon be called up for military service led Mussolini to resign. So did an urge to see the world. In early July 1902, he crossed the frontier into Switzerland, with little over 2 lire left from his scanty salary. A few days later, he found work in Orbi, 13 miles or so north of Lausanne. After a week, the long hours, hard toil, and low pay as an apprentice at a construction site led him to quit. The next morning, he took the short train ride to Lausanne. Mussolini proceeded to conduct himself boisterously in public. He reacted in a surly manner to the police when they found him sleeping on park benches or under bridges. He associated with local radicals. Such behavior combined to make him the object of official ire. A police escort transported Mussolini to the French border and expelled him from the canton of Vaud. He soon found employment in Annemasse, a French town a few miles east of Geneva, as a laborer and a part-time instructor in a private school. He also began an affair with the wife of the sub-prefect. However, Mussolini's restlessness overcame him, and he moved to Zurich. There, he became friendly with local Marxists and improved his German. Soon a fight in a restaurant got him run out of Zurich and over the frontier into Germany. He worked as a mason in Württemberg for a short while, then moved on to Bern. Involvement in labor unrest and a duel with pistols with a political antagonist neither was wounded, ended in his arrest. This time he was released without consequence. He returned home to Dovia in October 1903 to visit his ailing mother. After she recovered, Mussolini returned to Annemasse and to the company of his local lover. He had forged a written entry in his passport to conceal his expulsions from Switzerland. After going back again, his forgery was discovered in Geneva. He was imprisoned in April 1904. Remarkably, Mussolini had become something of a celebrity among Swiss socialists, and their efforts led not to his forced return to Italy, but only removal to the Italian canton of Ticino. Mussolini's syphilis. During his wanderings since mid-1902, Mussolini had been called up for military service. His failure to report for duty led to his designation as a deserter. Fortunately, an amnesty proclaimed on the birth of a boy to King Vittorio Emanuele III and Queen Elena in September 1904 resolved his difficulty. Mussolini went home to Dovia, presented himself for conscription that December. He served without incident until discharge in September 1906. In the meantime, his mother had died in February 1905, only age 46. After 2 months of leisure, Mussolini found a position as Anne, elementary school teacher in the village of Caniva, part of the commune of Tolmezzo. He enjoyed the favors of a number of local women, yet he experienced a rather miserable time there after his arrival in November 1906. He spent his weekends drinking himself into a stupor. He also impregnated one of his local lovers, a married woman named Luigia Pagetta Nigris. She gave birth to their child, Candido, toward the end of 1907. Mussolini refused to acknowledge his son. Others of his many amorous adventures, however, proved quite deleterious to his health. One or another of his liaisons, conducted without protection, led to his infection with gonorrhea. In a similar manner, he contracted syphilis, probably in the first months of 1907. This infection almost certainly took place after the conception of Candido. In any case, Mussolini obviously failed to use prophylaxis, despite the horror that syphilis excited at the time. These episodes emphasize just how irresponsibly he acted throughout his early 20s. Penicillin would not become available until the 1940s. Paul Ehrlich would not discover his magic bullet, Salvarsan 606, until May 1909. Treatments with various forms of mercury, copper iodide salts, and even cauterization were available. They were also dangerous, could be extremely painful, and often proved ineffective. Worse, given Mussolini's miserable income, the medical attention he required seemed beyond his financial resources. He decided to end his life with a bullet. Suicide seemed preferable to horrid physical decay and degeneration, followed by madness. He wrote several letters to those dearest to him, explaining his decision. While Mussolini composed his farewells, a friend entered his room. The unexpected guest noticed a pistol on the table and realized Mussolini's intention. The friend unloaded the weapon and persuaded him to visit the local hospital to seek help. Medical treatment did prove expensive and left Mussolini struggling to survive on very little money. Given what is now known about his later health, whatever attempts his doctors made to cure his infection completely failed. After the introduction of Salvarsan 606, treatment required dosages over a period of 2 years or even longer, often in combination with older drugs. Even then, the patient might not be cured. That proved to be the case for Mussolini. How Mussolini met Lucifer. Some evenings, after drinking too much wine, he would haunt the ruins of the local castle wearing a sheet, scaring those who passed by with his ghostly apparition. Other times he would hide in the town cemetery and, from the darkness, wail the despairing cries of a damned soul. It may be that one time after he had gotten thoroughly drunk, someone paid him back in kind. But Mussolini believed that what he saw one night in Caneva was no illusion. For all his superficial rationalism, his peasant forebears' superstitions held a lifelong grip on him. To Sarfatti and later to Claretta Petacci, Mussolini told the same hellish tale with conviction. Chapter 2. Signorina Guidi, Vercelli. For when my mother died, my father had brought home Signora Anna Guidi as his wife. For many years she had been his companion. Now she would tend to the household in the tavern. Her daughter Rachela had been working as a domestic servant in the house of the local carabinieri marshal with a salary of only 3 lire per month. Once she broke a tray and had to work 3 months to replace it. "What a devil of a woman," he exclaimed with an impatient look on his face. "Instead of thanking the Lord for all the good things I have done for her, she keeps on complaining. She poisons my life with her complaints. She claims she would have preferred a man of her same social class who would beat her and then kiss her just like all her girlfriends told her." Mussolini then went on with his story. "Shortly after my father brought Rachel home so she could wash the dishes and glasses in the tavern. It makes me laugh to hear that a man should have a secure job before he embarks on having a family. Do you have any idea how much money Rachel and I had in our pockets when we ran away from home? Exactly 1 lira and 5 centimes. My father and old Signora became truly furious. He said that Rachel would ruin my future. I really can't see the reason for his anger. There seemed no serious cause for it. But perhaps the townspeople understood what went on in his head. There were rumors going around that my old man was actually Rachel's father as well. This idea, probably pure fantasy, didn't bother Mussolini III. On the contrary, it seemed to fill him with tender feelings. On one occasion, while Rachel was sick, I had to tell him, "You have to take care of her more." Later, when more than once when I heard him complain about her behavior, I suggested, "Be patient. After all, she is your wife." "Well, yes, I really should show more patience," replied Donna Rachel's husband. "She's also my sister after all." Deep down, inside him lay a kind of primitive mentality. It was similar to that of ancient Oriental peoples, for whom the blood ties between husband and wife strengthened those of matrimony. Mussolini passed some time in Trento, which then belonged to Austria, he learned, and worked with that very generous and noble man from the Trentino, Cesare Battisti. That was more than sufficient to make him loathe and despise everything German. This hatred was one of the reasons why he urged Italy to enter the war against Germany in 1915. About the time Etta was born in 1910, Mussolini was having a well-publicized affair with a young Polish or Russian Jewish lady named Ostrowski. He told me about her in our intimate moments and even admitted that she had his child. But could that baby actually have been Etta? Such an incredible lack of basic hygiene and physical cleanliness was typical of Donna Rachele and of the slovenly and incredibly ignorant people she employed. Mussolini had once told me the story of one of Rachel's sisters who had given birth alone without any help while she was working in a field, and how she carried the newborn baby back home by herself in an apron. His voice showed how proud he was in telling that story that in some ways elicited hatred and resentment on his part, and in others a kind of admiration. Mussolini could be like that, both primitive and noble, but also brave and stupid. Donna Rachel had never gone to any kind of school in her life. She and her mother only learned to read and write after Mussolini became editor of Avanti. One morning in late 1919 or early 1920, he said to me, "I wonder what that old charlatan editor at the Secolo is thinking?" Il Secolo was an influential leftist Milan daily newspaper. It also printed a lot of gossip and ran serialized novels. It was called the Doorman's Daily. I asked Mussolini what kind of criticism it had printed about him or about fascism that had displeased him so much. "That's not what I mean," he answered. "It's far worse. For the last 2 days, those idiots have not published the most dramatic ending of the novel they've been running. So old Lady Guidi and Signorina Rachele have made my life unbearable. Rachel is so distracted that she even forgot to buy my razor blades. Do you think it makes sense that He said this, shoving out his chest in an unintentionally ridiculous manner. Mussolini, should be subjected to such childish behavior? Soon I will be the one going to Frigerio's store to do the shopping for the whole family. And all this just because the old woman and the young lady have suddenly learned how to read." In Milan around 1922, contrary to his habit, he arrived late to an appointment with me. I was delayed by Bruno. "He has a high fever and is having trouble breathing. He seems to be choking," Mussolini explained. When I expressed the fear that it could be diphtheria, and why they hadn't called a doctor immediately, he tried to justify himself. "Oh, but Rachel said it was nothing to worry about. A child. With a cold, that's all." I told him run back home and call a taxi immediately and find a doctor who will bring over the necessary medicine to give him an injection. Naturally, it happened to be precisely that, diphtheria, and the doctor said that had we not acted immediately, the child wouldn't have survived. His parents' lack of care could reach such horrible extremes. As for Etta Mussolini, who is today the widow of Count Galeazzo Ciano, Dr. Virati in Milan had diagnosed and informed her parents that the little girl suffered from a form of pulmonary tuberculosis. Both the doctor and I unsuccessfully tried everything we could think of to have them adopt preventive measures and ensure their daughter's good health. Etta is in perfect health, just like the rest of us. In our family, we all enjoy excellent health thanks to our wholesome and robust bodies. There is absolutely no danger whatsoever. This was how Mussolini would answer, shrugging his shoulders as though he were not worried one bit every time we mentioned young Etta. The only woman who could be called a close friend of Rochelle had once stood trial for assault with a deadly weapon. In the middle of a busy Forlì street, she shot a certain Signor Agosti, her lover and the father of her son. He had not been providing her with adequate financial support. Signorino Guidi went to see Agosti in his hospital room. There he lay in agony and near death. Somehow, Rachele prevailed upon Agosti to agree to marry his assailant literally at death's door. Next, Mussolini's companion persuaded the judges to acquit her friend on the basis of this act of reconciliation, so that the new Signora Agosti could inherit her victim's fortune and her son could gain title to his late father's name. Once a Romagnol, always a Romagnol. Soon, everyone called Mussolini's common-law wife Donna Rachele Mussolini. Everyone, that is, except her so-called husband. Mussolini went on addressing her by her unmarried name, Signorina Guidi, Rachel, using the military style which he had learned in the army, placing the last name first before the first name. He did so with more than a touch of sarcasm, as if he regretted or resented having given her his family name. I recall the Signora Agosti's story, and the way Mussolini addressed Rachele from among many other tales, to show the kind of atmosphere that surrounded Mussolini at home. This continued for as many years as I knew him. For instance, a similar case, both tragic and comical, involved Mussolini himself. One night in Rome, nearly 20 years after, he appeared at my home in obvious distress. "I'm really scared," he blurted out. "Rochelle has been following me around the house all night, threatening me with a loaded gun. I don't know where she obtained it. You should see her. When she gets mad, she's capable of anything." I was so frightened that I called one of the police on guard duty. When he arrived, Rachel screamed at me, "You know I'm not scared of the police, but you, the Duce, can't tolerate such scandal. You're afraid of what the public would think and of your reputation as a father." Comments. Mussolini's rise from obscurity. Mussolini returned home Dovia in September 1907, discouraged and exhausted after his second failure as a teacher. For a time, he considered emigration to the United States. In November, however, he took the written and oral examinations to qualify as a teacher of French on the secondary school level. In February 1908, he obtained a teaching post at a technical school in Wenglia, a town on the Italian Riviera at the western edge of the Gulf of Genoa. There he devoted himself more to writing for the small local socialist newspaper than to his teaching duties. But when the school year ended, he lost any income and was forced to return to Dovia in July 1908. He quickly became involved in the labor unrest of local farm workers. A few days later, after he was accused by a farm machine manager of making physical threats, Mussolini was arrested. For the first time, he was defended by Francesco Bonavita, but sentenced to 3 months imprisonment. However, Bonavita lodged an appeal, and after 12 days in jail, Mussolini was released on payment of a fine to await the decision of a higher court in Bologna. That same summer, Alessandro Mussolini decided to leave Dovia for Forlì, along with his longtime female companion, Anna Guidi, and her younger daughter, the 16-year-old Rochelle. There, with the money he had received for the sale of some property, Alessandro bought an inn. Anna and her daughter, Alessandro and his son, moved in together. Mussolini later told Sarfatti what transpired next, although either he or she confused some of the facts. Mussolini had sometimes substituted for his mother at her elementary school. Contrary to what Sarfatti wrote, Rochelle had attended for about 1 year in 1898-99. It was then that the adolescent Mussolini first encountered his future wife. The time and circumstances under which Benito Mussolini and Rachele Guidi met as adults in 1907 remain unclear. One source indicates that Mussolini first courted the elder daughter of Anna Guidi, Augusta, but received a rebuff. Only then did he turn his attention to Rachele. Rachele later recounted that she met her future husband in February 1909 after leaving church, shortly before his departure for Trento. This appears fiction, for she did not practice any religion at the time. Instead, the two appear to have begun a relationship in the autumn of 1908. This did not create any deep attachment on Mussolini's part. In November, the Court of Appeal reduced his sentence to time served. The same month, he failed to pass the examinations for certification as a teacher of German on the secondary school level. However, in January 1909, he was offered the post of secretary of the Trento Workers' Association and the editorship of its newspaper. Angelika Balabanov seems to have intervened to initiate the invitation. Mussolini departed in early February for the small Austrian city in the South Tyrol, known to Italians as the Trentino, an area inhabited by several 100,000 Italian-speaking subjects of the Emperor Franz Joseph. Mussolini eventually made the acquaintance of Cesare Battisti, editor of the socialist newspaper Popolo and an advocate of autonomy for the Italians in the region. Battisti was engaged in covert anti-Austrian activities, and it took some time for Mussolini to penetrate the circle around him. But the two became friends, and Mussolini began writing for Battisti's newspaper. By August, Mussolini had gained Battisti's trust and became the managing editor of Popolo, but Mussolini had also acquired the hostility of the local authorities. Mussolini spent little over 7 months in Trento, but in addition to his casual affairs with women, 2 other relationships proved more significant. One, with Fernanda Ostrovsky, produced a child born after Mussolini returned to Italy. The other, with Ida Dalser, would last for years and end in tragedy. In addition, Angelika Balabanov joined him in Trento for a while. As usual, however, Mussolini acted as if divorced from any responsibility for his lovers. His associations, political activities, and his newspaper articles marked him as an anti-Austrian troublemaker. A bank robbery on August 29 provided the excuse for a police search of Mussolini's residence and his arrest for possession of subversive materials. In mid-September, the government ordered his expulsion from Austrian territory. Despite protests by local and Vienna socialists, Mussolini was sent across the frontier on September 26. He returned to Forlì. Mussolini renewed his acquaintance with Rachele Guidi, but as with the other women in his life, he made no commitment. Instead, Mussolini hoped to gain readmission to Austria and intended to return to Trento. After some time, however, he realized that the Austrian authorities would not allow his return. He then turned his thoughts again to emigration to America, but he had become something of a celebrity among the leftists of Romagna. Mussolini was offered the post of secretary of the Forlì Socialist Party organization and the opportunity to found and edit its newspaper. He accepted. He baptized his paper Lotta di Classe, and its first issue appeared on January 9, 1910. A week or so later, although without any legal or religious contract, Mussolini pledged union with Rachele Guidi. She became pregnant in February. Mussolini later looked back on those days with great nostalgia. He felt deeply in love with Rachele. Despite their poverty and the fleas infesting their house, he enjoyed a rare period of inner peace. Throughout 1910, in his speeches and in the pages of Lotta di Classe, Mussolini made clear his identification with the revolutionary wing of the Sai and his hostility toward reformists like Turati and Kulisyov. At the party congress in Milan that October, the reformists managed to retain control, although largely through the split among their opponents. Meanwhile, the health of Alessandro Mussolini had deteriorated over previous months, and he died on November 19 at age 57. 12 days later, Rachele gave birth to a baby girl. She received the name of Etta. She brought Mussolini great happiness. The primary stage of syphilis usually lasts weeks and at most a few months. The secondary stage, which follows, can continue for up to several years. After that, one so infected can no longer transmit the disease, yet male syphilitics remain capable of fathering children. About 3 years had passed since Mussolini had contracted syphilis when he and Rachele conceived their first child, so mother and unborn child were safe from the disease. Sarfatti's erroneous speculation is understandable, given Mussolini's licentious life, refusal to take responsibility for his growing number of offspring, and his vague, dishonest accounts of his sexual escapades. Over the year between the Milan Party Congress and the invasion of Libya, Mussolini increased the number of adherents to his intransigent form of socialism and maintained what amounted to an autonomous organization in Romagna. He delivered dozens of speeches and penned well over 200 newspaper articles, most in Lotta di Classe, but some 30 in Avanti. But it seems unlikely he could have sustained his independence from the Central Party leadership yet remain in the CSI indefinitely. His violent opposition to the Libyan War, 5 months imprisonment, and triumphant reception upon release in March 1912 elevated his reputation among party extremists and sustained his ability to defy the leadership in Milan. Then in July, the party congress met in Reggio Emilia. There he gained ascendancy over the reformists and, 4 months later, won the editorship of Avanti. He arrived in Milan by himself. He left Rachele and the 2-year-old Etta back in Forlì with Anna Guidi, or Crazy Nina, as Mussolini had come to call her. Mussolini paid them a few visits, but refused to bring them to live with him in Milan. By early 1913, he had resumed his decade-old liaison with Angelika Balabanov, now as assistant editor of Avanti, begun a passionate affair with Sarfatti, and was courting, ardently if unsuccessfully, the exotic Lita Raffanelli. Nonetheless, uninvited, unannounced, and quite bedraggled, mother and child appeared at the Avanti office in February or March 1913. Rachel had to sell almost all her furniture to afford the train fare to Milan. Mussolini took Rachel outside and told her to go back to Forlì. He said he lacked a place suitable for them to live, but Rachel pointed out that, as editor of Avanti, he was earning 500 lire a month. If he could not find an apartment on that salary, she would. In the meantime, she and Etta would stay with her friend, Signora Agosti. In fact, they had already made such an arrangement. Mention of that name really upset Mussolini, and he reluctantly agreed. Rachel and her friend took some time to locate an affordable dwelling, but eventually they found a flat at 19 Via Castelmorone. The house lay in a shabby neighborhood on the outskirts of Milan, slightly under half a mile east of the luxurious Sarfatti home on the Corso Venezia. The apartment contained 3 rooms and a kitchen, and rented for only 1,000 lire a year. The two tough-minded women forced Mussolini to move in and to live something like a normal family life. To make matters worse for the future Duce, Rachel summoned Crazy Nina from Forlì to live with them 117 too. Chapter 3. War, Wounds and Women. Like any good revolutionary socialist, Mussolini embraced fervent anti-militarism at the beginning of his political career. In fact, he had been arrested, convicted of fomenting insurrection and sabotage against the Libyan War, and imprisoned in 1911. He would often say that true socialists couldn't fight out of a sense of patriotism, for democracy, or in the name of any other ideal. They had to be opposed to every capitalist war. Instead, socialists had to wait for the right moment to come in a weakened and confused world, then start their own class war. However, during the first months after the war broke out in August 1914, Italy's destiny can now be seen as having been unmistakably written. This was true only subconsciously for most Italians, but very clearly for Mussolini. Long before the general public did, he understood the meaning of events. At that time, in his own intuitive way, he sensed the direction in which public sentiment was moving. He was absolutely prescient about the feelings that would soon move the masses. Eventually, out of arrogance and stubborn selfishness, he completely lost that ability to perceive the aspirations of the Italian people. In 1914-15, however, he enjoyed a unique capacity to understand the issues that mattered. This was true even when these were questions which still swirled within the public's emotions in a vague, inarticulate way. Most of all, Mussolini understood the adventurous, restless younger generation between the ages of 15 and 30. I shall never forget what I saw with my own eyes one night in 1914. That night, he rolled the dice in a most dramatic way. On the evening of September 14, 1914, 6 weeks after the outbreak of World War I, the editor-in-chief of the party newspaper explained his new revolutionary theory to the assembled employees, reporters, and writers. Mussolini held our attention for 2 full hours as he developed his ideas. He expressed his doubts regarding the anti-war position of the Italian Socialist Party. He described his understanding of that critical moment in history, as well as how it appeared in the consciousness of all faithful socialists. We began to sense that an odd feeling of fatigue possessed Mussolini, as well as his uncertainty about the conclusions he now drew from his own speech. Then, suddenly and unexpectedly, Mussolini concluded with a vibrant call to arms. He favored Italy's participation in the war in the cause of freedom and democracy. "This above anything else," he cried, as he concluded his speech with a surprising call to nationalist patriotism. He left the rostrum among the enthusiastic applause of his former opponents and the confused exclamations of his supporters. A representative of the moderate wing of the party took the podium. He announced that he had nothing to add to the statement that Comrade Mussolini had just made with such clear and enthusiastic eloquence. On Sunday, November 15, 1914, the first issue appeared of Mussolini's own new paper, the pro-Allied Il Popolo d'Italia. It supported Italy joining the war on the side of the democracies. Mussolini never denied having received funding for his new newspaper from the French. Many said at the time that from the banks of the Seine rivers of money flowed into the coffers of Il Popolo d'Italia. In fact, it was the famous Pippo Naldi, who was the hidden agent of France in the business. Even so, part of that money remained stuck in the pockets of many other go-betweens, and various brokers handling the clandestine passage of the funds from Paris to Milan. Mussolini's ouster from the party followed during a stormy party gathering on the night of November 24. In a bold statement, he answered the threats and insults of the angry majority by saying, "You hate me because you still love me." But as a furious Mussolini stomped out of the meeting hall, he was heard to mutter, "They will pay for this." One thing is absolutely certain, there was not even a hint of luxury in the dismal offices where I worked. Neither I nor the other faithful few were paid. The paper was produced from second-hand metal-type molds in an old printing press. I am sure that Mussolini was using those French francs lightheartedly. It had been the same for him when he had taken the few cents from the pockets of poor workers to pay for his socialist newspapers. Why should he not have taken that money? He needed it, and it was being offered spontaneously. I do not believe that money influenced his decision to back Italy's entry into the war. It was a choice that had no economic underpinnings. Instead, Mussolini was motivated mostly by his thirst for power and by his belief that war was the only solution for the problem of igniting a revolution in Italy. Had money alone been his motive, he would have most certainly preferred to side with German Ambassador von Bülow III. The prince was very eager to supply him with much more cash than France would. The young warrior Mussolini had left for the front on September 2nd, 1915. 2 months later, Ida Dulcer gave birth to a boy on November 11. Mussolini was the father. That spirited and beautiful socialist was constantly telling everyone that Mussolini belonged to her and to her alone. After he went off to war, both Rachele Guidi and Ida Dulcer made demands on the government and the Milan Union of Journalists of Milan. Each claimed the rights to the subsidies due to the families of frontline soldiers. Like most revolutionary socialists, he had been quite vocal in proclaiming the virtues of free love. That remained true even after he changed his thinking, became the head of government, and initiated the intense propaganda campaigns for demographic growth. Mussolini never distinguished between children that were legitimate and those conceived out of wedlock. As a result, some Italian couples preferred to avoid marriage so as not to lose the state subsidy given to unwed mothers every time they gave birth. But in his own case, Mussolini finally decided to end the disputes between Signorina Dulcer and Signorina Guidi. He resolved to marry Rachele and did so in a brief civil ceremony during the First World War on December 16, 1915. Thus, all their children except for the last two were born out of wedlock. Their marriage took place under rather colorful circumstances. Mussolini lay recovering. The two women met in the hospital. They began with vile insults and screams. Then they engaged in a brutal fist fight, pulling each other's hair and ripping each other's clothes as they exchanged punches and slapped each other repeatedly in the face. Finally, the authorities asked Mussolini to decide once and for all which one was to remain at his side and which one would have to leave. He answered, "There's nothing to worry about. They both are beautiful and love me madly. Let one kill the other off 5. But once he had recovered, Mussolini rightly feared that both Rachele and Ida Dulcer could seek revenge on him. That might happen either in the street or in his office at Il Popolo d'Italia. There, starting in early 1918, one of the typists, an attractive little blonde named Bianca Sciaccato, became very interested in him and he in her. But this time, Mussolini was much more cautious. After a while, in order to avoid an embarrassing situation, he sent Bianca to Genoa. He waited for her until she came back without a baby. But later, after Bianca got pregnant again, both she and her mother opposed repeating the procedure to avoid risking that young woman's life a second time. So, another among the many little Benitos was born and lived to grow up. Ida Dulcer, along with his son Benito Albino, disappeared from Mussolini's life forever, and he never saw her again. A few years later, I ventured to ask him whether he was sure that the child was well cared for and had everything he needed. He answered, "Certainly, he lacks for nothing. I pay the tuition for the boarding school he attends." Later on, however, he confided the following strange story. The principal of the school called Chiavellini one day to tell him that the boy saw my official portrait hanging on the wall of the director's office. The principal said that with a dark, angry look on his face. Benito Albino mumbled, "That's my father. How I hate him." Mussolini then added, "I had better be very careful. Once he grows up, he could even try to kill me." I couldn't tell whether Mussolini was really frightened or if he was trying to impress me with some overly dramatic exaggeration. I also couldn't confirm the rumors that were circulating about the poor Ida Dulcer being forced into a clinic for the insane. However, she did possess a very odd personality, was extremely excitable, and very often given to hysterical behavior. Nevertheless, if to be rid of her, Mussolini actually abused his power in such a monstrous way, it would amply justify the resentment and threats by his son. Comments. Mussolini's War. On October 18, a long editorial by Mussolini appeared in Avanti, entitled "From Absolute Neutrality to Active and Effective Neutrality." The article presented a heretical argument. Italian socialists could best advance the cause of revolution by intervening in the war on the side of democratic France and Britain to overthrow the repressive regimes governing Germany and Austria-Hungary. Mussolini left unwritten what he considered a more compelling argument. Even before the war, Mussolini had decided Italian participation in a major conflict would collapse the social order and precipitate a revolution. Only a few other radical leftists entertained the concept of such a beneficial catastrophe. But that small group included Lenin. The party leaders rebuffed his proposal. The notion that the PSI should demand Italy's participation in an imperialist war horrified them. 2 days later, Mussolini resigned as editor of Avanti. His plotting predecessor, Bacci, regained the position. Since Mussolini had become an interventionist, advocating Italy's entry into the war on the Allied side, he could hardly take German money to finance Il Popolo d'Italia. Yet he took ruthless advantage of other sources of financing, including one of his old lovers, Ida Dalser. Her attraction to Mussolini was such that she had followed him from Trento to Milan in late 1912. To support herself, to open and run a successful beauty salon. She and Mussolini resumed a physical relationship in the autumn of 1914. I'd sold her salon and given the proceeds to Mussolini. But in return, Dalser demanded proof of her lover's constancy. She received it in the form of a religious marriage performed in Milan. Apparently, the atheist Mussolini had agreed to a church wedding, since a civil ceremony would have resulted in official records. 2 months later, Dalser became pregnant with Mussolini's child. As funds for the newspaper began to run out in March-April 1915, not only did Naldi approach the French again, he also solicited assistance from Russian representatives, probably through his Russian-born wife. The Russians moved far more slowly than the French in responding to such appeals. Only in late June did the Russian cabinet discuss the question of subsidizing Il Popolo d'Italia and other pro-Allied newspapers in neutral countries. Since Mussolini reported for military duty in September with his newspaper in solvent condition, it seems quite possible that money from Petrograd had reached him over the summer. Meanwhile, Mussolini had become involved in far larger events. The government headed by Antonio Salandral had chosen to declare neutrality at the outbreak of World War I. Thereafter, the Prime Minister, his closest advisors, and the King considered Italy's options. Unaware of how long the war would last and unable to foresee how often the fortunes of each side would fluctuate during the conflict, immediate events swayed inclinations of the Italian leaders back and forth over the summer and into the fall of 1914. The arrival of autumn brought the government time to delay making a decision. Intervention by Italy on either side, or an attack on Italy from either the French or the Austrian-Hungarians, could only take place through the Alps. Mountain weather would prevent any such action until the late spring of 1915. By mid-October, Italian diplomats had discussed intervention or neutrality with representatives of both the Allies and the Central Powers. They had gained a fairly precise idea of what each side would offer for each of the choices facing Italy. In November, Salandra decided to rearrange his cabinet to strengthen his political and diplomatic positions. He presented his new government to Parliament in early December and gained Giolitti's backing, based on the former Prime Minister's false understanding that Salandra remained firmly committed to neutrality. Giolitti judged Italy far too weak militarily and economically, far too divided socially and politically, to bear the gigantic burden of a major war. With Giolitti's support, Salandra gained an overwhelming majority vote for his new cabinet. Parliament adjourned in mid-December, and Giolitti returned to his home in Piedmont. This left Salandra free from annoying inquiries while he conducted secret negotiations. Salandra could not ignore Giolitti's command of a huge anti-war parliamentary majority. That group also reflected the will of most Italians. The recent introduction of democracy forced the government to pay close attention to public opinion. Yet Salandra and the king anticipated an end to the conflict in 1915. The prizes that Italian intervention on the winning side would bring were highly tempting to them, but national antipathy to the Austro-Hungarians was so great as to preclude joining the Central Powers. Therefore, the realistic choices were two. Either commitment to neutrality in return for cession of the Trentino and possibly more from the Austrians, or war on the side of the Allies, which could bring Italy far more European territory, as well as colonial rewards. By late April 1915, Allied chances for victory that year seemed highly favorable. The territories offered by the French, British, and Russians far exceeded what the Austro-Hungarians were willing to cede in return for Italian neutrality. On April 26, Italian representatives signed the Treaty of London. It guaranteed Italian entry into the war on the Allied side within a month. The challenge facing Salandra and Vittorio Emanuele III lay in persuading a pro-neutrality parliament to vote the funds to wage war. Mussolini and other pro-Allied interventionists became essential to sway opinion in that direction. Yet Mussolini was not demanding that Italy enter the war to benefit the ruling class, the industrialists, or the monarchy. He expected Italian intervention to lead to a speedy resolution of the conflict. but he also envisioned the Italian veterans who returned home after victory to constitute a revolutionary force. With the exception of the Russian socialists, notably those led by the exiled Lenin, the other leftist parties of the warring nations had come to support their country's struggle. The concept of socialism as a force for international peace had proved only a dream. So too, Mussolini no longer thought in terms of socialism as the force to transform Europe. He now envisioned leading a leftist revolution only in Italy, combining the attractive powers of nationalism with socialism. To that end, Mussolini promoted the creation of Fasci Autonomi d'Azione Rivoluzionario. Such local independent organizations of interventionists would agitate violently, if necessary, for Italian entry into the World War. From the late fall and into the winter of 1915, Mussolini visited northern Italian cities to speak in favor of war. Members of the various fasci did likewise. Meanwhile, two Popolo d'Italia printed daily articles and editorials repeating these arguments. A rather peculiar alliance of interventionists emerged, uniting both old friends and enemies of Mussolini, creating a coalition of those on the extreme left and equally fervent members of the far right, Battisti and Bisalati, Filippo Tommaso Marinetti and his futurists, Gabriele D'Annunzio, advocates of an Italian republic, revolutionary syndicalists, the recently formed nationalists, the anti-clerical Freemasons, armaments manufacturers, financiers, imperialists, and the highly influential Milan-based newspaper, Corriere della Sera. By uniting with such allies, Mussolini had put himself in a highly contradictory position. He had formed common cause with the Italian elites in order to bring about their eventual overthrow through revolution. In many ways, this decision presaged his formation of the fascist movement some 5 years later. 16. This incongruous pro-war alliance was mirrored to large extent by the pro-neutrality coalition. Turati, Kolyazov, and their Psy followers had no understanding, formal or informal, with Giolitti and his supporters over keeping Italy at peace. Yet the two groupings shared the goal of opposition to Italian entry into the European conflict. By merging the concept of revolution with participation in the war, Mussolini had pushed the reformist socialists into de facto alignment with their supposed enemies. Working toward the same goal as Giolitti and his parliamentary supporters, yet refusing to forge a practical plan for common action, put Turati and the reformists in a highly ineffectual position. Meanwhile, the rallies of pro-interventionist fasci were quickly answered by meetings of anti-war groups that included Giolittian liberals, Catholics, and militant pacifists. The two sides soon confronted each other violently. Deaths and severe injuries resulted. In late February 1915, Prime Minister Salandra invoked his authority to ban such public gatherings. Mussolini attended 3 pro-war rallies in Milan during the second half of March without incident. Apparently, this encouraged a visit to Rome to attend a large interventionist meeting there. But minutes after he began to speak on April 11, he was arrested. After a few hours, he was released and he returned to Milan. A week or so after the signing of the Treaty of London on April 26, rumors of the agreement began to circulate. On May 5, at Quarto near Genoa, D'Annunzio spoke at the unveiling of a monument to Garibaldi. 55 years earlier, the great hero had sailed from the port to invade Sicily. Before a crowd of 20,000 that included Mussolini, the poet called for Italians to emulate the great deeds of the past. He demanded war, setting off pro-war demonstrations in northern and central Italian cities. 4 days later, however, Giolitti returned to Rome. Learning of the London Treaty and counteroffers from the Austro-Hungarians, Giolitti rallied his parliamentary support in favor of accepting the proposals from Vienna and remaining at peace. Parliament was scheduled to meet on May 20. After Salandra and his cabinet met to count the likely pro-war votes on May 13, they realized Giolitti commanded 3 or even 4 times as many. Salandra presented his resignation to the king that evening. In private, Mussolini alternated between rage and despair. He talked wildly about leading the interventionists in a march on Rome, overthrowing the monarchy, establishing a republic, then going to war. In public, he and other interventionists staged demonstrations on a huge scale. The socialists answered in kind with rallies for peace, but war fever prevailed. More important, Vittorio Emanuele III himself was determined on war. 3 days of consultations between the king and his advisors took place under hysterical conditions. Vittorio Emanuele III threatened abdication if Parliament thwarted his will, and on May 16, he refused to accept Salandra's resignation. Neutralist opposition collapsed in the face of mounting national chaos and the fear of civil war. Reluctantly, Giolitti accepted defeat and advised his supporters to surrender. Parliament reopened on May 20 and granted the Salandra government full powers. After Austro-Hungarian rejection of an unacceptable Italian ultimatum, Vittorio Emanuele III declared war. on the dual monarchy on May 24.20. Throughout most of the period since his expulsion from the PSI, the Sarfattis had maintained a certain distance from Mussolini, at least in public. Each had devoted much of the previous 2 decades to the Socialist Party. Their social lives had been dominated by their friendships with the party leaders and the socialist artists and intellectuals of Milan. Not only their politics, but their careers had been inextricably linked to the SAI. For Margherita as art editor of Avanti, for Cesare through his many pro bono legal defenses of socialists in court cases. Therefore, it is understandable that while the couple expressed sympathy for the French and Belgians as the victims of German aggression in late 1914 and early 1915, neither expressed any support for Italian intervention. In an article in Avanti, on December 23, 1914, Sarfatti stated explicitly that she favored neutrality. However, she added that love of country was not a vice and that Italy had the right to self-defense if attacked. The article was the last she ever wrote for the Socialist Party newspaper. Cesare presided over a commission created by the Socialists on the Milan City Council to investigate Mussolini's sources of funding for Il Popolo d'Italia. In late February 1915, the commission absolved Mussolini of dishonesty in that regard. Meanwhile, Margherita had gone to France to witness the role of women in the war effort. Mussolini made his attitude toward the couple clear by publishing an article in his paper, admittedly written by another, that accused the Sarfattis of cowardice by not taking a clear stand on the question of neutrality or intervention. On the other hand, probably in December, Cesare had already given Mussolini 4,000 lire in untraceable banknotes toward the operation of Il Popolo d'Italia. That donation was followed by others, both for Mussolini's newspaper and for the upkeep of Rochelle and Era. But this was done in a very discreet manner. When Margherita returned to Milan in late March, Cesare was under public attack for refusing to declare his position on the war. A few days later, Margherita delivered a lecture on what she had seen in France. She made clear her loathing for German brutality. Margherita also greeted and accompanied French and Belgian friends when they came to Milan to do propaganda in favor of Italian intervention on the Allied side. But only on March 18 did Cesare send a letter to Avanti in favor of intervention. Thus, Margherita's later claim to have been actively involved in the running of Il Popolo d'Italia from its inception stretched the truth considerably. In the first volume of his monumental biography of Mussolini, Renzo de Felice states that the Duce's admirers exalted Mussolini's war experience as an example of courage and self-sacrifice, while his detractors denigrated it as only a few weeks at the front, barely better than the shirking of a draft dodger. 22 Felice goes on to argue that, in reality, during the period in which Mussolini was in military service, he was a good soldier like so many others, but there were not many others like Mussolini in the Italian army. Not only was he older and better educated than the often illiterate peasants with whom he served, Mussolini was a former revolutionary socialist, an editor of 3 newspapers, each of inflammatory content. Beyond that, he received very special treatment from the military leadership and the government. That included the king's personal attention to his health and condition. Finally, through his articles in Il Popolo d'Italia and the diary excerpts his newspaper printed, Mussolini depicted his trench warfare actions and observations to create a myth of stoic heroism under the constant threat of death. All this amounted to a unique experience for a singular man. The 3 months following the Italian declaration of war proved difficult for Mussolini. His attempt to volunteer for service was rejected. The War Ministry was not eager for a noted agitator to spread his ideas through the ranks. He was told to wait until his older reserve class was mobilized. Soon, his political enemies began attacking him in print and through malicious rumors. Why, they asked, was the great warmonger sitting comfortably in his newspaper office while thousands were being killed or wounded at the front? These jibes so wounded Mussolini that he considered going to France and enrolling in the Foreign Legion. But that would amount to desertion under Italian law. That fact deterred Mussolini. Finally, a friendly member of parliament made inquiries in Rome and was able to reassure Mussolini. He would be called up in the autumn. In fact, he received orders to report to the 11th Bersaglieri Regiment on August 31. He left for the combat zone on September 2, and after 2 weeks of refresher training was sent on to the slopes of Monte Nero. There, the 33rd Battalion of his regiment occupied trenches overlooking the town of Caporetto and the Isonzo River some 6,200 feet above sea level. Mussolini did not remain at the front for long. On November 24, he was evacuated to a military field hospital in Cividale. He was diagnosed with a viral infection, possibly due to typhoid fever. All World War I trenches were filthy, but those the Italians occupied were particularly squalid. Overrun with rats and smeared with feces, they produced a far larger percentage of disease casualties compared to those of the more hygiene-conscious British and Germans. A curious incident occurred while Mussolini lay in the field hospital, prior to his evacuation to the rear. Vittorio Emanuele III visited the wounded and sick, noted Mussolini's presence, and held a brief conversation prior to departing. This might seem no more than the gesture of the monarch toward a convert from revolutionary socialism to nationalist fervor, but among the thousands of hospitalized troops the king had seen and would see, he retained a distinct memory of that brief encounter. It also raises the question of what Vittorio Emanuele III might have learned from Mussolini's attending physician about the patient's condition. Sarfatti leaves out a good deal of relevant information from her brief account, including her own role in the affair. A few days after his admission to the hospital at Civitella, Mussolini received a letter from Ida Dalser informing him of the birth of their son a few weeks earlier and of the name she had bestowed on the baby, Benito Albino. Mussolini made no reply. With no significant resources after the sale of her beauty salon, Dalser needed her secret husband's support. She obtained an injunction requiring Mussolini to admit his paternity. That would bring mother and child a monthly stipend from the War Ministry. Again, Mussolini did not respond. Meanwhile, on December 7, Mussolini had been transferred to the military hospital at Treviglio, about 35 miles northeast of Milan. Back in the city, and unable to pay the rent at the hotel in which she was staying with Benito Albino, Dalser was evicted. In a blind rage, she dashed into the lobby and set fire to some furniture, then fled. When the police arrived, the hotel management told them the arson was the work of Signora Mussolini. Confusing Dalser's identity with Rachel, the police arrived and arrested her. It took Rachel some hours to convince the police they had apprehended the wrong woman in a case of mistaken identity. Sarfatti finally persuaded Mussolini to marry Rachel. She argued that if he were to die in battle, his common-law wife and his daughter would be left without support. Perhaps she knew that Rachela had become pregnant again. In any case, it would appear that Sarfatti did not know that her lover had already married Ida Dalser. But Sarfatti's motivation did not arise from concern for Rachele. Quite the opposite. The Sarfattis were willing to support Mussolini and his family, for his sake. But if Mussolini was killed, they were not going to continue Rachele's upkeep. She could learn to manage on a war widow's pension. On the other hand, if Mussolini were to live, Margherita preferred he be bound to the ignorant, unpresentable Rachele rather than to the more educated and resourceful Ida Dalser. Margherita saw no rival in Signorina Guidi, nor even in Signora Rachele Mussolini. 2 days after the wedding ceremony, Dalser came to the hospital in Treviglio. She arrived with her newborn in her arms to demand that Mussolini recognize Benito Albino as his own. But Dalser encountered Rachele first. At first, they exchanged angry words. Then they came to blows. A crowd of convalescing soldiers gathered to watch the spectacle. Finally, Rachele's punches overwhelmed Dalser, who fled. That was only the beginning of her troubles. Over the following decades, Mussolini treated Dalser far worse than Sarfatti ever imagined. Mussolini stopped paying the monthly child support he had promised Dalser. She retaliated by appearing at events where Mussolini was to speak, carrying their son in her arms and screaming about his betrayal. After he became prime minister in 1922, Mussolini used the police to restrain her. But the constant possibility of her revelation of their marriage led Mussolini to order her incarceration in an insane asylum in 1926. She managed to escape in 1935, but was secure facility, denied visitors, and kept in solitary confinement. There she died or was murdered. In December of her incarceration, police falsely notified the 11-year-old Benito Albino of his mother's demise. He was adopted by his guardian. Benito Albino's frequent claims to be the Giuseppe's son led to his coerced enlistment in the Navy 2 years later. But during a voyage to China, the young man's statements about his parentage alarmed his commanding officer. Benito Albino was sent him back to Italy in 1935 and also committed to a mental hospital. He died from repeated injections of insulin in August 1942 and was buried in an unmarked grave. In the period from the encounter between the old and new Signora Mussolini and January 11, 1916, their bigamous husband must have come under considerable pressure. It may be that Dalser had documentary proof of her church marriage to Mussolini and threatened to expose him. On that day, he signed papers by which he admitted the paternity of Benito Albino, something he had never done for any of his previous illegitimate offspring. He also agreed to provide 200 lire a month in child support. Most likely that subsidy would have come from the Sarfattis. In return, Dalser agreed to cease disturbing Mussolini and his new wife. Mussolini received discharge from the hospital 5 days later, went on convalescent leave and returned to the front on February 11. He spent most of those 4 weeks in Milan, back in the Tu Popolo d'Italia office. But there is reason to believe that he also underwent medical treatment at that time for his syphilis, a condition of which the king had been apprised while at the Cividale hospital. After less than a month with his unit, Mussolini got leave again, from March 3 to March 23. Coming so soon after his previous time off from active duty, it seems at least possible he returned to Milan for further care related to his syphilis. His health did improve, and he spent the time from late March to mid-November 1916 in a quiet sector in the mountains of Carnia. Receiving 2 weeks leave in the second half of November, Mussolini returned to Milan. Mussolini reported to the 33rd Battalion on December 1. It had been transferred from Carnia to the Carso, a far more active sector. He had tried to obtain a discharge from active service over the previous 2 months, seeking help from none other than Leonida Bissolati, his old political enemy. Bissolati had joined the Alpini and been seriously wounded in 1915. His combination of attributes as reformist socialist, advocate of intervention, and veteran of the trenches had brought him a cabinet post as minister without portfolio. Bissolati's assignment was as liaison between the government and the army high command. Yet Mussolini's motive in seeking Bissolati's assistance does not seem to have been cowardice or war weariness, but increasing pain and disability. The symptoms of his tertiary syphilis were growing worse. Mussolini's health problems. The nearly 3 months Mussolini spent on the Carso sector brought him under the heaviest enemy fire to which he had been subjected. Yet the wet winter weather had led to the suspension of major offensive action by both sides until the spring. On February 23, 1917, Mussolini received his escape from the war. While supervising training with a mortar, the bomb exploded in the tube, wounding Mussolini and several others. He was immediately evacuated. For decades, his lengthy hospital stay and longer convalescence were explained by reference to the severity of Mussolini's wounds. In fact, he received only minor injuries from mortar fragments. But his initial examination in a field hospital revealed what Mussolini already knew. The inexorable progress of his tertiary neurosyphilis was afflicting his spinal nerves, his eyes, his liver, and his digestive tract. Sores covered his lower right leg, making walking ever more difficult. These lesions were the exterior manifestation of gumma, small rubbery, non-cancerous tumors which were eating away at marrow of Mussolini's right shin bone. During his stay in a field hospital, from February 24 to April 1, Mussolini underwent surgery 4 times to remove the gumma. The operations were performed by military Dr. Captain Gaspare Picagnoni III and attended by Mussolini's close friend, Dr. Ambrogio Binda. The procedures left a deep 9-inch scar above Mussolini's right tibia. After the second procedure, the ward in which Mussolini lay was visited by Vittorio Emanuele III on the morning of March 7. The king stopped by his bedside, and after exchanging a few words, reminded Mussolini of their previous encounter some 15 months earlier in the Cividale Field Hospital. The royal visit indicated more than a casual interest in Mussolini's condition. During his first days in hospital, Sarfatti gained admission to Mussolini's ward one day by claiming to be his wife. When she approached his bedside, she saw that Rochelle had preceded her and was sitting beside him. Sarfatti attempted to leave without attracting attention, but Mussolini's wife recognized Sarfatti as she left the room and shouted after her, "I came here just to welcome this wife of yours." This scene, so reminiscent of the December 1915 encounter between Ida Dalser and Rochelle, would more or less be repeated over the course of Mussolini's life. Mussolini had recovered from his light wounds and healed enough from leg surgery to allow his move to a Milan hospital on 2 April. By then, he and Picagnoni had become quite friendly. Mussolini's secret was safe with him. Indeed, Picagnoni took the unusual trouble of accompanying his patient to the city. Mussolini remained in hospital until August 11 for treatment for neurosyphilis. Wassermann test results came back negative, but such tests remained unreliable until laboratory techniques improved after World War II. His friend Binda falsified Mussolini's medical records. They contain no mention of his syphilis and ascribe his hospitalization to war wounds. Prior to Mussolini's release from hospital, Binda entered a recommendation on his medical records for 2 months convalescent leave. However, someone higher up the chain of command clumsily crossed out that time period and inserted 1 year. Mussolini's doctor altered a transcribed copy of the original records accordingly. All this indicates an arrangement sanctioned by high command, the government and, most likely, the king, to keep secret the true nature of Mussolini's incapacity. His conversion from revolutionary socialist to badly wounded veteran had become a valuable story for the war effort. Mussolini's heroic reputation would be besmirched by knowledge of his shameful disease. Mussolini was released from hospital in August. He received a year's convalescent leave and returned to edit II Popolo d'Italia and act as a pro-war propagandist. Mussolini, the British agent. To encourage Mussolini in that work, the British Secret Service paid him £100 a week. That amounted to a very considerable sum at the time, equivalent to 3,000 to 4,300 lire depending on the exchange rate. Inflation raised Italian wholesale prices to 4 times their 1914 level by 1918. Nonetheless, considering Mussolini had received 500 lire a month as editor of Avanti, to have been paid between 13,000 and 18,600 lire per month by the British in 1917-18 could have made him very comfortable financially. Perhaps some of that money paid for Mussolini's medical treatment. But that seems unlikely since officially he was a soldier on medical leave and Binda treated him in his military capacity. It seems unlikely, however, that Mussolini simply pocketed the sums. War weariness, heavy casualties, the rising cost of living, and the examples set by the 2 Russian revolutions of 1917 provoked large anti-war demonstrations and riots in Italy beginning in August 1917. The British subsidies were almost certainly provided to subsidize Mussolini's pro-war activities. These included not only running his newspaper and making speeches, but paying a group of followers to take action in the streets against war opponents. Mussolini was developing a new form of politics of the deed. Mussolini's support of the Italian war effort became even more intense following the disastrous defeat at Caporetto in October 1917. German and Austro-Hungarian troops broke through the lines along the Isonzo River, initiating a chaotic retreat in which hundreds of thousands of Italian troops were captured or deserted. The Italians managed to dig in and hold a new front along the Piave River in over the next 2 months. In the first 6 months of 1918, the Italians fully mobilized their economy, rebuilt their army, and recovered their shattered morale. Aid from the United States, which had entered the war in April 1917, contributed greatly to sustaining the Italians. But only after they repulsed an Austro-Hungarian attempt to cross the Piave in June 1918 did the Italian army and people prove they had recovered from their defeat in October-November 1917. 4 months after their victory along the Piave, and a year after their defeat at Caporetto, the Italians began their final offensive of the war. It ended on November 4, 1918, with the complete defeat of the Austro-Hungarians in what became known as the Battle of Vittorio Veneto. In what amounted to their own admission of defeat, the Germans signed an armistice with the Allies 1 week later. That ended World War I, although a number of tangential wars would rage in Europe over the next 4 years. But for the Italians, November 4 would be celebrated as their Armistice Day. Mussolini had received his British money from Samuel Hoare, head of the Special Intelligence Section of the British mission with the Italian General Staff. The 2 men would interact again. In 1935, Hoare would serve as British Foreign Secretary during the initial phases of the Ethiopian crisis. 39, Chapter 4. Defeat, victory, defeat. Miwai's son, a magnificent young man, had died a hero at 17 fighting as a volunteer against German aggression. Germany had willfully started the war and spread its cruelty on a peaceful and hopeful world. I could not feel much pity toward the defeated Germans. In Milan in December 1918, soon after the armistice, Mussolini told me, "I must go to Berlin and see for myself what is going on up there." And so off he went lightheartedly. But in the German capital he caught influenza, which at the time was raging through the world. It was particularly bad in Berlin, then going through the immediate post-war crisis afflicting Germany that even included famine. Because of his illness, Mussolini had to be on a milk-based diet. Paolo Monelli, an Italian journalist who knew Berlin like the palm of his own hand, helped him. Monelli roamed around the city making all sorts of promises and asking anyone he knew how he could find a glass of milk. Germany had barely begun to recover, and its crafty game to use inflation as a weapon had yet to start. When Mussolini returned to Italy, he brought back as a memento of his trip a banknote for 1 billion marks. The bill was as small as the tiny value it actually represented. I had just purchased an otter fur coat, and every morning Mussolini and I would figure out its price. That had originally been a few $100s, but when converted into German marks according to the soaring daily exchange rate, we could never arrive at the correct figure. "My God, what a headache!" exclaimed Mussolini as the rate for marks for a single dollar first went as high as millions and then billions. What if the Italian people had been able to foresee the long dictatorship they would live under from 1925 to 1943? That in the end, Mussolini would take Italy to war in June 1940, with all the misery and disasters his decision entailed. Would they have still supported fascism in the beginning? I can answer such a question with a clear conscience and without attempting to justify myself. But I can do so only through an accurate and objective interpretation of the historical facts. We Italians had no real choice. As early as 1919, immediately following the First World War, Italy was on its way to dictatorship. It could have been of one kind or another, but it certainly would have been a dictatorship. We Italians fought desperately against this fate. But it was an unfair struggle in which destiny dealt us a very bad deck of cards. We faced only two possible choices: immediate bloody anarchy with all the horrors of civil war, or the birth of a strong government that would seize every opportunity to become a dictatorship. To this day, I still don't believe that the majority of the people were wrong when they instinctively selected the second possibility. The real threat hanging over our country was neither socialism nor communism. By 1922, both had been swept away. Popular fury of force beyond the ability of any party or law to stop it had overwhelmed the radical left. But if my memoirs are to be of any value, it is precisely because they are deeply sincere and unabashedly candid. So, I would go so far as to state that Italy was not given the opportunity to choose its future government. Whatever else might have happened, it would have inevitably been one under Mussolini. Why? Because quite simply, there was no one else capable of handling the job. The circumstances of my life allowed me to get to know Italian politicians from all parties rather well. I was a socialist since the age of 14. Even though my parents were conservatives, I lived in a marble palace. I had a gondola at my disposal, as well as a box at the Venice Opera. It is true that I loved all those privileges, but I abandoned them to follow my ideals. When I was only 17, I married a lawyer with radical ideas. I converted him to socialism, but even before I married, my family connections allowed me to meet all the Italian conservative leaders. In Milan, Rome, and all the other major cities of Italy, I personally saw those men and listened as they expressed their most developed political ideas. Many of them were intelligent men, others were at least full of good intentions, but each lacked the qualities required of true statesmen. As for the conservative or so-called radical leaders, like Vittorio Emanuele Orlando, Antonio Salandra, or Francesco Saverio Nitti, none of them enjoyed the support or the confidence of the people. Giolitti stood as the most able leader among this group. But even he had been defeated in 1915 by Mussolini, D'Annunzio and Corridoni when he opposed Italian entry into the war. Giolitti made the mistake of disregarding the deeply hostile feelings of ordinary Italians toward the Germans. History could really teach us about life, but only if there were enough students willing to pay attention. Before the Bolsheviks seized power, the Russian revolutionaries used to say that it takes 8 years of school and 3 years in prison to make a real man. Lenin experienced incarceration for a much longer period. With his clear, insightful view of things political, Lenin was the first one to forecast from faraway Moscow the inevitable ascent of Benito Mussolini. After his own seizure of power, Lenin sent a message to the Italian socialists and communists, chiding them bitterly. "Why have you allowed Mussolini to leave your ranks? He was the only one capable of leading you." Trotsky repeated the same idea to an Italian friend. "Mussolini was the only winning card for you." No doubt at first that Mussolini believed that his political program for Italy would be similar to the one Lenin was imposing on Russia in 1918-19. Lenin was certainly disappointed as were not being implemented in Italy. But after the war, I continued to recall the night of September 14th previously. From that evening on, I realized that a Marxist revolution would never take place in my country. As Mussolini told me later on, communism doesn't fit a country like ours. We have too much sunshine for those nebulous Marxist theories. Arturo Toscanini had previously decided to remain on the sidelines of politics, but his fervent Italian heart responded to Mussolini's call. The great maestro decided to temporarily leave his beautiful house and his circle of faithful friends. He agreed to take part patiently in fascist meetings. Toscanini allowed Mussolini's followers to place his name on their list as a candidate for parliament in November 1919, the first election with the fascists on the ballot. "I know we are galloping very quickly toward a very bad fall," he confided to me just before those elections. "But there are 3 names on our list that don't run the risk of being humiliated: Toscanini, Marinetti, and myself, so I'm not that concerned." Actually, he did care very much. It was probably after defeat in the November 1919 elections that his genuine hatred for any kind of elections took hold. On the following night, we were watching as the socialists held a mock funeral procession for him. They were marching past his windows and carrying a casket draped in black. It had Mussolini's name written on it. I couldn't care less, he kept on repeating to me. He was lying to me out of wounded pride. In truth, he was deeply disappointed by the election results. The following day, I was sitting where I could find a space in the tiny apartment in which he was living. I happened to be present when the police arrived to arrest him. It was his 11th and shortest arrest. The order came directly from Prime Minister Nitti himself, but 2 days later he ordered that Mussolini be set free. Quite frankly, I cannot applaud Nitti's decision to proceed with that arrest. It was a vindictive move, almost certainly prompted by the idea that Mussolini was truly finished as a politician. Even public opinion reacted against that arrest. It was clearly illegal and the typical initiative of a weak government desperately seeking to look strong. Comments. The end of the war and Mussolini's new politics. In January 1918, Mussolini's older brother Arnaldo was called up for military duty. He had been exempt due to his age and his 3 young children. Since Arnaldo had not been involved in radical politics, his application for officers' candidate school was accepted. He received a commission as a second lieutenant in May. He arrived at the front shortly before the Great Austro-Hungarian Offensive of June 1918. The enemy attempted to cross the Piave River, drive deep into the Po Valley, and force the Italians out of the war. They failed. The Italian army fought with magnificent courage and skill. Arnaldo distinguished himself with his bravery under fire. Late that October, the Italians launched their own counteroffensive. Once again, Amaldo's conduct impressed his superiors. After several days of ferocious resistance, the Austro-Hungarians gave way. As they retreated, their army fell to pieces. The war on the Italian front ended a few days later. During the fascist dictatorship, Mussolini's World War I record was exalted. That of the unassuming Arnaldo barely mentioned. But it appears that Mussolini's older brother saw more combat and fought with far more valor than the future Deuce ever did. After Arnaldo's death in 1931, his younger brother quietly admitted as much. His undistinguished record hardly deterred Mussolini from seeking to build a new political movement. He strove to create a vast organization over which he would preside as the champion of Italy's veterans. In the 8 months between his recovery from surgery and the unexpected end of World War I, Mussolini began to prepare a political program to pursue after the conflict. He did not know that the Central Powers would collapse, as soon as they actually did. Nor were his post-war plans of 1918 ones he would follow in detail thereafter. But he did develop several approaches he would continue to employ until he came to power in late 1922. Mussolini attempted to create an alliance among those on the political left, ranging from moderates to radicals, who had supported intervention in 1914-15. He began to perceive the organization of a veterans movement under his leadership. His social and economic thinking showed the influence of Cordoni, the wartime discipline that had united workers, industrialists, and soldiers could be preserved in peacetime. Rather than the support of class warfare and expectation of revolution he had evinced as a revolutionary socialist, he argued for a cooperative union among the classes. He did not consider such possible under a parliamentary form of government. Instead, he began to advocate a dictatorship to impose social peace. He perceived, quite correctly, how few able opponents to his rise existed in Italy. It seems obvious that he considered himself the leading candidate to rule Italy as dictator. In 1918-19, Mussolini offered more simple ideas on foreign policy. After Lenin's Bolsheviks seized control of Petrograd in November 1917, they began publishing previously secret Russian diplomatic documents. One contained the text of the April 1915 Treaty of London. By late December 1917, the contents were known in Italy. In February 1918, they were read out in full in the Italian parliament. The Italians had been promised a northern frontier centered on the Brenner Pass. That would mean the inclusion of hundreds of thousands of Austrians within Italy. More controversial in the atmosphere of early 1918 were Allied guarantees that Italy would receive the entire Istrian peninsula and a large strip of the Dalmatian coast. Those annexations would incorporate over 1 million Slovenes and Croats into Italy. In early April, at a conference in Rome which Mussolini attended, Prime Minister Orlando granted Italian support for the creation of a South Slav state, in effect, a greatly enlarged Serbia. Implicit in this agreement was the understanding that the Serbs would accept Italian possession of Istria, but the Italians would renounce their claims on Dalmatia. Mussolini adamantly rejected such a renunciation. In particular, he demanded that the cities of Fiume and Zara, both inhabited by Italian speakers, become part of the Kingdom of Italy. But Mussolini thought of more than Italian territorial aggrandizement. As the Central Powers were collapsing in November 1918, He saw current events: the overthrow of the Russian monarchy, the Bolshevik seizure of power, the flight of the Austrian emperor, the impending downfall of the German Kaiser, coming after more than 4 years of horrendous European slaughter, as more significant than even the fall of the Roman Empire or the French Revolution. His sense of his historic destiny, his plans for the radical restructuring of Italian society, and his desire to study such revolutionary events at first hand, combined with his journalistic curiosity. Mussolini's German visit. In late 1918, many European countries were in turmoil. Most were closed off or too dangerous to visit. On December 23, 1918, however, the Swiss opened their frontiers to railroad traffic. Mussolini's hopes to overthrow the Italian monarchy made it logical for him to visit the place where such an event had taken place that November. He seized the opportunity. Sarfatti's account of Mussolini's brief visit to Berlin is curious and certainly erroneous. He did not contract influenza there. The Mussolini family had already gotten the Spanish flu in September, fortunately a very mild case of the disease then killing millions. Mussolini did become ill in Germany, but his desire for milk arose from his hopes to alleviate an attack of stomach cramps due to neurosyphilis. Either Mussolini hid the fact, or Sarfatti decided to avoid mention of his affliction. It is unknown if Manelli knew of Mussolini's syphilis in 1919, but he would be the first biographer to reveal the secret. Sarfatti mistakenly conflates two events into a single episode. Mussolini visited Berlin for the second time during March 1922. Severe German inflation began in the second half of 1919 and accelerated thereafter. However, the notorious period of German inflation did not begin until the summer of 1922. It grew even worse after Berlin's deliberate sabotage of the German economy, a response to French occupation of the Ruhr in January 1923. By late June, a dollar bought 150,000 marks. By mid-November, a dollar was worth 4.2 with France and introduced a new currency. Mussolini did not travel anywhere outside Italy from December 1922 until September 1937, save a trip to Libya in April 1926. He certainly did not bring back a worn banknote from his 1922 visit to Berlin. No such bills then existed. Mussolini may very well have shown a 1 billion mark banknote to Sarfatti in 1923, but if so, he had not personally obtained it in Germany. Despite her erroneous account of Mussolini's 1918 Berlin visit, Sarfatti's reaction offers an intriguing view of her attitudes and influence at the time. About the time Mussolini returned to Milan, Sarfatti became gravely ill with the Spanish flu. She had recovered enough by late January to write an article for Il Popolo d'Italia. Titled Raffronti, the piece analyzed the struggle for control of Germany. The outcome of the German Revolution would not become clear until the spring. Perhaps that is why Mussolini never published anything on his trip. But it is obvious that Sarfatti's article was based on their conversations about his impressions. Raffronti also reflected Sarfatti's knowledge of German history and her pre-war experiences in that country. Sarfatti described two simultaneous conflicts taking place. One pitted urban working-class radicals, inspired by the Bolsheviks, against the conservative rural population still loyal to the highly militarized imperial system. Sarfatti argued that a victory by either side would make Germany a continued menace to all Europe, but she expressed the hope that the German middle class would not take sides in that struggle, but take power itself. That could produce a moderate Germany. Such a state would help a new Europe of peace and cooperation to emerge from the misery of the World War. Sarfatti considered Germany the major element in any European system. Thus, she argued that its middle class could control the new Germany for the entire continent's benefit. It is clear that Sarfatti had abandoned any of her previous support for a proletarian revolution or a post-revolutionary international system controlled by the world working class. But Mussolini remained undecided on that question. However, when Raffronti appeared in print, one fact regarding revolution in Europe stood out. None could succeed against determined military opposition. In Russia, the army had disintegrated prior to the Bolshevik seizure of Petrograd in November 1917. In Germany, even most socialist supporters were moderates. They appealed to the army high command for support. The turmoil engulfing Germany left very few dependable units, and those were needed to defend Germany's eastern borders against the newly independent Poles. Instead, the high command hastily created a force of right-wing civilians and discharged veterans under the leadership of regular officers and sergeants. Known as the Free Corps, they received weapons, ammunition, and motor vehicles from army depots. Lightly armed radicals attempted to seize control of Berlin on the night of January 5-6, 1919. The Free Corps struck back on January 10, employing heavy weapons. 5 days of street fighting left the Free Corps in control of Berlin and most of the revolutionaries dead. Over the next 2 months, similar battles in other German cities ended the same way. 14. The lesson had been driven home in Sarfatti's mind, if not Mussolini's. A successful revolution needed either the active support of the army or at least its cooperative passivity. Achieving that aim would take Mussolini and his followers nearly 4 years. Creation of the fascist movement. Following his return from Germany, Mussolini prepared to inaugurate what would become known as the fascist movement. At the time, fascist and fascism did not yet have the dark meaning they would acquire. Mussolini used the word as in the pre-war Fascidazione Rivoluzionario, Demina group, a looser term than party or organization. The Fasci di Combattimento were formed largely from interventionists, revolutionary syndicalists, and veterans. Mussolini sought particularly to recruit demobilized members of the Arditi, the elite assault troops, organized in mid to 1917. Many Arditi found the transition from excitement and war difficult. Many brought back weapons. Many had developed a delight in combat. Some Arditi found the fascist concept of using violence as a political tool sensible and attractive. Their black uniforms soon became a symbol of all fascists. The other toughs, enforcers and street fighters whom Mussolini and other fascist leaders began to recruit dressed accordingly and became known as the Camisinere. In early March 1919, Il Popolo d'Italia announced a meeting of the interventionists of 1914-15. It would be held on the 23rd in a meeting hall in Piazza San Sepolcro, near the city center. Since the November armistices, European events had moved swiftly. The defeated armies had been forced to hand over most of their heavy weapons to the Allies. A peace conference would take place in the Versailles Palace outside of Paris, to open on January 18, 1919. President Woodrow Wilson had arrived in Europe the month before to tour the capitals of the European allies. In Italy, arguments had begun over the 1915 London Treaty. Should Italy demand Dalmatia as the treaty stipulated, thus making the Serbs enemies? As opposed to the treaty's vague promises, what colonial territory should Italy obtain? Meanwhile, military demobilization had begun to fill Europe with unemployed veterans. Hundreds of thousands of workers lost jobs with the shutdown of armaments plants. The situation in Italy, with its fragile economy, was particularly grim. To promote the war effort, landless farm workers had been promised farms. How could this commitment be kept? Wartime inflation had driven up the cost of food and prices continued to rise. In addition to 650,000 dead, 500,000 Italians had been gravely wounded. They would require lifetime support. The government had promised that victory would solve Italy's problems. Instead, it exacerbated them. Strikes and protests swept through the industrial north. In the countryside, demonstrations for land redistribution flared. The socialists used these troubles to greatly increase their membership. Fearing Italy might succumb to Bolshevism, in late 1918 the Vatican lifted its ban on Catholic participation in politics. A Catholic party, the Partito Popolare Italiano, commonly known as the Popolari, formed in early 1919. By summer, it had attracted a mass following. In contrast, Mussolini's fascist movement remained a small organization within the city of Milan, 17. Nonetheless, Mussolini wisely chose the group to which to appeal, the veterans. The socialists and the Catholics had opposed intervention and, after Caporetto, many offered only grudging support for the war. Both parties did attract veterans, but ex-soldiers with nationalist sentiments, those who had volunteered, those who saw the war as a struggle between right and wrong, those men felt no attraction to the socialists and Catholics. It was to them that Mussolini appealed in his address of March 23, 1919. He stressed 3 points. Veterans should be honored and rewarded for their service. For economic and demographic reasons, Italy must receive ample colonial territory. Those who had opposed the war must be prevented from coming to power over Italy. Lenin and Mussolini. Lenin's longest imprisonment lasted from December 1895 to February 1897. He then spent 3 years in Siberia. He returned to European Russia in March 1900, departing for Western Europe that summer. Lenin did lament Mussolini's expulsion from the summer. It is sometime in the summer of 1920. In July, Lenin telegraphed Stalin that he believed Italy was on the verge of a revolution. He directed his spoken comment to a delegation of Italian socialists attending the II Congress of the Third International, the Bolsheviks' new umbrella group. In her biography of Mussolini, Sarfatti agrees with this chronology. Mussolini knew of Lenin's remark. While he had been in Switzerland, he became acquainted with Lenin's entourage. He was not impressed with their abilities. On the other hand, later told his son Vittorio that he had a long talk with Lenin one evening but only learned his interlocutor's identity at the end of their conversation. Mussolini found Lenin a man of extraordinary intelligence. It would appear that Lenin thought the same of the future Ducey, hence his comment 15 years later. The editor has been unable to verify the Trotsky quotation. Sarfatti mentions it in her 1925 biography without providing a date. However, Mussolini related that Trotsky had said of him in late 1919 that revolution had been the true revolution, a revolution realized by Mussolini, who must be considered the best among the students of those called the Masters of the Deluge. The Paris Peace Conference, the rewards they expected. The Paris Peace Conference did not bring Italians under the 19 Treaty and the city of Fiume, Italian speakers but unmentioned in the treaty. President Wilson countered that the United States was 1915 agreement. When no resolution was reached, Wilson appealed to the Italian people over Orlando's head. Not only did the president's bid to win Italians to his position fail, it so enraged Orlando that the Italian delegation stormed out. That proved a mistake. The conference proceeded without the Italians. Orlando returned to Versailles 2 weeks later. By then, colonial territory had been divided with nothing allotted to Italy. Orlando resigned as prime minister on June 19. He was succeeded by Francesco Saverio Nitti. Nitti devoted his attention to economic problems. Over the next 2 months, Mussolini, other nationalists, and especially D'Annunzio raged at the Italian failure. Then, on September 12, 1919, the poet and some 300 veterans, army deserters and right-wing civilians invaded Fiume, seizing control of the city. This defiance of the peace settlement excited many nationalists. By late September, thousands had joined D'Annunzio. They included retired generals and officers, the crews of 4 naval vessels, 5 regular army battalions, and 2 of Arditi, which had deserted en masse. Exhilarated by such response to his daring, D'Annunzio called on his countrymen to rise in revolution. They did no such thing, although Mussolini offered his support in print. But Nitti took no action. The rallying of high-ranking officers, as well as 7 army battalions, to D'Annunzio's coup particularly disturbed Nitti. He feared that the officer corps would not obey orders to drive out the Fiume garrison. But the prime minister did win a vote of confidence on September 28. Buoyed by that, he called for elections to strengthen his authority. The date was set for mid-November. In June, anticipating that elections would be held over the next several months, Mussolini had issued a program on which fascist candidates would run. It mixed elements of non-Marxist socialism, nationalism, and Corradoni-inspired revolutionary syndicalism with proposals for the reform of government institutions. While not explicit, the manifesto suggested the transformation of Italy into a democratic and secular republic. Mussolini's proposals included lowering the voting age to 18 and extending the suffrage to women, the convoking of an assembly to write a new constitution, imposing an 8-hour day and a minimum wage, worker participation in industrial management, state direction of the economy, education and public transport, reform of the pension systems, reducing retirement age to 55, abolition of the appointed Senate in favor of Council of Representatives of occupational groups, a progressive taxation system, confiscation of church property and of uncultivated land, the nationalization of the armaments industry, an 85% tax on war profits, the distribution of farms to landless peasants, especially veterans, the creation of a Swiss-style military system, based on a citizens' militia under civilian control, an aggressive foreign policy to challenge the plutocracies, obviously the British and French. Such a platform would certainly appeal to at least some veterans. But it also advocated great reductions in the power of the Army High Command and of its titular commander, the King. A few weeks earlier, the CSI leadership had enthusiastically joined the Third International, Lenin's worldwide socialist alliance. By alignment with the Bolsheviks, the Italian socialists indicated they aimed at a revolution to overturn the state. The party revolutionaries had gained the upper hand. But Mussolini's fascist platform seemed no more than a weaker echo of the socialist position. He still retained many of his old leftist ideas. In that case, why vote for the small fascist movement when the large and growing socialist party seemed far more likely to realize virtually the same program? The famed conductor Arturo Toscanini and his close friend, the futurist Marinetti, ran for office as fascists in November 1919. Until returns began coming in, Mussolini had been confident he and a few other fascists would win parliamentary seats. He proved wildly overconfident. Of 270,000 votes cast in Milan, the fascists received a pitiful 4,657. Elsewhere, the movement fared even worse. It was the socialists and the popolari who had made major gains. Nitti was probably even more stunned than Mussolini by the outcome. The Prime Minister had expected to strengthen his parliamentary majority. The voters decided otherwise. While Sarfatti describes the post-1919 election events in a roughly correct manner, she misstates several facts. The mock funeral procession held by the socialists did pass by Mussolini's apartment on Via Castelmarone, but he was not there. Mussolini was at the 2 Popolo d'Italia office with Sarfatti. He telephoned Rachelle to warn her that a mob might arrive at their apartment, and if he did not return in the morning, he would be dead or imprisoned. Mussolini also told her to keep their children safe. Rachelle locked herself and the 3 children in their building's attic. Next morning, she went out by herself and witnessed the funeral march, only then passing by. She heard the crowd shouting, "Here it is, the corpse of Mussolini!" Rachelle ran back to the apartment, grabbed some hand grenades Mussolini had brought home, and returned to her children. But while some of the demonstrators banged on the building door a few times, they soon left, and the crowd departed shouting their slogans. The next day, police arrived to inform Rachelle her husband was in San Vittorio prison. Sarfatti was certainly not in the Mussolini apartment. Rachelle would never have permitted that. Sarfatti's mistake is all the more odd since, in her previous biography of Mussolini, she was with Mussolini at his newspaper office. The police arrived at Il Popolo d'Italia to search for arms. They had already discovered some hidden at fascist election headquarters that gave them probable cause to arrest Mussolini on weapons charges. While the police took Mussolini into custody, Nitti had not ordered his arrest. Quite the opposite. He had telegraphed Milan explicitly informing the police that it would be a most serious mistake to arrest Mussolini and almost as counterproductive to shut down 2 Popolo d'Italia. Nitti insisted the authorities avoid violence. After the Prime Minister learned of the discovery of fascist arms, he insisted those responsible be arrested. However, Nitti thought better of this. He ordered Mussolini's release from San Vittore. The other fascists arrested, about 35, were let out 3 weeks later. Sarfatti realized that her deeply troubled lover would benefit from a vacation. She arranged a visit to her beloved Venice. They arrived separately but took adjacent rooms in the luxurious Hotel Danieli overlooking the Grand Canal. Over the next few days, Sarfatti served as Mussolini's tour guide through her native city. As they had arrived, each departed separately. Public security agents had kept the couple under constant surveillance. They reported Mussolini had enjoyed a relaxing time in Venice. No doubt Sarfatti had paid for their expensive escape that gift, Mussolini's ability to move his family into a larger, more expensive apartment in a more fashionable part of Milan, improvement in the quality of his clothes. The literary journal, significantly named Ardita, the 2 of them had launched in March 1919. His purchase of a 2-seater jalopy, his travel through Italy by air, the flying lessons he soon began, those and other benefits, indicate Cesare and Margherita not only continued to subsidize Mussolini's living expenses, they considerably increased their contributions. However, Margherita Sarfatti had made 2 more important contributions to Mussolini's life. She had become his intellectual mentor, and she had fallen deeply in love with him. 29. Chapter 5. The inevitable dictator, came to believe that some other way had to be found for Italy. We needed to try different methods in order to succeed. It took some time for Mussolini to understand this. In 1919, he declared that fascism was a totally republican concept. He imagined himself being elected president of an Italian republic. D'Annunzio returned to his private world after Giolitti drove him and his followers out of Fiume in December 1920. Corridoni had been killed at the front 5 years earlier. That true son of the people could understand and guide the public's feelings like few others. Had he lived, he could have reached the top of Italian politics. That left only Mussolini to lead the Italian people in a new direction. Even Giolitti, that old fox, quickly understood this. In early 1921, he actively sought an electoral alliance with Mussolini. It was better for Italy to try something else. Why not try to win using different methods? The same thing took place in 1919, when Mussolini declared that fascism was unmistakably Republican and imagined himself elected president of an Italian republic. However, the southern provinces Sicily and Sardinia, as well as most of central Italy and Piedmont, rejected the idea of a republic. Dino Grandi was the leader of the faction that opposed the republic, and in 1921 he threatened to split the party in 2. 3. Once Mussolini understood that he would be unable to win that debate, he became a convert to uphold the monarchy and would become its future prime minister. Later on, he was able to create a throne of his own while the monarchy continued to exist only as window dressing. Comments. Mussolini and Sarfatti in 1919. In the short passage with which she begins this chapter, Sarfatti reveals a great deal about her influence over Mussolini at the time. It also explains why she titled her book My Fault. True, she places the blame for the fascist dictatorship largely on Mussolini throughout her memoir. Yet, available evidence strongly suggests that Sarfatti was instrumental in persuading Mussolini to drop his failed political approach of 1918-19 and to take the route that led him to power in 1922. If only briefly, Sarfatti admits as much in a short paragraph. The time at which Sarfatti and Mussolini's episodic sexual encounters developed into a love relationship can be traced to the final months of 1918. Why that only occurred 6 years after they had met is one of those mysteries of the human heart that lie beyond explanation. When and how Sarfatti became Mussolini's political mentor is almost as uncertain. Most probably, their roles as tutor and student developed gradually from early 1913 onward. As their early duel with quotations from Nietzsche indicates, each initially tried to impress the other. Both succeeded, although in different ways. In addition to his sexual magnetism, Mussolini fascinated Sarfatti with his ferocious willpower, his persuasive eloquence, and the quickness of his mind. Obviously, Mussolini had found Sarfatti highly desirable from their first encounter. Her wealth, dazzling stylishness, and sexual liberation offered him other enticements. But her own intellect, her superb education, and their mutual fascination with politics must have bonded him to her as no woman had previously been able. In brief, neither had met someone like the other before, and each felt a powerful attraction. But the fact that their union culminated in late 1918 surely indicates that the tragedies and suffering each had endured in the war, followed by the euphoria of victory, created the circumstances for their sudden intimacy. Based on a few solid facts, it seems that in the period immediately after Mussolini's electoral humiliation, that is, in late 1919 to early 1920, Sarfatti coaxed her lover to rethink the principles on which the fascist movement was based and conceive a new direction to gaining power over Italy. Two men left records of the process. One witnessed it in progress, the other pieced together the story from conversations with Sarfatti over the course of the 1920s. Giuseppe Antonio Borghese attended Sarfatti's salon in 191,719 while he taught German literature in Milan. There he observed the interaction between Mussolini and his lover at close hand. He concluded that Sarfatti was nudging Mussolini from the revolutionary left to the nationalist right, although a rather new type tinged with socialism. The other witness was Thomas Morgan, an American journalist stationed in Rome. He became quite close to Mussolini and Sarfatti in the 1920s. Sarfatti told Morgan how she had guided Mussolini's reading, introducing him to the great philosophers, economists, historians, and political theorists, and then discussing their ideas with her lover. Morgan concluded that, to a certain extent, Sarfatti had weaned Mussolini from Marxism. Mussolini had been imbued with working-class socialism. He had taken that set of attitudes with him after his break with the PSI. Leadership in late 1914. Sarfatti wrote her memoirs 30 years after the fact when she described the future Deuce abandoning his loyalty to revolutionary radicalism in his September 1914 address to the Avanti staff. Her hindsight, however, was distorted. Even in March 1920, with over 4 months to contemplate the reasons for the fascist debacle in the recent national elections, Mussolini reaffirmed his commitment to the far-left principles he had enunciated for his movement in June 1919. Sarfatti makes but brief mention of the events from the November 1922. Sarfatti makes but with a strategy she displays throughout her memoir, for advising and funding Mussolini, for serving as his spokesperson, but she avoided any mention of specific crimes or offenses. If she had described what she saw and heard, the discussions in which she took part, the counsel she offered in the 3 years before Mussolini became prime minister, she would have made manifest her responsibility for helping to destroy Italian democracy. But for a reader unfamiliar with Italian history from 1919 to 1922, much of Sarfatti's narrative in the remaining chapters of My Fault would be confusing, even incomprehensible. What follows is a brief summary of those years. Mussolini took only a small part in politics in the year following the 1919 elections. National attention focused on the surge in leftist agitation, widespread social unrest, frequent strikes, and the fear of a Bolshevik invasion of Europe. This subsided in the fall of 1919, thanks to the defeat of the Red Army before Warsaw and the end to the occupation of the factories. Giolitti had replaced the ineffectual Nitti as prime minister in June 1920. He displayed great patience in regard to D'Annunzio and Fiume, and to the workers who seized control of most Italian manufacturing plants in early September. He simply waited the workers out. After they realized that holding the means of production without the raw materials and money needed to actually produce gave them no power, they went home. Meanwhile, the Bolshevik invasion of Poland had been turned back, ending chances for the imposition of communism on Europe. In November, Giolitti agreed to the Treaty of Rapallo with the new Yugoslav kingdom. Italy surrendered claims to much of the territory promised under the Treaty of London, but received some areas inhabited by both Italians and Slavs. Fiume became a free state. After D'Annunzio rejected Giolitti's ultimatum to evacuate the city, the prime minister sent in the army. 4 days of fighting forced out D'Annunzio's legionaries. He slunk away soon after. Most of the defeated defenders of Fiume joined the fascist movement. Mussolini had protested Giolitti's actions, but he had been wise enough to do nothing more. For the moment, those reinforcements seemed to cement another Giolitti victory. Labor unrest in the countryside had accompanied that in the cities. Agricultural workers in the Po Valley demanded higher wages and better conditions. When landowners refused, a strike began in February 1920 that ended in October with landowner capitulation. A great deal of violence against persons and property left the losers in the struggle, as well as the middle class in the rural towns, bitter and vengeful. Without Mussolini's participation, the fascist movement in the Po Valley swelled to crush the farm workers. The arrival of reinforcements from Fiume gave the black shirts added numbers. They began a reign of terror throughout the countryside, killing, beating, burning, and imposing dictatorial rule in many places. Giolitti ordered local authorities to remain passive in the face of such crimes. With that encouragement, fascist membership nationwide surged from 88 fasci, with 21,000 members in late 1920, to 843 fasci, with 249,000 adherents, and the army began secret cooperation with the black shirts. Like the fascists, the forces of order generally viewed the left as enemies. That viewpoint had been cemented in 1919-20, when a red revolution had seemed a real possibility. Even after the danger had passed, that attitude in the police and army continued. Increasingly from 1921 onward, when the black shirts went on punitive expeditions, they did so with vehicles and weapons lent by their allies in uniform. Meanwhile, the old split in the Socialist Party became permanent. Following Lenin's demand that the Italian socialists join the communists or be expelled from the Third International, they held a vote at their National Congress in Livorno in January 1921. 1/3 followed Lenin, 2/3 did not. The minority formed the Italian Communist Party. After such success, Giolitti felt confident enough to strengthen his parliamentary majority through national elections. They were scheduled for mid-May 1921. In the year and a half since the previous elections, the fascist movement had expanded greatly. Thus, in the second post-war vote, the fascists gained 35 seats in the chamber. This included Mussolini and future notables including Giacomo Acerbo, Giuseppe Bottai, Costanzo Ciano, Cesare Maria De Vecchi, Roberto Farinacci 18, and Aldo Finzi. Dino Grandi was also elected but not seated, being below the minimum age required. On the other hand, Giolitti suffered major defeat. His supporters fell from 168 to 108. Soon realizing he could not govern, he resigned. Ivano Bonomi replaced him. Mussolini decided to improve the image of his fellow fascist deputies. Accepting an invitation from Bonomi, he arrived at an agreement with the socialists on August 2. Each side agreed to end the use of violence and to submit disputes to arbitration. But the Pact of Pacification enraged many of the rural fascists. They represented a distinct group within the movement with agricultural, rather than industrial and financial interests. More important, they had come to power and retained it by the use of naked force. For the next 3 months, Mussolini's lost control over the movement, which split in two. Grandi seemed likely to take command of the majority. In November, however, the factions came together at a congress in Rome. Mussolini enjoyed unique political skills and experience. The rural fascists had no support beyond their Po Valley strongholds. Each needed the other. The movement formally became a party, run by a central executive committee, which even Mussolini would obey. Only the committee could sanction violence and make policy. Shortly afterward, the Pact of Pacification was repudiated. Party headquarters was established in Milan, where Mussolini's follower predominated. That fact and his abilities soon restored him to dominance. But the Mussolini-Grandi reconciliation also kept the considerable talents of Mussolini's young rival at the disposal of the new party. Mussolini realized he had to avoid disrupting party unity. Yet he also wanted the freedom to make his views known. To that end, he and Sarfatti founded a new journal, Gerarchia, in January 1922. It would express Mussolini's personal opinions, not those of the party. Mussolini controlled the publication, but Sarfatti served as managing editor. Over the course of the winter, spring and summer of 1921-22, Mussolini slowly came to realize that he had to move soon if he wished to take power over Italy. The threat of leftist revolution had evaporated. The excuse of using the main tool of fascism, violence, was disappearing. To prevent any unauthorized, unnecessary outbreaks, the black shirts were transformed into a paramilitary force, the fascist militia, in February 1922. Italo Balbo received command and was directed to impose discipline on the rowdy gangs. He made limited progress. Bonomi had stepped down as prime minister in February when he lost parliamentary support. His successor was Luigi Facta, a weak, timid man. Over the following 5 months, he did very little to restore order and enforce the law. Such passivity encouraged both the socialists and the fascists to act outside the boundaries of parliamentary rule. Mussolini took advantage of Facta's passivity to visit Germany for a second time in mid-March 1922. His observations published in Il Popolo d'Italia reveal Mussolini's mixture of astonishment and envy at Germany's economic recovery from World War I. Berlin far surpassed Italy's most prosperous city, Milan, in wealth, bustle, and volume of motor traffic. Still, he found the German capital gray and ugly. He also noted many posters and much graffiti on building walls indicating widespread anti-Semitism. Somehow the Jews were held responsible for Germany's defeat and the overthrow of the Kaiser. They supposedly controlled the new Weimar Republic while hiding their power. As a member of the Italian parliament and a newspaper editor, Mussolini gained interviews with a number of leading Germans. Walter Rathenau made the most favorable and lasting impression. Mussolini had already observed him at the Cannes conference 2 months earlier and found him fascinating. The new German foreign minister had reached the highest position in the German government, yet held by a Jew. Rathenau impressed Mussolini as intelligent, highly cultured, extremely well-informed, and determined to gain revision of the Versailles Treaty. But he hoped to do so peacefully through his vision of the transformation of Europe into a single economic unit. Mussolini also noted Rathenau's intimate acquaintance with Italy, in which he had spent much time, and his ability to converse in fluent Italian. Such attributes gave Mussolini a very favorable opinion of the German. Mussolini also appears to have been fixated by Rathenau's ethnicity, envious of the man's polish and admiring, if skeptical of his ideas concerning a peaceful, united future Europe. Toward the close of their conversation, the foreign minister mentioned the many death threats he received from the German anti-Semitic right. This proved prescient. 2 of those extremists would murder him 3 months later. The general sense Mussolini expressed in his articles about Germany, deliberately or not, was unease, even fear. Germany remained potentially very powerful and unlikely to accept the Paris peace settlement for any longer than it had to. Meanwhile, the Italy to which Mussolini returned lurched on under Facta's weak government. After assessing the situation, Mussolini calculated an opportunity was developing for him to seize power. While he remained cautious not to move too quickly, he encouraged a mounting number of black shirt attacks on the socialists and their trade union followers. Fascist violence in the Po Valley surged in May and June. Sensing freedom to act as he pleased, the hot-headed Farinacci led his black shirts on a violent takeover of Cremona on July 13-15. When that outrage went unchallenged by government forces, similar fascist assaults took place in over a dozen Po Valley towns. Leftist labor unions attempted to counter these illegalities by calling a general strike. Turati took the unprecedented step of calling on the king to resolve the crisis. Vittorio Emanuele III ordered no action. However, Pope Pius XI directed the Popolari leadership to remain aloof from the crisis and to keep Catholic unions out of the strike. The communists declared that a battle between different sections of the bourgeoisie was not of their concern. Giolitti instructed his followers to remain passive. The militia responded by taking over public services and breaking heads to break the strike. In Milan, the black shirts drove out the Socialist City Council and assumed control of the city. It seemed the fascists were on the verge of seizing control of the country. Mussolini, however, continued to hold back. Aid from the army and the police to the black shirts had become generous, even obvious, by the summer of 1922. But the forces of order remained loyal to the king. Mussolini well knew the militia could not withstand an assault by the police and the army if the king decided to use them to suppress a right-wing revolution. In late July and early August, the black shirts went on a 2-week rampage in the north. The army and police continued to assist them. Across the Po Valley, the fascists burned every building connected to the socialists and drove party members into hiding. Such unrestrained anarchy alarmed the fascist leadership. How long would the government remain passive in the face of an imminent revolution? 28. Over several days in early August, the executive committee sent telegraph messages to Rome for Mussolini. He had to return to Milan and take control of the situation. He did not reply. He could not be located. He had left the capital with his latest paramour for a tryst in the Alban Hills. Finally, he resumed contact, returning to Milan on August 12. After conferring with the executive committee and Margherita, Mussolini decided that opportunity was slipping away. For months, Sarfatti had been urging Mussolini to lead the militia in a march on Rome and to take over the government. She also pointed out that the party running out of funds, even though she and Cesare had recently lent it 1 million lire. His innate caution dissolved. After one day's consideration, Mussolini decided he had to act. The March on Rome. On August 13, Mussolini received executive committee approval to begin a two-pronged maneuver to gain control of the government. The militia would be used to intimidate the government with the threat of civil war. Simultaneously, Mussolini and his lieutenants would begin secret negotiations to get the fascist leader appointed as prime minister. Mussolini kept Sarfatti completely informed for the next 2.5 months. Mussolini made plans to seize power. He spent most of his time with Sarfatti at Il Soldo, her country home near Lake Como. On September 19, however, Mussolini delivered a lengthy speech in Udine. His major purpose was to explicitly renounce republicanism and to express his respect for the monarchy. While he addressed a sizable crowd and thousands of black shirts, his words were directed to the military leadership. He returned to Il Soldo a few days later. On October 16, he met with the militia leaders in Milan. Mussolini revealed Giolitti was planning to replace Facta and prevent any fascist takeover. The old man was the only politician Mussolini respected and feared. It was essential that the fascists acted quickly. 4 militia commanders were chosen to lead a military operation: Balbo de Vecchi, Michele Bianchi, and General Emilio de Bono. They would become famous as the Quadriumvirs. On October 20-21, the Quadriumvirs met with Mussolini and Sarfatti at Il Soldo. They discussed final plans to take control of the major cities, surround Rome, and demand Facta's resignation. If the prime minister refused, the fascists would invade the capital while announcing formation of a provisional government. Mussolini, the militia commanders, and thousands of black shirts assembled in Naples on October 24. In a speech, Mussolini reiterated what he had said the previous month in Udine. While his audience responded with hearty shouts of "Viva il Re," Mussolini did not. He returned to Il Soldo after a militia mobilization had been ordered for October 27.35. Such a movement could hardly be concealed, and the police had many informers within fascist ranks. After the Black Shirt Assembly began, Vittorio Emanuele III returned to Rome from a countryside vacation, assembled the cabinet, and agreed to proclaim a state of siege for noon on October 28. But the following morning, after Facta presented the decree to the king, he refused to sign. Over the previous night, the monarch had conferred with his army commanders. They had assured Vittorio Emanuele of their loyalty. But they had also stressed their desire to avoid civil war, hence the king's decision not to proclaim martial law, Mussolini's promises to respect the constitutional order, and the messages delivered by his go-betweens had succeeded. While some violent encounters between black shirts and public security forces did occur, for the most part the militia awaited orders and did no more than display their numbers. On the afternoon of October 28, Mussolini received a message from former Prime Minister Salandra. He was trying to form a government and asked Mussolini to join him. Despite Sarfatti's advice to accept, Mussolini refused. The following day, Salandra's attempt failed. Mussolini knew he had won. After a telephone call from Rome, he demanded a telegram from the king's aide-de-camp inviting him to form a government. After it arrived, Mussolini packed and took the overnight train to the capital. He met the king at the royal palace late on the morning of October 30 for formal permission to assemble a cabinet. On October 31, Mussolini and his ministers were sworn into office by Vittorio Emanuele III. That afternoon, Mussolini reviewed tens of thousands of black shirts parading through the city. Then he sent them home and began to govern Italy. Mussolini in the summer and fall of 1922. The outline narrative of Mussolini's actions immediately before and during the March on Rome appears to depict him as resolute, calm, and courageous. In fact, Mussolini was frequently depressed and frightened. After his speech at Udine, Mussolini toured part of the trench line, including the spot in which he had been wounded, with Sarfatti. The visit left him despondent and withdrawn. Few, if any, of the fascist leaders were fully confident of success in their determination to seize power. Nonetheless, they planned and organized the March on Rome with skill and determination throughout the summer and into the fall of 1922. They deserve much of the credit, if that is the right word, for the seizure of power in late October. Mussolini lent his political genius and crafty intuition to the venture. He can be considered indispensable to the black shirt victory, even if his emotional instability detracted from his efficiency. Thus, he provided the necessary, although not completely sufficient, human factor that led to the fascist takeover. Mussolini's whereabouts on the night October 27 to 28 are the subject of conflicting reports. One places Mussolini at the Manzoni Theatre in Milan on the evening of October 27, accompanied by Sarfatti and her daughter Fiammetta. The same account states that after Mussolini left the theatre, he went to the offices of Il Popolo d'Italia. The other story is that Mussolini spent the night of October 27 to 28 at Il Soldo with Margherita. He became increasingly frightened that the government would repulse the fascist uprising with force. He begged Sarfatti to flee with him into nearby Switzerland. With great difficulty, she calmed Mussolini and persuaded him to remain until reassuring news restored his confidence. After that, he experienced one of his abrupt mood swings, in this case upward. The differing accounts are not necessarily incongruent. After attending the theater and stopping in at his newspaper office, Mussolini could have taken the night train to Como or even been driven to Cavallasca, along with Sarfatti and her daughter. The latter event, involving Mussolini's panic, may have been excised from stories that appeared in Italy during the fascist regime. Mussolini certainly appeared calm and confident after the king invited him to Rome to form a government. The emotional extremes he seems to have undergone during the last days of October 1922, however, would reoccur. In fact, they would characterize his reaction to the problems he would face throughout the following 20 years. Chapter 6. History's jokes. Sarfatti became prime minister. Mussolini quickly plunged into the conduct of foreign policy. In late November 1922, he attended his first international conference. The subject discussed over 3 days in Lausanne was how the three major Allied governments would deal with the Turks. They had smashed an initially successful Greek invasion and were demanding a drastic revision of the humiliating peace settlement forced on them at the end of World War I. Mussolini contributed very little to the talks and agreed to follow the lead of the two other powers. 8 months later, after extensive negotiations, the Turks would get most of what they wanted. During his 3 days in Lausanne, Mussolini went out of his way to charm the British and to treat the French with disdain. In December, he traveled to London to meet with the British and French leaders for the second time in 3 weeks. The vexing subject of German reparations provided the subject for discussions. Remembering his influenza in Berlin in 1919, I insisted, "You cannot travel to London in December without an overcoat." I managed to convince him, but he asked me to buy it for him. In those early days in power, he felt ashamed to personally acquire something so luxurious. At the same time, he hated to be cold and loved creature comforts. I purchased a fine leather coat for him. It pleased him greatly, but he still expressed the worry that wearing it would make him look soft and less masculine. I had agreed that while Mussolini was in London, I would telegraph him daily. He wanted an ample report on the contents of Italian national and provincial newspapers. In those days, the Italian press was still free. Mussolini was interested not only in comments on his policies, but even local events across the country. He was less interested in the big events in which he was participating in London than in those small news items. Once a journalist, always a journalist, I suppose. Nonetheless, I must admit that no one appreciated more than he did how ordinary newsprint can be transformed into the detonator of revolutionary action. By then, I had come to understand him very well. After Mussolini returned, he congratulated me on my excellent synopses of the Italian press. As for what had happened in London, he told me, I argued strenuously for setting the amount for reparations reasonably high. I said we should leave it to the Germans to decide how to pay it, but it should be in the short term. That way, the countries owed reparations would have been quickly freed of this complicated international issue. Then the Europeans could work together toward peace and renewed prosperity. But the British indicated no more than lukewarm interest. Worse, my proposal drove Poincare2 to fury. Ah! That's the petty thinking of an accountant. The French refused to set a figure for their reparations, even though the amount is growing monstrously out of proportion. They fear losing even 1 sou of their nominal treaty rights. So in the end, they will not get back 1 sou in hard cash. By springtime, Mussolini had grown to revel in his office and the privileges it brought him. On an intoxicating April morning in 1923, he and I rode our horses along the old Appian Way in the countryside outside Rome. I vividly remember the mellow sweetness of that long-ago day. The air was infused with that balmy golden light so special to Lazio. Around us stood tall cypresses, the ruined marble slabs and statues of ancient tombs, the arches of aqueducts dating back thousands of years, all shining in the sun. They spoke of eternity, the silent witnesses of the sunset of Roman history. But in our hearts, we held the dream of a new dawn of history for our country. At the time, Italy was recovering from two victorious wars, a disappointing peace settlement, and a chaotic revolution. Our dream for her was made of unity, justice, and peace, achieved through hard work. There next to me was the man whom every Italian looked to as the possible builder of a new Italian history, Benito Mussolini, appointed 6 months earlier as president of the Council of Ministers. Suddenly, my writing companion said, "In the end, there is someone that nobody, not even a statesman nor a prince, could ever get rid of, no matter how much power he has or how ruthless he may be. Who was the man who could say such things? Someone who would shortly transform himself into a dictator. Eventually he would die in another Italian April, in an awful tragedy without grandeur, without even the purifying catharsis of beauty in the face of death." But April 1945 was far away from that glorious spring of 1923. The darkness and terror of the future was mercifully hidden from our human eyes. If foreseen, perhaps it might have been prevented or avoided. But that is exactly what fate does not allow. That long ago morning, I asked Mussolini, and who could that someone ever be if he were so invulnerable and invincible that even the highest authority could not overcome him? With a short, bitter laugh, Mussolini answered me, "His successor. That old cynic. Machiavelli was so right." Then he spurred his blonde Arabian horse, a recent gift from King Fuad of Egypt, and galloped straight across the freshly tilled fields. Since I was only a woman, I retained my privilege of always telling Mussolini the truth. I did this from the first day to the last, and whether he liked it or not. At least I did so until this became too unnerving to him and too difficult for me. Then I decided to stop speaking to him and to keep at a distance. On that morning on horseback in 1923, we rejoined again and returned slowly back along the old paved Roman way. Then I said to him in jest, "Machiavelli offers a splendid lesson. How useless it is to murder one's enemies if one cannot also erase one's fate. But who wants to talk about death on such a beautiful day?" But he was not in the mood for jokes. He seemed lost in thought. His mouth began to twitch in the way that I knew so well. Was he applying that same truth to himself? I knew that he saw himself as the future emperor, the successor to the King of Italy. At the time, that did not seem outlandish. In fact, he entertained such political ambitions. Was he thinking about murder to reach that goal? Or was he thinking about what his own successor might do to him? After a while, he said, "You are wrong. One can do something about the problem through a slow and well-planned act of elimination that allows one to delay before removing a potential successor." The fact that Mussolini knew he would have an inevitable successor led to his inner struggle to defy or delay such a fate. This grew into a real obsession, the cause of many of his mistakes and crimes during his final years. They cannot be explained otherwise. This fear also explains his dread of growing old. At age 29, he had risen to the leadership of the extreme revolutionary wing of the Italian Socialist Party and editor-in-chief of its daily newspaper. At 39, he had been appointed head of the Italian government. He had become the idol of the younger generation of Italians, as well as an internationally renowned political figure. These achievements made Mussolini extremely proud. He gloried in the unlimited dynamic power he believed his youth gave him. Lord Byron said that a man can endure any catastrophe so long as he can bear the worst of all misfortunes, to live beyond the age of 20. Since Byron, no man has clung more desperately to the golden shores of youth than Mussolini. No one else has struggled so hard to distance himself from old age. During the fascist regime, he tried to do so with dieting, sports, young women, corruption, lies, and propaganda about his eternal youth. Mussolini had learned to ride with the same intense, determined concentration he put into every other sport in which he engaged. For him, sports were not just displays of grace and agility. They were milestones that had to be reached as he climbed to the summit of society. He was unable to conceive of sports competition as moments of enjoyment and relaxation, in which winning and losing were less important than taking part. Even when he played croquet with my children in the garden of our country home, far away from the public eye, he could not bear to lose. If he sensed his defeat coming, he would throw away his hammer. Sometimes he claimed he had to make an urgent telephone call. More often, he would make no pretext and just shout what he would in similar situations. "Buttiamo per aria il baldacchino." In horseback riding, fencing, and other physical exercises, he chose to adopt the winner-take-all attitude of his first instructor, a rough former non-commissioned officer in the cavalry named Camillo Ridolfi. After he became prime minister, he brought Ridolfi from Milan to Rome. The relationship between Mussolini and Ridolfi never changed except for the promotions Ridolfi received. Cirillo Tambara, a rather stupid young man employed by Tu Popolo d'Italia as a messenger, taught Mussolini how to drive. When he decided to learn how to fly a plane, Mussolini could have chosen the best Air Force ace. Instead, he picked Cesare Reilly, an undistinguished pilot of dubious quality. Mussolini hated playing the role of student of any subject. He refused to make what would have been an implicit admission of inferiority to a skilled professional teacher. He could only tolerate instructors who could teach him the rudiments, but still retain the status of servants. Mussolini wanted slaves who would show him servile admiration. They had to be powerless to disobey him, totally devoid of enough intelligence to express any form of criticism. It was only towards such people that he would act kindly and even friendly, but with an unspoken contempt. As he would often tell me, "We can't expect everyone to be clever." I would reply a bit seriously and a bit facetiously, "Yes, by being patient with them, you are paying twice for the pleasure they give you. You pay them a wage for their lesson, and also reward them with your condescension. That way you get what you enjoy the most, to humiliate people and show them you are the Superman you think you really are." He acted the same way with his ministers. As soon as one of them seemed to be a bit too capable, Mussolini would immediately fire him. Thereby, he perpetuated the myth of his superiority among those he considered only a herd of mediocrities. It was strictly forbidden for Italian publications to mention his age. He invariably celebrated his birthday with his family in the countryside. Before every July 29, he would disappear without notifying the newspapers, as he usually would with his daily program. An inextricable mass of absurd, often contradictory, orders flooded the desks of newspaper editors daily. These stated what could or could not be published, what should be given more space, or what not to mention at all. Among these, there was one invariable rule: it was strictly forbidden to mention that Mussolini was a grandfather. The children of Countess Etta Mussolini Ciano and those of Bruno Ten and Vittorio Mussolini were to be unmentioned. In none of his numberless photographs do they appear near him. On the other hand, instructions were clearly imparted to provide ample coverage about his smaller children. The age of baby Romano seemed as a kind of certificate of recaptured youth. The same happened with the little daughter Anna Maria, 12 up to the day when she contracted polio and was isolated from the others. From that moment on, he stopped bragging about his young daughter. Her photograph and her name were taken off the propaganda publications encouraging demographic expansion. Mussolini and his family were to appear unblemished by ordinary human misery. Mussolini's family, as well as his other belongings, must not appear subject to the calamities to which mortal flesh is heir. But he did greatly enjoy those curious photographs which he had published everywhere of himself, on the beach posing as an almost naked, aged, and rather fat, bald Adonis 13, or stripped to the waist and in shorts for fencing, riding, and harvesting. No doubt the reclamation of the Pontine marshes near Rome was a great and good work. The more the pity it got spoiled, as the fascist regime did to so many other things, by exaggeration and lies. The contrast between the first section of reclamation, made to give land and work to thrifty peasant families, with the second and third areas, provides exemplary evidence. Poor people were taken to see picture-pretty houses and grand public buildings, but they lay surrounded by still malaria-infected marshland which contained imperfect, although highly expensive, drainage and sanitation arrangements. It was there that Mussolini used to join in the wheat harvest from the recently redeemed soil, amongst numberless photographers clicking away with their cameras. But the police were primarily concerned with the Duke's safety. During such appearances at harvest time, they surrounded Mussolini with trusted security agents and young women hired from a Roman house of ill repute. They were disguised as peasants. Many were the silent smiles of those who recognized those women in newspaper photographs. Mussolini himself, sweating and happy in a good mood, asked one of the rugged make-believe peasants, "What can I do for you, my good man? Do you have any complaint or any wish about which I can help?" The opportunity proved too much for the poor policeman to resist. He answered plainly, "Your Excellency, could you get me transferred from this suburban precinct to the central police station in Rome? I'll have far more chance of promotion there." 14. This was such childish make-believe, so characteristic of his policy of ignoring unpleasant facts. More and more he became convinced that what is not spoken or written about simply does not exist. To some extent, this can be a clever way to handle diplomatic questions or to manipulate public opinion. But when it comes to hard facts, concealing them behind the screen of official silence only leads to an increasing incapacity to face reality. The dread of truth begets a facade of false glory and the staged adulation of crowds. It encourages systematic falsehood with tyranny as its result. His fear of growing old and of potential successors did have rather serious consequences. Like any unwelcome facts, he thought he could overcome these worries with silence. He chose collaborators whom he allowed to fool him by flattery. On the other hand, he became increasingly intolerant when faced with any kind of superiority, independent thinking, and even honesty. He came to consider opposition as blatant crime. Among his lieutenants, Mussolini always feared Dino Grandi the most. Why? Because of Grandi's brilliant intellect, his mental flexibility, and his deep-seated liberalism. Mussolini also feared Italo Balbo, in his case because of his physical courage and his surprising popularity. He hated both men because they were 10 years younger and therefore extremely eligible successors. Mussolini despised Roberto Farinacci as much as he hated him. Mussolini correctly viewed Farinacci as cruel, cowardly, and vulgar. But Mussolini did not think Farinacci was intelligent, despite his superficial cleverness as an unscrupulous profiteer. As a result, Mussolini did not fear him as much as Grandi and Balbo, both of whom clearly had far greater potential. The foolhardy Balbo would pay for his popularity, greater than that of Galeazzo Ciano 15 and even of Mussolini, with his life. The plane Balbo was piloting, with his nephew Lino and 7 of his closest supporters on board, was shot down over Tobruk by Italian anti-aircraft fire on June 28, 1940. Whether or not Mussolini helped, fate rid him of his youngest and most renowned mate, whom Ciano also hated. No more of the sunny child of fraud and courage, no more of laughing, gallant Balbo, the buccaneer of the golden beard and the golden heart, of the open mind and the open bank account, ever ready to take and give graft freely. The London Times at that moment roguishly advised Marshal Badoglio to avoid official planes. I had to smile as I read that suggestion because I knew that Mussolini didn't trust Badoglio either. Years earlier, when the Duce learned that French Marshal Ferdinand Foch had died, he was pleased. A wise old Frenchman of experience like Foch could have offered his opponents some very dangerous advice. However, even though he was also suspicious of older men, they did not awaken the same feelings of terror and fear as younger men did. Neither Marshal Pietro Badoglio, the Duke of Addis Ababa, or Ivano Bonomi qualified as the feared unavoidable phantom of a potential successor that Machiavelli had described. Dino Grandi showed intelligence in not opposing Ciano openly. On the contrary, as Italy's fortunes declined in World War II, Grandi began influencing Ciano to remove Mussolini. He enlisted Ciano's help, as well as that of the older Luigi Federzoni and of Giuseppe Bottai, another of the potential successors to Mussolini. Thus Grandi succeeded with his agenda during the historical meeting of the Fascist Grand Council on July 25, 1943, an effective vote of no confidence in the Duce. That led to the fall of Mussolini, but Grandi proved unable to replace the Duce. King Vittorio Emanuele III had other plans. Fate and fortune did too. By a heavily ironic practical joke, the king appointed Badoglio as prime minister. Mussolini, so mortally afraid of younger potential successors, was replaced by a man 12 years older. Alas, for the greater misfortune of poor Italy, the old marshal proved unable to prevent Hitler from rescuing Mussolini from his imprisonment. When Rome became free at last in June 1944, Badoglio's successor was another old man, Ivano Bonomi, the former elder comrade of Mussolini's socialist days, when the young revolutionary leader fiercely opposed the more moderate Bonomi. Years earlier, these events were prefigured, although at the time I could not foresee what the future would hold. When the administration of the University of Bologna decided to bestow on Mussolini a doctorate in jurisprudence honoris causa, he accepted. But he did so on condition, as he said, that he would earn his degree as fairly as any other student. Mussolini had not yet adopted his later Hitlerian, better than God style. He was still parading before the public as a strictly law-abiding citizen. Therefore, he sat down to the task of evaluating Machiavelli's masterwork, The Prince. He did so from his perspective of a militant politician and as a statesman actually in power. This happened before parliamentary elections of April 6, 1924, when the black shirts intimidated the opposition with unrestrained violence and prevented many voters from going to the polls. But several members of the academic senate vigorously protested granting the head of the fascists a degree, and the scheduled solemn ceremony was cancelled. Mussolini's paper appeared at the end of April in Gerarchia, the political and social economic review I edited in Milan. In some ways, it rather brilliantly analyzed the old writer's pessimistic view of men, as confirmed by Mussolini's personal experience in handling them. Later, he would say, "The people do not need to learn to think. I think for them. They only have to obey." Such are the thoughts of a tyrant. He who had so warmly advocated education had descended so low as to actually enunciate these words. So what had Mussolini actually learned from Machiavelli? He had fastened on the superficial and the supposedly pragmatic portions, those squalid details of dissembling, conspiracy, and will to dominate. But the true essence of Machiavelli's doctrine identifies justice as the essential foundation of the state and measures the folly of power, obtained solely through terror. But this wisdom had totally eluded his eager disciple. It certainly received no mention in Mussolini's undelivered paper. He remained unaware of the outward signs, the warnings contained in the prints that could have saved him. He ignored Machiavelli's dictum about the danger of too close an alignment with a stronger state and entering into dangerous alliances that could result in enslavement. Mussolini managed only to absorb the worst part of the great thinker's contribution to political theory. A flippant phrase of Nietzsche about taking risks also appealed to Mussolini's intellectual makeup, as I shall relate. So too did the somewhat related theory of Georges Sorel, the French syndicalist, that violence was justified in bringing down an unjust social order. Of course, Sorel was no more than a demure little government bureaucrat, only a bridge and road engineer. But brutality and danger attracted Mussolini, given how his upbringing and environment had molded him. In Romagna, his birthplace, violence stood for manliness and physical courage, was a trait to be bragged about. Shortly after he came to power in late 1922, I joined him on a visit from Milan. He asked me to dinner one night in his Roman apartment on top of the Palazzo Tittoni on Via Rasella. That evening, he had come back from a meeting of the heads of the fascist party from all over Italy. He was very enthusiastic about an incident that had taken place. A nice young fellow, a former captain of the army, made quite a sensible speech, he told me. He went on. I knew him only a little and had never appreciated him much. But tonight, he asked me if I could define for them a motto of the fascist ideal of life. It occurred to me to quote a sentence of Nietzsche, which I had always admired. Our ideal must be, live dangerously. We sat on the terrace, enjoying the cool evening. We shared the view of the starry beauty of the sky. Around us stood tall houses. After sundown, their lighted windows grew transparent. We watched men, women, and children in their homes, moving through their everyday lives. I looked through the bright windows where happy folk were relaxing after their busy day. Many were sitting down at their evening meal and enjoying a glass of wine. Then they put their children to bed. Husbands and wives rested at each other's sides. Finally, the houses shrunk into darkness as each mother and father crept into their bed. Mussolini's "live dangerously" would later bring down on their innocent heads, not on his, the vengeance of the destroying fire from heaven. I somehow sensed what the future would bring with a long shiver running down my spine. I haltingly told Mussolini that I loved Nietzsche as a poet, but I had never thought much of him as a philosopher and even less as a moralist. He struck me not as human, all too human, but rather inhumane, too inhumane. 20 years later, Hitler would send Mussolini a beautiful set of Nietzsche's complete works as a present for the Duce's 60th birthday, July 29, 1943. That would be 4 days after Mussolini's overthrow and imprisonment. That should have brought a broad hint to the live dangerous man. Nietzsche pointedly summoned his Superman, not to accept failure, but to choose death instead. But Hitler certainly meant it as Botschaften, Schadenfrohen Jelgen humor, as malicious joy in others' suffering and black gallows humor. He was celebrating the birthday of his elder colleague, especially under painful such circumstances. Hitler knew none better how Mussolini felt on this matter. Comments. Mussolini at the London Conference of December 1922. On the day he left London, Mussolini sent Sarfatti the following telegram. I leave tomorrow, Tuesday, expecting to stop some hours in Milan, only for the day Wednesday. Tomorrow, send the Paris embassy a detailed telegram with the comments of the Milan and Turin newspapers on the end of the conference. The very mild London climate has completely cured my cough. Absolutely impossible to expect a complete cure, if not by means of daily intelligent help. Thanks, best wishes, yours sincerely. No doubt, Mussolini's expression of appreciation pleased Sarfatti. On the other hand, she would certainly have been displeased to know that the Prime Minister had spent his free time in London in the company of Alice de Fonseca Palatelli. De Fonseca, accompanied by her 6-year-old son Virgilio, greeted Mussolini when he arrived at Victoria Station on December 9. De Fonseca's fluent English would have allowed her to serve as Mussolini's guide in London, and they did attend a piano recital together, likely arranged by her understanding husband. Sarfatti's account of what Mussolini told her in Cesare about his proposals at the London conference hardly corresponds to the diplomatic record. Either Mussolini lied or Sarfatti did not have a clear memory of what he said. In fact, Mussolini's proposal to solve the German reparations problem was obviously one neither the British nor the French would have ever accepted. Throughout 1922, both the French and German economies experienced severe difficulties. When the Germans asked the French for a lengthy moratorium on reparations deliveries, the latter grew indignant. German Finance Minister Walter Rathenau advocated moderation on both sides and attempted to work out a settlement. German right-wing anti-Semites judged this treason, and two murdered Rathenau in late June. Germany was already experiencing high inflation. The murder of Rathenau, an acknowledged master of finance, led to a collapse of faith in the mark, and hyperinflation soon began. The Germans begged for a reduction in reparations. The French refused. By the time Mussolini attended the London conference, the French were threatening to occupy Douro Valley, seize control of its industries, and use production to meet French payment demands. When the French, British, and Italian leaders met in London in early December, Poincaré remained obdurate. If the Germans did not meet their reparations obligations, the French would take over the Douro and extract reparations by force. The premier preferred an occupation by all three powers, but he was prepared to go it alone. What Mussolini proposed in response was aimed more at Britain for Italy's benefit than at solving the German reparations question for the benefit of France. He argued that the war debts owed by the Italians and the French to the British were too great to be repaid without wrecking their economies and causing a severe political crisis in both countries. Such eventualities would be almost as disastrous for Britain as it would be for France and Italy. Therefore, Mussolini proposed that London forgive the amounts owed by Paris and Rome. In turn, the French and Italian governments would reduce the reparations owed them by Germany by an equivalent amount. The amount of reparations owed by the Germans would be reduced to 50 billion gold marks, equal to $12.5 billion. The Italian indebtedness to Britain amounted to about $1.9 billion in the dollars of the time. The Italian share of German reparations amounted to roughly $1.2 billion. Thus, Italy would benefit greatly from such an arrangement. France, on the other hand, owed Britain about $2.4 billion, but was to receive an amount equal to $6.5 billion in German reparations. In American dollars, the overall German reparations amount would be reduced to $8.2 billion. Finally, Germany would be given a loan of the equivalent of 3 to 4 billion gold marks and receive a 2-year moratorium on reparation deliveries. The loan would be used to stabilize the paper mark and to make reparations payments. Reparations payments in kind would continue all the while. 28. Mussolini's proposals received some polite attention over the next few weeks. In the end, however, both the French and British declared it to be unacceptable. The French considered the terms far more easy than the Germans deserved. The British would not accept the financial obligations nor the loan annulments until the issue of huge Allied debts to the United States was settled. Meanwhile, a British attempt to forestall a French occupation of the Douro failed. In early January 1923, Mussolini agreed to participate on a symbolic level in the occupation. He would send 2 Italian engineers to help run the Douro mines and factories. He had been both angered and disappointed by British refusal to forgive the Italian war debt and demanded financial compensation from the French, although at German expense. Mussolini wanted a share of the German coal extracted from the Ruhr. Poincaré agreed. Mussolini had set out for London intending to support the British. 29 and oppose the French. He had completely reversed positions in return for a good deal of German coal. The coal that would be delivered would be the object of one of the greatest thefts in Italian history: Balbo's death. Sarfatti lends credence to a widespread rumor that Mussolini arranged for Italian gun crews to destroy the bomber Balbo was flying that day. It has been verified, however, that the aircraft was downed by mistake. Shortly before Balbo arrived over Tobruk, a port in Tripolitania not far from the Egyptian border, Royal Air Force planes had attacked the city's harbor installations. Nervous, poorly trained and equipped Italian anti-aircraft gunners mistook Balbo's bomber for an enemy plane. They shot it down in error, schadenfreude. After World War II, Sarfatti's hatred of Hitler and contempt for Mussolini are understandable. This helps explain her description of the Führer's delight at Mussolini's symbolic passage into old age while the Duce sat imprisoned. In fact, the overthrow of a man he regarded as his hero appalled the Führer. He immediately ordered planning for the rescue of the Duce. That was accomplished 6 weeks later in early September 1943. I was one of the worst years of my life. It began in 1924 January with the sudden death of my husband, Cesare. That loss was followed by health problems afflicting my 2 children and myself. 2 of us had to undergo surgery. As I have mentioned previously, Cesare had been one of Mussolini's strongest supporters. My husband had defended him in court as early as 1912 against attacks by anti-socialists. Later, Cesare had done the same in regard to charges brought against Mussolini by anti-fascists. So after my husband's death, the Prime Minister supported me at a distance in telephone calls, telegrams, and letters. Shortly after Cesare's funeral, I went to see Mussolini in Rome. He saw how battered I was by my personal problems. In a very friendly way, he said to me, "I am an experienced witch doctor. In Prodapio, I was the favorite of old Giovanna, the village witch. You are undergoing a black series of events. You need to break the spell by travel to different continent, let us say to Africa. You have written a good book about Tunisia. Now you should go to Morocco and write a book about that country. In fact, I would like you to create a series describing all the lands along the shores of the Mediterranean from both an artistic and historical point of view." Mussolini's suggestion seemed to offer me a rest in the sun, but it is not possible to cheat one's fate. On my way to Morocco, I passed through Spain. There I fell and broke my leg once again. After surgery followed by several weeks of pain that seemed endless, I was rolled on a gurney onto a liner and shipped back to Genoa. Some friends met me at the dock on June 12 and drove me back to Milan. From them I heard vague, uncertain but alarming rumors about the strange events that were taking place. The handsome Giacomo Matteotti, one of the younger socialist deputies in parliament, was admired for his sartorial elegance as well as his great political talent. 2 days earlier he had disappeared, simply vanished into thin air. His family was, understandably, very worried and had been making inquiries about for him. Some gossips were alluding slyly to some woman, but his friends would have known if that were the case and not caused an alarm. A general feeling arose that something very serious had taken place. It appeared that the earth had opened under his feet and swallowed Matteotti whole. I was still weak from my accident and subsequent operation. Nonetheless, I decided to involve myself in what smelled like foul play. How could it be possible that a member of parliament could simply disappear? This was all the more odd in Rome, a well-policed city with every comer under strict surveillance. The German word spurlos, without a trace, kept resonating in my mind. Mussolini would often use it when referring to the crimes committed against socialists and republicans during the Weimar period by the Heiligweme, an old German nationalist secret society that was very active at that time. The public at large found out that Rosa Luxemburg and Walter Rathenau had been murdered only because of their international reputation. The secret nationalist group of German fanatics that later became a political party generally eliminated its less famous victim Spurlos. I vividly remember my first discussion with Mussolini about Matteotti's disappearance. It deeply upset me that he said with more than a touch of envy, "Spurlos, without a trace? We don't have an equivalent for such a drastic word in Italian." "Thank God we don't," I replied immediately. "Neither the word nor the deed can be Italian. We are people that love beauty. If we commit a political crime, it has a classic appearance like the beau guest of Brutus. This may be flamboyant, but it is less vile than committing murder in secret." Such spurlos elimination seems more revolting since it reflects cold-blooded calculation involving neither risk nor aesthetic appeal. Yet at the same time, the spurlos method is efficient. Why did that sinister word, spurlos? Why did that sinister, a genuine parliament, a encumbered elections, and based on the old Albertine constitution was still sitting in Rome? Acceptance of tyranny does not sprout up in one day. According to Montesquieu, the worst aspect of political slavery is that it gradually erodes the desire for liberty. It would take several years after 1924 to purge the memory of freedom from the minds of the Italian people. Everyone, myself included, continued to remember the fascism of the early years. Then fascism had undoubtedly earned the trust of most Italians. It embodied the hopes and aspirations of the entire population. They looked to it for a better future. But the fascist party tricked the Italian people and slowly dragged them into a new form of enslavement. Only then did the truly brutal aspects of fascism appear in its final incarnation. I offer this as a justification for what the Italian nation came to accept. Had the dictatorship not emerged in that gradual way, the Italians would not have tolerated the fascist regime for such a long time. My husband had praised Matteotti, describing him to me as a brilliant lawyer and a determined politician. Matteotti had only recently risen to leadership in the Socialist Party, having been elected to Parliament in November 1919. I had never met him. Both my husband and I had left the party several years before, after it split over the question of going to war on the side of the Western democracies. I knew that Matteotti had come from a well-off provincial middle-class family, thus a member of the bourgeoisie like most socialist leaders in every country at the time. But it took Matteotti's disappearance to make him famous. Like many saints who die for their faith, it was his martyrdom that made him a hero. His last speech in Parliament was probably his best. Matteotti delivered it on May 30th, 1924. It elevated him in rhetorical skill above the other socialist deputies of that time. He surpassed the inspired eloquence of Filippo Turati, the honest good sense of Giacinto Cerati, the elegant sophistry of Treves, and certainly the loud extremism of Niccolò Bombacci. Matteotti even rose beyond the exciting oratory of Enrico Gonzalez, who along with my deceased husband was considered one of the two most brilliant lawyers in Milan. Then on June 10, Matteotti disappeared. That afternoon, several bystanders on the banks of the Tiber had seen the deputy dragged into an automobile, which had then sped off. It appeared that a horrible crime had been committed. In Parliament 2 days later, responding to a question from Gonzalez, Mussolini seemed weak, contrite, and confused. In a brief, halting reply, he stated that if, as it appeared, a crime had been committed, it could not but provoke the indignation and angry feelings of the government and parliament. The police are already on the trail of the suspects. Nothing will prevent investigation of the event, the arrest of the guilty parties, and their being brought to justice. 11. Mussolini's shaky demeanor struck me as proof of his previous ignorance of the plot against Matteotti. Had that not been the case, he would have found smoother lies to answer the questions asked in Parliament. From his seat, Enrico Gonzalez gestured dramatically toward the government bench, then made his famous statement. So it is true that a crime has been committed and the government admits it cannot find who did it. Tall and athletic, Gonzalez had been chosen by the socialist leadership to give that speech because of his courage. He was also endowed with that endearing Italian charm. Among Italians, almost anything is possible if they can reach a combinazione, so long as antipatia does not prevent it. If two Italians take the time out to look at each other as human beings, they can usually reach an understanding. Later on, while Gonzalez still remained faithful to his socialist ideals, he became friendly with the brutal Roberto Farinacci. Gonzalez told me about the Nazi financing of Farinacci's anti-Semitic propaganda in Italy. In spite of Farinacci's well-known lack of education, he was able to make big money as a lawyer with his fraudulently obtained degree. That was due to his political influence with fascist judges, as well as the administrative talents of his extremely intelligent Jewish secretary and lover, Joel Foa. She did not hesitate to berate Farinacci every time he published attacks against the Jews in his newspaper. At the end of 1938, however, Foa was forced to leave her job. That was due to the harsh anti-Semitic laws imposed on Italy by Mussolini, similar to those of Nazi Germany. Mussolini swore to me he knew nothing of the plot against Matteotti. I believe it because I'm an expert at determining the object of the phrase of Cicero, cui bono. What Mussolini had stated in Parliament, he repeated to me many times in private. It always rang true. It was a conspiracy against me, he insisted, the work of some diabolical enemy. When I first met him after Matteotti's disappearance, Mussolini explained events this way. Last Friday, June 7, I gave one of best speeches. I asked all parties to put aside their rancor and to work together for the good of the country. It was a great success. Even the liberal press, with 2 Giornale d'Italia in the lead, published editorials approving my position. I spent the following Saturday, June 8, at Nettuno, near the old castle by the sea, gloomy but beautiful. I went for a swim and enjoyed a few hours of rest. Who was happier than me then? He repeated to me over and over. I held Italy in my hands. I enjoyed universal approval. No, the plot against Matteotti was the work of a fiend. Cesare Rossi, the press secretary of Mussolini's prime ministerial office, was a crafty intriguer. He wielded considerable influence. Unfortunately, he was also an extreme fascist fanatic. The prospect of political peace and reconciliation among the parties infuriated him. He acted as Talleyrand and Fouché 17 are said to have done in regard to the murder of the Duke of Enghien. They perpetrated the crime in order to create an insurmountable breach between the French Revolution and the Bourbon monarchy. Rossi may not have actually issued the orders to kill, but I am personally convinced he ordered that Matteotti be abducted and hidden. This would have been a cruel game to provoke a strong reaction by the opposition parties against fascism. In turn, he knew the fascists would carry out a violent counter-reaction. But violent crime is difficult to calculate precisely in advance. The hired thugs were led by Amerigo Dumini and Albino Volpi, both career criminals. The worst hoodlum of the two, Volpi, combined ferocity with stupidity. Matteotti resisted with unexpected courage and strength, even after they dragged him into the car. He wrestled and shouted as they drove away, but they stifled his cries with blows and then knifed him to death. When Dumini and Volpi found themselves with a dead man on their hands, they panicked. They hid the body in a small woods on the outskirts of Rome. After that, they rushed to the office of the chief of police to wash off the bloodstains from their clothes. The 2 thugs were arrested some days afterward. At the time, the head of the Italian police forces happened to be General Emilio de Bono. He would be sentenced to death for treason 20 years later. Mussolini's last supporters demanded the death penalty for de Bono because he had voted against the Duchy during the famous final meeting of the Grand Council of Fascism in July 1943. That was how Matteotti was finally, if only partially, avenged. To the credit of Italians, popular reaction was one of overwhelming horror and universal outrage. In May 1924, to wear the fascist party insignia on their lapel. But by July, attitudes had completely reversed. That month, Mussolini sent his private secretary Alessandro Ciavolini into the streets of Rome. He instructed Ciavolini to observe and listen to the reactions of ordinary people in the squares and cafes about recent events. After his secretary returned, Mussolini asked him, How many people did you notice wearing the fascist party lapel pin? Giovellini shook his head sadly and answered, only 2. Actually, it was not the murder which everyone assumed had been committed that so upset the Italian public. Far more disturbing was Matteotti's spurless disappearance. Most people considered it contrary to all Italian traditions that the crime had occurred without any clear political or symbolic meaning being attached to it. The mystery created strong feelings of horror and caused distrust of the government, which was blamed for such dark intrigue. On June 13, Matteotti's young widow, accompanied by her little children, confronted Mussolini as he was coming out of Parliament. She fell to her knees and cried out to him dramatically, "My husband, show some sympathy for me, for the love of God. Give me back my husband, alive or dead as he may be." Mussolini could be a very good actor and was certainly no fool. Perhaps Conrad Veidt might have played the scene well, so filled as it was with pathos and grief. But in this instance, Mussolini could not rise to the occasion. He could not empathize with honest human emotions. So his answer was rough and clumsy. "Madam, I promise to do whatever I can." 2 weeks later, Italians paid tribute to Matteotti by observing a minute of silence throughout the entire country in an impressive show of solidarity. Mussolini later confided to me, "From my window I could see several elegant ladies step out of their carriages and kneel in the middle of the street. That was an impressive show of collective emotions." Still later he confessed, "I felt something irresistible in the air, the signs of a storm that was threatening to sweep us away and drown us. The fascist ship seemed about to sink." What he said in such a dramatic way was actually true. He only had a handful of supporters left. Some were shaken, aggrieved, or indignant as a result of Matteotti's murder. Others were stunned or acted paralyzed. Most fascists were frightened by what had taken place. Public opinion in the larger towns and cities had turned almost completely against Mussolini. The middle class that had previously seen him as a tough anti-communist now resented fascist rule. After the enactment of Mussolini's laws governing social security and social justice, the bourgeoisie felt betrayed by the fascists to whom they had given support. The intellectuals who had dreaded Marxist tyranny had become uncomfortable at their loss of liberty under the strong hand of fascism. The labor leaders and the workers hated him because Mussolini had ended strikes and prevented class warfare. Only in the countryside did the farmers still support him. He had given them new roads, railroads, water, schools, and hospitals. He had imposed order so they could sow and reap their crops in peace. If big landowners left their fields uncultivated, Mussolini confiscated them and sold them to landless peasants. But farmers don't count for much during revolutionary times. They tend to accept things as they come passively, the way they endure good and bad weather patiently. There were many tragic facets to the crime. It offered still more proof that Italy was fated to fall into Mussolini's hands. It clearly showed how few men there were who could find a pathway out of fear and confusion for the country. Had there been at least one true statesman on the scene, he surely would have led the Italian people in chasing Mussolini from office amid jeers and insults. The Matteotti tragedy had grown into a popular crisis that affected every Italian. The harsh realities it revealed about the state of the country far surpassed in ugliness the murder of one man. Both the press and public opinion were loudly demanding that justice be done. In fact, my editorial in Gerarchia was among the most violent of all in that regard. Matteotti's body was discovered on August 16. A few days earlier, a piece of clothing soaked in blood had been found in a forest close to Rome called La Cortarella. This led a carabiniero to search the wood with a dog. The animal sniffed out what remained of Matteotti. The circumstances of the crime and the location of the corpse convinced me that Mussolini was innocent of the murder. If Mussolini had planned a premeditated murder, he possessed ample means to arrange the perfect crime. It could have even been made to look like an accident. If, instead, he had learned the details immediately afterward, he could have revealed the truth and denounced the culprits. Finally, if he had decided, after discovering the facts, to cover up the murder, he could have done so efficiently. He could have made the crime, spurlos, a really traceless disappearance. Mussolini was certainly no fool and would never have left things to take the worst possible course, as they actually did. Even the lurid detail of the dog's gruesome discovery added a final horror to the sordid tale. Several weeks after Matteotti's body was found, Mussolini finally realized most Italians considered him an accomplice to the crime. In a telephone call on August 31, he told me about a speech he had just delivered to Mercury miners on Monte Amiata in southern Tuscany. In reaction to the denunciations being hurled against him, he had responded with very harsh words against his political opponents. I did not hide how jarring I found the blatant vulgarity of the expression he had used. Cesare Rossi, the man who ordered the kidnapping, quickly understood the danger he was in. He fled Italy after writing and publishing a memorandum in which he accused Mussolini of being the only man guilty of the crime. The deuce never forgave him. Rossi became the lover of a beautiful and fascinating woman. But she was actually a spy in the pay of the douche. She invited the unsuspecting Rossi to take a walk near Lake Lugano, very close to the border between Switzerland and Italy. While the lady was entertaining Rossi in her car, the chauffeur crossed the frontier line into Italy, reaching the little town of Campione. Carabinieri suddenly flung open the car doors and grabbed the man, tearing him away from the charming temptress. In his famous speech in Parliament on January 3, 1925, Mussolini expressed defiance and threats, although in less vulgar words than on Monte Amiata, to intimidate the parliamentary opposition. In February, he appointed Roberto Farinacci as secretary of the Fascist Party. That was the most important political position after Mussolini's own, one far more sensitive than that of any government minister. Mussolini hated and despised Farinacci. His elevation to head the party was a clever move. It made Farinacci shoulder the responsibility for the drastic measures that were about to be adopted. At that time, the Dute became seriously ill. One day he fainted and was discovered in his office with blood gushing from his mouth because of severe gastric ulcers. He was nursed back to health and was able to overcome the illness mostly thanks to his very strong body. He soon recovered completely and was able to function normally. Through his terrible death, Matteotti probably prevented many other tragedies from happening in Italy. Mussolini realized that there were crimes that the country would not accept. In such cases, the people would protest and even rebel against the authorities who had committed them. The tragedy clearly points to two very different phases in the development of fascism. In 1925-26, those held responsible for Matteotti's death were punished by prison terms or, at the very least, prevented from holding any official positions. But only a few years later, the same men received pardons and rewards in an absolutely shameful and revolting manner. Commentary. The April 1924 elections, a month after Mussolini's plenary power for a year to carry out a program of reforms. One such reform transformed the black shirts into a legal paramilitary force with internal police powers. In February 1920's private army became the Milizia Volontaria per la Sicurezza Nazionale. In July, the Chamber of Deputies approved a bill which would create a new voting system. In November, just before the expiration of Mussolini's power to rule by decree, the Senate passed the measure into law. Named after the fascists who drafted it, it became known as the Acerbo Law. To prevent a return to the weak governments which had preceded the March on Rome, the law stated that any coalition which gathered at least 25% of the national vote total would receive 2/3 of the seats in the Chamber of Deputies. Elections were scheduled for April 1924. The fascists were determined to gain the votes they needed to rule the country by themselves. Sarfatti's description of the 1924 elections as free and unencumbered is preposterous. Mussolini was concerned about his image abroad, and also wished to keep Italian middle-class opinion about him as favorable as possible. Therefore, he ordered that the electoral campaign in the major cities be kept as free of excessive coercion and violence as possible, while still ensuring a sizable vote for the fascists. But in the rural areas, and the towns within them, where the majority of the population still lived, the fascist militia was unleashed to crush the opposition and rig the returns without restraint. Those attending rallies of the Popolari and the Socialists were beaten mercilessly by gangs of black shirts. Many candidates for parliamentary seats withdrew in the face of threats or outright assaults. Balbo instructed his thugs to grab the first voter at each polling station in the Cremona region, crack his skull and shout, "You bastard, you voted for the Socialists!" It would not matter for which party the victim had actually cast a vote. When he learned of these tactics, Arnaldo described them to his brother as imbecility. Benito heartily agreed. Still more black shirt beatings were inflicted after the election. In those areas where the fascist party had not garnered high enough voting totals, it was felt necessary to teach some harsh lessons. A massive fascist victory resulted from such intimidation and fraud. They and their electoral allies polled 4.7 million votes. The opposition received 2.5 million, at least those were the official figures announced by the government. The new chamber consisted of 275% fascist deputies and 99% of their collaborators. The combined opposition held 161 seats. This outrageous trial campaign is what Matteotti denounced so eloquently in his speech of May 30th, 1924-28. What Matteotti may have known, and insults shouted to newly elected fascist deputies during his May 30th, 1924 speech, he denounced the intimidation, vote rigging and violence perpetrated by the black shirts during the April parliamentary elections. Due to constant interruptions, it took him over 3 hours to provide detailed instances of such outrages. For most of the speech, Mussolini sat on the rostrum ostentatiously reading newspapers and showing no reaction. But as Matteotti proceeded, Mussolini became noticeably angry. The socialist deputy appeared to realize the hatred his speech had aroused among the fascists. After he finished and returned to his seat, he remarked to some colleagues in a jocular though nervous manner, "I have made my speech. Now you can prepare a funeral oration for me." But another socialist deputy saw nothing amusing in the scene. He remarked, "Be on your guard. We are in the hands of a gang of criminals." For his part, Mussolini may very well have worried that Matteotti would soon make a far more damning revelations of fascist crimes. In the second half of April, Matteotti had secretly visited Brussels, London, and Paris. By mid-June, Mussolini had learned of these travels and telegraphed his ambassadors to Belgium and London to acquire all possible information on Matteotti's activities while abroad. Evidence revealed later suggests that Matteotti had acquired proof of serious corruption involving Mussolini, his brother Arnaldo, other fascists, and possibly even Vittorio Emanuele III. This included information about massive bribes from gambling interests, and the Sinclair Oil Company already revealed as a party in the Teapot Dome bribery scandal, as well as illicit sales of Italian armaments in the Balkans. Who was the culprit? As Sarfatti mentions, her arrival in Italy from Spain occurred by rather remarkable coincidence with Matteotti's disappearance. After her return to Milan, Sarfatti spoke to Mussolini in Rome by telephone on the evening of June 12, 1924. Agents of the Telephone Interception Service, a surveillance organization instituted by Giolitti 20 years earlier, listened to and transcribed the call. 1.32. Mussolini, how are you? Sarfatti, all is well and you? M, maybe even at once. S, but why such a hurry? M, because it's necessary to do so. I'll tell you afterwards. S, I don't understand anything. M, it's better that way. Do what I've told you and kiss me goodnight. S, will you call me again? M, maybe I will, but do as I've told you. 33. Mussolini's insistence that Sarfatti join him immediately, despite her severe leg injury, does not suggest a cool-headed murderer but a man in panic and in need of his closest advisor. His sudden departure from Rome for an Apennine hill town, as a puzzled Sarfatti noted, indicates not flight from summer heat, but from associates he no longer trusted and a search for solitude to consider his options. 2 days later, after Sarfatti managed to reach Carpena, she spoke by telephone with Mussolini again. He had calmed down and suggested that they both travel to Milan. Most likely they later drove from the city to Il Soldo where they could discuss his problems in a more relaxed setting. Sarfatti's claim that Cesare Rossi, of his own volition, ordered Matteotti's kidnapping makes no sense. It is true that Dino Grandi, Interior Undersecretary, July 1924 to May 1925, later expressed the same opinion, but his account is simply not credible on a number of grounds. Nor was Rossi a fanatical fascist intransigent. He was among the more moderate fascists. Furthermore, since 1915, Rossi had been closely associated with Mussolini and became second only to Sarfatti, his most trusted and loyal advisor. It is inconceivable he would have acted alone. When Renzo de Felice interviewed him decades later, the historian received the strong impression Rossi was innocent of the crime. After all evidence is weighed, Mussolini's responsibility for Matteotti's abduction remains uncertain. Even before the 1924 elections, he had sought to form a grand bargain with the socialists to govern Italy jointly. Matteotti was among the most vociferous opponent of such an agreement. Nonetheless, Turati cherished the young deputy. Harming Matteotti would have alienated the socialist leader and aborted what Mussolini sought. Furthermore, if for some reason Rossi had opposed such a right-left coalition, Matteotti would have been his de facto ally. Why would Rossi want him threatened or injured? Such an action would have made sense for someone like Farinacci, not Rossi. 37. Among those Mussolini trusted most were Sarfatti, his brother, Arnaldo, and later his biographer Yvonne de Begnac. Mussolini insisted to Sarfatti and Arnaldo in 1924, and to de Begnac 15 years later, that he was uninvolved in the crime and that some enemy was responsible. In 1945, when any need to lie no longer mattered, Mussolini proclaimed his innocence to Georg Zakaria, the doctor sent by Hitler to care for the douche. While no proof, the fact that Mussolini boasted of many of his crimes to his associates, but swore he was not involved in Matteotti's kidnapping, is at least suggestive of his innocence. Yvonne Kirkpatrick, the British intelligence agent and diplomat, studied the question while he served in Rome. He recognized that Mussolini was culpable of many acts of fascist violence in the 1923-26 period. After weighing the evidence, however, conclusion in his 1964 biography that Mussolini had not ordered Matteotti to be murdered. Perhaps more significant is that Mussolini later gave Matteotti's widow over 1 million lire and an annual pension of 29,000 lire. For someone else, this might be seen as an attempt to assuage a guilty conscience. In Mussolini's case, however, these gifts could indicate reparations for deeds he deeply deplored. Certainly, Mussolini did not make a habit of compensating the relatives of men he had murdered or executed. Nonetheless, Mauro Canali, who has studied the case for years, believes that Mussolini did order Matteotti to be abducted and beaten. Afterward, Mussolini certainly did what he could to deflect suspicion elsewhere, denying the existence of the Cheka, disguising ties between him and those involved, designating others as blameworthy, and hiding the truth about attempts at cover-up. All that, however, took place ex post facto. Given the huge corruption of the Italian government and fascist party in 1922-24, and Matteotti's purported plans to reveal it in detail, a number of men had reason to have him eliminated. Prominent among such suspects are Arnaldo Mussolini, the ubiquitous Filippo Naldi, and Filippo Filippelli. The three were mired together in the deep corruption Matteotti supposedly had uncovered. Naldi and Filippelli had founded the newspaper Corriere Italiano with Arnaldo Mussolini's assistance as the Roman voice of the Mussolini government. The paper's offices served as a place for meetings between various corrupt parties and leading fascists. Since the automobile in which Matteotti was murdered was owned by Corriere Italiano, it is easy to draw inferences. Those responsible for the murder possibly included even Vittorio Emanuele III, suspected by Renzo de Felice to have ordered the deed. Matteotti's son Matteo believed the same. He cited evidence the king had received large bribes from Sinclair, knew Matteotti had found proof, and ordered the staunchly monarchist de Bono to arrange the murder. On the other hand, Rossi's memorandum published in December 1924 implicated Mussolini as author of the crime, but that may have only been an attempt to exculpate himself. The mystery surrounding Il Delitto Matteotti endures. Gonzales and Farinacci. After several assassination attempts against the Duchy, between November 1926 and January 1927, the regime imposed Le Leggi per la Difesa dello Stato, the laws for the state, the so-called exceptional decrees. These made all political organizations illegal, except the Fascist Party, dismissed all anti-fascist deputies from parliament, outlawed anti-fascist publications, created a political police force, and set up a special tribunal to try political crimes. Gonzales issued a passionate statement denouncing the exceptional decrees. Roberto Farinacci had been dismissed as secretary of the Fascist Party at the end of March 1926. But he remained powerful due to his popularity among the most extreme fascists. Farinacci printed an editorial in his newspaper Il Regime Fascista, which demanded that the prefect of Milan take punitive action against Gonzales for his outburst. As the British ambassador to Italy later noted, his paper, to which considerable license is allowed, is something of a law unto itself, and much of what he writes does not represent the views or even the tendencies of the government itself. 46% in this case, Mussolini ordered that issue of Il Regime Fascista to be sequestered. Farinacci protested but agreed to end his attacks on Gonzales. Mussolini also sent Sarfatti to Gonzales in secret. She warned her old socialist comrade to avoid any more anti-fascist statements, and named those fascist party members of whom he should be particularly wary. She also promised Gonzales he would be left alone so long as he avoided political statements. He agreed. The Duke of Enghien. Sarfatti's explanation for the seizure and execution of the Duke is the opposite of what took place and why. In fact, Napoleon ordered the deed, while both Talleyrand and Fouché considered it an error. A plot to overthrow Napoleon, then First Consul, did exist. Bonaparte, as he was known at that time, had reason to suspect the Duke's involvement. In any case, the judicial murder did have the effect of creating a chasm between the supporters of the French Revolution and those of the Bourbon monarchy. Italian society and politics in mid-1924. Sarfatti presents a wildly distorted picture of Italian social attitudes before and during the Matteotti crisis. The laws on social security and social justice, such as they were, would not be enacted until 1926-27, after the establishment of the fascist dictatorship. The public works and land reform programs mentioned had only been promised by 1924 and would not be initiated until the late 1920s. The fascists had begun crushing non-fascist industrial and farm worker unions and preventing strikes. Thus, the end to social unrest and labor problems had not arisen from peaceful means, but from brutal black shirt oppression. The fear of communist tyranny had evaporated because it had been an anxiety without foundation. The peasantry had become quiescent and apparently supportive of the government, but only due to coercive fascist control of the countryside. Mussolini's gastric ulcer attacks. The regime promulgated the story that Mussolini was prostrated by stomach ulcers. In fact, he had succumbed to agonizing symptoms of his syphilis. The attacks Mussolini suffered in early 1925 seemed to have been the first of such intense severity. Had Had any of that magnitude taken place earlier, Mussolini's suffering would surely have been noticed by those closest to him and recorded. However, he does seem to have been subject to related but somewhat less debilitating gastric problems in August-September 1924. 50. Even before the availability of penicillin, syphilis of the stomach was rare. Few doctors were aware of what its symptoms indicated. These gastric crises resulted from damage to the abdominal ganglia or vagus nerve caused by tertiary syphilitic infection. When they struck, the patient was generally reduced to convulsive helplessness, punctuated by sobs and even screams. Doctors aware of the problem reported that strong men became hysterical and wept uncontrollably, and that others suffered nervous collapse comparable to that of a hypersensitive woman in childbirth without anesthesia. Such horrific pain and severe vomiting would be followed by days or weeks of debilitating exhaustion. Accounts describing Mussolini's first particularly acute attack on February 15, 1925 differ. Sarfatti states that they took place in his office, then in the Palazzo Chigi. Mussolini's chauffeur, Ercole Borato, who had replaced Cirillo Tambra in early 1923, recalled him collapsing in his automobile. Cesira Carocci, 54, whom Sarfatti had hired as Mussolini's housekeeper, later recounted that he suffered his first seizure in his apartment on Via Rasella. Perhaps each witnessed a different episode over the course of a few days. That seems unlikely. Each of the three claimed to witness a seizure so serious that Mussolini would have been immobilized after it, precluding two other similar events anywhere near the same time. It may be that each wished to be remembered as the person who saved Mussolini's life. Cesira Carocci seems the most trustworthy, as Mussolini's 1937 recounting of the event to Claretta Petacci strongly suggests. A number of doctors examined Mussolini, beginning on February 17. None diagnosed syphilis as the problem. A consensus formed that gastric ulcers were the cause of his illness. Mussolini had become so debilitated that he had to convalesce for 3 months. During that time, he reduced his public appearances to a minimum. For weeks, he could hold down so little food that he became seriously emaciated. Finally, in late May, he had recovered sufficiently for Borato to drive him to D'Annunzio's magnificent estate, the Vittoriale, overlooking Lake Garda. Sarfatti and Carocci accompanied Mussolini to attend to his needs. Mussolini's health remained stable over most of the summer, although Sarfatti remained quite worried about his prognosis. She and his doctor seriously considered surgical intervention, but they came to no decision. On September 12, however, Mussolini spent the morning of a hot day viewing military exercises at Civitavecchia, then returned to Rome to present the new commander of the fascist militia to his senior officers. Shortly thereafter, he collapsed in agony from renewed gastric attacks. He was rushed by train to Milan that evening, where Sarfatti awaited him. He remained there in isolation for 9 days. He recovered sufficiently to return to his official duties in and around Milan, but only for a few days. Then he suffered a new attack on September 28 and was rushed to Sarfatti's country home. There, Sarfatti called in her friend, Dr. Bellum Pescarolo, to examine her lover. This indicates that Sarfatti feared Mussolini might have stomach cancer. The doctor did find Mussolini to be in serious danger, concluding his problem was caused by ulcers. He advised surgery. After 2 days, when he was well enough to travel, Mussolini returned to Rome by train, accompanied by Sarfatti. Mussolini remained in bed for 4 days, then returned to work on October 5. After Pescarolo traveled to Rome and examined Mussolini again, he begged Sarfatti to persuade her lover to undergo surgical intervention. He stated frankly that the deuce seemed in danger of death. Other doctors Sarfatti called in concurred. The fact that the deuce had been bedridden for months in early 1925, rumors about his later stomach attacks, and the old stories about his syphilis had tarnished Mussolini's propagandistic image of a still youthful man brimming with energy and virility. So many doctors had examined him without forming a consensus on his illness that a definite resolution of Mussolini's condition had become a political necessity. The eminent internist, Dr. Aldo Castellani, had been called in from London to examine him. Mussolini requested the doctor conduct a Wassermann test to determine if he was a syphilitic. When the results were examined, they were negative. 59. While offering Mussolini no cure, the test results seem to end questions about his venereal infection. But they do not. Wassermann tests were reliable in recently contracted cases of syphilis. In a case as old as Mussolini's, they were highly unreliable and were practically useless in cases of stomach neurosyphilis. The Mayo Clinic conducted Wassermann tests on a group of known syphilitics suffering from gastrointestinal pain in 1920-21. 56% produced negative results. DEG 61, Mussolini's leading physicians had been a charade, however painful a one for the Duce. He knew he had syphilis, as did the Mussolini family doctor, Ambrosio Binda. Binda attended to the entire Mussolini clan into the 1930s and surely continued to treat the Duce for his decades-old infection. What remains unclear is what Sarfatti knew and what other experts on venereal disease may have been called in secretly to treat the dictator in 1925 and later. It does seem that both Luigi Verratti and Paolo Pini continued to attend to Mussolini in this regard. In fact, when Mussolini first began to experience serious stomach problems in the early summer of 1924, he summoned Verratti from Milan to examine him. Given their intimacy, it seems likely that Sarfatti at least intuited that her lover was a syphilitic, and probably was completely aware. She suggested as much in My Fault. As for what other physicians may have treated the Duce for his infection, no evidence had yet surfaced. As for why Sarfatti did not frankly address the issue in her memoir, after all, she denigrated Mussolini in many other ways one can only guess. It may be she realized that her decades-long physical relationship with a syphilitic raised very unpleasant questions about her. In any case, rumors about the real cause of the Duce's stomach problems continued to circulate in Italy, and the truth about Mussolini's affliction was known to high-ranking members of the Italian government, as well as the British government, and almost certainly to those in other governments as well. With the question of his affliction seemingly resolved, the doctor Sarfatti had brought in for consultations continued to diagnose Mussolini as suffering from stomach ulcers. At the same time, the Duce feared the consequences for his hold on power, if he had to undergo a long period of recovery from major surgery. Any surgeon who might be chosen to perform such an intervention would fear the consequences of his patient died on the operating table. As a result, Mussolini's treatment remained what it had been, a diet excluding meat and alcohol and consisting largely of milk and fruit. He suffered another attack on Christmas Day 1925, followed by others beginning 10 days later that immobilized him until mid-January 1926. More acute spasms occurred in Stockholm at the time. Unsuccessful literature awarded to her friend, Ada Negri. Alice de Fonseca Palotelli, another of Mussolini's lovers, had temporarily taken Sarfatti's place at his bedside. She arranged for Castellani's recall to Rome in great secrecy to treat the Duce. The doctor's ministrations brought only temporary relief. Agonizing stomach pain struck Mussolini in mid-February 1927, leaving him in severely weakened condition until April. Still other attacks followed until late 1927. Other attacks took place periodically after that, although they were effectively concealed. It seems that the Duce's gastrointestinal agonies would return at the moments of his greatest triumphs or most severe stress. For the last 2 decades of his life, Mussolini lived on a severely restricted diet. There is evidence that Mussolini's actual condition was known to at least some in his immediate family. While in Switzerland in 1944-45, Edda Mussolini Ciano was treated in the Malavos Mental Hospital in Canton Valais by the renowned psychiatrist André Rapond. In the late summer of 1945, Rapond wrote a report on his psychotherapeutic sessions with Mussolini's daughter. By then, the results of the autopsy conducted on the Duce's corpse had been 68. Published. No indications of Mussolini's syphilis had been noted, and Rapond accepted those findings. However, Edda Ciano told the doctor of the severely restricted diet on which her father subsisted and the difficulties he caused by sometimes imposing that on his family. Then Rapond noted, never had syphilis, which some claim he had contracted in Switzerland. But on the other hand, he suffered from a syphilis phobia and was treated constantly for a malady which he did not have, which existed only in his anxious mind, and which he maintained he did not have. 69. What happened to Rossi and Dumini? Sarfatti presents a rather garbled and in places erroneous version of Rossi and Dumini's fates. In the fall of 1924, Rossi wrote and circulated a few copies of a memorandum in which he accused Mussolini of ordering many acts of violence since he had become prime minister. Rossi did not explicitly tie Mussolini to the murder of Matteotti, but the implication was clear. One copy was given to the king, but he refused to act on it, stating that such was a parliamentary responsibility. Finally, on December 27, 1924, the Roman opposition newspaper Il Mondo published portions of what Rossi had written. Mussolini ordered Rossi's arrest, but soon freed him, although under close police surveillance. In late February 1926, however, Rossi managed to flee Rome and took refuge in France. There he joined the exiled anti-fascist community and began sending subversive literature into Italy. After Filippo Filippelli was released from prison, he began corresponding with Rossi. Filippelli's life had been more or less ruined and he needed an income. In early 1927, he had agreed to work with the police as an informer. Arturo Bocchini, the head of public security, decided on an operation to capture Rossi using Filippelli. In August 1928, Filippelli convinced Rossi that it was critical that the two have a conversation in person. Rossi agreed meet in the tiny Italian enclave of Campione. It lay on the shores of Lake Lugano, cut off from the rest of Italy by a slice of Swiss territory. In order to get there, Rossi needed a passport and insisted on one for his lover, Margherita Duran, too. Bocchini had false passports created, but the one made for Rossi was in the name of a criminal wanted in several countries. He then informed the Swiss police that he needed their cooperation to capture the miscreants, who would cross Swiss territory to reach Campione. The Swiss agreed. When Rossi and Durand arrived in Campione in September, they were arrested, taken to Rome and imprisoned. When the truth emerged, it created a major diplomatic incident. The Swiss had been deceived. In retaliation, they expelled 2 Italian police agents involved in the incident. More quiet protests from Paris pointed out that Durand, a French citizen, was innocent of any crime. After 2 months, the Italians released her. Rossi insisted he was innocent of Mattiotti's murder, but after a lengthy process, he received a 30-year sentence. In 1940, however, he was released from confinement and placed under a loose form of house arrest. 2 years later, he and Durand married. He was given parole in February 1943. Rossi had a new trial in 1945, insisted on his innocence, and was finally freed for lack of sufficient evidence in April 1947. 72. Farinacci offered a wild, histrionic defense of Dumini at the Matteotti murder trial in early 1926. Dumini was found guilty of murder. In the atmosphere of the new fascist dictatorship, however, in 1934, Dumini obtained a larder in Libya in return for pledging his continued silence. From time to time thereafter, he also received gifts of farming equipment and large sums of money. Found guilty of espionage by a British court-martial in March 1941, he was shot by a firing squad but miraculously survived and returned to Italy. He was arrested after the war by the new Italian government. He was found guilty of Mattiotti's murder in 1947 and sentenced to life imprisonment, but was released in 1955.73, Chapter 8. Dictatorship. FEW people stood by Mussolini during the Matteotti crisis. He came within an inch of his ruin. The socialist leaders would have undone him had they been endowed with courage. If Professor Giovanni Amendola, the liberal leader, had acted with political insight, not idealism, he would have replaced Mussolini as prime minister. Instead, Amendola played the role of the philosophical Kerensky instead of the energetic Lenin. Like Kerensky before him, Amendola was defeated. The entire opposition, from Catholics to communists, chose the easy way. They retired to their so-called Aventine Hill and boycotted parliament. However, once a month they descended from their lofty heights for payday, which they were loath to abandon. Only cunning old Giolitti knew that no fight was ever won by absenteeism. He and his handful of faithful followers never deserted the Chamber of Deputies. They calmly took their seats day after day. Giolitti said, "As long as there is a parliament, and we were elected to it by the people, it is our duty to see that it functions constitutionally. We must fight as its lawful minority." In August 1924, Giolitti sent a certain Vittorio Pinellia through me in my room at the Hotel Ambasciatori. I knew the man slightly. At the time, the body of Matteotti had recently been discovered, driving some in Italy to collective hysteria. Pinella tried to persuade me that the best course open to Mussolini was resignation. Furthermore, Mussolini should advise the king to name Giolitti in his place. Finally, Mussolini should submit nobly to a trial over his guilt or innocence in the murder of Matteotti. "How amusing!" I exclaimed angrily. "He resigns today, is arrested tomorrow, locked up in Regina Coeli, and sentenced to prison a few weeks later. What a charming plan for me to influence Mussolini to accept. But are you not ignoring the danger of civil war, my friend?" "Oh no," Pinella replied reassuringly. Giolitti would make sure the Matteotti affair was forgotten. He showed me how. I still clearly remember how Pinella imitated Giolitti's gesture, as if lifting the Matteotti affair with his right hand and flinging it bodily away behind his back. Pinella went on. Then after a while, Giolitti resigns in his tum and gives the premiership back to Mussolini, by then forgiven or even declared innocent. I remained calm in the face of that nonsense. Then I told Mussolini about the trap set by Giolitti and Pinella. I also resented Giolitti's insult to my intelligence. The sly old fox could have paid me the compliment of presenting a better scheme, I who had always been friendly to him. For example, in the first week after the march on Rome, black shirts threatened to storm his apartment on Via Cavour. After Giolitti's daughter came to beg me to protect her father, I promised he would be guarded. Mussolini issued strict orders to that effect. 5, in fact, among Mussolini's closest advisors in the early 20s, I was the only one to counsel mildness and tolerance toward our enemies. Countess Persico, Nitty's plump and witty sister-in-law, pleaded with me to obtain a passport to France for the ex-prime minister. I was only too glad to ask Mussolini at lunch next day. I got him to grant it. I embraced anything which kept people from harm. I not only did for them, but also to keep bloodstains from besmirching the appearance of my ideal, fascism. I have always felt horrified at crimes. In times of political emergency, I insisted upon calm. I advised granting free expression to the press and the opposition, providing an outlet for people's outrage. I particularly disapproved of Farinacci's blatantly fanatical attitude. He acted as an agent provocateur. I warned Mussolini against him. After that, Farinacci began to honor me with his enmity. Previously, he had tried to charm me, him with his little black mustache, rolling dark eyes, and cheap good looks. He's like a glorified semi-literate Southern Italian. I described him once on a whim. I understand he heard about my insult and never forgave me for it. On the November 4th, 1924, Italian Armistice Day, the Kerensky of the Italian peninsula, Giovanni Amendola, or more likely his friends, got tired of waiting. They had been expecting the king's permission for a revolution. Who could conceive of such an absurd event? Yet in Italy, the country of the combinazioni, or arrangements, Amendola's followers actually tried to engineer such royal assent in a roundabout fashion. If I remember rightly, the story unfolded as follows. Professor Amendola then edited the opposition newspaper Il Mondo. Almost every night, General Bensavenga went there to see him to discuss the probabilities of a revolutionary insurrection against fascism. But wait a little more, Amendola used to say. He promised that if they behaved like good children, the king would probably do away with Mussolini in a quiet, ladylike way. Amendola would not need to trouble himself to light the fuse of revolution. But pushed on by his friends, although not very happy about it, Amendola finally attempted to engineer an uprising. Except for the Children's Crusade in the 13th century, there has never been a more pathetically inane affair. That crusade cost thousands of children's lives. But at least that affair was supposed to have been sponsored by God. There is an old saying among the Spaniards that God stands by the wicked if they decisively outnumber the just. King Frederick II of Prussia agreed when he said that God invariably supports the side of the big battalions. The procession was to pay homage officially, as every year, to the tomb of the unknown soldier in Piazza Venezia, moving from the church of Santa Maria degli Angeli near the station, and down the long, narrow Via Nazionale to the piazza. It is 2 blocks from Piazza Venezia to Palazzo Chigi, then Mussolini's office. The palazzo was to be taken by storm by the war-maimed soldiers moving along in their perambulators at the head of the parade. They were to be followed by women, children, and old men, all of them unarmed, save for their high-minded ideals. The plan had been openly advertised beforehand. The procession moved to roaring shouts of "Down with fascism" and "Death to Mussolini." Mussolini had concentrated black shirts from the provinces, especially the fierce Tuscans and Bolognese, in the cross streets along Via Nazionale. As the procession unrolled its winding serpentine, it was assaulted section by section, and its helpless participants driven off with great losses. This resulted in many casualties, with knife wounds and broken bones from clubs, and a great deal of fright. But there was only death, the prestige of the opposition. From the very first day of the Matteotti crisis, my constant advice to Mussolini had been, "You must take a clear position in this affair. You insist that you are not guilty. On the contrary, maintain that the Matteotti murder was a treacherous stroke aimed at you. Therefore, you have to punish the perpetrators of this murder as outright criminals. But you cannot go on playing the role of the guileless little boy who knew nothing about his wicked companions and their mischief. You must clear yourself of criminal responsibility, but also accept the political responsibility for conducting a revolution." He feared to take such a position and delayed. At last, his back against the wall, he did so in his parliamentary speech of January 3rd, 1925. In fact, he overdid it. It proved a great success. It had grown tired of an impotent opposition that did no more than talk. The country turned to the man who produced facts. I mean public works, factories, land reclamation, and other practical results that Mussolini had begun. But the January 3 speech contained a mystery. At the time, it puzzled everyone who followed politics. King Vittorio Emanuele III and Mussolini knew how to solve this riddle. Besides those two, I alone received Mussolini's confidence on the matter. I feel free after these many years to reveal this secret. It can no longer injure anyone. Certainly, Mussolini, the main protagonist, has gone beyond any harm. That January day, while addressing the chamber, Mussolini proclaimed that Italy wanted peace and calm. He would deliver it, if possible, with kindness, if necessary with force. Then he solemnly declared to the assembled deputies, "You can be certain that in the 48 hours which follow my speech, all will be clarified in these regards." 4 months earlier, in an unguarded moment, drunk on his oratory, he had threatened to ride roughshod over the opposition. That had caused me much distress. Mussolini possessed an inspired gift for such dramatic eloquence. Sometimes he overindulged it at the expense of truth and good taste. Later on, it grew into a mania with him, as for instance the 8 million bayonets of which he boasted after the conquest of Ethiopia. Had that many bayonets, perhaps? But what are they compared to artillery, airplanes, and tanks? And what use are bayonets in the hands of men unwilling to use them? After his January 3 speech, Italy waited with anxiety. The next few days, however, passed uneventfully. Only on February 17 did Mussolini name the extremist braggart Roberto Farinacci as secretary of the party, rewarding for his steadfast ferocity. 3 days later, Mussolini suddenly fainted, vomiting blood from a stomach ulcer. What about the Great Clarification forecast on January 3? Before Mussolini announced it in Parliament, he had thought it unnecessary to ask the king's consent to his plan. He would dissolve the chamber, order the arrest of all members of the opposition, and revoke their privileges and immunities as deputies. By one stroke of his pen, he expected to have them at his mercy, all of them and their followers across Italy locked in prison. The king had a long record of stubbornness, especially in emergencies. In November 1917, Prime Minister Orlando doubted the Piave River line could be held. He proposed a further retreat, but the king said no. Vittorio Emanuele exhibited great calm and courage when he met with the Allied leaders at Peschiera. He defended Luigi Cadorna against their criticisms but agreed that Armando Diaz should replace Cadoma. Thereafter, the Italian army defended the Piave River with success until it launched the final victory offensive in October 1918-15-13. In 1922, the king said no to Prime Minister Facta, who wanted the army to resist the march on Rome with barbed wire, and ordered the royal aide-de-camp, General Cittadini, to telephone Mussolini and offer him the premiership. I was at Mussolini's elbow in Milan that day, October 29, 1922, when Cittadini's call came through. "Very well, General, distrustful as always, but I would like to have it by telegram." The telegram arrived 20 minutes later. On the morning of January 4th, 1925, Mussolini went to the royal audience. He submitted to the king a decree dissolving parliament. Such an act was generally a matter of course, but such a decree nonetheless required the royal signature. But Vittorio Emanuele III refused it. Instead, a scene of unprecedented verbal violence took place. Mussolini hardly had expected such a flat and firm refusal. He was taken aback when the king stated angrily, "I have been brought up with liberal principles. I am a thorough Democrat at heart and by convictions. I have sworn to uphold the Constitution. The heads of the House of Savoy do not break their oaths. I will not sign." Mussolini first insisted, then begged, grew desperate, and made threats. All in vain. Vittorio Emanuele III expanded on his reasons. "This would violate my conscience. I will not do it. If you and your followers want to take my life, then take it. I feel old and used up. My life is only a worn-out rag. You can have it if you want. I have but few convictions. Among them are adherence to my word and loyalty to the Constitution. I will uphold them to the last. I have never gone and will not go beyond the bonds of the Constitution. I will not break the law. I will not sign, even at the cost of my life." He would not sign. Why did he later sanction all that later passed? Why did he permit crimes which cried out to heaven? I do not know. I cannot explain it, except by the banal observation that people change, even kings. Perhaps kings do more than others, but I am certain of what Vittorio Emanuele III said that day. 18. Donna Edvige, Mussolini's bluntly outspoken sister, grew furious when in June 1938, the king and queen visited Predapio. The tomb of Mussolini's parents had been turned into shrine, a place to which, out of adulation and ignorance, fascists made ritual pilgrimage. So finally, even the king visited it and left a floral homage to dead Rosa and Alessandro. Then the royal couple passed on to the Mussolini summer residence at nearby Rocca della Caminet. In doing so, they made an unprecedented gesture by paying tribute to the Duce, including the presentation of a bouquet of roses to his loving wife Rachel. Edvige, of course, loathed Donna Rachel with more than the usual sister-in-law's traditional antipathy. "Need the king go?" she demanded. "Need he abase himself out of fear, going so far as to even bring Rachel flowers? To a commoner? What has happened to the monarch's dignity? Going to the dogs, I suppose. This marks the surrender of the last shred of the king's symbolic majesty and authority." The king and his family would soon pay a heavy penalty for his weakness. But then, what Italian family has been spared from the miseries of dictatorship and war? and unlike the king, most of them were totally innocent of any crime and paid for the sins of the exalted few. The king acted too late. He was well-intentioned, perhaps. But he fell victim to his obsession with constitutional form. So long as Mussolini respected the appearance of constitutional order, the king seems to have thought that the essence of the constitution remained safe. Only after the vote of the July 1943 Fascist Council gave him an indisputably legal mandate did the king take action against Mussolini. But Vittorio Emanuele III had been the king since 1900. His signature was the prerequisite for a declaration of war. Why then did he sign the fatal June 1940 mobilization decree? He had known how to say no on January 4, 1925, under far less important circumstances. Why did he never say no thereafter, when the fundamental laws of the country, those which had made it a civilized state, were torn to pieces in an orgy of depraved tyranny? The king could have played a great part as guardian of Italy's constitution. That was his royal duty as the keeper of the sacred flame of rule by law. By adherence to the principles laid down in the Albertine Constitution of 1848, the Savoy dynasty had ascended from Turin to Rome. Despite all his previous surrenders to Mussolini, why did Vittorio Emanuele III not refuse to go to war in June 1940? Under the constitution, that was his right and his privilege. According to his oath to defend the country, that was his duty. Had he only said no then, the people and the army, the rich and the poor, the peasants and the workers, the entire country would have supported him with unanimity. National hatred of Germany and the longing for liberty burned in every Italian heart. The king could have said no early on and with some insistence to Mussolini. I mean, not just in small doses, but with a firm voice, as he should have. Then there would have been danger of civil war between the monarchy and the fascists. On the other hand, Mussolini and fascism could have been kept in check and subject to limitations set by the king. Had the fascists known boundaries that they could not cross, actions that would constitute an abuse of their power, then history could have turned out differently. History, however, took a quite different turn, and not just for my poor, unlucky country. It did so too for Europe and the world. Instead, Vittorio Emanuele III chose prevarication and flexibility in an attempt to gain time to see in what direction Mussolini would lead Italy. I'm convinced the king was sure that, more than for himself, that was prudent course for Italy. That turned out to be a serious psychological mistake in the short term and a disaster in the long run. Whenever Mussolini acquired some additional power, that stimulated his appetite for even more. If only the king had said no at the right moment, he could have saved Italy. Comments. The Aventine Secession. Even before the kidnapping and murder of Matteotti, a number of parliamentary deputies had been assaulted by fascist thugs. The attack on Giovanni Amendola in December 1923 provoked particular outrage in the opposition. Such assaults, which grew in frequency as the April 1924 elections approached, and the dubious results of the voting itself, led to a mass boycott of the Chamber of Deputies by most of the opposition. This became known as the Aventine Secession. On June 13, 1924, the Liberal, Socialist, and Communist deputies ceased attending Parliament, although Giolitti and his handful of supporters remained. Amendola assumed unofficial leadership of the Aventine. While the boycott enjoyed much popular support, it accomplished little since Mussolini ordered the fascist deputies to close Parliament for summer vacation on June 22. Deciding the action was futile, the Communist deputies returned to Parliament when it reopened on November 12. While Italy came close to civil war over the following 6 weeks, the fascists prevailed through intimidation and force after Mussolini's defiant speech of January 3, 1925. The severe beating in July severely weakened the resolve of the Aventine deputies, and the movement collapsed in the early fall. By then, the fascist dictatorship had been established. Amendola's supposed revolutionary uprising. Sarfatti's account of the violent events that took place in Rome on November 4, 1924, are in rough accord with the facts. But her explanation for why such fighting occurred is ludicrous and dishonest. Many commemorations of Italian Armistice Day were held on its 6th anniversary, the largest in Rome. Several large processions of veterans were to advance along the main avenues of the capital and converge in the Piazza Venezia. There they would participate in a ceremony at the tomb of the unknown soldier. Many participants, permanently disabled by war wounds, were in wheelchairs or hand-powered tricycles. Accounts of what happened in Rome differ, but it seems that anti-fascist veterans objected to attempts by black shirts to join the march. In several places along the parade routes, both sides exchanged angry shouts and insults, and then came to blows. There followed assaults with knives and clubs. The largest fight took place in the Piazza del Popolo. Finally, some militia drew their pistols and fired in the air. This produced panic and flight, but relatively few serious injuries. Still, the ceremony at the Tomb of the Unknown was cancelled. Similar altercations took place in other towns and cities, the most notable in Sicily. Whether or not local fascist groups had planned such attacks is unclear. But over the following week, Mussolini deplored the incidents and promised to discipline those black shirts involved. It seems very unlikely that the Prime Minister bore any responsibility. Given his precarious situation as the Matteotti crisis was backing him into a political corner, Mussolini had every reason to avoid such provocations. It is certain that Amendola had nothing to do with the incidents in Rome. He was taken by surprise at actions that showed Mussolini's followers in a very bad light. Why Sarfatti denigrated Amendola as an inept revolutionary conspirator who initiated a hopeless coup d'etat in November 1924 is baffling. In fact, Mussolini recognized Amendola as his most able and dangerous political opponent during the Matteotti crisis. He also admired Amendola's vigorous actions when colonial minister and expressed a degree of regret for the savage beating that led to the former minister's death. Surely Sarfatti was aware of Mussolini's positive assessments. Furthermore, Amendola hardly compared to Alexander Kerensky, who headed a weak Russian government with a number of soldiers at his command. He was overthrown by Lenin's Red Guards. Amendola had neither a government nor military forces upon which to rely, nor did he intend any violent actions. He expected the king to remove Mussolini, admittedly a vain hope as matters turned out. Some participants in the Roman processions entered government buildings, but they did not do so on Amendola's orders but to seek refuge from the fighting in the streets. Other than that, her account of anti-fascist actions on the day in question bears no relation to reality. It is also puzzling why she states that Mussolini himself had ordered the militia to assemble in side streets to ambush the processions. Perhaps having claimed that an anti-fascist revolution had been planned, she needed to explain its failure by insisting that Mussolini had taken effective countermeasures. Even if she wrote for a readership which she expected to be ignorant of Italian events a quarter century earlier, Sarfatti's spurious account is difficult to explain. Perhaps she wanted to demonstrate that the dictatorship Mussolini imposed was inevitable. Her false narrative claimed the opposition had made the first attempt at imposing a government on Italy by force, but it had revealed its incompetence. In turn, as she argues in successive passages, the king decided not to oppose the creation of a fascist tyranny. Thus, it was inevitable that Mussolini became the deuce. Therefore, by her account, Sarfatti appears blameless in the matter. How Mussolini became dictator? Sarfatti argues that Vittorio Emanuele III could have prevented the establishment of the fascist dictatorship. That brushes aside a factor she herself raises, the king's concept of his role as head of state under the circumstances of that time. The monarch made some of his thinking in that regard clear following the overthrow of the fascist regime. For example, he stated in January 1944 that he refused to oppose the march on Rome with force because he would not submit Italy to the certain bloodbath which would have followed, prevent a civil war. But he raised another, and probably more decisive motivation. I did not order the army into action, and that is why I remained on the throne. 25. The king refrained from violence in October 1922, when the balance of forces weighed heavily against the fascists. In February 1923, the black shirts became an official government force as the Milizia Volontario per la Sicurezza Nazionale. In October 1924, in the midst of the Matteotti crisis, all members of the militia swore allegiance to the king. In turn, by accepting such loyalty oaths, the monarch assumed titular command of a fascist internal security force. Under those circumstances, ones he himself had approved, Vittorio Emanuele III was far less likely to order the army to block Mussolini's assumption of dictatorial powers. Such a decision in January 1925 would have led to a far bloodier domestic conflict than it would have in October 1922. In fact, the king had increased fascist power between 1922 and 1925. He had supported the strengthening and the appointment of the Minister of War. He had agreed to Mussolino di Giorgio. More significant was the simultaneous appointment of General Ambrogio Clerici, formerly the king's aide-de-camp, as war undersecretary. Shortly after Di Giorgio and Clerici assumed office, they ordered the distribution of 100,000 rifles from army arsenals to the black shirts. Undoubtedly, both generals had consulted Vittorio Emanuele III and received his approval before this action. Sarfatti makes little mention of events from August 1924 to January 1925. During those 5 months, Mussolini and the fascists continued to lose support from almost every segment of Italian society. That process accelerated in November, following the violence on Armistice Day and the reopening of Parliament. The crisis came to a head late the following month. On December 27, Amendola's Il Mondo published Cesare Rossi's memorandum describing Mussolini as the main author of fascist criminality. To many, especially among the fascists, it seemed only a matter of days before the king withdrew his support for Mussolini and nominated an anti-fascist as prime minister. For several weeks prior to the publication of the Rossi statement, the regional leaders of the militia had been discussing how to retain fascist control of the Italy. Mussolini's recent behavior suggested resignation, even despair. He might escape liability for Matteotti's murder or flee the country, but the Black Shirt commanders faced not only the loss of their power, but also possible prison sentences if anti-fascists formed a post-Mussolini government. They decided to act with or without Mussolini. They preferred his able political leadership. Still, the consuls seemed to have been guided by Balbo, who, in turn, was being advised by Grandi. Those two men found Mussolini overbearing and hoped to replace him eventually. They knew, however, that they would not survive the collapse of the fascist movement. Meanwhile, the fascist deputies began to split into rival camps. Moderates sought to survive Mussolini's downfall and extremists to force the Deuce to take action to maintain his control. On December 3rd cabinet meeting, his demand to be granted emergency powers was rejected. However, General Di Giorgio and Interior Minister Luigi Federsoni backed Mussolini when he requested a show of support from all present. The two men represented the army and the police. More significant, both men were staunch monarchists, and their attitude surely reflected previous consultations with the king. That proved decisive, and the majority of the ministers pledged their loyalty to the prime minister. On December 31, 33 MVSN consuls arrived unannounced in Mussolini's office. They demanded that Mussolini crush the anti-fascist opposition, or they would lead their black shirts to do so without him. Already, the consuls had unleashed their militia followers in Pisa, Florence, and Bologna to smash the offices and printing presses of the opposition and beat their opponents into submission. Meanwhile, over the next few days, Mussolini pondered his choices. On January 2, he met with the king in the morning and again in the evening. In effect, Mussolini asked Vittorio Emanuele III to accept his assumption of dictatorial powers. The king refused to give Mussolini everything he had requested. The monarch was caught between his duty to uphold the Albertine Statute and his desire that Mussolini remain in power. Finally, the king granted Mussolini his tacit permission to act, as he considered necessary while preserving at least the appearance of constitutional rule. On January 3, 1925, Mussolini appeared before the chamber, still without most of its liberal and socialist deputies. He took full responsibility for all fascist actions since the 1924 electoral campaign. At the same time, Mussolini denied any responsibility for the murder of Matteotti. He did promise that over the next 48 hours, the new political situation would be clarified. He insisted that what would take place was entirely for the good of the country. 33. He had not informed the king in advance of what he would say. There is every indication that Vittorio Emanuele III was shocked by the Duce's words and the actions which followed. But he did nothing to stop them. Over the next few days, the new dictator ordered the heads of public security and the Carabinieri to prevent the opposition from meeting or holding rallies, to shut their offices and assembly halls, to arrest subversives, and to employ the militia as their auxiliaries. They complied. In combination, his various royal actions and inactions make clear that after the king considered the alternatives facing him in October 1922 and January 1925, he decided in Mussolini's favor. Vittorio Emanuele III preferred that Mussolini should become prime minister in the first instance, and decided he should remain head of government in the second, even if it meant the establishment of a dictatorship. In both cases, the king feared the consequences of a civil war, regardless of its outcome for both his dynasty and his kingdom. Furthermore, even if the fascists were crushed, whether in 1922 or 1925, it would be the communists and the radical socialists who would gain the most and probably come to power. The only likely alternative would be the suspension of constitutional government and military rule. Either outcome was unacceptable to Vittorio Emanuele III, 335. Under these circumstances, it is rather illogical for Sarfatti to blame the king for allowing Mussolini to establish a tyranny. Instead, Vittorio Emanuele III was forced to choose among a dictatorship by a general, a Marxist or a fascist. It is also outrageous, given that she wanted her lover to acquire supreme power to fulfill their ambitions to transform Italy that both had nurtured for over a decade. Precisely what passed between Mussolini and Vittorio Emanuele III during their audiences on January 3 and 4, 1925, remains unknown. What Sarfatti relates was only what Mussolini and possibly Queen Elena later told her. But it seems likely that the king insisted that his head of government conform to at least the appearance of following constitutional norms. That was not due so much to any scruples on the king's part as to his determination to preserve his latent powers under the Albertine Statute. From 1925 to 1943, so long as the monarch to rule Italy as he chose. But if and when the king decided to remove the duca, as he did in July 1943, he could use his constitutional authority as commander-in-chief of the armed forces to do so. Such action would be entirely legal. Despite his acquiescence to Mussolini's usurpations and crimes over the previous 2 decades, Mussolini was dictator not only in appearance but in reality between 1925 and 1943. Indeed, as the year's power tipped increasingly in Duce's favor. Mussolini's encroachments on royal prerogatives upset the monarch severely on a number of occasions. Yet all the while, because the army remained not simply royal in name, but loyal to the House of Savoy in fact, Vittorio Emanuele III retained the ability to overthrow Mussolini if and when he decided. Eventually, he so chose. However, while the king had not used the army on 2 occasions to oppose the fascists, thus avoiding civil war, history presented a bitter lesson in 1943 to 45. There is no way to calculate how many Italians might have died in a domestic conflict in 1922 or 1925, but numbers are available for the carnage visited upon the Italians in their civil war of 1943 to 45. After Hitler's troops rescued Mussolini from captivity and the Führer made him ruler of a republic in central and northern Italy, a serial conflicts had begun. Since these occurred simultaneously, in an intertwined manner, it is impossible to determine precisely how many deaths resulted from each. At least 7 forms of mass killing took place in 1943 to 45. Fighting took place between Allied and Axis forces up the length of the Italian peninsula from Salerno to the Po Valley. Italians took particide. Behind German lines, Italian partisans and Mussolini's Republican troops waged a vicious guerrilla war. At the time, Vittorio Emanuele III ordered his military to switch sides in September 1943. Some 1.7 million Italian soldiers were stationed in the Balkans, southern France, and the northern 3/4 of the kingdom. Tens of thousands died fighting the Germans, other tens of thousands became guerrillas or joined the Germans, hundreds of thousands were captured and sent to German prison camps. During the Italian Civil War of 1943 to 45, at least 14,000 Italian civilians were murdered. Mussolini's Republican police arrested and deported some 7,000 Italian Jews, most of whom died in Nazi gas chambers. To sort out which Italians were killed by other Italians in the 20 months of war that followed, or afterward, during the revenge killings of tens of thousands of fascists that began in the spring and summer of 1945, is impossible. Still, an approximate figure of 150,000 seems reasonable. It is hard to believe that an Italian civil war in 1922 or even in 1925 would have resulted in an equivalent slaughter. Chapter 9. Human Kindness. As strange as it may seem, it was Mussolini who once taught me the true power of the word no. It seems to have been a lesson he had learned from the king. Until then, Mussolini had avoided the hidden rocks of life. He showed me the surest way someone can avoid those obstacles. Later on, however, he forgot his own lesson. As he said to me, the first thing a man who has risen to power must learn is one very simple word: no. Its magic does not open the door to the cave like sesame. On the contrary, it closes the door to the public treasury and the path of favoritism that led you there. 80% of what people ask of me is unjust. To grant such requests would create a dangerous abuse of the public's rights and would benefit only private interests. Otherwise, those people would attempt to achieve their purpose through regular channels. However, it would be wildly optimistic to believe that the other 20% of requests for favors are justified. Most of the reasons put forth are false, and the reasoning behind their requests are actually as many traps. The word no, therefore, becomes a kind of scepter. Anyone who does not understand the power of the word over the crowds will never know how to govern them. It was a hot July day when Mussolini made that statement to me, and his words were sincere. During that period, he was putting his thoughts in order, long before the fascination with power would go to his head. Later on, he would turn that good no of the first years into a caricature, a truculent no underscored by his fists beating down on the table, suppressing any form of freedom of speech. On that occasion, we were sitting on the beach facing the majestic Mediterranean that comes up to the walls of ancient Ostia and the medieval city of Pratica di Mare, at Castel Porziano near Rome. At dusk, the wind that the Romans call the Ponentino refreshes the air of the stifling afternoon. The steady breeze pushes the clouds, at first light blue, then cobalt, and finally purple, as they travel over the century-old pine trees. In those far-off days, I remember how Mussolini and I would go there, where he had a summer bungalow. Finding a place where the Deuce could spend the summer months presented a problem. At first, the king offered to give him the island of Monte Cristo that Alexander Dumas once made famous. It belonged to the crown. "Presidente, you'll like it," said the king. "It is an isolated place, ideal for a good rest." But Mussolini didn't like islands. With his typically suspicious nature, he said to me, "So then, would I either be the king's guest or his prisoner? Under the watchful eye of his majesty, one never could tell." Then a wealthy industrialist, Baron Ficini, a man with a dubious past, offered his castle at Nettuno. It lay just 2 hours out of Rome. It was a beautiful estate filled with a history of tragedies and mysteries that haunted the enormous empty buildings like ghosts. Like any peasant, Mussolini was superstitious, believing in omens. He had spent the June 1924 weekend at the Baron's estate when Giacomo Matteotti was kidnapped in Rome. That convinced him the castle held bad luck for him. On another occasion, he gave away a magnificent Russian greyhound he had been given. Why? Because on that same day he fell ill from his ulcers, or so he thought, and never wanted to see the dog again. Finally, the king loaned him the royal estate at Castel Porziano. Mussolini would sunbathe on the beach where he had a little wooden bungalow erected. After a trip from the Palazzo Venezia in the morning, he would read and rest there from noon to 6, then return to his office. At times, he would swim to improve his crawl style, since previously he could swim only like a child flopping about in a tub. He became convinced that he swam impressive distances over long periods. As a precaution, the police would follow him in a rowboat. They always agreed with whatever claim Mussolini would make. I used to smile along with my children when Mussolini would turn the scores of meters he had covered in the water into hundreds. As we would joke among ourselves, the Deuce's meters measure shorter than other people's. When he rated a day as particularly beautiful, meaning one without wind, with a calm sea and a sky full of sunshine, he would place a white rock on the side of the beach bungalow to mark it. In that place of swimming and boat rides, Mussolini would become even tempered, quiet, and communicative. He would experience his more spiritual moments. He would tell me about the strange episodes of his life. We would discuss books we were reading. Sometimes he would explain his theories, like the one about no, the word he considered magical in the exercise of power and justice. Look at Francesco Crispi, for example. He is eulogized for his energy as a statesman. He was a Sicilian patriot, a conspirator, and probably a murderer without much education or brains. He helped plan the attempt to kill Napoleon III in 1858. But he left poor Orsini behind, to pay with his life. But after the rout in Ethiopia, he showed whatever greatness he possessed. He resisted the public outcry demanding withdrawal from East Africa. He refused defiantly. I would have done the same. Still, Crispi gave in to bad impulses. He often said no due to his fundamentally weak character. But I always say no coldly, based on principle. I always know how to resist. Actually, what Mussolini displayed expertise at was creating enemies. He possessed an inability to keep friends. He managed to repel so many. His personality mixed pessimism, cynicism, bitterness, and mistrust. He was actor projecting an image, a director molding an audience's impression. Mussolini protected his true nature from view. He always hid himself from the public. Once he told me, "See how the leaders of other countries adopt poses according to the characteristics of their populations." The best example is Franklin Roosevelt. He practices the American style to perfection with his radiant cordiality of his easy handshake, open smile, and an optimism that says hello or good morning to the whole world. A British statesman must remain reserved and distinguished. He displays reserve, indifference, and superiority, barely hidden behind a faint, humorous smile. French presidents need to display a hearty, familiar attitude, reflecting the deep impulses of the bourgeoisie who sustained France's social order. In Italy, one must offer drama since our people like seriousness, but interrupted by displays of impulsiveness and excitement. Mussolini carefully nurtured his reputation of being a sort of magician or witch doctor with the added talents of a soothsayer and a prophet. I remember once in January 1926, when Cremonesi, then governor of Rome, proposed expanding the April 21 celebration of the birthday of Rome. Mussolini rejected Cremonesi's plan for concerts and fireworks. He annotated the proposal in longhand, "No, it rains." It wasn't at all written in the future or the conditional, but in the present tense, as though it were something happening now. 3 months later, it rained precisely on the day he said it would. Cremonesi showed me that piece of paper with an amazed expression on his face. "How did you know it would happen?" I asked Mussolini shortly afterwards. He smiled with some arrogance and answered me with that bizarre merriment he would display. "When you are in power, you must take risks to increase your prestige. It's therefore better to make a few mistakes sometimes rather than not make any impression at all." But it is also true that if on that same night there had been a star-studded clear sky covering Rome, Cremonesi would have simply forgotten the incident that was by itself a small thing, and wouldn't have even told me about it. Instead, that anecdote immediately made history, and had Mussolini classified as a man who could see far into the future simply because good fortune turned the risk into a successful prophecy. To counteract the natural informality of his character, Mussolini also added no doubt in order to protect himself from the public and keep a certain distance, a kind of stiff seriousness. Shortly after his illness one night, he was exhausted after a long day of work and meetings. He was resting in an armchair and experiencing some very heavy pain. A servant announced that Chiavellini had arrived and wished to see him on an urgent matter. Chiavellini was the Duce's private secretary who had already been working with him for many years and could be considered one of the few people in his entourage who saw him in private. Mussolini immediately requested his vest and waistcoat. I told him that he could keep his brown silk pajamas to receive his secretary. But with some impatience, he answered me behind the door as he slipped on the clothes he had requested. "If a public man wished to command respect, he cannot show any weaknesses or be informal. Remember how Emperor 8 Vespasian, even when he was in agony, got out of bed saying that a Roman emperor must wait for death standing on his own 2 feet. What a noble thought, I said to myself, but I remembered the example of Louis XIV. He did not hesitate to get out of bed and get dressed in full view of his entire court. But it is also true that when he was only a little boy, he became king. Louis XIV was not afflicted by the terrible fear of those who are newly arrived to holding power and who attempt to justify their position. As with most people with his humble background, so it was for Mussolini. His aloof attitude provided him a mantle of authority, but his persona accurately reflected his personality as well. Even when he was a young socialist among his comrades, no one dared slap him on the back. During his first years in power, almost no one could get close to him outside the official audiences. I always laughed when I heard someone boast that he knew one of Mussolini's most intimate friends. Mussolini had no friends. He tolerated only those who acted like lowly servants. He considered it normal, for example, that the deputy director of Tu Popolo d'Italia, or the fascist party secretary, would bring him a cup of coffee on a tray when he, the Duce, asked for one. It became even more difficult to approach Mussolini from 1929 onward. His family surrounded him after they moved to Rome. After Count Ciano returned from China in 1933, he became another buffer between the Duce and his high officials. By the mid, Mussolini would not meet with the prefects or other civil servants alone. When Ciano was not available, the relevant Undersecretary of State or the Fascist Party Secretary stood between the Duce and his visitors. Unfortunately, state employees had grown so terrified of the Duce that they invariably presented the same report. Each would assure Mussolini that everything was going well in their department, and that their ministry was functioning perfectly. One of Mussolini's ministers, Edmondo Rossoni, was held at an even greater distance than most others. Fearing this indicated great displeasure on the Duce's part, Rossoni assembled all his higher functionaries in order to correct the situation. The minister officially announced that, in order to be considered as excellent employees, you must always be optimistic. Lying, therefore, became the official policy of the Agriculture Ministry, but so it was throughout the entire regime. The saddest development for Mussolini was his increasing estrangement from human contact and especially from connection with ordinary people. In my biography, The Life of Benito Mussolini, I had warned about the danger of such a dehumanizing tragedy. Once I complained to Mussolini that he was too distant from what Shakespeare describes as the milk of human kindness. 12 after that, from time to time, he would quote those words of Shakespeare. As his and my official duties began to make our separations ever longer, he would write, "Come back to Rome, and especially come back to me. I miss your human kindness." Tragically, the time arrived when Mussolini became intoxicated by power and taken over by vanity. He began to hate that sweet and certain antidote, kindness. He was like a morphine addict who has grown so accustomed to the drug that he hates the cure. Eventually, the day came when I heard him utter very harsh words. "I have no friends. I hate to admit it, but if my own father came back from the dead to be my friend, I would order his execution, or I might even strangle him with my own hands, then turn away from his corpse." One sad autumn day, we were together at the beach once again. but it was the last time I would see him at Castel Porziano. He was observing his naked arm beneath his woolen undershirt and said, "See this? I mean this fuzzy little hair on my left arm. Well, it happens to be more dear to me than the rest of all humanity." I suddenly felt very frightened. No doubt he was just making a joke, nothing more. But so much bitterness underlay what he said. Look at Francesco Crispi, for example. He is eulogized for his energy as a statesman. He was a Sicilian patriot, a conspirator, and probably a murderer, without much education or brains. He helped plan the attempt to kill Napoleon III 13 in 1858, but he left poor Orsini 14 behind, to pay with his life. But after the rout in Ethiopia, he showed whatever greatness he possessed. He resisted the public outcry demanding withdrawal from East Africa. He refused defiantly. I would have done the same. Still, Crispi gave in to bad impulses. He often said no due to his fundamentally weak character, but I always say no coldly, based on principle. I always know how to resist. Comments. Mussolini's views on Francesco Crispi. Crispi had become slightly acquainted with Orsini in 1855. Furthermore, he was living in Paris at the time of the Orsini terrorist group's attempt to kill Napoleon III. 50 years later, one of the members of the group, whose life had been spared, claimed Crispi had been involved. He implied the future prime minister had even thrown one of the bombs. Mussolini's comments to Sarfatti make clear that he believed the newspaper stories which reported the incident in 1908. However, subsequent research has led historians to the conclusion that Crispi was almost certainly not part of the conspiracy, and certainly not one of the bomb throwers. Mussolini's statements to Sarfatti about Crispi reveals his low opinion of the former prime minister's personality and behavior. This is surprising. Recorded comments of Mussolini to others about Crispi are admiring, even worshipful. During the fascist dictatorship, regime propaganda depicted Crispi as a precursor to the Duce. Most of Mussolini's own public and private remarks about the statesman made manifest his approval of Crispi's extreme nationalism and his authoritarian, militarist, and imperialist policies. The episode suggests Mussolini viewed Crispi as useful as an object for propaganda, but generally useless for emulation. Chapter 10. Women and Family. And Mussolini increasingly surrounded himself with poorly educated, even ignorant individuals. These vulgarians not only frustrated Mussolini's ability to think clearly, they also progressively deformed his personality. In his younger years, Mussolini's character had developed from interchange with men and women of high intellectual caliber. As a student in Geneva, he came in contact with the Russian socialists, most of whom were exceedingly intelligent. He also attended the lectures of Professor Vilfredo Pareto at the University of Lausanne. Later on, in the Trentino, he learned a great deal as he worked alongside the generous and highly principled Cesare Battisti. After he arrived in Milan, he had the good fortune to become acquainted with many others endowed with imagination and mental brilliance. It was then that I became his mascot, as he referred to me. It was no coincidence that his star shone so brightly between 1912 and 1930, the years when we were very close. If I recall episodes from those times, it is not because of childish vanity. Rather, I have done so to illustrate aspects of his personality during the best times of his life. I never preached to him. I believe that it is not what one says, but what one is, that makes the stronger impression. Personally, I am as weak as the weakest, but I still like lofty thoughts, noble deeds, and noble minds. I prefer tolerance to slavery, honesty to corruption, liberty to rampant servility, and talent to stupidity, even though these are only an aspiration for me. I discovered that I had to reckon with practical circumstances and take politics into account. This cannot always be done without certain moral compromises. Still, I felt troubled and disappointed when my hero Mussolini managed this badly. I state this not out of insincere piety, but from my view of the higher laws that should govern humanity. In those cases, I kept silent, but Mussolini recognized my attitude, and perhaps sometimes that influenced him. When my unspoken rebukes no longer restrained him, we gradually but inevitably drifted farther and farther apart. What marvelous years we had at first. I remember when Mussolini proudly said that he had renounced his salary as Minister of Foreign Affairs. As he would often say to me, "People have forgotten the notion of honor," and added, "I am particularly proud of serving for free and giving my best for a task that is so important to Italy." I remember a train trip with my daughter Fiammetta from Milan to Rome around 1925. There was a very small difference in price between first and second class tickets. Yet to avoid giving the young girl wasteful habits, we rode second class. When I told Mussolini about our trip, I did not attach too much importance to the matter. However, Fiammetta told Mussolini how we had enjoyed an excellent ride in second class. It had been no worse than that of Signora Ciarlentini, a middle school teacher acquaintance of ours who had remained in first class. Mussolini laughed and said, "You in second class and Signora Ciarlentini in first. This a true lesson in life for Fiammetta. I love you for doing it. I could kneel before you for doing that. It is in such small details that the simplicity of true elegance is revealed. You did the right thing, if only everyone behaved like you." He would often comment that the mortal sin of those in public service, even low-level functionaries, was to ignore the difference between the pronouns mine and theirs. That blurs the lines between what belongs to the state and their private revenue, he would note. In that regard, I remember what he once told me in the early 20s. One can never be too careful to remember this distinction. If I use any public service for my personal benefit, I pay for it out of my own pocket. In money matters, I do not confuse what belongs to me with what belongs to the state, that is, to the people. Whenever I telephone you in Milan or at Il Soldo, I pay for each call down to the penny, and that is no small change. He would telephone me at least 3 times every day, in the morning before the government offices opened, at about 2 p.m. after lunch, and just before or after dinner. The only reason to delay our evening telephone appointment would be if he went to the theater, or I had gone to a meeting, or to dinner after a performance. "So, you are going to La Scala?" he might ask in his afternoon call. "Well, fine then. I shall call you at midnight to find out whether you enjoyed the opera." I will not deny that his attention brought me great pleasure. Women shall always be women after all. Why should there be the eternal dilemma of a choice between someone's affection for you and one's personal freedom? We would like to have both. That is what men crave deeply as well. A woman always tries to reconcile both desires. In the evenings, I would rush back home when I knew he would call me. It was my gift to my best friend before I returned to my other friends. Once I traveled to the Berlin clinic of the great surgeon Katzenstein. He did what was possible for my leg, which had been fractured during my trip to Spain. "Who is this surgeon you are going to see?" asked Mussolini, worried about my plans. I told him my surgeon's name and asked Mussolini, "Well then, can I go off to Berlin now? Do you think I can risk the surgery?" "Certainly," he answered. "Now that I know his name is Katzenstein, you may go. It's a Jewish name, so it means he is a very good surgeon. I can rest assured." Do you think I would have let you go had he not been Jewish? I would not have allowed you to be operated on by a German surgeon, by some plump hair professor, with pudgy little fingers as heavy as his theories. No, that would never have happened. Mussolini would call me regularly, and at the usual times when I was in Berlin. The nurse would bring to my bed the telephone used for international calls. Mussolini and I would discuss the main issues of the day for a few minutes. Then I would hear across the borders of 3 countries the notes of Beethoven's Clair de Lune Sonata played for me by the Dutti on his magic violin. A few years later, the very same man, but was he truly the same, had taken to scolding me because of my preference for a simple and withdrawn lifestyle. By then we had grown apart, and I had come to find solitude and contemplation to be comforts. That day in 1934, he asked me accusingly, "Why do you stay away from everything and everybody? Why are you placing yourself on an inaccessible level? I am a realistic man who must struggle hard with life itself. But once I am finally done with my obligations, what I really enjoy is to relax. I seek simple fun without any of your form of ascetic spiritualism." Did he find that with Donna Ricciel? The pressures of family life are slow but sure. A wife will inevitably have a positive or negative influence over her husband's life. Something a wife says only once may have no influence. But if she repeats it with relentless insistence, it will almost certainly make an impression. I have a theory that the woman in a man's life is the visible expression of his invisible personhood. I do not mean a woman a man meets in a casual way or a liaison of a few weeks or months. I refer to a man's life companion. No matter how many changes occur in his life, if he remains with the same woman, she necessarily matches his personality. She reflects his spirit, his soul. Donna Rachel was basically formed from the same raw elements that made up the lower strata of Mussolini's inner personality. She reflected them, and by doing so, reinforced them. 100 times or more I have heard people complain, "Poor man, so refined, yet yoked to such a vulgar wife. How can he bear it? She victimizes him." Others wail, "He is so coarse and common, while she is so sensitive and noble. He cannot be worthy of her nor appreciate her." But get to know such couples well, and you will find the coarse-grained one and the refined one complement each other in heart and soul. This is true even for a man with a strong temperament, even if he entertains contrary ideas that push him in the opposite direction from his wife's influence. Undoubtedly a man of talent and even some genius, Mussolini struck me at first as complex, versatile, flexible, and very crafty. But his nature reflected 2 tendencies above all. He could quickly assimilate large quantities of information, and he possessed a highly impressionable imagination. Together, these character traits would lead him to construct ever-expanding, sometimes wildly unrealistic, theories. Unless, that is, he would come in contact with a superior intellect. But he gradually eliminated such persons from his entourage. As a result, Mussolini's moral and spiritual growth declined, then ceased altogether. By 1930, in a way that clearly belied his eloquent words, his morality had descended to a very low level compared to that of his early years. That fall was reflected in his children's behavior and his toleration of the obscene enrichment of the Ciano family. Over less than a decade, the Cianos managed to accumulate wealth of hundreds of millions of lire. The unethical, even reprehensible business dealings of the Ciano family were greatly enhanced after Galeazzo Ciano and Etta Mussolini married. Thereafter, Costanzo Ciano and his brothers Arturo and Alessandro took even greater advantage of their privileged ties to the Duce by marriage. Yet the wedding nearly did not take place at all. Etta lacked any enthusiasm for it. She much preferred to continue her wild, mindless life flirting with her boyfriends on the beach at Riccione, or with the handsome son of the railroad station master at Forlì. The comment offered by the lower social classes was, "Why not?" The young woman was simply following in her grandfather's footsteps, the drunken old blacksmith, Alessandro Mussolini. However, Etta's father did not share this attitude. He attempted to persuade Etta to marry a young aristocrat from Forlì, Pier Francesco Orsi Mangelli. Mussolini liked to tell me about his long, noble heritage in great detail, but in vain. That young man, a brilliant engineer and a world traveler, had no interest in becoming a lion tamer. The prospect of sharing the rest of his life with wild young Etta did not inspire him. Furthermore, his intelligent and sensible mother had no trouble dissuading her son. She pointed out the extreme danger in marrying the daughter of a dictator, so the Count backed out and the choice of a husband fell on Count Ciano. Mussolini told me that the evening of the engagement party he took Galeazzo aside to give him some advice. "Never forget that when you think she deserves it, give Etta a good slap in the face. And rest assured she deserves that very often. There is no need to be brutal, but no woman can ever complain about a whack given at the right time. That will do her much better than many caresses." After their wedding, the Ciano couple spent part of the summer at Viareggio. That is a resort town on the Ligurian coast, about halfway between La Spezia and Livorno, the hometown of the Ciano family. Etta, a connoisseur in such matters, became very interested in a certain Giovanni. He was a fisherman's son who took care of the beach bungalows. Very athletic and deeply tanned, the young man reflected the benefits of Italy's abundant sunshine and wonderful cuisine. About a month after the Cianos arrived, another guest inquired of Giovanni's father, "Where's Giovanni? I haven't seen him in more than a week." The old man laughed and then said bluntly, "Well, you see, La Etta had become infatuated with him. Had it been one of her passing fancies that lasted a few days, then all right. I'd have said good luck to both of them, no harm done. But the fling went on for more than 2 weeks. We know that Over never likes these things to last too long. So before anyone could come around looking for Giovanni to dampen his amorous enthusiasm by sending him to Confino on some island, I sent him to his uncle who lives in Tunis." But going back to the story about Etta's single days and her affair with the station's master son, about the same time Donna Rachel also got involved with a man of her own class. The local people hardly blamed her. Rachel was still fairly young and had a lively temperament. Her unfaithful husband often left her alone for long periods, so Mussolini gave her ample reasons for revenge. But the trouble was that Rachel had finally learned to write, although not very well, writing Bacchi for Bassi, for example. Her idiotic lover not only boasted of their affair, he showed off Rachel's letters in inns, cafes, and other such places. This greatly amused everyone in the neighborhood. Even the merciful Emperor Augustus exiled his daughter Julia to an unhealthy island, and the poet Ovid to what is now Romania. Augustus did it for the same kind of misbehavior, circulation of love letters, and similar indiscretions. Fierce Mussolini exiled neither his wife nor daughter. He cut off gossip about them by summoning them to live with him in Rome. But Augusto Turati, secretary of the fascist party, had already received reports on Rachel's affair. He ordered one of the local black shirts to give a sound beating to the unmannered boor, which the fellow richly deserved. Next, Leandro Arpinati, then Interior Undersecretary, ordered the police to seize the letters and deliver the fellow to the Confino. Little Anna Maria was born not long afterward. Donna Rachel was a peasant of wild elementary passions. She never forgave her husband, Turati or Arpinati. Still, after the Dalser affair and her marriage to Mussolini in 1915, Rachel learned to control her jealousy about his liaisons. Well, she might with his open boasting about his numerous illegitimate sons. He routinely bragged that, "I am consistent both politically and physically, unlike that swine, the Emperor Augustus." He called for the creation of large Roman families but never produced more than one poor daughter himself. "All my bastards are boys." In fact, his lady friends attributed their offspring to him for his pride and their profit. He never gave them a cent, but they had his permission to engage in bribery and graft, by which many of them made millions. 10 beyond his 2 sons, his relatives in the Ciano clan, which accumulated nearly 1 billion lire. The most scandalous example of such corruption was that provided by Claretta Petacci. After Mussolini's overthrow in July 1943, she tried to escape to Switzerland with tremendous amounts of jewels, furs, and money, as well as valuable papers. But she was arrested at the Luino border crossing near Lake Maggiore. Her pretentious sister, the so-called Miriam di San Cervello, Marchioness of Boggiano, also received the Duce's favors. He liked to enjoy his sisters simultaneously. One afternoon in the autumn of 1937, in the office of the head of the police, His Excellency Bocchini, the telephone rang. Before he picked up the receiver, he grumbled in despair to a trusted friend who was there. "That cursed woman again? Damn her." Then police chief spoke to his caller. "Yes, Signora, of course. Just to please you, as you like." "All right, I understand. I will." After he hung up, Bocchini bellowed, "How can he let her order us about like this? I know, being a man myself, not old yet and married, I can understand human weaknesses. But she openly barters her influence with the highest bidder in the market. It gets worse every day. She grows greedier, and more shameless. He grows more weak. With every infidelity she detects on his part, he pays by letting her thriving business deals expand. Now her equally experienced sister has joined in, assisting La Petacci in her dubious dealings. Both use lures and deceptions to ensnare him. I have proof of all of this. But he actually likes her all the more for being such a scamp. What a situation! Claretta Petacci, a pretty, slightly plump young woman, was a daughter of one of the Pope's poorly paid personal physicians. She had been a precocious little girl. When she grew older, she was expelled from 3 different private schools for, shall we say, experiments in practical biology. She married an Air Force officer. They got separated in 1936, and on Mussolini's instructions, he received orders for Tokyo. Claretta was reminiscent of a younger Donna Riccielli, although hardly as fat, crude, and common. Mussolini's preference in women had reverted to type. So wrong and so right. Comments. Mussolini's telephone calls. Sarfatti greatly valued Mussolini's telephone calls. They indicated his concern for her, his reliance on her advice, and their degree of intimacy. Furthermore, if he called her when Sarfatti was entertaining others, the event provided her great prestige. It may even be that Sarfatti fabricated incidents of Mussolini's calls to impress her guests. On a number of occasions when Sarfatti was entertaining at home and the doorbell rang, she would jump up and exclaim, "Pardon me if I leave you, but the Prime Minister has come to see me." Other times she would excuse herself saying she had to telephone Mussolini. When she would return, her habitual comment was, "The Deuce loves me so much." 15. When Mussolini called her, while Sarfatti had guests in her home, she tried to impress her visitors with the attention the Duce paid her. After speaking with Mussolini, she would return exclaiming such comments as, "How lovely he always is to me," or "He always wishes me well." Contrary to the impression Sarfatti hoped to make, these incidents actually made her appear ridiculous, even pathetic. There is no question, however, that the two did hold numerous telephone conversations. The transcripts of a few have been preserved. They indicate the degree to which Mussolini relied on Sarfatti's counsel, even after their physical relationship cooled in 1930-31 period. One example concerns the consequences of the series of interviews Mussolini gave to the German journalist and biographer Emil Ludwig in March-April 1932. Colloquy con Mussolini appeared 3 months afterward. Mussolini had approved the page proofs with a few insignificant changes, but when some of his advisors read the book prior to its release, they advised its suppression. Mussolini had been too candid, they argued, in his criticisms of the Catholic Church and his cynical attitude toward religion. After hearing these objections, Mussolini thought better of his decision, but he had waited too long. The publisher had already sold the rights in 12 other languages. Those translations were underway, and it was not possible to prevent foreign editions from appearing. In Italy, 20,000 copies had just arrived in bookstores. Sarfatti had gotten an advance copy. So when Mussolini called her, she understood the problem. "Sarfatti, it's exactly in line with the truth. It keeps to what you've always said." Mussolini, "That's the problem." S, but M, "Some things which can only do you good at one time can prove self-defeating at other times." S, well, M, well, that's the way it is. We'll see what happens. I'm really upset. S, isn't it possible to suppress it? M, You're naive. But in Italy, at least, only a very few copies are in circulation, just the first copies, because I bought almost all of them. S, thank goodness. M, it was the best that I could do. As Mussolini later told Claretta Petacci, as he had carried on love affairs from 1927. Witnessed considerable evidence of this. Ercole Borato witnessed considerable evidence, and Rochelle was well aware of her husband's numerous affairs. Exist about Rochelle's love affairs in the 1920s. It seems that the strands Mussolini's wife's involvement with the Forlì railroad station master, the other an affair with a local black shirt named Corrado Veroli. Some accounts identify the station master with Veroli, but that appears to be a mistake. It appears that the station master and Rochelle were lovers in 1923 to 25. She and Veroli were even more closely entangled in 1925 to 27.23. As they grew up in the 1920s, the three older Mussolini children saw little of their father, but a good deal of Veroli. He often slept over in the Mussolini home in Carpegna. Bruno and Vittorio were too young to understand what was taking place. Etta fought against accepting what was all too obvious. At Christmas dinner in either 1925 or 1926, when the families of Mussolini and his sister were gathered together around the table, one of the Mussolini boys mentioned Veroli's name in an innocent manner. Rochelle turned red in embarrassment, making all the other adults quite uncomfortable. In relating the story, Mussolini told Claretta, "I already knew something, but I did not believe it yet." If that was true, it could only have been because he did not want to believe what was obvious. From the police, from Rochelle's neighbors, from his own children, Mussolini knew very well that Veroli spent many nights in the same house as Rochelle and the children. Then Mussolini entered his wife's bedroom and noticed her collection of perfume, cosmetics, and hair dye. She had not previously used such beauty products, certainly never to please him. Even then, Mussolini took no action. He felt no jealousy and seemed indifferent to Rachel's dalliances. It seems that a confluence of events changed his mind. One involved Bianca Ceccato. Apparently she had taken other lovers besides Mussolini, provoking his anger. During their ensuing quarrel, Ceccato shouted out, "You make so many jealous scenes, but you should watch your wife instead of me." That even one of his lovers far away in Rome knew of Rachel's infidelity wounded the Duce's pride and besmirched his dignity. Mussolini also learned that 17-year-old Etta was infatuated with the local station master's son. Apparently, Etta heard enough from her new boyfriend about his father's relations with her mother to end her denial of the obvious. According to what Mussolini later told Petacci, Etta soon cried to her father in agony, I can't believe that my mother has done this." Then he poured out her hatred for Veroli. Mussolini decided to act. That summer of 1927, Rachel and the children were staying in Carpegna, a few miles southeast of Forlì. Mussolini unexpectedly ordered Borato to drive him up from Rome. Adding to his chauffeur's surprise, Mussolini did not call ahead to announce his imminent arrival. They arrived about midnight. As Borato later discovered, a few minutes before they pulled up to the house, Rachel had received a phone call warning her of her husband's approach. That gave her just enough time to warn Veroli and allow his escape. It appeared that Mussolini had received information about Rachel's adventure and had grown angry she was carrying it on in the presence of the children. He became even more upset when he could not find his hunting rifle. Rachel had given it as a present to her lover. It may be this, more than his wife's infidelity, that gave rise to Mussolini's rage and led to Veroli's beating. Perhaps only then did Mussolini show copies of Rachel's love notes to some of his associates, including Sarfatti. His insouciance and his ribald jokes about Rachel shocked her, or so Sarfatti later maintained. If the Duce actually found the incident as entertaining as he seemed to, it was only after Rachel's lover had paid a heavy penalty for humiliating the Duce in the eyes of his underlings. In 1930, Galeazzo Ciano and his new wife, the former Etta Mussolini's behalf. This certainly contradicts Mussolini's claim of Etta's hatred of her mother's former lover. Ciano secured a position for him at an automobile dealership in Trieste, but Veroli was dismissed in 1932, apparently for laziness. He somehow contacted Donna Rachele in 1942 to secure a job for him. She seems to have complied. After that, nothing of the man is known. But people in the Forlì region remembered the handsome Veroli. Soon after Rachele gave birth to her fourth child, Romano, in September 1927, graffiti appeared on the walls of the town. Romano Veroli has been born. Congratulations to the supposed father. This rumor was no truer than the claim that Angelica Balabanov was Etta's mother. But both stories reflected what so many people believed about the Mussolini family, but were afraid to say in public. Chapter 11, The Duce's Children. Jude God. The Duce playing papa to his happy little family. Heaven help us, now we're all screwed. So the notorious fascist joker Luigi S. shouted to his friends that October afternoon in 1933 at the boxing ring. At the time, a humorous black shirt was not yet an oxymoron. Luigi S. had been a street fighter in the days when fascists still paid more attention to battling leftists than extortion and profiteering. When a revolution boils, the cream and the scum both rise to the top. The broth settles to the bottom. The roiling froth at the top of the pot includes both true believers willing to risk everything for the cause and desperados with nothing to lose. In those situations, most men prefer to play it safe. Clerks and the shopkeepers stay close to home and try to keep out of trouble. They are like the ballast on a ship, making sure the ship keeps its balance no matter how the wind and waves push against the hull. Depending on how you looked at it, Luigi S. had been among the best and the worst of the first kind of men. An idealist and an adventurer, willing to carry out good or bad deeds with equal daring, eager to follow a strong leader in any direction, depending on which way the wind blew. The next day, after they read about it in the newspapers, millions of other Italians reacted the same way as Luigi S. for the first time. Mussolini had brought his wife and 3 sons out in public, including Romano, just turned 6. They took their ringside seats to see a boxing match starring the world heavyweight champion, Primo Camera. It was the one and only time Carnera would display his golden belt to sparkle in the Roman sunshine. "Why didn't you pick a different kind of event?" I bluntly asked him the day of the fight. "After all, this was your family's debut in the capital of the kingdom." He shrugged his shoulders and muttered something about it being good for the boys to be out in the open air. Besides, he wasn't going to bring up effeminate sissies. Even after I stressed the point, he could not perceive how shocking it must have seemed to others. He had exposed small children to the brutal spectacle of 2 men battering each other, bloody with their fists. Still, he possessed common sense and eventually realized the incident had not proved a success. He was capo del governo, after all. He never again turned his family into a circus. By 1933, of course, the Mussolini tribe was ensconced in the Villa Torlonia. Apart from that luxurious residence, in those days most of the buildings along the Via Nomentana remained the dingy old houses of the lower middle class. The avenue was evolving from its semi-suburban status and had yet to acquire the modern homes that transformed it into a fashionable neighborhood. The residents of those new apartment buildings and detached houses sent their children to expensive schools. The servants of the newly rich along the avenue and the local tradesmen had their offspring educated in the local public school. Being a man of the people, so did Mussolini. Not too far from the princely villa stood the local elementary school. On one of his rounds of the classrooms, a municipal doctor noticed a sad-looking little boy who was clearly suffering from eye problems. After he stopped to examine the child, he told his teachers, "You should alert this child's parents. His eyesight is failing. This requires immediate attention. Certainly he should be wearing eyeglasses. How could you not have noticed this problem?" he asked. The doctor's initial surprise was nothing to what he soon experienced. The poor neglected boy was none other than Romano Mussolini, son of the country's supreme leader. That little boy's older brothers, Bruno and Vittorio, both served later as bomber pilots in the Ethiopian War. Both behaved in a manner that led Vatican representatives to send a report to the head of the government. The church authorities hardly expected the 2 brothers to act like saints. After all, most Italian officers in East Africa frequented houses of ill repute. When not engaged in flying duties, however, the 2 young Mussolini brothers spent all their time in such establishments, day and night. They and their friends ate all their meals with the ladies of the house, opening bottle after bottle of expensive champagne while they got uproariously drunk. The Air Force Command did not dare to issue more than a mild warning to the Mussolini boys, but the military bishop in charge of the chaplain corps decided they were setting such a scandalous example that he contacted the Vatican. In the report to Mussolini, the church representatives suggested he instruct his sons to behave in a more prudent manner. 5 years later, Bruno fell victim to his bad habits. On August 7, 1941, drunk as usual, he climbed into an experimental 4-engine bomber for a test flight. Warnings from his ground crew had no effect, and none of the enlisted men dared to stop him. After a flight through the Tuscan skies, Bruno returned to San Giusto Air Base near Pisa. But he crashed on landing, killing himself and 2 others of the 8-man crew. He did not die in action. Even so, Bruno was still posthumously awarded the highest Air Force decoration for courage. He received the Medaglia d'Oro per Valore Aeronautica, normally reserved for men who die heroically in action. Far more scandalous, despite the raging war, Mussolini isolated himself completely and abandoned his responsibilities as commander-in-chief. In the midst of a brutal, bloody war, he wrote a book in clumsy prose extolling Bruno's heroic conduct. In effect, he crowned himself with the halo of heroism achieved by another Mussolini. With that short book, Parlo con Bruno, Mussolini descended to the depths of selfishness. He displayed supreme indifference to the tens of thousands of soldiers who had suffered death or mutilation on the battlefield. He ignored the pain and misery suffered by their families. I was far from Italy at the time, but I'm told that of all his crimes and stupidities, this misdeed raised particular fury and contempt among the people. Italians have tender hearts, but such an action was an open slap in the face to the mothers and wives mourning their own lost sons and husbands. Mussolini had taken the time away from his duties to praise as a hero a drunkard who had killed himself and his crewmates. I could not interfere openly, but I often tried unsuccessfully to influence Mussolini about the upbringing and education of his children. I did not learn about many problems afflicting the Duce's children until long after the fact. I did not even guess that Vittorio, the family dunce, suffered from hormonal problems and glandular infection that was diagnosed far too late for effective treatment. He was a lethargic, overweight boy who appeared dull-minded and lazy. I learned afterwards that his friends, and particularly his doctors, were astonished that he managed to have 2 children with his wife. Soon after she and Vittorio were engaged, Mussolini began to display a special fondness for his future daughter-in-law. Later in 1937, at the Rome Opera, I saw them together in the Mussolini family box as they sat opposite to me. In the semi-darkness, I discerned with great surprise the number of tender caresses which the Duce bestowed on his son's wife. During the Ethiopian War, Vittorio enjoyed bombing the enemy, then flying low so that his crew could machine gun the survivors. He later published a war book, probably written by his friend D'Agosti, 10 or another of his pals. The book reflected the pleasure Vittorio and Bruno derived from killing Ethiopians and blasting their villages. Such things occur in war, but from simple human decency, I think aviators should not describe such horrors as entertainment. After the war in East Africa, Vittorio turned to directing films for horrendously high salaries and with monstrous results. It was part of an extortion scheme of which we were all aware. No Italian film could be produced or shown without Vittorio's permission. But when the pampered movie director decided to see how the cinema business was conducted in Hollywood, he encountered a hostile reception in the United States. Everywhere he was booed and jeered as the man who enjoyed mowing down human beings, even if they were only Ethiopians. Mussolini's vanity, ignorance, and irresponsibility led to his youngest child, Anna Maria, contracting infantile paralysis. In the summer of 1936, everyone in Rome knew a polio epidemic threatened the city. Parents were warned to keep their children from crowds, public buildings, and most of all, swimming pools. But Mussolini was convinced as usual that he could defeat any danger simply by denying its existence. He decided to calm the alarmed public with another of his great feats of defiance. He took Romano and Anna Maria to the Ac Albiol swimming pools on the Via Tiburtina, just outside Rome. But their 7-year-old Anna Maria was infected with polio. Weeks of intensive medical care saved her life, but she never fully recovered. When Etta Mussolini was still living in Milan, my friend and the Mussolini family physician, Dr. Verratti, had examined her. He diagnosed the young girl as suffering from a damaged lung. It had been caused by pulmonary tuberculosis. Both Dr. Verratti and I tried everything we could think of to have Etta's parents get her treatment. But we were completely unsuccessful in persuading her parents to attend to their daughter's health. But each time we raised the subject, Mussolini just shrugged his shoulders as if he was not in the least worried. He would say to the effect, "Etta is fine. All of us enjoy excellent health thanks to our robust Mussolini bodies. Etta is absolutely in no danger whatsoever." 11. I did enjoy some success in another matter regarding Etta. She never got along with Richelieu. Finally, I convinced her father to send Etta away to an excellent Florentine boarding school. A year later, Mussolini was forced to withdraw her. He complained to me, "I should have thought about Etta's education much sooner. Now it's much too late to tame her." Still, the young lady did acquire some basic table manners and learned how to use a toothbrush. In the case of Etta's overall health, if only by accident, Mussolini seems to have been right. Countess Ciano has been able to overcome the challenges that have studded her agitated life. She apparently always was in excellent health during her glamorous past in Rome. So, she was also in the course of her many visits to European, Asian, and South American capitals. She did spend various rest periods at Cortina d'Ampezzo and other such mountain locations suitable for quiet and discreet vacations with various gentlemen admirers. She only adopted emergency measures to care for her suddenly declining health whenever she received mandatory invitations to official events. I mean those attended only by older gentlemen and extremely boring ladies. A legend persists that the Duce felt deep love for his eldest daughter and favorite child, Etta. Supposedly, she was the only person for whom he had genuine affection. That was not true. Mussolini entertained tenderness toward no one. Such was not in his nature. He could enjoy physical love and bum with wild passion for a woman, either as a short flame or a long attachment. But he was incapable of expressing any spiritual selflessness for a human being other than himself. His family did bring him pride. He wanted them respected, but only as a projection of his all-powerful ego. Such selfishness tainted even his memory of his mother. He often told me, "I feel grateful for her. She made me strong and healthy, gave me a sound mind and powerful body." As a result, both the graves of his dead parents and the bodies of his living children were the same to him. They symbolized his power. They enhanced his popularity. They helped inspire the love of the people for him, nothing more. He often told me how disappointed he was with Edda in her childhood. She had facilities, gifts, and intelligence. She began many promising studies and projects, but she never completed any. She lacked the curiosity and the discipline to acquire knowledge. She refused to practice music. She could not finish a novel, let alone a serious book. When not flirting or dancing, she passed her days stretched out yawning on her bed, listening to jazz on the gramophone. Mussolini pretended not to see how physically plain she was, but I think that he knew it very well. He tried to ignore her lack of physical attractiveness, as with all other unpleasant facts. Nonetheless, after her marriage, Edda took advantage of a very talented half-French, half-Dutch woman known throughout the fashion world as Madame Anna. 12, the Signora was recognized as the finest tailor in Rome, where she worked for the Ventura fashion house. Madame Anna wanted to move beyond that status to that of a fashion designer. To that end, she and Edda collaborated. Edda did have a certain sense of style. She had models she wished to emulate, in particular, Greta Garbo. Edda studied Garbo's clothes, her mannerisms, the way the actress carried herself, her makeup, even her shape. She then hired Ventura to design clothing along the lines of what Garbo wore in films, or in fashion magazine photographs. Loose sporting garments, very chic and well-cut, splendid evening dresses, low-heeled shoes. Edda had her hair cut and her makeup applied like that of the Swedish star. Since her legs were far from straight, Edda learned to cross them at the ankles as she sat and leaned slightly when she stood to hide their outline. She tried to make a virtue out of her misbehavior and bad manners, passed them off as displays wit and humor, and partly succeeded. Still, Edda's bone structure, both of her face and of her torso, was far from elegant. That well-born lifelong beauty of the form was never hers. Edda's visit to the court of St. James with her husband, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, proved memorable. She always arrived late to any event, an unacceptable affront to English court etiquette. Also, she would abruptly leave receptions and go to nightclubs without waiting for the royal princes to leave first. When bored or nervous, Edda made no attempt to hide her feelings. Indeed, she offered unmistakable demonstrations for all to notice. Dino Grandi, then ambassador to Britain, remained constantly on edge during Edda's time in London, always fearing the worst. This was nothing compared to what happened in 1938 during her trip to Brazil. Italian ambassador Logicono XIV had to prevent the publication of photographs illustrating Edda's wild dancing, amorous liaisons, and drunken loss of control. When the ambassador gave a reception in her honor, Edda even threatened not to come unless her current boyfriend was invited. Things went very differently in Berlin. The Nazis organized scientifically calibrated programs, preventing any dull moments to bore the Countess. Neither a single old gentleman nor decrepit lady appeared. Instead, handsome young officials took turns at being Edda's escorts day and night. She enjoyed a steady flow of dinners, balls, and other events for her pleasure. Edda helped ensure the rapprochement of fascism with Nazism when the first was in decline and the second ascending. The Germans also came to appreciate Count Ciano's commercial interests. They used his greed for their ends. That explains why Italy joined Germany to form the Axis. In 1944-45, after Edda took refuge in Switzerland, the Basler Nachrichten published accounts of the parties and receptions that she attended. They must have mitigated the many sorrows of the young widow. Edda also consoled herself with one of her Florentine admirers. Comments: Edda and her parents. Mussolini's first child grew up in emotionally difficult circumstances. She had a very close attachment to her father, but an extremely antagonistic relationship with her mother. Mussolini lived an extremely irregular life from 1912 to 1922. He was often away from home for days, even weeks, and for months while in the army. Racheli raised their children with little help from him and ruled the family home with great strictness. Nonetheless, Edda had affectionate contact with her father when he was home. But he moved to Rome in late 1922, a month after her 12th birthday. Edda saw her father far less often for the next 7 years, throughout her entire and troubled adolescence. Mussolini's wife and children finally came to the capital in late 1929, just after Edda had turned 19. Raised in Milan by a rural mother, unfamiliar city life, Etta grew up increasingly embarrassed by Rachele's crudity, ignorance, and semi-literacy. Mother and daughter each possessed a savage temper, and both suffered from emotional instability. Making matters worse, Rachele had an authoritarian personality and demanded unquestioning obedience from her children. Rachele routinely dealt with Etta's many transgressions with slaps, and sometimes blows from a broom handle. After Etta entered her teenage years, she rebelled against her mother's tyranny. Their relationship became so inimical that Rachele turned over Etta's upbringing to her mother. Thus, Crazy Nina took on the task of 17, raising the wild girl known as Crazy Horse. Meanwhile, Etta had come to deeply resent Sarfatti as a rival for Mussolini's attention and a cause of personal shame. This state of affairs led to a major family crisis in early April 1924. Mussolini drove up from Rome to Milan to supervise the campaign for the parliamentary elections later that month. Cesare Sarfatti had died in late January, and, rather than staying at home with Rachele and their children, Mussolini moved into the Sarfatti apartment on Corso Venezia. Infuriated and humiliated, Rachele fled to Forlì with 5-year-old Bruno to avoid committing, as she said, some great folly. She left Etta and Vittorio in the care of her mother Anna. Once again, Dr. Binda stepped in to try to resolve matters. He approached Cesare Rossi to urge Mussolini to apologize to and placate Rachele. Mussolini shrugged off the matter, ascribing to a passing mood of his wife and denying his cohabitation with Sarfatti. I am sleeping in the prefecture, he insisted, because the children make too much noise, that's all. 18. Etta was the most intelligent of Mussolini's children but lacked self-discipline, perseverance, and patience. She greatly disappointed her father by her frequent initiation of major projects only to abandon them after a few days or weeks. She displayed the symptoms of bipolar disorder and suffered from a good many psychosomatic illnesses. Still, she did well in school until her later adolescence and learned to speak French and English quite well. Etta excelled at sports, however. Athletics offered her an outlet for her wild energy. Anna Guidi grew increasingly frail and could no longer care for her granddaughter. The 15-year-old Etta and Rachele resumed their painful relationship. After Mussolini described the problem, Sarfatti suggested that the girl be separated from her mother to end their incessant quarreling. Sarfatti proposed Etta's enrollment in the prestigious Santissima Annunziata Girls' Academy. The finishing school was located near Florence. It had been founded in 1825, was favored by the aristocracy, and had graduated a number of the princesses of the royal family. Mussolini agreed. However, Etta failed to fulfill the school's disciplinary and scholastic requirements. She found her classmates insufferably haughty and the atmosphere suffocating. To alleviate her boredom and restlessness, Etta sought out the most frivolous and disobedient students. This led to her humiliating expulsion at the end of the academic year 1925-26. During an angry discussion with her father, Mussolini tried to deflect blame for the fiasco by saying that the school had been Sarfatti's idea, not his. This revelation added to Etta's already lengthy list of reasons to resent her father's lover. As Etta grew older, she became increasingly outspoken regarding her hatred and contempt for Sarfatti. But back at home with her mother, Etta was subjected to the constant humiliation of Rachele's undisguised relationship with Corrado Veroli. For a while, she continued to reject accepting what was obvious. She internalized her rage at considerable cost to her health. But finally, in 1927, she ceased her denial and faced the reality that her mother, like her father, rejected monogamy. This certainly must have contributed to her disgust with the physical aspects of erotic love and her sexual frigidity. During her last few years of life with her mother, Etta witnessed a number of angry quarrels between her mother and her father. On the relatively infrequent occasions Mussolini came north to spend some time with his family, he was subjected to a torrent of insults and abuse from Rachele. In front of their children and even the servants, Rachele repeatedly berated and ridiculed her husband, calling him imbecile, idiot, coward, and worse. As a rule, the only times of family harmony occurred around the dining table. Then, parents, children, and the senior family servants engaged in lively discussions of the events of the day. Everyone tried to shout over the others, and his children delighted in contradicting Mussolini. He showed a benevolent attitude in all this, particularly in listening to the servants' opinions. They were, he said, the true voice of the people. Etta spent only 5 months at the Villa Torlonia after the Mussolini family moved to Rome in late 1929. However, prior to her marriage to Galeazzo Ciano in April 1930, Etta experienced a new level of family turbulence. Rachele now felt secure in her new position as Mussolini's wife and the mother of his children in the eyes of both the nation and the church. She took full advantage. As his wife pointed out constantly, Mussolini ruled the country, she ruled at home. After her marriage, Etta witnessed an example of Mussolini's now routine humiliation at the hands of his wife. She understood why her father spent so many hours at the Palazzo Venezia and sought comfort with other women. Sometime in the 1930s, when Mussolini was home in bed with the flu, Etta came to the Villa Torlonia to visit him. As she was going upstairs to her father's bedroom, her mother shouted after her, "You have to see him, this little old man. How handsome he is in his nightshirt. And this man continues to chase after women." 123. Chapter 12. The Ciano Family. He the Puppet. Petrushka longed to be a real man. He rebelled against his human master but met with a bad end. In the Russian tale, a great love drove the puppet to his death. Ciano, who came from the land that invented love, was led to his death by love of power. The clash of Ciano and Mussolini resulted from two great egos unleashed, then colliding like two tanks of equal power and armor smashing into each other. Petrushka, as a ballet, Stravinsky composed it, Diaghilev III staged it, Nijinsky danced it, all in 1911. As a historical event, a similar story unfolded in Italy in 1943-44. Usually a real-life story for a drama that raises it to the realm of myth and symbol. In Ciano's case, the opposite took place. The tragic tale of Petrushka was echoed in reality. I felt great compassion when Ciano suffered his violent death, but that does not prevent me from remembering him as he was. He was not just a well-bred but naive young man from a good family who made some tragic mistakes. I am convinced that Ciano felt enormous guilt about his responsibility for the invasion, betrayal, and ruin of Italy. So I think that he was neither cruel nor stupid when he voted against the deuce at the last meeting of the Grand Council of Fascism. Yet it provided one more example of the man's tendency to rebel like a boy. He no longer wanted to be tied to his father-in-law by chains, however golden, even though Ciano had great love for gold. As usual, however, Ciano was convinced he was smarter than he actually was. On August 29, 1943, he decided to flee Rome and cross over the lines to Germany. There, Ciano's father-in-law was waiting for him with open arms. Those arms soon locked around Ciano like pincers. The Germans had officially put the Duchy back in charge of northern Italy, although Mussolini was really under their complete control. Mussolini hardly felt secure under those circumstances. As a result, he did what he could to placate his foreign masters. He ordered a firing squad to give poor Galeazzo 12 bullets in the back. The Cianos came from Livorno, not one of Italy's 1,000-year-old towns, but a somewhat pretentious newcomer. Once it shone like the dowry of a rich young bride. Now it has been bombed to ruin like so many others of my country's cities. In the second half of the 16th century, when the Medici III ruled Tuscany, they began the expansion of what had been a small town into a thriving city. They linked Pisa to Livorno with a canal and constructed port facilities in the previously undeveloped harbor. In the 1590s, they offered annulment of debts and exemptions from taxes to Tuscans who settled permanently in the town, as well as pardons to those sentenced for crimes outside the Grand Duchy, if they did the same. Such destitute or desperate people, as well as the despised Jews, established themselves and populated the growing city. Trade and shipping soon flowed toward Tripoli, Tunis, Algiers, and the other cities of the Maghreb, led by brave adventurers and funded by cautious merchants. Those two factions allied to make their fortunes. Ships from Livorno sailed to those points along the North African seashore, where caravans from the Sahara reached the Mediterranean. There, the Tuscans traded glass beads from Venice for far more valuable ivory, ostrich feathers, spices, silks, and silver. Year after year, such bargains made Livorno flourish. The Cianos personified that tradition. The men were a combination of brave buccaneers and gentlemen of fortune, without fear, without restraint, although not without stain. There was no blotch on their family coat of arms. Rather, that scutcheon sat on a huge blotch which blemished the entire ensemble, but none could doubt their physical courage. They possessed that in abundance. Costanzo Ciano had married Carolina Pini, herself from another local naval family, in 1901. 2 years later, a baby boy was born into that family which lived on the gorgeous coast of Tuscany. That province forms a garden at the very heart of Italy, which is itself the great orchard of the gods' delight. They named their baby Galeazzo. To celebrate his son's christening, Costanzo's older brothers, Alessandro and Arturo, arrived with small presents. They slapped the happy father on the back, enjoyed some red wine and home-baked cakes, and foretold greatness for the little sleeper in his cradle. Besides their bonds of blood, the three brothers were tied together by their nautical comradeship. All were naval officers and graduates of the Naval Academy, itself located in Livorno. While they had no reason to believe little Galeazzo would really enjoy the brilliant future they predicted, their forecast proved correct. He would receive a title, acquire fame, enjoy great influence, and inherit riches unheard of in Italy. But Galeazzo would also be infected by his family's brazen lack of scruples. Even that defect would help him to gain even more power and to amass an even greater fortune, but it would lead him to a sordid death. I knew Galeazzo's father well. Costanzo had been made a count by the king on October 28, 1928, the 6th anniversary of the March on Rome. The honor reflected his daring exploits as a naval officer in the Libyan War and in World War I. In 1933, he became the Count of Cortellazzo, adding 2 more ZS to his name. Off Cortellazzo, where the Piave River empties into the Adriatic, Costanzo fought a glorious engagement. On November 16, 1917, while in command of 2 motor torpedo boats, he launched torpedoes against 2 Austro-Hungarian pre-dreadnought battleships. The Italian torpedoes missed, but the motorboat crews escaped without casualties, despite the main battery salvos repeatedly fired at them. Costanzo had the rare kind of luck that few possess. When Etta and Galeazzo had their first child, they baptized him with the name of Fabrizio. And why Fabrizio? I asked the Deuce with curiosity. Well, he answered smiling, the Cianos believe in a family superstition. To have one Z in the first name brings phenomenal luck, as it did for Costanzo. Etta and Galeazzo's second child was also a boy. They named him Marzio. Costanzo did live a charmed life. He died in June 1939, before he could witness his country's and his family's ruination. The honors extended to him at his funeral compared to those of a monarch, and coincided with the apex of Galeazzo's star. Within a year of that ceremony, there followed innumerable crimes, tragedies, and slaughter. As he grew older, Costanzo developed a powerful appearance and vivacious intellect. His imposing bulk reminded one of a Navy cruiser, massive, iron gray, and grimly functional. His face made him the only man in Italy whose gaze surpassed that of the Deuce in intimidating strength. His hair bristled, his eyes glittered, his jutting chin and prominent cheekbones projected authority. Despite his ponderous physique, he radiated gallantry and humorous wit. But as he talked, one soon realized his total lack of scruples. One day we lunched together in Venice at La Taverna, close to the famous old theater, La Fenice. Before the war, gourmets the world over would come for its shellfish and vegetables, both plucked fresh that morning from the Adriatic or the fertile fields along the coast. The wine we drank was old, the day young. So the Admiral reminisced about his childhood. Donna Margherita, we 3 brothers were brought up by the polenta stick our mother wielded. By that he meant she used the stick to mix cornmeal and water into their daily heap of thick polenta, but she also brought it down on their backs and shoulders to improve their manners and check their bad behavior. All 3 brothers saw active naval service during World War I, but Costanzo greatly outshone Alessandro and Arturo. By war's end, he had won 6 medals for valor, the highest award for valor, the gold medal for his exploits. At Bukhari, 4 silver and 1 bronze medals. In addition, for his planning and his development of innovative equipment and tactics, he was made an officer, then a commander, in the prestigious Military Order of Savoy, and, at the young age of 42, raised to the rank of naval captain. On a February night in 1918, Gabriele D'Annunzio accompanied Ciano when he led 3 motor torpedo boats from Venice across the Adriatic. At the tip of Istria lay the Austro-Hungarian anchorage at Bukhari. In the dark, Ciano led the boats to penetrate the narrow, heavily defended passage into the harbor. All 3 launched their torpedoes at enemy ships. All 3 missed. But despite an alerted enemy, Ciano reversed his route and guided his squadron back to the open sea without suffering a casualty to his exhilarated crews. D'Annunzio soon composed his best poem of the war to commemorate this beffa. The Beffa di Bukhari made Costanzo Ciano famous for the feat. Soon even school children could recite the poem's most famous lines. Hero though he was, Costanzo Ciano still became a shameless embezzler and bribe taker. So did his 2 brothers. A widespread joke circulated in the Italian Navy. It mentioned the names of the 3 brothers and added there a 4th one, also called Ciano. Based on that phonetic coincidence, the punchline was, the Cianos? They have stuffed us to the bursting point with their shit. In fact, there actually was a 4th one, Giuliano Pini, the brother of Costanzo Ciano's wife, Carolina. Pini eventually became an admiral too and built his own fortune by graft, but on a smaller scale than that of the Ciano brothers. For that reason, he was known as their family servant, the man who carried out dirty business so despicable that even the Cianos avoided it. Costanzo Ciano was Minister of Communications during the Matteotti tragedy. He was one of the worst influences surrounding the Duchess. Throughout the second half of 1924, he would arrive early at Mussolini's office and would urge him to drastic action, saying such things as, "Deuce, no compromising with the rabble, and should you be looking for a hangman, I am always available." Again and again, I had to dissuade Mussolini from taking such advice. As communications minister, Costanzo ran the national railroads, as well as the post, telegraph, and telephone networks, the merchant marine, the urban tram systems, and supervised the automobile industry. Advised by his friend Marconi, Ciano also played a leading role in the creation of the Italian state radio agency in the 1920s. Under the Poincaré-Mussolini Agreement of January 1923, Italy would receive war reparations from Germany annually in the form of hundreds of thousands of tons of coal. Even after the French evacuation of the Ruhr Basin in August 1925, the Germans were obligated to continue such deliveries. They were carried into Italy by the state railways. Since Italy lacked significant coal deposits, the German coal was a crucial energy source for both the Italian rail system and for national industry. Arturo Ciano received a contract from his brother's ministry to distribute the coal. Arturo sold some to the communications ministry with a rake-off of part of the profits to Costanzo. He expropriated another portion to sell to industry for his own benefit. This was only one of the brothers' corrupt transactions. The wealth of the Ciano family increased to colossal proportions under the fascist regime. Costanzo alone accumulated the largest fortune in Italian history up to that time, totaling some 1 billion lire by the time of his death. Arturo and Alessandro did almost as well. The family invested much of their wealth in urban real estate, vast rural estates, and large tracts of farmland. This leads me to think that heroes should to be treated more or less like cannon, use them in war and lock them up during peacetime. That way they will not create useless damage. Consider, for example, Napoleon, Petain, and Goring, others. Donna Carolina, sister of Giuliano Pini and the wife of Costanzo Ciano, was well known in Livorno, but her fame grew from her presumptuous ignorance, which caused much laughter, as well as her notorious vanity, so typical of the nouveau riches. Both Galeazzo and his only sibling, Maria, paid for the vanity acquired from their mother. Maria loved dancing more than anything else. People said that, combined with her excessive dieting, caused her death. But the story was more complicated. Maria married Massimo Magistrati, 18, a young diplomat who had entered the diplomatic service the same year Galeazzo did in 1925. His father, Pietro, was made a count by the king in 1934, a title which Massimo later inherited. While they were already stationed in Berlin before Galeazzo became foreign minister, he kept his brother-in-law and sister there for several years longer than usual. He wanted them to report independently on the Italian ambassadors during those years and on the Nazi regime, as well as to keep watch over the extensive investments the Ciano family had in Germany. Maria fell seriously ill in the German capital and came home to die in 1939. She passed away in October of that year, 4 months after her father had died. Mussolini always referred to Maria Magistrati as the Scarecrow, and used her sad physical state as a warning to others. He abhorred fat men but preferred plump women. He told me once, "A woman without an ample bosom is like a bed without pillows. She lay uncomfortable." He then added, "Look at that poor Ciano girl. She was so pretty and plump at 16. Then she began dieting despite every effort of her family. She lived on half an artichoke a day for the sake of a slim figure. Then she became ill and turned into a living skeleton. She lost her health, her good looks, and her joyful gaiety. How sad." In truth, Mussolini really disliked thin women. He did not find them attractive, and he doubted their ability to bear many children. He had begun a demographic campaign in 1927, and the regime began calling for births and still more births. A girl who places her slim figure above all else cares too much about losing her figure in the months necessary for a successful pregnancy. That is not the case for a girl accustomed to being overweight. The latter type can pass through the ordeal of birth much more easily, thanks to her physical reserves. Certainly a plump new mother will endure the pain with less difficulty. As a result of Mussolini's demographic policy, he sent the Ministry of Press and Propaganda an order in 1935. It was to summon all newspaper and journal editors of publications that reported on women's fashions. In addition, reporters who covered the fashion industry and illustrators who drew for fashion magazines or advertisements were ordered to attend. In general, such compulsory ministry meetings for different sections of the press were hardly unusual. Neither were detailed instructions issued to the press. Every evening, as the morning papers were being prepared, yellow leaflets with official guidelines snowed down on the desks of reporters, columnists, and editors. These instructions were to be taken very seriously. Those who ignored or defied them were sure to be visited by overagents, policemen, fascist party officials, or government inspectors. As a result, the people in the newspaper business paid no attention to the truth. The yellow leaflets contained instructions on every subject imaginable and even unimaginable. Not just important matters like foreign affairs, the press and propaganda ministry meddled in even the smallest matters. For example, a leaflet directed that Laura Adani, a pretty young actress, was to be praised. Why? Because one of the fascist party provincial secretaries had taken a liking to her. More important, Italo Balbo liked her even more. Signorina Adani complained to her influential admirers that the leading actor in a play in which she had a part was receiving too much applause. A yellow leaflet appeared forbidding the actor to be mentioned in the press. One of the singers in the Rome opera was a friend of Roberto Farinacci. Another was the friend of Achille Stares. A leaflet gave instructions that every favorable word that appeared about one singer had to be matched exactly by one about the other. There was no subject which was not considered somehow related to Mussolini or the fascist regime. That included the weather reports. An actual drought was not occurring if the government chose to deny its existence. When the summer temperature in Rome soared to torrid heights, the official report recorded it as mild. Mussolini would not allow the Roman climate to be described as anything but perfect. Still, in the early years after his assumption of dictatorial power, he showed some restraint. Several times in those days, the Deuce told me, "There are two matters in which I will never meddle. The first is religion. Whoever puts his finger in that hot pie gets scalded. The second one is fashion. If women have it decided to wear their petticoats up to the hips, you may shoot them for it. But nonetheless, petticoats will never drop 1 centimeter below the hip." However, even that last shred of liberty disappeared in the later years of fascism. That happened after Mussolini ordered the Ministry of Popular Culture to hold a conference for the major figures in the fashion industry. The executives, designers, advertisers, writers, columnists, and illustrators who assembled received a strict warning. Style should no longer embrace slimness. No more slender silhouettes, but full curvaceous ones. The so-called streamlined look was out. Why? Because women must be encouraged to give birth to children, and still more children. But why in heaven's name? I had sometimes asked regarding Mussolini's demographic campaign. Italy lacks sufficient soil for its population already. We have about 300,000 square kilometers, but only 2/3 of that is suitable for agriculture. That is barely enough to feed 40 million Italians. France has double the amount of soil, much of it superb farming land, about 500,000 square kilometers in all. But the French number several million people less than we. Why stress natality in our already overpopulated country? Of course, my question was as naive as it was pointed. Human flesh is never sufficient for the ogres who are greedy for cannon fodder. So the regime made marriage virtually obligatory and large families the ideal. Bachelors lost official job protection. Unmarried officers were denied promotion. No one could receive fascist party honors if he lacked children, however greatly he deserved them. Only the Pope spoke forcibly against such a violation of individual conscience. The Church taught that marriage was for the purpose of procreation, but it also held celibacy and virginity for those who chose it, even for lay people in the highest regard. But to return to the Ciano family, Costanzo's son Galeazzo entered the Foreign Service in 1925. He began his career as first secretary at the embassy in Rio de Janeiro, but he also served as a gallant companion to many of the ladies in that city. Then, rather suddenly, he became persona non grata in Brazil. I have already mentioned how Etta Ciano ran into trouble in that country in 1938. 13 years earlier, had become embroiled in a scandal. It involved a young woman from a good family in Sao Paulo. She tried to kill him and intended to commit suicide afterward. Fortunately for him, she only managed to wound Galeazzo, and he was immediately shipped off to Argentina. After that, he received a posting to China, where he remained for 2 years. In mid-1929, the double Z in his first name finally did seem to provide him with real luck. Galeazzo was recalled to Italy. Arnaldo Mussolini had been tasked by his younger brother to find a suitable husband for Etta. After inquiries, Arnaldo had decided that Galeazzo made an excellent candidate. Back in Rome, arrangements were made for Galeazzo to be invited to various receptions and parties which Etta would also attend. By then, the restless and difficult disposition of Crazy Horse had recently ended any prospect of marriage to Count Orsi Mangelli. After a while, guests noticed how often Galeazzo and Etta were dancing with each other. Previously, Etta had many flirtations with an assortment of prize fighters, bicycle racers, and other assorted athletes. But this time, it was different. The Deuce had little difficulty persuading his daughter to marry the dashing young diplomat. 23. The Savoy dynasty had never been well liked among Roman café society, devoted as it was to a merry-go-round of idle pleasures. Their forebears had grown accustomed over the centuries to the intrigues, the nepotism, and the slavish obsequiousness of the papal court. Still, the Roman nobility did trudge to the twice-yearly official receptions to kiss the hand of the Queen of Italy. Nonetheless, those aristocrats found the scrupulously bourgeois habits of that northern Italian family exquisitely boring. Was it that the Casa Savoia did not wish to, or simply could not distribute to its noble subjects lucrative sinecures and positions of powerful influence? That explains why the Duchess' daughter and son-in-law received such a festive welcome when they returned from Shanghai in early 1933. The young couple was something entirely different from either the dull royal court or the cold, imperious deuce. Edda and Galeazzo loved to play bridge, to dance until dawn, and to flirt on every possible occasion with almost everyone. The Ciano couple had an ever-revolving constellation of favorites and friends. Mussolini had summoned the Ciano couple back to Rome because he needed his son-in-law. The Deuce could not shut his eyes to the crudity and mediocrity of his older sons. In fact, Vittorio was nearly worthless, and Bruno only marginally better. Besides, in 1933 they were still much too young to assume any official responsibilities. Mussolini could see far enough into the future to recognize the problem presented by the ambitions of the 40-year-olds. He had come to fear, then to hate those who had once been his enthusiastic young followers at the beginning, Balbo, Grandi, Bodai, and Arpinati. They had come to look at the Deuce as an obstacle to their dreams of power. Mussolini himself had begun to take notice of the many creases had been added to his face, how fat he had grown, and how, more and more often, he appeared to be very tired. He would turn 50 in July 1933. Was the time of his succession approaching? Mussolini wanted to settle the matter without equivocation. In 1926, after a series of assassination attempts on his life, he had already designated Costanzo Ciano as his successor. From that decision and from Galeazzo's marriage to Edda, the younger, Ciano's claim to be the Deuce's heir seemed apparent, but to the 40-year-olds, this seemed like the horse that the Emperor Caligula had appointed consul, or the hat that Governor Gessner had displayed and which he ordered the Swiss passers-by to honor as if it were the Holy Roman Emperor. If in a more subtle way, Mussolini's intentions in this regard were obvious, but his action lacerated the pride of the Duchy's chief lieutenants. As Galeazzo Ciano received appointments to successively higher offices, he gradually became inebriated with power. Worse, his responses expanded completely out of proportion. He displayed childish adoration for the Duca. The young man began imitating even the smallest details his father-in-law's mannerisms and appearance. He would try to walk just like him, throwing his head backward in haughty imperiousness. He assumed facial expressions to take on the hard look of the Deuce. He bared his teeth and held his head to accentuate his cheekbones like Mussolini. Unfortunately for Ciano, he retained the pleasantly round face of a good little boy into middle age, and he walked somewhat like a duck, his toes pointed outward. In 1934, Ciano took another decisive step. His handwriting began to mimic that of Mussolini, distinguished by its powerful long lines slanting to the right. This was so much so that the two could be mistaken, one for the other. I still do not know how he managed this incredible feat of calligraphy. Nonetheless, Ciano's signature looked exactly like that of the Deuce. I can only speculate on the young man's motivations. At an age when most young men enter professional life with a degree of uncertainty and apprehension, Galeazzo received highly desirable and ever higher career positions. His mind did develop as new horizons opened up to him, but under very privileged conditions. Sadly, if understandably, he became convinced that all this came to him due to merit. He really did believe he had achieved such success on his own. His own obsessions with his family's all too recent entry into the aristocracy inappropriately overflowed into his concern with the Duchy's image. In 1934, when Under-Secretary of Press and Propaganda, he telephoned to my publisher Mondadori. "You must excise from Margherita Sarfatti's biography of the Deuce the photos that show the Deuce's birthplace. It's not a good idea to show that he came from such miserable surroundings. People could be led to think that our family came from nowhere." My book had been an enormous success, although it was later banned, even though Mussolini had written the introduction. Still, Ciano was not cruel, nor lacking in respect for the accomplishments of others. He sincerely acknowledged intelligence, no matter who possessed it. He felt deeply troubled by the sadistic brutality displayed by the Nazis. After Germany swallowed up Austria in the March 1938 Anschluss, persecution of the Jews commenced immediately. With tears in his eyes, Ciano 29 told me how the great scientist Sigmund Freud, then a dying old man, was being mistreated in Vienna. He assured me that he had written to Hitler to intercede in Freud's favor, and to request that he be allowed to go to England. Hitler acceded to Ciano's request. For that compassionate gesture, may he rest in peace. On that same occasion, he had a keen observation. No Italians accept anti-Semitism. The anti-Jewish hatred of the Germans stems from their inferiority complex toward them. Jews enjoy both mental agility and amorous skillfulness. But, and a little smile crossed his lips in saying this, we Italians have nothing to envy in Jewish intelligence nor success with women. However, Galeazzo Ciano knew no limits when his personal vanity was involved. Nor had he any scruples in his thirst for power and money. To those ends, he showered Mussolini with adulation and flattering lies. He tried to limit visitors to the Deuce to those Ciano liked, those who brought news and opinions the Capo del Governo wanted to hear. Likewise, Ciano strove to keep Mussolini insulated from any influence that conflicted with the son-in-law's interests. After he returned to Rome in 1933, Ciano pushed rapprochement with Germany. In turn, the Nazis satisfied his insatiable vanity and his all-consuming greed. The Germans satisfied both without limits. 330. 31 Ciano told me that in 1933, Yugoslav Prime Minister Milan Srpski, being the good son of peasants that he was, made this observation. Austria is a capon that we must both force-feed. But we should not fatten the bird too much, otherwise we know that neither of us, but another, will eat it in the end. He referred to Germany as the other, of course. As Mussolini's son-in-law, Ciano's visits to London caused a generally favorable sensation. Of course, whenever he traveled to Germany, the Nazis made sure it was a great success. I asked my friends in England and France about the warm welcome given Ciano. What are you doing for the love of God? I asked. If your consciences don't influence you, will you sell them off for nothing like in Germany? What next? Will the London and Paris banks begin to extend loans to the Axis? My venerable old friend Gabriel Hanato answered, smiling with all the optimism of his 80 years. You are right, Signora. We French must ride with St. George's cavalry. He referred to the mounted patron saint of England depicted on the backs of British gold sovereigns, coins commonly called St. George's cavalry. His meaning was clear. French and British financial interests tied the two democracies together closer than did their ideals. Shortly afterward, Count de Chambrun, formerly French ambassador to Italy, came to Rome in November 1938. He sought to resolve Italian-French differences over the tolls charged by the Compagnie de Suez for Italian ships passing through the canal. The Duce refused him an audience. He spoke with Ciano instead. I do not know what was said during their meeting, but Ciano's enthusiasm for Germany began to wane after his talk with de Chambrun. During the famous meeting of the Grand Council on July 24-25, 1943, Mussolini threatened Ciano with death for having voted against him. 6 months later, he kept his promise. The Duce's son-in-law died in front of a firing squad in Verona on January 11, 1944. However, Mussolini could not say as Julius Caesar did, "Et tu, brute?" He had never once bestowed any kind of encouragement or praise on his political heir apparent. What Mussolini preferred to do was to use the young man. For Mussolini, Ciano was but a tool to achieve his ends. Rather than thank him, Mussolini would frighten him with cruel psychological games. Indeed, the Dutes greatly enjoyed striking terror in Ciano. That treatment came to fill the foreign minister with fear and hatred of his father-in-law. I often saw Galeazzo Ciano's face flush suddenly when he picked up the receiver to speak to Mussolini on the telephone. He would grasp his neck with his hand as if he were drowning. Then his face would grow very pale as he nervously fussed with his necktie. This occurred every time a message arrived from the Palazzo Venezia to the Palazzo Chigi. If the Duce was on the line, Ciano would literally run from wherever he was to the secure telephone used for conversations between the Duce and his foreign minister. Ciano actually admitted to me he never went to the Palazzo Venezia without trembling. This fear left an ever heavier rancor in his soul. By 1943, that had thickened and rotted into a putrid hatred. As Ciano said during that fateful night when he added his vote to overthrow Mussolini, in the end he got what he deserved. The rebellion of the puppet boy who wanted to be a man ended in tragedy. His young conscience had been degraded and corrupted very early in his life. Nonetheless, he finally attempted to respond to the voice deep inside him. Italy, you must also think of her, comments. Mussolini's demographic policy. During his speech of May 26, 1927, in the Chamber of Deputies, commonly known as the Speech of the Ascension, due to its coincidence with the Holy Day, Mussolini stated, "Let us speak clearly. What are 40 million Italians in the face of 90 million Germans and 200 million Slavs? Let us turn to the West. What are 40 million Italians in the face of 40 million French, as well as the 90 million inhabitants of their colonies, or in the face of 46 million English, as well as the 450 million who live in their colonies? Signori! Italy to count for something. must confront the start of the second half of this century, with a population of not less than 60 million inhabitants. Mussolini went on to describe most of the European nations in demographic decline and therefore facing a diminution of national power. He identified the growth of cities and the gradual depopulation of rural areas as the cause of falling birth rates. He was determined not to allow this to occur in Italy. Mussolini had already gotten a number of measures enacted to encourage population growth. In 1923, financial assistance for working mothers-to-be was instituted. In 1925, the Opera Nazionale Maternità e Infanzia was created. Then, in 1926, under the new dictatorship, a propaganda campaign against celibacy began, and attacks placed on bachelors. But Mussolini's concern with raising the Italian birth rate was heightened by his introduction to the ideas of Oswald Spengler. This appears to have happened sometime shortly before the Duce delivered the Speech of the Ascension. Spengler's warnings about the decline of Western civilization troubled Mussolini, but he did not share the Germans' belief that such was inevitable. Instead, he battled it. Beginning in 1928 and extending over the following decade, the regime introduced increasingly radical measures to stimulate the birth rate. Some encouraged marriage and childbearing directly. Others involved social engineering measures designed to maintain and expand what Mussolini considered conditions to raise the national birth rate. Newlywed couples became eligible for extended government loans at favorable rates. On-May publications and posters advertised free prenatal care and urged women to practice personal and household hygiene. Tax benefits were introduced for families with 7% or more children. The births of children led to increasing employment and promotion preferences for fathers. Maternity leave was extended for working mothers. Finally, promotion for state employees was limited to those married. Penalties for abortion and birth control were increased. Ever more stringent legal restrictions were placed on employment opportunities for women. Eventually, entry into the professions was virtually barred to them. On the other hand, medals, financial rewards, publicity, and audiences with both the Duce and the Pope were given to the most prolific parents. Party propaganda stressed that marriage resulting in large families was the duty of good fascists. Motherhood was celebrated as the primary virtue for women. Feminism, defined as smoking, drinking alcohol, flirting, masculine clothes, short hair, and engagement in male sports, was condemned. That such characterized the tastes and proclivities of Etta Mussolini was left unmentioned by the press. 39. The regime introduced measures to limit the population growth of cities and encourage peasants to remain farmers. A healthy, outdoor rural life was proclaimed the ideal for Italians, especially fascists. Huge wasteland reclamation projects were initiated, providing jobs for those left unemployed by the World Depression. The arable land they produced was bestowed on those the party considered deserving. After the pacification of Libya and the conquest of Ethiopia, other worthy Italians were given well-stocked houses on fertile land if they settled in the colonies. But these measures failed. Statistics tell part of the story. In 1921, Italy had a population of 38.5 million. It had risen to 44.4 million by 1941. It had risen to 44 million. In contrast, the United States, with a population of 106 million in 1920, had increased to a number of reasons for the failure of Mussolini's demographic camp poverty, considerably aggravated by the Great Depression. In the decades prior to 1930, 9 million Italians had emigrated, most of them to the United States. American laws of the early 1920s greatly limited immigration, and the outward flow of Italians to the United States decreased considerably. Nonetheless, with emigration no longer a substantial drain on the Italian population and immigration into the United States, from all other countries greatly restricted, the American population grew at a substantially greater rate. That, as Sarfatti observed, was due to the prosperity of the United States, even in the midst of a drastic economic downturn. Even the Great Depression, for all the inhibitions it imposed on the growth of the American population, did not match the influence of widespread abysmal poverty on the Italian birth rate. Even before the introduction of Mussolini's demographic measures, the truly large families the Duce sought were already an anachronism, almost exclusively concentrated in the poorest, most badly educated regions of the country. The onset of the Great Depression in Italy had less of an effect than it did in the United States, but that was because most Italians were already so poverty-stricken. This reality was made all the worse by fascist regime policies that lowered wages and living standards while simultaneously raising taxes for the majority of the population. Mussolini's wars in East Africa and Spain, coupled with rearmament on a massive scale by Italian standards, cost so much, took so much in taxes from the Italian people that they could not afford large families. In fact, even small families became a burden to support. Under the fascist regime, seeking better working and living conditions, Italians moved in large numbers from the south to the north, from rural areas into cities, from farming jobs to industrial jobs. This trend greatly accelerated after 1945, but it had already begun before the First World War, and nothing Mussolini did stopped it or even much decreased it. To the contrary, his policies accelerated the decline in the birth rate. Mussolini refused to recognize his failure. Speaking to Claretta Petacci in October 1938, he boasted, "We did not want children before, but now we have begun again. We will never again be many less. Within a few years, they will be 100 million, and we 70, if not more. I have had great success with ordinary women. They cry in gratitude, realizing that I have rescued their children." 43. By the late 30s, Mussolini no longer thought that he could make mistakes. Ciano family corruption. Sarfatti's rather favorable comments about Costanzo Ciano are puzzling. She readily admits that he, his brothers, and his brother-in-law were thoroughly corrupt, guilty of stealing huge amounts of money from the Italian government. About these crimes there is no doubt. If no other proof existed, one fact makes the culpability of Costanzo Ciano and his relatives obvious. When Costanzo entered Mussolini's government as an undersecretary of the Navy in November 1922, he was in extremely straitened financial circumstances. Until his death in June 1939, he remained continuously in government service. Yet at the time of his death, Ciano was one of the wealthiest men in Italy, perhaps the very richest. In addition to his omnivorous thievery, another aspect of Costanzo Ciano's public career should have made him even more repulsive to Sarfatti. He displayed a crudity that made Mussolini seem the epitome of refinement in comparison. He also exhibited indifference at best, actually a thin camouflage for his contempt, regarding the cultural values which Sarfatti held so dear. A notorious example of Ciano's boorish brutality forced Arturo Toscanini into exile. Before a concert in Bologna in May 1931, Toscanini refused to conduct the orchestra to play Giovinezza, the fascist anthem. Unfortunately for the conductor, Ciano was in the audience. Enraged at Toscanini's display of anti-fascism, he ordered local black shirts to accost the conductor after the performance. Toscanini was punched in the face, but his pride was even more seriously injured. His passport was revoked. He could no longer perform in Italy but could not leave the country to do so elsewhere. Rather quickly, huge international protests convinced Mussolini to allow the conductor to travel abroad. Toscanini then conducted in Germany, Austria, Switzerland, France, Sweden, Holland, and even Palestine over the next 6 years. He eventually settled in New York, became an American citizen, and did not return to Italy until 1942 or 5. What then accounts for Sarfatti's sin, even affection, for Costanzo Ciano? It seemed to flow from two combinations of factors. One was her unconcealed avarice, her approval of those who accumulated vast wealth, and her own stinginess, even outright miserliness. Mussolini had quickly noted the latter quality in Sarfatti, soon after they met. Depending on circumstances, he considered it amusing or distasteful. It certainly reinforced his own stereotypical anti-Semitism. Others who observed the influence of such excessive parsimony on Sarfatti's behavior found it repulsive. On the other hand, the influence of such traits on Sarfatti led her to applaud those who had become rich, regardless of the means. She had been born into wealth, had inherited more after her father died and again following the demise of her husband. Still, she pursued even more riches with avid determination and pressed her children to do the same. Sarfatti openly boasted of her influence with Mussolini. She used her connections with the Duchat to gain favors and appointments for those willing to pay her enough. Those facing a sentence to one of the penal islands could appeal for her intercession, for a price or an obligation for a favor in return. A police report from 1928 cites journalists who knew that Sarfatti had long been helping to gain government contracts and concessions for businessmen in return for substantial payments. Even after she lost favor with Mussolini, her influence with other members of the regime allowed her to profit. She pressed friendly, high-ranking fascists to do political favors for those who had bribed her to do so. It seems that an occasional partner in such ventures was Arnaldo Mussolini, notorious in his own right for such activities, and much worse. In her own sphere, Sarfatti's nearly decade-long reign over the Italian art establishment gave her the power to decide which artists would be exhibited and which not. In return for her approvals, she expected and received the artwork of her beneficiaries. Sarfatti enjoyed a similar role in the award of literary prizes and government architecture contracts. Sarfatti's influence began to decline after her physical relationship with Mussolini ended in the middle of 1931. The two began to quarrel ever more frequently over the direction of his policies. Arnaldo Mussolini's death in December 1931 deprived her not only of an occasional business partner, but of a supporter in their joint efforts to moderate the Duce's increasing grandiosity. They had been joined in those restraining efforts by their mutual friend Augusto Turati. Already, Turatti's resignation as Fascist Party secretary in September 1930 had cost Sarfatti someone who had always been able to come to her aid. Sarfatti's disoriented behavior and confused appearance at Arnaldo's funeral indicated her realization of her growing vulnerability. Turatti's political destruction by a gang led by Roberto Farinacci, Costanzo Ciano, and Achille Staris in 1931-32 further weakened Sarfatti's position in the regime. However, her sway over artistic, architectural, and literary matters had been so great that a lessening of Sarfatti's role as arbiter of national culture hardly eliminated her as supreme critic. In addition, she continued to enjoy a close friendship with the Queen. For all the circumscribing of royal power under Mussolini's dictatorship, that relationship still brought Sarfatti considerable prestige. At the same time, she began to display an extreme exhibitionism at public events. While unbecoming, such displays certainly reminded onlookers of who she was and emphasized what she could still do to help or hurt reputations. 48. But this slippage in her status within the regime helps explain the second factor that influenced her attitude toward Costanzo Ciano. He was powerful. He became more so after the death of Arnaldo left the Duce increasingly dependent on Ciano for advice. The marriage of his son Galeazzo to Etta Mussolini in 1930, the young man successively more important appointments thereafter. 49, culminating in his promotion to foreign minister in June 1936, added all the more to Costanzo Ciano's influence. Furthermore, Costanzo had important friends, of which two were also old friends of Sarfatti. The more important was Guglielmo Marconi. As mentioned, Marconi and Sarfatti had been friends since childhood. Sarfatti pressured Mussolini to appoint Marconi as president of the Royal Academy and got her way in November 1930. A year later, she was one of the inventor's few house guests when he lit up the statue of Christ overlooking Rio de Janeiro by long-range radio signal from Rome. Marconi's death in 1937 cost Sarfatti a powerful protector. Marconi's World War I service, during which he improved the Navy's use of radio for tactical control and navigation, led to his acquaintance with Ciano. They quickly became close. Their friendship grew after Marconi joined the fascist movement and Ciano rose within its leadership. Mussolini made Ciano Minister of Communications in May 1924. That brought the latter control of railroads, mail service, the telegraph, telephones, highways, and the merchant marine. Soon after his appointment, his ministry received supervision of the nascent national radio system. Thus, Ciano enjoyed the power to award many electrical contracts, including those affecting the creation of a national broadcasting network. However, Mussolini had neither familiarity with radio technology nor appreciation of its potential to disseminate news and propaganda. He did favor state control of radio telegraph and radio telephone service, which led to the establishment of the Italo Radio Corporation. On the other hand, in the summer of 1923, the new prime minister accepted expert advice to grant the contracts for the necessary equipment to German and French companies. No Italian firms, not even Marconi's Radiofono, possessed the ability to produce the quantity and the quality of the transmitters and receivers required. However, Marconi had pioneered the use of shortwave radio for transoceanic service, and Radiofono was able to provide the equipment for broadcasts across the Atlantic. Once Minister of Communications, Ciano appointed Marconi president of the Administrative Council that oversaw Italo Radio and granted Radiofono the contracts to establish Italian radio links with the Americas. Furthermore, Marconi's partnership with Ciano brought what the inventor considered a far more important advantage. Marconi gained ministry financial and technical support for his experiments in shortwave transmission and other applications of radio waves. 51. At first, not even Ciano and Marconi fully appreciated radio's potential for spreading propaganda and shaping public opinion. In March 1924, Ciano did persuade Mussolini to give a radio speech for the first time, on the 5th anniversary of the fascist movement's foundation. The lengthy address sounded particularly strange over the radio. Poor equipment and Mussolini's unfamiliarity with a microphone made his voice sound grotesque, like the bellowing of an enraged animal. Mussolini decided against using the radio again. Despite this fiasco, Ciano gained Mussolini's authorization to create a government-sanctioned national radio system. Ciano then arranged the fusion of all Italian domestic and international broadcasting companies into the Unione Radiofonica Italia in August 1924. Regular service commenced that October. In turn, Uri gave Radiofono a monopoly for the supply of equipment and the construction of domestic broadcasting centers. Marconi solved the problem of his company's technological deficiencies by obtaining both capital and licenses to manufacture advanced American equipment from Western Electric. Ciano reciprocated by granting Western Electric contracts to supply telegraph and telephone equipment for the Italian networks. Meanwhile, Marinetti had begun broadcasting his verse from Rome. He used better equipment and a superior speaking technique than Mussolini had employed. As a result, the Futurist Poets programs achieved great success. This inspired Mussolini to try again. Utilizing the latest Western Electric equipment, the dictator made his second radio broadcast. The Deuce's short speech of October 1925, on the third anniversary of the March on Rome, provoked highly favorable comments about transmission clarity and the natural sound of the dictator's voice. Extremely pleased with this reaction, Mussolini ordered Ciano to arrange another broadcast from Rome that November 4, the 7th anniversary of the Austro-Hungarian surrender. He continued to make others thereafter. Nonetheless, the price of radios and radio licenses remained far too high for all but the wealthiest Italians. A radio and radio license cost about 3,000 lire in the mid-1920s, at a time when the Italian annual median income was about 3,500 lire. In 1925, Italians owned only 30,000 by 1927. That same year, 2.25 news to such a restricted Italian audience remained convinced that newspapers were far better for such purposes. Ciano had conceived of radio as a means not only to broadcast music, entertainment, and the occasional speech by the Duce, but also to transmit carefully shaped news programs and propaganda. He replaced Uri with the Ente Italiano per le Audizioni Radiofoniche. The new oversight body brought Italian radio under tighter government control and linked it closely to manufacturing, entertainment, electrical, printing, and newspaper interests. Among those, Marconi's companies held a prominent place. After converting Mussolini to his vision, Ciano began a ministerial effort to increase the power of transmissions and expand the electric power available for such efforts. Given its proximity to the major sources of hydroelectricity, the Po Valley benefited first from this project before it spread to central and southern Italy. Beginning in 1933, Ciano aimed at the installation of a radio and attached loudspeaker in every village and in every school. Production ramped up to 100,000 in fiscal year 1934-35, then to 150,000 the following year. Over a slightly longer period, the cost of the least expensive radios had declined from 600 lire in 1933. Tens of thousands more were linked to loudspeakers in every city. The still limited range of radio transmissions required relay stations connected to the initial broadcasting center in order to blanket a larger area. In turn, plans for the enhanced system led to the expansion of the Alpine hydroelectric grid to provide sufficient power, as well as the installation of hundreds of miles of cable and a wide range of new electrical equipment. The profits that resulted for many Italian firms, including Marconi's, proved substantial. Even after he left the communications ministry in 1934, a significant percentage flowed to Costanzo Ciano for having facilitated such lucrative contracts. Not only Costanzo Ciano's encouragement, seconded by his son Galeazzo from 1933, inspired Mussolini to authorize increasing government and party use of radio. So too did the stunningly effective employment of radio directed by Hitler's propaganda chief, Joseph Goebbels. By the time of the Ethiopian War, live and recorded broadcasts of the Duce's speeches were heard not only throughout the peninsula but across the continent and even the Atlantic. These efforts to shape public opinion were amplified by Mussolini's ministers, fascist party officials, and supporters of the regime. They started using the airwaves to bombard Italians with every conceivable form of verbal propaganda. Together, until their deaths, respectively in 1937 and 1939, Marconi and Ciano both greatly enriched themselves and buttressed the fascist dictatorship by their employment of radio as a means of political control. The other Sarfatti friend closely linked to Costanzo Ciano was the Venetian entrepreneur and financier Giuseppe Volpi. Minister of Communications, Ciano exercised considerable control over shipyards, railroads, telephones, radio, highways, and the power industry. Given the extent of Volpi's post-war business empire, particularly his ownership of Sadi, he and the minister became closely acquainted and quite friendly. That relationship deepened when both served in Mussolini's cabinet from 1925 to 1928. Volpi helped gain Italy particularly favorable settlements of its war debts to Britain and the United States. That success on his part in the stabilization of the lira greatly raised the prestige of the fascist regime and encouraged huge American loans to the Italian government and to businesses in 1925 to 27. They totaled $173 million, the equivalent of roughly 4 billion lire, and financed an Italian economic boom in the second half of the decade. Ciano profited greatly from his rake-offs from the government contracts that resulted. Volpi and Ciano's interests continued to coincide after the former returned to private life. The Italian electrical industry had expanded enormously in the late 1920s, assisted both by Ciano's ministry and Volpi's investments. In fact, Volpi had become one of the half-dozen richest and most powerful men in the Italian business community, as well as one with enormous prestige from his government service. Ciano had every reason to continue their close association. After Volpi's retirement as Minister of Finance, he devoted his influence to settling disputes among Italy's major industrialists. Dissuading conflicting interests from appealing to government, officials for support in such instances served Volpi's own purposes. As president of Confindustria, he sought to limit political interference in the Italian economy, especially in his own activities. Despite Costanzo Ciano's role in expanding state control over the economy, he and Volpi remained on excellent terms. Both men were monarchists, both given the title of Count by Vittorio Emanuele III. Each shared a personally lucrative interest in the continued expansion of Italian shipyards. Both enjoyed profitable connections with German business. Each enthusiastically backed Italian colonial expansion. Only in the late 1930s did Volpi and Ciano differ, when the former realized that German economic penetration of the Balkans came at increasing cost to Italian interests. Such a difference hardly ended their friendship. Volpi knew how much influence Ciano had with the Duci. Volpi expressed deep grief over Ciano's unexpected death in June 1939. Sarfatti had known Volpi before World War I. He had bought the Société des Bains and the Vaporete system her father had developed after Amedeo Grassini's death. Volpi was devoted to expanding the Venetian economy as much, if not more so, than Sarfatti's father had been. Their mutual attachment to Venice formed a bond between Volpi and Sarfatti for the next 3 decades. Volpi's business interests benefited greatly from Giolitti's support of the communications, electric and chemical industries prior to World War I. So concentrated were Volpi's enterprises in and near Venice that he became the virtual master of the city and known as the Last Doge, 5960. Another close bond between the two Venetians arose from their mutual affection for Queen Elena. Volpi had befriended Elena's father, King Nicola of Montenegro, during his many business trips to that country before World War I. He and the king gained great profits from these ventures, although the Montenegrins did not. His investments in Montenegro formed the basis of Volpi's fortune and allowed his fortunes to soar from very little to immense heights. The 1918 annexation of Montenegro by the Karađorđević dynasty of the new kingdom of the Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes drove Nicola into exile. That act enraged Volpi almost as much as Queen Elena. It also led to decades of hostility between Italy and the other kingdom, which became known as Yugoslavia in 1929. Volpi took a major part in encouraging that antagonism for personal, as well as business, reasons. It also helps explain why Queen Elena's husband, Vittorio Emanuele III, made Volpi a count in 1961. Sarfatti's friendship began later, when she began spending an increasing amount of time in Rome after the March on Rome. Given her private education, her literary, journalistic, and political career, and her role in the Italian art world, Sarfatti was undoubtedly a woman unique in Elena's experience. As they became acquainted, Sarfatti began to serve the queen as an advisor on charitable activities and support for the arts. After their acquaintance grew into friendship, Sarfatti became a lady-in-waiting to Elena, as well as a frequent guest at the royal palace, at the king and queen's residence in Rome, at their seaside villa outside the capital, and at the royal estate at San Rossore, near Pisa. It is not clear if Marconi's frequent appearances at court or his friendship with Sarfatti led to another of Elena's friendships, that with the inventor's wife, Beatrice. On Mussolini's advice, Marconi took advantage of Fiume's laws, during its brief existence as a free city, to obtain an easy divorce from his first wife. He had long humiliated and wounded Beatrice by his many flagrant love affairs, so the divorce brought something of a relief to her. But court etiquette did not allow a divorced woman to remain in attendance on the queen. The ex-Signora Marconi left the royal presence while Elena exclaimed, A man like Marconi should never have been allowed to marry. Of course, the Queen and many of her ladies-in-waiting knew about Sarfatti's relationship with Mussolini, but they were free to overlook that kind of impropriety, a polite form of ignorance made even easier after Cesare Sarfatti's death in early 1924. Behind this web of relationships of fascist Italy lurked not only financial corruption, but an even more debased moral depravity. Sarfatti and other luminaries of the regime were mired in such amoral greed. But the worst among them was Costanzo Ciano. That Mussolini had designated that man as his successor as Deuce reveals his utter hypocrisy and total cynicism. His claims of devotion to the greatness of Italy and the well-being of the Italian people were the blackest lies. One example suffices to make that utterly clear. In late 1932, inspectors began to suspect that the Ansaldo armaments firm had delivered to shipyards defective armor and equipment for the construction of Italian warships. Such fraud was confirmed by the following March. The Navy Ministry quickly convoked a board of inquiry to investigate. The board issued its confidential report in early May. It concluded that forged stamps designating acceptable quality had been made on armor, propeller, and crankshafts for the heavy cruiser Bolzano. The visible defects in the metal had been soldered over and ground smooth to avoid easy detection. Senior company officials had confessed to these crimes and indicated that they had been carried out since 1929. They involved the steel for 6 additional cruisers, 4 submarines, several warships built for foreign navies, and artillery pieces for both the Army and Navy. These crimes had been approved by the president of Ansaldo, former Undersecretary of War, General Ugo Cavallero. In early 1929, Cavallero had been hired to resolve the administrative chaos and financial difficulties plaguing the company. Since Ansaldo was heavily reliant on government contracts, his ties to the military made him seem all the more capable of restoring the firm's fortunes. Cavallero's appointment had been recommended by Costanzo Ciano and Giuseppe Volpi. Despite the scale of the crime and its grave damage to the Italian Navy, only one Ansaldo official received a prison sentence and just 2 others forced to resign. The latter included Cavallero in July 1933. The full extent of what had to have been a rather large conspiracy to defraud the government has never been revealed. Nevertheless, some inferences can be drawn from known facts. 65 the 3 Ciano brothers and Costanzo's son, Galeazzo, either were executives of or heavily invested in the various shipyards, which had constructed the warships with defective parts or armor, that is, Orlando, Udoroterni Orlando of Livorno, Tosi, as well as Ansaldo. Cavallero not only escaped any legal punishment, he was never subjected to any legal procedures. Furthermore, he resumed his military career from 1937 onward under the patronage of Galeazzo Ciano. Since Mussolini received a full report on the scandal, he obviously decided to take no action against the miscreants. Yet the 3 Ciano brothers were naval combat veterans of World War I and had become admirals thereafter. Cavallero had been Undersecretary of War and would go on to be appointed military head of the Italian Armed Forces in 1940 by Mussolini and promoted by him to the rank of Marshal of Italy in 1942. These men were thieves of gigantic proportions who had stolen from the armed forces in which they had served. Worse, the Ciano brothers and Cavallero had betrayed the sailors and soldiers who would use the equipment or serve on the ships the 4 criminals had deliberately sabotaged. Perhaps Costanzo Ciano felt, if not guilt, then perhaps some unease about his actions. That may be reflected in his upbringing of his only son. The elder Ciano raised his boy, Galeazzo, to become well-educated gentlemen. He made sure the young man remained far away from the thugs and ruffians of the fascist movement in 1919 to 22, tolerated his brief career as a journalist and playwright, but pushed him to take and pass the Foreign Service entrance examination in 1925. In less than 5 years, Galeazzo Ciano became the Duce's son-in-law. A little over 6 years after that, he returned from East Africa as a decorated war hero to become, at age 33, the youngest foreign minister in Europe. Although he hardly came close to matching his father's extraordinary feats of heroism by any other standard, Galeazzo rose faster and higher in society and politics than did his father. He also enjoyed a far more likable personality, an asset both for his diplomatic endeavors and his incessant philandering. After Costanzo's sudden death in June 1939, Galeazzo inherited his father's vast wealth. Already, he had been Widlini's likely successor. Had the events of 1940 to 43 taken a different turn, he very well might have become the second Duce. Galeazzo Ciano proved a fitting heir to his father, and could have been a worthy successor to his father-in-law. He certainly was morally blind enough and lacking in any sense of decency. How else could he have written of his father what he did shortly after Costanzo's death? You gave of yourself sincerely, working without ever asking anything for yourself. And in late December 1943, certain that he would soon be executed on the orders of the Duce, Galeazzo could write that his death sentence had already been decided by Mussolini under the influence of that circle of whores and pimps, which for some years have plagued Italian life and brought our country to the brink of the abyss. Were not some of them his father, his uncles, and himself? 66. Andrew Noble, Secretary of the British Embassy in Rome from 1933 to 1938, reacted to news of the elder Ciano with this comment. Costanzo Ciano was notably corrupt and greedy. So is his son Galeazzo. The father led what was known as the Gruppo Ciano. This coterie was no more than a gang of thieves which profited from the elder Ciano's inside information. Chapter 13, 4 or 5 Things I Know About Him, was no coward. The circumstances of his ignominious flight and death in April 1945 do suggest pusillanimity. But he always impressed me as a man of physical courage. He certainly did feel fear and often suffered from anxiety. But what is courage except the ability to overcome fear? That Mussolini had. What he fell victim to was the inebriation of power. Power can turn men into brutes, the way Circe transformed Odysseus, crew into swine. Brutality and egotism rotted Mussolini's soul, not fear. Still, in some ways Mussolini was timid. The sight of blood disturbed him deeply. In 1912, he fainted when Dr. Paolo Pini drew his blood. Pini, a superb Milanese socialist physician, almost a saint, needed the blood for a Wassermann test. In her book, Angelika Balabanov claims that Mussolini fainted often out of cowardice. That intelligent but violent Russian socialist was later appointed to the directing committee of the Italian Socialist Party and held that post when Mussolini became an interventionist. Angelika and Mussolini had once been intimate, but she then became one of his great enemies. So her testimony can be questioned. After Pini took a sample of his blood, Mussolini's fall into unconsciousness was deep and lasted for quite some time. It was like that which Victorian ladies used to escape some unspeakable unpleasantness. Mussolini felt weak for days, and that deeply troubled him. He explained away what had happened, blaming it on the smell of anesthesia in Pini's examining room. "I will never forget that smell of ether in my nostrils," he said. "I cannot bear it. It makes me sick." Perhaps Mussolini was allergic to ether, but he would never willingly admit to having an infirmity or weakness, such as an inability to bear the sight of blood. Furthermore, Mussolini boasted of his ignorance of medicine and biology. "I am a peasant," he used to brag. "I know nothing about medical matters except the use of herbs and witchcraft. Giovanna taught me that, and I became an expert. I do not know, nor do I want to know about fancy biological terms and arcane medical facts. In fact, I am actually frightened of such disgusting mysteries." Like so many peasants, Mussolini embraced an atavistic mistrust and fear of doctors, especially the gruesome surgeries they performed on unconscious patients. The results of the tests Pini had administered were rather doubtful. After the medical report came back, Mussolini declared it the greatest medical error of the century. The doubts concerning his syphilis remained. He never forgave the Bohemian girl who, he claimed, may have infected him during his student days in Geneva. Mussolini's swoon after Dr. Pini took some blood eventually proved lucky for him and helpful for me. Anna Kolyseyev died in December 1925 after a long illness. So long as she lived, her faithful companion, Filippo Turati, remained at her side. But after Kolyseyev's death, some of Turati's comrades persuaded him to flee Italy. He would be more effective in the anti-fascist struggle if he took refuge in France. There he could speak and write freely. Mussolini's political police kept Turati under strict watch. He was prohibited from leaving Italy. Turati's friend, Dr. Pini, persuaded the authorities that the old socialist leader was so ill he did not pose a flight risk. That led to a relaxation of surveillance and enabled Turati's friends to arrange his escape. Pini was arrested as an accomplice in the affair. I had always held Pini in high esteem and deep affection. I entreated Mussolini to release him. Pini always cared for you so devotedly, especially in 1912, remember, and he knows so much about your health. Besides, he is such a wise and good man. My obvious hint that Pini might be able to reveal Mussolini's secret disability worked. The Deuce ordered the doctor's release the following day. Given Mussolini's health problems, my country house, Il Soldo, offered a place for rest and relaxation away from public scrutiny. That was especially true in his first years in power. "I dearly love this place," he often said. Perched on a hillside near Lake Como, Il Soldo overlooked vineyards, orchards of chestnut and fig trees, and was surrounded by cypresses. Mussolini commented on the view. "The high cloven cypress trees beckon to me like nothing else on earth. This place is like a home to me. I associate it with the best years of my life. You remember how we planned the 1922 revolution here, how I launched and directed the March on Rome from here? In 1923, he began to suffer from acute stomach pains. I persuaded Mussolini to agree to an examination by Dr. Pescarolo, the eminent clinician and professor of medicine. He would travel from his Turin University to Il Soldo in secret. As the time for Pescarolo's visit approached, Mussolini became increasingly confident that the doctor could bring him relief. Jews are certainly endowed with special gifts and talents for medicine, Mussolini commented. Being a Jew, he will be trustworthy, able to hold his tongue about visiting me. The popes were wise to always choose Jews as their physicians. Before Hitler took over Germany, Mussolini's attitudes about Jews were simple. They embodied magnified qualities, both good and bad. These cliché notions of his were unshakable. In Rome, he made a point of choosing Dr. Arrigo Pipemo III for his dentist and Dr. Artom di Sant'Agnese as gynecologist for Rachel and Etta. In turn, his wife and daughter relied on Dr. Erwin Steikold as their trusted family physician, and until the anti-Semitic decrees visited a German Jew for their dental work. I stress that all of these men, intelligent, kindly, and competent, were Jews. After Mussolini insisted, one of these Jews was brought in to save Costanzo Ciano's life. After Prof. Pescarolo arrived at Il Soldo, his examination proceeded smoothly until he drew some blood from Mussolini's arm. Mussolini reacted with indignation. "Blood! He's taken my blood. I want it back. Tell him so. I can't allow it left about. Who the hell knows where it might be and who might have it?" His superstitions were so strong, so enduring. Dr. Pescarolo decided Mussolini's problems stemmed from bad digestion. Mussolini himself blamed the corned beef fed to Italian soldiers during World War I for causing his stomach troubles. After a meal, he often doubled up with ferocious cramps. He insisted that the only relief came from stretching himself out on the floor. He would turn to his chauffeur Cirillo, also an army veteran, who really did suffer from a stomach ulcer, and give vent to his furious resentment. In his picturesque Romagnol dialect, Mussolini would curse Prince Torrigiani, the manufacturer of the wartime beef, and heap obscene insults on the prince's family, class, and anyone connected to him. Mussolini raged over the millions of lire the prince had made at the expense of so many poor soldiers' insides. "There will be no corruption, profiteering, and graft if the next big war comes while I'm in power," he insisted. In fact, Italy endured 3 wars during Mussolini's dictatorship, and they did not happen by accident. He deliberately started each of them. He wanted to build a great empire, and he tolerated corruption 10 times worse than in 1915 to 18 to try to get one. The profits flowed like rivers into the pockets of his family, his associates, and the party leaders. The Italian people paid with their money, and Italian soldiers paid with their miserable rations and bad equipment. Quite a few paid with their lives. Mussolini's agonizing stomach cramps continually worsened during the Matteotti crisis. They were symptomatic of the stomach ulcer which nearly killed him in February 1925. One evening, early the previous autumn, he invited me to have dinner with him in his Via Rasella apartment. The combination of Mussolini's political and digestive problems left him looking particularly tired and depressed. He asked me to stay with him that night. I had made a previous engagement, but his appearance made me feel only too glad not to leave him alone. "All right," I said. "Let me telephone Panzini to cancel our appointment." After D'Annunzio and Pirandello, he was the best Italian writer of the period. Panzini's beautifully expressed sense of humor, rare in writers from Southern Europe, was a marvelous gift. For his part, Mussolini distrusted and disliked humor. He considered it a disrespectful display of disdain, and a diminution of both the dread and the glory attached to the truly significant aspects of human existence. In other words, he considered it a subversive superiority expressed by anti-fascists for his regime and himself. Still, Mussolini rather liked Panzini, and the old man offered no threat. Quite the opposite, Panzini showed undisguised fear of Mussolini, which the Duzzi considered a form of flattery. But most of all, perhaps, Mussolini felt comfortable with Panzini because he was a Romagnol like himself. But Mussolini dismissed my suggestion. "By no means should you cancel your visit," he insisted. "I want to find out what old Panzini is thinking. Great artists are like ducks. When they climb out of a pond and shake the water off their feathers, you can see which way the wind is blowing. Better yet, I'll drive over after dinner to bring you home myself." I warned Mussolini, "Signora Panzini never shuts up and constantly complains. Her husband actually used her as the model for his novel about Santip. She'll drive you crazy." Her real name was Clelia, but after her husband's book came out, most people referred to Signora Panzini as Santip. It fitted her precisely. "Not with me, you don't have to worry," Mussolini replied. "I have a way of staring down people that paralyzes them." And he did. Both of the Panzini couple got the fright of their lives to have Mussolini under their roof, although they did their best to hide it. They not only feared they might say something to offend him, they worried about their responsibility if Mussolini were to suffer injury in their home. After all, there had been no time for the usual security arrangements. Clelia Pansini tried to act delighted at Mussolini's visit and was actually quite brave about it. But for once, she hardly said a word. It was Mussolini who expounded at length. He sat himself down on a reproduction of a Renaissance chest that Signora Panzini had bought. It was made of pine, painted to look like oak and covered with glaring red cushions which Clelia had embroidered herself. From that rather uncomfortable throne, for reasons I cannot explain, the Dutes began to speak of a concept that had long obsessed him: empire. Italy must expand into an empire. I know that it will not last forever. Such constructs never do. Nothing endures in this ever-changing world, neither in history nor in human life. Nonetheless, an empire is a splendid creation of the human spirit, in fact the greatest of all, so long as it endures. Then its memory outlives it, gloriously beautiful for the rest of time. After that night in the fall of 1924, with his impish sense of humor, Panzini came to call that carved second-rate copy of a Renaissance chest the birthplace and cradle of the empire. A dozen years later, he said to me, "I could make some serious money by selling it for what it is, but I would need your written testimony to confirm you were witness to the Duce's words." But now, I think not. Like that piece of furniture, Mussolini's empire proved a fake, born at the cost of tens of thousands of lives and billions in treasure, buried so soon after, along with tens of thousands of more lives and the hopes of millions. As for leaving behind a beautiful memory, it bequeathed Italy a very different recollection. This incident took place not long after Matteotti's corpse had been found rotting in a shallow grave. I think Mussolini spoke with such optimism rather unusual for him as a psychological reaction to what then seemed like endless days of isolation, anxiety, and silence. The next morning he returned to his routine at the time, meeting with highly anxious fascist party leaders. He did what he could to keep up their spirits by pouring contempt on the opposition and dismissing what were, in fact, very troubling circumstances. In fact, he was far from feeling such confidence and sometimes displayed his actual state of mind with sudden outbreaks of rage. After party leaders, Mussolini would meet with diplomats and finally with civil servants. In response to his orders, the latter group showed an exaggerated deference which seemed a form of ironic mockery. When Mussolini spoke of events a week away, even of activities for the following day, I could imagine them thinking, "We bureaucrats survive forever and ever. But as for you, you cannot be sure if you will still hold power in 24 hours. If I were you, Prime Minister Mussolini, I would not issue instructions farther ahead than that. You are here today but could be gone tomorrow." Still, there is something to be said for such pre-fascist attitudes in the civil service. The bureaucracy carried out their tasks slowly, cautiously, but with honesty and integrity. Fascism turned such government positions into quickly revolving assignments in an atmosphere of arbitrary, uncertain chaos. Those who held such posts knew they would not keep them for long. While they did, they squeezed out every penny, took every advantage they could from their transient authority. The government sank into a morass of gross injustice and vast corruption. In the afternoons of those days, the morning routine of important visitors and worried sycophants ended. The vast waiting room of Mussolini's office in the Palazzo Chigi lay silent and empty. Over that space, the chief usher, Quinto Navarra, presided. Navarra, the brother of a bishop and an official of great influence in his own right, could use his power to grant or deny audiences with the prime minister. From those to whom he granted access to Mussolini, he collected tips, acting with unctuous graciousness for having bestowed such a special favor. Sometimes in those quiet hours, I listened to Navarra speaking on the telephone with Balbo. "Nobody has come here all afternoon. He is sitting alone and brooding. Your Excellency should drop in and cheer him up with some humorous talk." Balbo would come over and soon his laughter filled the empty room. But perhaps he laughed too much and too often. 10 years later, the Ciano family helped persuaded Mussolini to send Balbo into gilded exile as governor of Libya. That, of course, eventually led to his premature death. Mussolini did not hold any animosity against Prince Umberto. He did not consider the prince a rival. He did despise him, however, and virtually ignored him. Did not Mussolini control the succession to the crown? After all, the 1928 law gave the fascist Grand Council the authority to decide the question. He planned to conquer an empire, but certainly not to hand it to the prince as a gift, like a glittering jewel bestowed on a lazy child. To gain the assent of the monarchist army command to the fascist seizure of power in October 1922, he had been forced to forswear his republican sentiments and proclaim his loyalty to the king. But he never intended to maintain those promises. One afternoon in 1923, while Mussolini and I were lunching together, he brought up a recent conversation with General de Bono. "That old man is really witty. Mussolini exclaimed. "He came to see me this morning. He seemed agitated and in a rush. Deuce, you must tell me which women you are considering for a new wife. We know you are planning to overthrow the king and take his place. We need to start such preparations immediately." Since De Bono was chief of police at the time, matters such as providing protection for the royal family were his responsibility. Mussolini thought De Bono's feigned anxiety in that regard a splendid joke. "After all, who knows?" he said, laughing. "It may actually come to pass." So long as Italy remained a kingdom, such a shift to a new dynasty was unlikely. But if Mussolini established an empire after the old king died, he could ascend an imperial throne with the approval of the fascist Grand Council. All would be legal and peaceful. So Mussolini waited and dreamed of empire. He attended his first international conference as head of government in Lausanne from November 19 to 22, 1922. On his way back to Rome, on the evening of November 23 to have dinner with my husband and me at our home, he chatted happily about his experiences at the conference. Except for Poincaré, who had been president of the French Republic, I had precedence over everybody, including Lord Curzon, he noted with obvious pleasure. At the banquet at the conclusion of the Lausanne conference, the whole city seemed to be pressing against the large windows along one side of the hall to watch the diplomats at their tables. Suddenly, an incident made Poincaré furious. As a waiter was serving him from a bowl of spinach puree, he slipped. He dumped most of the bowl on Poincaré's shirt front. It splattered on his Legion of Honor, the ribbons of his other decorations, and even on his beard. Everybody nearby rushed to the premier's assistance, while he glanced around in a rage. He muttered, "And they pretend that Switzerland is the country of perfect hotels." Mussolini went on. The next morning, the Lausanne police commissioner knocked discreetly on the door to my suite. After I gave him permission to enter, he inquired if I had been satisfied with my police protection. Had they been efficient? Had they performed their duties in an unobtrusive manner? From a window of my suite, I pointed to the Grand Pont, the bridge between the city's two hills. "Well, they were nicer than you on the night you arrested me. Remember that night when I was sleeping in a wooden box under that bridge? I had no other place to go. Do you remember Monsieur le Commissaire?" Bowing as he left, he backed out of my suite and noted philosophically, "C'est la vie, Monsieur le Président." 11. In late 1922, Mussolini took me on a visit to the Palazzo Venezia. It was a museum then, enriched by the posthumous gift of the painting collection of a foreign Jewish lady. Mussolini came not to view the paintings, but to see the relics of Napoleon's coronation in Milan as King of Italy in May 1805, 6 months after he had elevated himself as emperor in Paris. These royal ornaments had recently been restored to Italy by the Austrians as part of the 1919 peace settlement. We arrived before the opening hour, and Mussolini decided to play the role of good citizen. Rather than demanding entry, he took me for a ride in the Villa Doria Pamphili to see the Lotus Pond. But Mussolini soon grew impatient, returned to the Palazzo Venezia, and used his authority to gain us entry. He gazed at the royal mantle of Napoleon, red velvet embroidered with golden bees, the emblems of the Bonaparte family. He carefully inspected the 1,000-year-old iron crown of Lombardy, with which many Holy Roman emperors had been crowned as kings of Italy before Napoleon. Finally, we examined his scepter and globe, made not of gold and encrusted with precious jewels, but covered only with gold leaf and set with colored glass. "They are both fake?" I observed. To that Mussolini replied, "Every morning Napoleon got up, rubbed the sleep from his eyes, then asked himself what new conquest or great achievement he could accomplish before lunch. Time. Like Alexander, Napoleon wept when there were no more worlds to conquer. But a truly great statesman must have a sense of proportion and of what is achievable. From what we have seen of Napoleon's coronation accoutrements, he seems to have relied as much on stage scenery as on the solid and the real. But Mussolini would forget his wise remark as his egotism grew. That morning and night, his first visit to the Palazzo Venezia, it would later become a seat of power. From its second-story balcony, he would address Italy and the world with braggadocio and threats. How much of that would be staged for effect? Yet years before, in that very building, he had witnessed the kind of artificial scenery Napoleon had used to project the image of his empire. It was like an omen from heaven, but Mussolini ignored it. Shortly afterward, he asked me to look over his new office in the Palazzo Chigi. A statue of Victory dominated the room. "It is so beautiful," he said of the statue. "I was sure that you would like it, given your great love of art." But I could not hide a grimace. It's a fine reproduction, no doubt. But we have so many ancient marbles. Why not put one here instead of this plaster copy? I stammered. "Plaster? Mussolini exclaimed. "My victory is a fake? That's impossible." But he soon discovered that it was a reproduction. What a mistake I had made to be right and to prove him wrong. Few men will tolerate this from a woman, and no man in power will accept such a rebuke from anyone. I wondered what would happen the longer Mussolini remained in power. He would grow more and more intolerant, I decided. I knew it already. 10 years later, in October 1932, Mussolini addressed the directors of one of the newly formed fascist corporations, that of professionals and artists. I found his words to be crude and anti-intellectual, one of the worst speeches he had made up to then, although he would descend to even baser levels later. According to newspaper accounts, Mussolini ordered thinkers, writers, artists, and other such gifted Italians to join fully in the life around them, not stand aloof from or act superior to the mass of society. They must learn from practical experience, not just from books. He added that they should engage in athletics and physical exercise to create harmony between their minds and their bodies. As if anticipating objections to his words, Mussolini stressed that under fascism the value of intellectuals was acknowledged and rewarded more than under any other system. But to me and his other listeners that day, Mussolini's address left us cold and uneasy, even afraid. He had been truly insulting. He had insisted that people who performed manual labor were more useful than those who used their brains. He made clear his disdain for intellectuals, too many of whom had begun to criticize the fascist regime. Yet he boasted that Italian thinkers should feel proud to live in an epoch that history would later call the time of Mussolini. Soon after he concluded his speech, he telephoned me at home. He usually did that after one of his major addresses to get my immediate reaction. Panzini had seen me home and stood nearby during the conversation. I seethed with indignation. "Was it really necessary for you to heap such praise on yourself?" I asked. "Can't you leave that task to your underlings?" Mussolini shot back. "What do you expect? My followers are too stupid to praise me as I really deserve. They have such limited imaginations. They cannot conceive the extent of my greatness." "Then teach them how," I pleaded. "Just don't do it yourself. It makes you seem like a megalomaniac." After Mussolini hung up, I turned to Panzini and asked him, "Will he hate me for what I have just said to him?" In fact, he received more and more adulation to the point that it gave him less and less pleasure. Such incessant praise became like an addictive drug, requiring ever greater doses to offer any stimulation. 2,000 years before, Cicero had boasted, "O fortunatum natam me consula Romam." Juvenal cites that statement as the supreme example of human vanity. Hundreds of people had heard similar words from Mussolini's own lips that day in 1932. Many more soon whispered about them, but the Duce's closing sentence, telling Italians to be proud to have lived in the era that would be known as the time of Mussolini, never appeared in print. It seems that our telephone conversation had exerted some influence on him, for he issued orders against printing anything more than a brief summary of his speech, and one in which his most offensive statements were not mentioned. But by then, I had learned that such small victories were actually great defeats. Each used me up and wore me down. I could not go on paying such a high price in energy and disgust. I had become aware that I was reaching a limit. When I finished speaking with Mussolini and placed the telephone receiver back in its cradle, I turned to face Panzini. "Will he ever forgive me?" I whispered. "God bless you," Panzini said sincerely with tears glistening in his bright blue eyes. "He will come to thank you for it." But old man Panzini was an idealist. Comments. Dr. Pini's Wassermann test on Mussolini. The brief anecdote Sarfatti relates is baffling. The results of a Wassermann test of Mussolini's blood could have been false. However, the test produces either a negative or positive conclusion, not an uncertainty. If Mussolini described the results as an error, that indicates they were positive. Apparently, he refused to admit the fact to Sarfatti. She must have known he was lying. Otherwise, why would Sarfatti mention that Mussolini never forgave a woman who may not have infected him? In fact, he did not become infected in Geneva in the 1902 to 04 periods. He contracted syphilis while in Tolmezzo, as mentioned, sometime in 1907. In fact, Mussolini had confessed to Angelika Balabanov when both worked together on Avanti in 1912 to 14 that he had contracted the disease. Why Sarfatti deals with the issue in such an indirect manner is puzzling. The likely explanation is that she wanted to reveal Mussolini did have syphilis, and that Dr. Pini had treated him for the disease. Sarfatti may have found it embarrassing or shameful to admit unequivocally that she had carried on a decades-long sexual relationship with a syphilitic. That seems to explain her coyness on the matter. Mussolini and the Jews. Sarfatti points out that many of the doctors who attended the Mussolini family and the royal family were Jews. Her intention is obviously to emphasize Mussolini's hypocrisy, irrationality, and injustice in instituting the 1938 anti-Semitic laws. Sarfatti herself also held racist views. Obviously, those did not include racial anti-Semitism. As for Mussolini, given the long relationship he had with Sarfatti and her family, as well as his friendships with other Jews, a mystery is raised. What were Mussolini's attitudes toward Jews? No simple answers can be given. Was Mussolini always an anti-Semite? Did he become one only later in life? If he was an anti-Semite, of what kind was he? Did he adopt anti-Semitic policies largely to facilitate an Italian alliance with Nazi Germany? Contrary evidence exists for each of those questions. Renzo de Felice, the leading expert on Mussolini and himself a Jew, argued strenuously that Mussolini was not a lifelong anti-Semite and that racism never influenced him in that regard. Other historians strongly disagree. Some facts are beyond dispute, however. Mussolini had good friends who were Jews. He had a particularly close and long-lasting relationship with the Sarfatti family. He was well aware that Cesare was a committed Zionist, although Margherita was not. Furthermore, Mussolini and Margherita had a physical and emotional relationship that endured for over 2 decades. During most of that time, she was his closest advisor. Yet during those 20 years, he made verbal and written statements that were unequivocally anti-Semitic, some of which were undoubtedly known to Sarfatti. For example, in March 1913, Mussolini described Sarfatti and Angelica Balabanov, then both working for him at Avanti, when he was pursuing Lita Raffanelli. "There are 2 women who love me madly, but I do not love them. One is rather plain, but she has a noble and generous soul. The other is beautiful, but has a sly and greedy nature. She's niggardly, in fact. Of course, that one is a Jew. The beautiful but greedy one, as cunning as the first, is pure at heart, is the writer Margherita Sarfatti. She pursues me with her love, but I could never love her. Her stinginess disgusts me. Look, she's rich and lives in a big palazzo on the Corso Venezia. Then, when one of her articles is published, she sends her maid to Avanti to get 3 free copies to save a few cents, and she has a newsstand right next to her house." 21. In an article in Il Popolo d'Italia in June 1919, Mussolini explained away the recent victories of the Red Army in the Russian Civil War and the communist forces of Bela Kun in Hungary. In both cases, the Bolshevik forces were not winning because of fighting ability or courage. Instead, this is what the great Jewish bankers of London and New York want. They are tied by racial bonds with the Jews in Moscow and in Budapest. They are taking revenge against the Aryan race, which has forced them to scatter for so many centuries. In Russia, 80% of the Soviet leaders are Jews. In Budapest, of the People's Commissars, 17 are Jews. Is not Bolshevism, by chance, the revenge of Judaism on Christianity? This argument demands thought. It is possible that Bolshevism is drowning in the blood of a pogrom of catastrophic proportions. World finance is in the hands of the Jews. Race does not betray race. Christ betrayed Judaism, but in a marvelous page of forecasts, Nietzsche expressed his opinion that he overturned the table of the traditional values of Hellenic Roman civilization to serve Judaism. Bolshevism is the defense of international plutocracy. This is the basic truth. International plutocracy is dominated and controlled by the Jews. Mussolini's article continued in this vein for several more paragraphs. Hitler and Joseph Goebbels could not have expressed such anti-Semitic paranoia any better, or used Nietzsche with more malevolence against Jews. The article caused such upset within the new fascist movement that Mussolini did not publish the like for years to come and refuted his own thesis about a world Jewish conspiracy 16 months later. After Mussolini came to power, the various publications of his writings and speeches were expunged of his attacks on the Jews. However, he did not really change his mind. 24. In February 1927, shortly after the king had conferred the title of Baron on the scientist Alessandro Artom, his 2 sons came to the Palazzo Chigi to thank the Duce for sponsoring their father's elevation to the nobility. Before they arrived at his office, Mussolini said, with a laugh to the visiting Luigi Federzoni, "So are they thinking about becoming Catholics now, or do they want to remain attached to their desert nomad morals?" After they left, the Duce said, "And yet they are swindlers." "Who are?" asked Federzoni in surprise. "The Jews," replied Mussolini. He went on, "I have recently been reading the book on Israel by Rathenau, and I have been thinking a lot on the subject. I am more and more convinced that it is a mistake to have them in our civilization." In his diary, Federzoni noted that Mussolini proceeded to speak at length on what I knew well to be his anti-Semitism. With that, the then Minister of Colonies fully agreed. In April 1929, the mayor of Milan and his deputy, Giuseppe Gorla, were summoned to meet Mussolini. Toscanini, then director of the orchestra at La Scala, had suffered a hand injury and needed to step down. The Duce wanted to discuss Toscanini's replacement. Gorla noted in his diary, Toscanini proposed to name Maestro de Sabata as his successor. We spoke with Mussolini, who showed great unhappiness about Toscanini's decision. When we mentioned the name of de Sabata, curled his nose, turned to me and asked, "Is he a Jew?" I replied that I did not know, but did not believe so. He squeezed his nose with his index finger and thumb and blew hard as if he smelled something bad and added, "Keep me informed." Then he repeated the gesture in an irritated manner. In July 1929, Etta Mussolini told her father she was in love with Dino Mondolfi, a young engineer and the son of a colonel in the army. But when she mentioned that Mondolfi was a Jew, the 31 Duce erupted in rage. In fact, he already knew of the relationship and had ordered an investigation of the Mondolfi family months earlier. "Look," he said, "the Jews are my worst enemies." Such a marriage was out of the question. That was not only due to Mussolini's anti-Semitism. In February, as part of the Lateran Accords, Mussolini had agreed to make Roman Catholicism the official state religion. To facilitate that agreement, Mussolini's children had been baptized. He and Rachel had been married by a priest. For Etta to have married a practicing Jew under such circumstances would have caused a major crisis in church-state relations. On a Sunday afternoon in late December 1937, Mussolini and Petacci listened to a radio broadcast of a Beethoven concerto. De Sabata conducted. The Duce thoroughly enjoyed the performance. While listening, however, he made a bizarre comment to Petacci. What a pity he was a Jew. He is good, but he was a Jew. After de Sabata brought down his baton, the audience erupted in wild applause. Mussolini listened for a moment and then said, "These Jews overdo it. Yes, he is good, but this sounds to me like a claque." 33. Numerous other instances of Mussolini's expression of contempt for and hostility toward Jews prior to his attachment to Hitler could be cited. All these clearly indicate Mussolini was an anti-Semite from an early age. On the other hand, until the mid, his attitude did not encompass the racist attitudes of extreme anti-Semites such as the Nazis. Italian Jews who converted to Catholicism ceased to be Jews in his eyes. This helps explain why Sarfatti converted to Catholicism in 1928 and persuaded her to do so in 1930-31. What led Mussolini embrace racist anti-Semitism seems to have been due to several factors. First, his deep-seated anti-Jewish convictions had long influenced his thinking. But in 1936, the conquest of Ethiopia, apparently an unrelated event, pushed Mussolini from racist theory to practice. Italy acquired dominion over millions of Africans. On them, Mussolini imposed an apartheid-like system both out of his conviction of Caucasian superiority and to instill a sense of subservience in his new subjects. Thus, racism became an official part of fascist doctrine, although it had long infected Italian colonial attitudes. Western hostility to the conquest of Ethiopia to Italian intervention in the Spanish Civil War, and Mussolini's increasing alignment with Hitler created an ever-widening chasm in Europe. On one side were Britain and France, on the other Italy and Germany. Mussolini grew increasingly convinced that Italian Jews were inherently sympathetic to the other side, that almost all of them were disloyal, that they were not even Italians at all. Italy could not survive with such traitors in its midst. The fascist state could not endure unless it had a powerful ally. That could only be Germany. Given the supreme significance of racist anti-Semitism and Nazi ideology, and fascist Italian-Nazi-German coalition could not function without Mussolini's adoption of similar policies. After Mussolini decided to form a partnership with Hitler, the combination of these elements led inexorably to the laws of November 1938. A Nazi-fascist alliance was necessarily offensive, and German expansion across Europe meant the imposition of Nazi racial policies on conquered territories. As German power surged, and Italy succumbed to the influence of its mighty ally, would not the consequences for Italian Jews be fatal? Of this, Mussolini was not only well aware, he approved. In April 1938, he said angrily to Claretta Petacci, "These Jew pigs, a people destined to be completely slaughtered." A few weeks later, as he prepared to impose his anti-Jewish laws, he was questioned by his son Vittorio. What advice should he give to a Jewish friend, worried about his future and that of his family? The Duce replied in a tone slightly less virulent than when he had spoken to Petacci, that they should wisely distance themselves from Europe altogether. War can break out from one moment to another, and for the Jews, life will not be easy. "Even from Italy?" Vittorio asked. His father responded, I tell you again, better than they go and wait for the storm to pass, that will save their skins and their property. 36. For a biographer of Mussolini's, nature and evolution of his anti-Semitism delineates his personality. In her memoir, Sarfatti avoids addressing the issue directly. Perhaps it was too painful or embarrassing. It is clear, however, that Mussolini held strong anti-Semitic opinions before he met Sarfatti, and after they met, found confirmation of his bigotry in her characteristics. Therefore, two questions arise. Why he have such an intimate relationship with her and her family for over 20 years? Why did he wait until 1938 to give full expression to his hatred? To a large extent, these questions are unanswerable. All people are mysteries, even to themselves. The phenomenon of cognitive dissonance, the ability to hold two or more contradictory opinions about the same subject, is a universal human trait. One can even love and hate another simultaneously. In Mussolini's case, however, partial explanations spring from his dishonest and opportunistic nature and his remarkable ability to lie successfully. Like all persuasive liars, Mussolini could convince himself of the truth of his falsehoods. In his personal life, he prevaricated constantly, denying to one lover that he was involved with others. Claretta Petacci's filled her diaries with many mentions of such instances. Sarfatti indicates she had the same experiences. The speeches Mussolini delivered and his published writings are filled with lies and gross distortions, too numerous to cite in an abbreviated manner. In terms of anti-Semitism, two examples stand out. In his 1932 conversations with Emma Ludwig, the Duce insisted, "Anti-Semitism does not exist in Italy. Italians of Jewish birth have shown themselves good citizens and they fought bravely in the war. Many of them occupy leading positions in the universities, in the army, in the banks." Ludwig asked Mussolini about rising anti-Semitism in Germany, then less than a year before the Nazi takeover. The Duce replied, "Whenever things go awry in Germany, the Jews are blamed for it. Just now we are in an exceptionally bad case." 37. After the failed Nazi putsch in Vienna in July 1934, and following the death of President Paul von Hindenburg, Hitler's assumption of supreme power on August 2, Mussolini began displaying a particular public hostility toward Nazi Germany. In several articles and speeches from August to October, he vehemently denounced Nazi racial anti-Semitism. His most forceful attack took place during a speech in Barian, September 6. 30 centuries of history allow us to regard with supreme pity certain doctrines from beyond the Alps, upheld by the descendants of people who could not even write in order to pass on the records of their own lives, at the very time at which Rome boasted of Caesar, Virgil, and Augustus. These two public statements appear to present Mussolini's unequivocal rejection of Nazi racial anti-Semitism. In secret, however, his actions belied his words. In February 1933, Mussolini had a check delivered to Hitler for 250,000 lire. The money was an advance for the rights to publish Mein Kampf in Italian translation. By the standards of the time, this was a huge amount, far more than Hitler could have hoped to receive from an Italian publisher. The first Italian edition of Mein Kampf appeared in April 1934. Mussolini was fully aware of its anti-Semitic contents. Indeed, the book's appearance coincided with Mussolini's removal of most Jews from positions of authority in Italian institutions and the appearance of anti-Semitic articles in the Italian press. The apparent contradiction between these events and Mussolini's public denunciations of anti-Jewish bigotry appears explained by his contemporary foreign policy. The Duce was attempting to project the best possible image abroad to lessen hostile reaction to his planned invasion of Ethiopia. By lucky coincidence, Hitler's massacre of the brown shirt leadership and his failed attempt to seize Austria allowed Mussolini to enhance his reputation in the Western democracies. He could play the roles of the benevolent tyrant in contrast to the fanatical Führer, as well as the protector of the independence of Little Austria. However, Mussolini's projection of such a reasonable and moderate image was a passing phase. He harbored far nastier long-term plans. As he said on a number of occasions after he imposed his anti-Jewish laws, he had been waiting to do that for a long time. Mussolini's troops entered Addis Ababa in May 1936, and the attempt by the League of Nations to punish such aggression collapsed in July. After that, Mussolini reverted to his gradual strangulation of Italy's Jews. He quickly improved relations with Hitler. Mussolini proclaimed the Rome-Berlin Axis that October. Both dictators agreed to coordinate their intervention in the Spanish Civil War in December. Then came Mussolini's tour of Germany in September 1937. Hitler dazzled the Duce with visions of Nazi power. In March, Hitler's troops invaded Austria and arrived on Italy's northern border. In contrast to events 4 years earlier, Mussolini did nothing. German-Italian relations had taken a decisive turn. In May, Hitler made a reciprocal visit to Italy. The Führer and his entourage were received not just as guests but as brothers. That July, anti-Semitic propaganda began appearing in official fascist publications. In early September, decrees were announced ordering expulsion of all foreign Jews from Italy and of any Jews attending or teaching in public institutions. Mussolini's decision 2 weeks later to go to war on Hitler's side during the Sudeten crisis foreshadowed a formal Italian-German alliance as the logical next step. For political reasons, that required ideological alignment in racial matters. That came in the form of the sweeping anti-Semitic laws of November. Finally, the Pact of Steel, Italy's formal alliance with Germany, was signed in 1938, defined who was to be considered a Jews, forbade Jewish ownership of large businesses or participation in their administration, and of significant real estate or farmland. In general, the laws were somewhat less harsh than those affecting German Jews in late 1938. Certainly, Italian Jews escaped anything like the violence that had already been inflicted on German Jews and would be during and after Nazi rampage of November 9–10, 1938, known as Kristallnacht. In fact, the extraordinary coincidence of the horrific events in Germany with the promulgation of the decrees in Italy distracted attention somewhat from the harshness of the Italian laws. By January 1940, however, about 22,000 Jews had been expelled from or had fled Italy. Yet even the November 1938 decrees, while blatantly racist at first glance, deviated from a full application of such a concept. Those Jews with outstanding military records, those who had contributed to the fascist cause, who had joined D'Annunzio at Fiume, who had become a fascist before the March on Rome or during the Matteotti crisis, or were of special value to the Italian state, were exempt partially or completely from full application of the laws. That protection extended to their immediate families as well. Furthermore, while converts to Christianity with 2 Jewish parents were to be considered Jews, an Italian with 1 Jewish parent, who had converted prior to October 1, 1938, was not to be considered Jewish. The results proved inconsistent with a racist definition of Jews. Roughly 51,000 Jews lived under Mussolini's rule in late 1938, 40,000 Italians, 8,000 of the latter, but 3,000 were allowed to remain. Of the Italian Jews, 9,000 were to be exempt from discrimination and 31,000 subject to the anti-Jewish laws. How could persons legally defined as members of a race constituting a danger to the state be divided into such completely different categories? Like many other aspects of fascism, such a distinction defied logic. When Mussolini posed his anti-Semitic laws in November 1938, was it out of opportunism or conviction? Both, it appears. To Mussolini, the truth was what suited him at any moment to be true. That he never attempted to physically annihilate the Jews of Italy was due to a number of factors beyond his control. These included the opposition of the royal family, of major elements within the Catholic Church, particularly Pius X, the repugnance and dismay with which most Italians reacted to the anti-Jewish laws, Italian nationalist opposition, especially by the army leadership, Italian hostility to German arrogance, and Italy's lack of the necessary resources to wage a major war and carry out genocide simultaneously. As it turned out, those realities mattered little to the Jews of Central and Northern Italy. In 1943–45, the Germans did their best to make up for Mussolini's inability to exterminate them. Why Mussolini despised Crown Prince Umberto? Sarfatti does not state why Mussolini held Prince Umberto in contempt. The Capo del Governo and Crown Prince had a superficially friendly relationship, although not a truly trusting one. That lack of trust arose from the prince's vulnerability to blackmail and scandal. Umberto was a homosexual, a fact of which Mussolini was well aware. In private, the Deuce admitted he had heard rumors on the subject. To all but his very closest confidants, however, he dismissed such stories as lies. In fact, Mussolini's private secretariat maintained a large police dossier that detailed the prince's same-sex affairs. The Duce did not regard all such acts as despicable, but neither did he tolerate them. Complicating this matter to some degree was the love affair between Mussolini and Crown Princess Maria José. The relationship likely began sometime in 1931 or 1932. Following their marriage, the Crown Princess must have quickly realized that her Crown Prince husband was a homosexual. She also discovered that Mussolini fascinated her. He found her of interest too. Why else did Maria José invite herself to the Duce's beachside villa at Castel Porziano? Mussolini later told Claretta Petacci that the princess made clear that she wanted to have sex with him. After she arrived, Maria Jose dropped her dress to reveal a two-piece bathing suit, quite daring for the time. The princess sent her two attendants away. Later, as they lay on the beach under the hot sun, she brushed her legs and thighs against Mussolini's. However, he suffered one of his rare cases of impotence. Mussolini's described a liberated, self-confident woman, not bashful or timid like a typical Italian. She offered herself to him in a flirtatious but straightforward way. He was unused to such honesty in a woman. The more Maria Jose made her intentions clear, the more uneasy Mussolini became. So nothing physical took place between them that day. However, Mussolini had found the princess very attractive and sexually alluring. He also felt embarrassed by his failure. He hoped for another opportunity to prove his manhood. Maria Jose also wanted to try again. So, she came back to Castel Porziano and they succeeded. For a time, they became lovers. On one of those occasions, Maria Jose asked Mussolini what he thought about homosexuals, clearly a question about her husband. The Deuce replied, "I divide in two categories, the sick and the depraved. I pity the sick ones, I detest the depraved ones." After the princess questioned him, Mussolini's remark, at least how he related the story to Claretta Petacci, 3.5 years later left unclear exactly how he viewed Umberto. However, Mussolini's dossier on Umberto's private life was clearly intended to be used against the prince one way or another. When and why Mussolini and Maria Jose ceased to be lovers remains unknown. The princess later became a convinced anti-fascist, certainly by the time of the Ethiopian War. Yet, decades later, she still recalled Mussolini with a certain degree of respect, despite his many crimes. The sexual orientation of the crown prince was no secret in the royal family nor among informed circles. Rumors about it were widespread in all levels of Italian society. Of course, censorship prevented any mention in the press. After their marriage in January 1930, however, the initial failure of Prince Umberto and Princess Maria Jose to produce children was no secret. Their lack of offspring led to more rumors about the reason, and also to official and religious concern about the future of the dynasty. Succession to the throne was governed by Salic law in Italy. It was the supreme duty of the crown prince and princess to produce an heir to the throne, and the Catholic purpose of marriage was for couples to be fruitful and to multiply. At last, in September 1934, the princess gave birth but to a daughter. Finally, in February 1937, Maria Jose gave birth to a son and heir to the throne. From 1889, homosexual behavior had been legal in liberal Italy. Even under fascism, under the law code introduced in 1931, only scandalous homosexual acts were considered crimes. However, all such had long been sins in the eyes of the Church. That doctrine acquired new significance after the Lateran Accords made Roman Catholicism the official state religion. In such a relationship between church and state, the head of state could not be openly known or revealed to be a homosexual. More important politically, strong homophobic attitudes prevailed in Italian society, and such orientation was certainly considered contrary to the fascist ideal. Furthermore, fascist men expected not only to display virility as then understood. The demographic policies of the regime required them to be prolific. For most homosexuals, this was impractical. Therefore, they could not be good fascists, nor even good Italians as defined by Mussolini. As a result, any Italians of high rank would find their positions unsustainable if their homosexuality became a matter of public record. Some leading members of the House of Savoy were homosexual or bisexual. However, both they and the Crown Prince enjoyed special protection from the police and the courts. Mussolini used that aspect of the lives of the other princes to ensure their public enthusiasm for fascism. But their personal lives were of far less political significance than that of Umberto. For Mussolini, the significance of the Crown Prince's homosexuality lay in Umberto's ability to succeed his father as king. Mussolini respected Vittorio Emanuele III. His contempt for the king's son arose not only from Umberto's homosexuality, but from what Mussolini viewed as his weak character, frivolity, and pampered upbringing. More than that, Mussolini continued to harbor Republican tendencies yet nurtured strong Caesarian ambitions. As Mussolini told the American journalist Karl von Wiegand in July 1925, he aspired to be the Julius Caesar of the 20th century. Sarfatti had encouraged those imperial dreams, perhaps even instilled them in her lover. After the old king died, why should the Deuce allow the unimpressive mediocrity Umberto to become king? That was all the more so, since as Dino Grandi later wrote, Mussolini considered himself to be the proud and singular incarnation of the Nietzschean Superman. 57-56. Meanwhile, chafed under the so-called diarchy, by which the king retained constitutional powers despite Mussolini's dictatorial rule. His power appeared totalitarian from the mid onward. Still, the Deuce recognized that should he suffer a significant setback, the king possessed the constitutional right to remove him. In addition to that potential legal authority, Vittorio Emanuele III also enjoyed great prestige as head of state, Mussolini far less as head of government. For a number of reasons, Mussolini considered Umberto unfit to assume the throne and to overshadow him in a ceremonial and official role. The Crown Prince's sexual history and Mussolini's documentation of same gave the Deuce his most powerful means to become undisputed ruler of Italy and its empire. Mussolini's intentions began to emerge publicly in September 1928. By then, the Grand Council of the Fascist Party had effectively replaced Parliament as the center of government rule. That month, the council approved the wording of a new law, which made that power explicit. Under the presidency of the head of government, that is, the Deuce, the council would not only control every aspect of government activity. Beyond that, it would have the right to approve the succession to the throne, as well as the powers and prerogatives of the king. Vittorio Emanuele III immediately recognized the threat to the monarchy as an institution and to Prince Umberto's ability to become king. Monarchists within and without the Fascist Party expressed considerable discontent about the proposal, but neither they nor the king enjoyed the power to do little more than grumble. The proposal was passed into law on December 9, 1928. Since Mussolini alone enjoyed the right to call the Grand Council into session, he had become not only the Deuce of fascism, but of Italy. Still, the monarchy barred his way to the total power he craved. Mussolini's pride rebelled against the official hierarchical superiority, even though it was only a formality. The eventual death of Vittorio Emanuele III would not solve that problem. Italy was a hereditary monarchy and Crown Prince Umberto remained the designated heir to the throne. The fascist Grand Council had the right to determine his suitability. Public presentation of the damning evidence of Umberto's sexual orientation certainly could prevent his assumption of the crown. But what of his son or another member of the House of Savoy? The monarchy as an institution had to be removed to fulfill Mussolini's ambitions. To that end, the Duchy required enormous prestige and an undisputed claim on absolute power. Caesar had shown the way, although he effectively abolished the Roman Republic in favor of a monarchy. Mussolini intended to move in the opposite direction, but with the same means, a display of military genius and victory in a great war. The glory that would bestow on Mussolini would grant him the moral authority to grasp equivalent control of Italy that Hitler enjoyed over Germany and Stalin over the Soviet Union. That would require Mussolini to lead Italy through another world war, the approach of which grew ever closer from the mid-1930s onward, and to emerge from the conflict as a great conqueror. He would get his chance, and when it arrived, he seized it. Chapter 14. Mussolini encounters Hitler. S.A. introduction culture began with his reading of Marx and Nietzsche, neither of them a pure German according to Nazi racial doctrine. At first, he could read their works only in translation, but as he leaned to read German, he came to prefer poetry rather than philosophy or political science in that language. Mussolini's experiences in Trento, and especially in the Great War, hardly created any affection in him for German speakers in the flesh. For their part, the Germans always loved Italy, but they did so with the same appetite the big bad wolf had for Little Red Riding Hood. He hid in bed disguised as her kindly old grandmother. Then he showed her his teeth the better with which to eat her. It took Mussolini far too long to recognize this ugly state of affairs in German-Italian relations. During his second visit to Germany, in March 1922 that is, 7 months before the March on Rome, Mussolini had met the tall and handsome Major Giuseppe Renzetti in Berlin. Renzetti had been part of the Inter-Allied military mission sent to Upper Silesia in January 1920. The mission had the task of monitoring the plebiscite to determine which parts of Silesia would remain German and which would be ceded to Poland. Renzetti later fell in love with a beautiful young German girl from the region. They had to wait until she turned 18 in 1927 to marry. In the meantime, Renzetti taught her to act in the Southern European style of Italian women, that is, with grace and elegance. But by all accounts, they lived in perfect bliss thereafter. Renzetti had an uncanny talent for intuiting future events and for identifying people who would later achieve influence or power in politics and industry. While stationed in Silesia, Renzetti had become acquainted with Hitler, Göring, and other leaders on the far right. The Major was one of the few Italians to realize early on that Hitler might rise to rule Germany. Shortly after their first meeting, Renzetti agreed to Mussolini's proposal that he serve as liaison between the Fascist Party and the German extreme right, including the Nazis. Count Luigi Aldrovandi, Italian ambassador to Germany and the erudite descendant of a patrician family, came to hate Renzetti. The cultivated, distinguished ambassador even mocked Renzetti in front of his diplomatic subordinates. He knew that Renzetti sent reports on the German extreme right directly to Mussolini, and without the ambassador's knowledge. For his part, Renzetti not only detested Aldrovandi, he utterly despised him. This led to a strange state of affairs regarding the information Mussolini received from Germany. For example, after the failed Nazi Munich putsch in November 1923, the ambassador reported that Hitler had dug his own grave. Renzetti, instead, confidently predicted the uprising would prove to be the birth of Hitler's power. After Mussolini had read both reports, he wavered between two different opinions about the future of the Nazi leader. On the one hand, to see the man who seemed a faithful imitator of Mussolini's own methods greatly pleased him. But at the same time, he feared Hitler might become his triumphant competitor. As the years passed and Hitler rose to prominence in Germany, Mussolini would make favorable comments about the Nazi leader in public, but ridicule him in private. After Mussolini became dictator in January 1925, he began a program to Italianize the German-speaking population of the Alto Adige. Over the following year, this attempt to eradicate Germanic culture caused increasing outrage in both Austria and Germany. Italian was made the language of instruction in the schools. Monuments to German heroes were replaced by statues of Italian nationalists such as Mussolini's old friend, the martyred Cesare Battisti. In February 1926, Bavarian Prime Minister Heinrich Held raised the issue in the provincial parliament. He suggested bringing pressure on Mussolini to end such anti-German policies by a tourist boycott, which would damage an important component of the Italian economy. Farinacci, then head of the fascist party, questioned Mussolini in the Chamber of Deputies about a suitable Italian response. In reply, Mussolini gave a wonderful speech about the Germans. He was always at his best in his caustic moods. He certainly was that afternoon of February 6th. Mussolini began by pointing out that he had treated the Germans with respect over the past 3 years. He defended the erection of statues of Italian war heroes in the region they had fought to unite to their country. He dismissed as lies reports of black shirt violence against Tyroleans and German tourists in the Alto Adige. Then he brought up the question of a boycott. He welcomed all those who visited Italy to admire its Roman ruins and the glories of the Italian Renaissance. Italians were an eminently hospitable people, even to the rude Germans, even when they abused this hospitality. Even when they troop across our charming cities in crude, primitive folkloric costumes, even when we watch German men and women cross the marble of our marvelous palaces and parade through our sacred monumental basilicas in uncouth clothing, even in their underwear. I applauded his remarks with enthusiasm, even jubilation. When they read the text of Mussolini's remarks the next day, most Italians enjoyed his picturesque abuse of the Teutonic barbarians. When I visited Berlin in 1927, I met with some of the small group of aristocratic followers of Arthur Moeller von den Bruck. He had committed suicide 2 years earlier, leaving his book Das Dritte Reich as his testament. It became the gospel of those determined to reverse the German debacle of 1918. The book exerted enormous influence on Ernst Röhm and Alfred Rosenberg, and through them on Adolf Hitler himself. Many of the ideas enunciated in Mein Kampf originated with Moeller. 8. After I returned to Rome, I reported my observations to Mussolini. He shook his head when I described Moeller's followers. Much too refined, too aristocratic, all of them, he said. They will not be able to excite the common people. That requires another kind of man, less educated but more able to seize opportunities. Someone who can get down in the muck with the masses and lead them fearlessly. Mussolini was right. These precursors to the Nazis were intelligent, even intellectually sophisticated. They never openly displayed a crude anti-Semitism, but they still nurtured such poison. For instance, they mouthed hatred for Heinrich Heine Levin for what they considered his twisting of the German to express un-German feelings, forming their words into language too frank for the delicate German soul. I objected to this. I insisted that the genius of a truly original poet is discovering words to express hopes and fears strongly felt, but previously unarticulated. "Oh no," they replied. "That only displays the alien corrosive spirit of a Jew." Such blind, stubborn prejudice paved the road to anti-Semitism. Still, Moeller's disciples attracted few adherents. Hitler's loyalists displayed a far more vigorous brutality, gaining millions of followers. After that, they proceeded to visit the horrors of their fanatical barbarism first on the German people, then on those of all Europe. About a year or so later, crisis ended Aldrovandi's ambassadorship. German intelligence somehow obtained a copy of the Italian secret diplomatic code from inside the Italian embassy in Berlin. They sold the Russians a copy of the code book. Nonetheless, the ambassador continued to send his so-called secret reports in the Compromise Code to Rome. He described German President Hindenburg as a doddering idiot and the Russian ambassador as a drunkard. Aldrovandi even telegraphed the military and political secrets his staff had gathered in Berlin. Eventually, this breach of security became known to the international press, causing a great scandal. The ambassador was blamed for negligence and forced to resign. Renzetti remained in Berlin and continued reporting to Mussolini. As the years passed and the Nazi movement grew, the Major emerged triumphant. He had predicted events with precision. This led me to suspect that Renzetti was not only a prescient observer of what was actually happening, but was being informed in advance of Hitler's moves. Of course, Renzetti's influence would grow even more after Hitler came to power in January 1933. Throughout the 1929-33 periods in which the Nazis emerged as the dominant political force in Germany, Mussolini displayed considerable ambivalence in their regard. One day he came to see me rubbing his hands in amusement over a vignette from the satirical humor magazine Simplicissimus published in Munich. "Look at this," he exclaimed to me. "See how they depict the ideal pure Aryan with these caricatures of the skinny Göring, the blonde Hitler, and the physically fit Goebbels, not to mention the manly Rome." Shortly after Hitler came to power, Mussolini sent him a private letter hand carried by Ambassador Vittorio Cerruti. Communication was like that of a master teacher encouraging a promising student. The ambassador was an intelligent, energetic man. He was also very much in love with his spirited, beautiful wife, an actress much loved in her native Hungary. The Magyars referred to her as the Hungarian Eleonora Duse. 15, she abandoned her stage career for marriage as an ambassador's wife. I am certain Mussolini had dispatched Cerruti and his Jewish wife to the Italian embassy in Berlin with a very specific purpose. The couple was to show Hitler that Mussolini did not share his anti-Semitic views or any other of the Führer's prejudices and odd whims. The letter contained a very important message. The Duce warned the Führer that he must rein in his violent anti-Semitism. Mussolini stated clearly that such a policy would place his regime in jeopardy and even cause its ruin. Using the method he had learned from the great sociologist Vilfredo Pareto, Mussolini began with a short synopsis. One by one, he listed the reasons why Hitler should refrain from any kind of anti-Jewish actions. He would offend the British people because of their liberalism. He would alienate the democratic population in North America. He would enrage international Jewry, which had enormous influence on world opinion through their control of the world press. Finally, he told Hitler that if he ignored Mussolini's advice, Germany would face the hostile power of the big banks in international finance. These operated under Jewish influence. I did not actually read the document. However, Mussolini informed me point by point of its contents. Later, I heard from Cerruti about Hitler's furious reaction to it. I will never forget the clarity and strength of his words. It was also characteristic of Mussolini at the time that he put the power of public opinion first. He still considered it the major factor in international relations. After Cerruti handed over the letter, he read the German translation to the Führer. From Mussolini, I later learned of the volcanic rage that the letter provoked. As he was listening, the message drove Hitler into maniacal fury. He began to beat the table with his fists, screaming, "Mussolini doesn't understand me. He doesn't realize the greatness of my historical mission. In 2,000 years, I will still be remembered. When all else will be forgotten, my name shall remain famous for my crusade against the Jews. They must be exterminated, down to the last 116. After telling me about this remarkable episode, Mussolini commented, "Hitler is without a doubt quite an extraordinary man. His personality is powerful and unique, but he is also a maniac obsessed above all by his hatred for the Jews. The only other thing that comes close is his visceral fear of Bolshevism." For Mussolini's part, he harbored no particular prejudice against the Soviets. After all, fundamentally, he remained a practical follower and admirer of Machiavelli. In fact, he often confessed to me what was obvious: the roots of communism grew close to those of fascism. In the end, he often noted, "We fascists and the Bolsheviks share the same great idea, the exclusive dictatorship of a single political party for the entire country." I agree that the initial impulses of the Russian Revolution closely resembled the original aims of the fascist revolution in Italy. The principles of human justice each sought were basically the same. Each seemed to justify placing a country's destiny in the hands of a dictator. But giving such power to a single human being turned out to be so dangerous. Comments. Renzetti and Mussolini. The mission to which Major Giuseppe Renzetti was attached carried out its duties with little difficulty for over a year. The plebiscite took place in March 1921. The majority of the population voted to remain part of Germany. Unhappy with the outcome, Polish nationalists invaded the province 2 months later. They engaged in what would later be called ethnic cleansing of the Germans. The pro-Polish French stood by passively, while the Italians defended those civilians and fought back vigorously against the invaders. Renzetti distinguished himself in the struggle and became something of a hero to German nationalists. With the Poles held in check by the Italians' Freikorps units, secretly supported by the German army, arrived and pushed back the Poles. The Allies turned the matter over to the League of Nations. In October 1921, a League Commission announced a 60-40 territorial apportionment in favor of Germany. Finally, in May 19 Germans signed a treaty accepting the League division of Upper Silesia. The Germans retained the majority of the territory and population, but the Poles received the most valuable economic areas. The Major had become friendly with some of the German nationalist irregular troops from the spring of 1920 onward. This eventually led to Renzetti's introduction to the backers of the Freikorps, the leaders of the German extreme right, including Nazis, and, most important, the leaders of the Stahlhelm. The Stahlhelm constituted the largest veterans organization in Germany. It aimed at the establishment of a far-right authoritarian regime, the casting off of the restrictions of the Versailles Treaty, and even the restoration of the monarchy. Until 1930, it possessed far more political weight than the Nazis. As a paramilitary organization, it closely resembled the fascist militia in 1921-22. Unlike the Black Shirts or the Nazi stormtroops, however, the Stalinikli, Renzetti had fallen deeply in love with a beautiful blonde-haired, blue-eyed young German-Jewish girl, Susanne von Koch. They finally married in January 1927. Years before, Renzetti had already decided his future lay in Germany. He returned to Italy only briefly in the summer of 1922 to resign from the army. Back in Germany, Renzetti became head of the fascist party in that country. He founded the Italian Chamber of Commerce in Berlin in 1924. But behind a facade of tourism promotion and commercial agreements, Renzetti devoted his time to strengthening ties between the fascist party and the German far right, particularly with the Stahlhelm. He acted more from personal ambition and ideological conviction than from encouragement by Rome. Most fascist leaders simply did not like Germans of any stripe. Despite Renzetti's political preferences, his contacts with the Nazis ultimately proved far more important for him. He had become acquainted with Hermann Göring in late 1922, about the time of the March on Rome. The former pilot had only recently joined the Nazi Party and received command of its brown shirt militia from Hitler. Over the course of the following year, Renzetti and Göring became friends. There is evidence that Renzetti provided the Nazis with some form of assistance as they prepared to launch a coup d'etat in Munich that autumn. Göring was shot through the groin during the failed putsch of November 1923. The bond between Renzetti and close to death. The wounded Nazi leader into Austrieved. Göring received medical attention, wound did not heal. He became delirious and seemed increasingly likely to die. Renzetti learned of his situation from Nazis he knew. He contacted Giuseppe Volpi, another friend, and pleaded for assistance. Besides his desire to answer Renzetti's request, it may be that due to Volpi's commercial ties to right-wing German industrialists, he saw practical advantages in coming to Göring's aid. In any case, the wealthy Venetian assembled a team of doctors. He sent them to Innsbruck, where the Nazi leader had taken refuge. Göring remained in agony for weeks and came close to dying several times, but the doctors sent by Volpi treated him with skill, and he recovered enough to walk and leave his sickbed by late February 1924 through the German branch of the fascist party. In turn, Hitler, then in Landsberg prison for leading the Munich putsch, instructed Göring to make personal contact with Mussolini after he had recovered. Accompanied by Renzetti, Göring did travel to Italy in early May 1924, but he could not carry out the mission Hitler had assigned him. Oddly enough, he falsely claimed that he had met with Mussolini. With Renzetti's assistance, the Nazi fugitive did establish contact with Giuseppe Bastianini. Through Bastianini, Hitler's lieutenant importuned Mussolini to grant him an audience. Göring hoped to establish an alliance between the fascist and Nazi parties and to secure 2 million lire to finance political activities in Germany. Mussolini refused and continued to do so when Göring pleaded repeatedly for a meeting over the following months. Finally, discouraged and nearly penniless, Göring left Italy in March 1925-23. Renzetti's insolence at the time is indicated by the Major's inability to arrange an interview for Göring. Nonetheless, Renzetti continued sending reports to the Deutschen. In December 1925, and December 1925, when the effects of the Great Depression greatly expanded the appeal of the Nazi Party. Mussolini's and staff in the Italian embassy in Berlin was to avoid any contact with the Nazis. They were to leave such liaison to Renzetti. Nonetheless, Renzetti's extra diplomatic ties to the Duchy and to the German Reich caused him to become anathema within the Berlin embassy and even the entire Italian Foreign Service. He was considered an amateur interloper in diplomatic business. Dino Grandi, foreign minister from 1929 to 1932, found Renzetti particularly annoying. But as Nazi fortunes rose higher in the spring and summer of 1930, even Italian diplomats began to treat him with greater regard. In the September 1930 Reichstag elections, the Nazis shot up from 12 to 107 seats. Finally, Renzetti's ties to Hitler and Göring brought him the recognition in Rome and in Berlin that he had long sought. At Mussolini's request, Sarfatti had already served as Göring's host at her homes in Rome. While not certain, it seems that while Sarfatti lived on the Via Nomentana, she and Mussolini met with Göring in 1929. The German definitely dimes after she moved to Via dei Velini in May 1931. In November 1933, other guests, identities, know or did not care that Sarfatti was Jewish. On every occasion as her guest, he made virulent anti-Semitic remarks. Renzetti described Hitler and the Nazis to Sarfatti in the same outlandishly favorable terms that he did to others. It is extremely difficult to understand why the Major remained blind to evil those men represented. His ties to the Nazis, especially to Hitler and Göring, brought Renzetti a degree of importance and influence he would not have otherwise enjoyed. It certainly increased the Major's standing in regard to Mussolini. To make those relationships with National Socialists tolerable, perhaps Renzetti convinced himself of the truth of what he said and wrote in their regard. Available evidence strongly suggests he did not make statements about his German friends that he did not actually believe. Writing to Sarfatti in March 1932, before the publication in Gerarchia of two of his articles on the political situation in Germany, Renzetti stated his views. He could attest from his personal knowledge of the man that Hitler was neither wicked nor cruel. The Nazi leader did seek to reduce the disproportionate influence of Jews in German society and to prevent the entry of Polish Jews into Germany. But so long as a German Jew is honest, that person had nothing to fear from a government under Hitler. The violent anti-Semitic remarks made by some Nazis should not be taken at face value. Furthermore, many such stories were meant to spread fear among the German electorate or to discredit the National Socialist movement in world opinion. Renzetti would make all these matters clear in his forthcoming articles. Undoubtedly, Mussolini had ordered the publication of Renzetti's articles. Yet the Deuce was receiving accurate reports on the Nazi hatred for Jews. The Deuce was well aware of their threats to subject them to terrible persecution after Hitler came to power. These contradictions are all the more odd because, at the same time, Mussolini was denouncing anti-Semitism and expressing distaste for Hitler in his interviews with Emil Ludwig. It would appear that Mussolini was taking out a diplomatic insurance policy. He was preparing Italian public opinion for possible Nazi rule in Germany, and if that occurred, positioning himself to be the statesman who could persuade Hitler to be moderate and reasonable. Even if the Nazis did take over Germany, it would take some time for Hitler's control to become secure and for German rearmament to achieve significant results. After that, the Western democracies could no longer threaten Nazi rule. Then the Duce might adopt more defiant policies and possibly accept Hitler as his 27% disciple. Hitler became chancellor in January 1933. For a while, Renzetti continued to serve Mussolini as a messenger to the German leader and an escort to Göring. But the Deuce no longer needed to conceal his pro-Nazi attitudes and activities from the German government. He could also deal directly with Hitler through the Italian ambassador. In mid-1933, Mussolini ordered Renzetti to subordinate himself to the Berlin embassy. On the other hand, Göring urged Renzetti to bypass diplomatic channels and serve as his personal representative to the Duce. Renzetti agreed, especially after Hitler exempted Signora Renzetti from any discrimination. From early 1934, however, as tensions between Italy and Germany flared over Austria, Renzetti fell out of favor with Mussolini for the Major's continued friendliness with the Nazi leaders. The special envoy's actions to circumvent diplomatic channels to promote pro-Nazi views newly enraged the Italian Foreign Ministry. Renzetti was sent into gilded exile in San Francisco as Italian Consul General in mid-1935. At a time when Mussolini was preparing to invade Ethiopia, he wanted smooth relations with his diplomats and did not want Hitler's advocates to annoy him. To distract Mussolini from the defense of Austria and to tie down Italian forces in East Africa, Hitler had begun sending military aid to the Ethiopians. A year after his dispatch to California, Renzetti was recalled to Berlin. There he served as consul general amid his old Nazi friends. He received other rewards in the form of promotions to the rank of colonel, and began to entertain dreams of becoming Italian ambassador to Germany. He had become persona non grata Tiziano, however, after the foreign minister had become thoroughly disillusioned with the Nazis, following their initiation of World War II in the summer of 1939. Renzetti's importance was also reduced by Ciano's growing dislike of Göring, coupled with the Air Marshal's declining influence with Hitler. In late June 1941, Renzetti received appointment to Stockholm as ambassador. Ciano did not want such a pro-Nazi in Berlin after Hitler's invasion of the Soviet Union. He feared that the attack might lead to disaster, including American entry into the world conflict. It was best that Renzetti be removed from a position of influence in Berlin. Almost forgotten, he remained in Sweden even after the overthrow of the fascist regime, until he was replaced in October 1944. Thereafter, Chapter 15, Mussolini and Hitler face to face. Spent nearly 3 months in the United States in the spring of 1934. I traveled mostly by airplane in order to see as much as possible. As I crossed the Atlantic and Mediterranean back to Italy, I had a great deal to think about. In all my thoughts, I felt aglow with enthusiasm for the bracing vitality of God's own country. My return to Italy appeared to take place under the influence of a lucky star. But on that day, in mid-June 1934, as my liner the Conte di Savoia entered the harbor at Genoa, the tragic destiny of Italy was being decided in my native Venice. It was there that the first encounter between the Italian and the German dictators occurred. Their meeting had elements of comedy. Nonetheless, when Mussolini and Hitler shook hands, it was as if blood trickled from their palms. From 1930 onward, as Nazi power grew in Germany, during every conversation with my well-informed French and British friends, they would beg me, "Don't let Italy fall into the hands of Hitler." Yet that was exactly what we Europeans did. My British and French friends would tell me that they personally agreed that their governments should stand up to Nazi Germany. But when the moment came to take action, only President Roosevelt of the United States took retaliatory measures. As Machiavelli wrote, men must be treated either with kindness or rendered harmless. 2. I am so unhappy to recall how neither France nor Britain did anything significant to stop Italian, German, or Soviet aggression. They only irritated each aggressor state with endless discussions or insignificant measures, totally devoid of any effectiveness. Instead of reducing their thirst for expansion and their willingness to use violence, they actually seemed to stimulate such tendencies. Such lack of determination by the European democracies ended any lingering confidence on Mussolini's part they would deter Hitler. He had long doubted the ability of democratic states to match the dynamism of dictatorships. One evening in 1919, I remember him furiously stalking back and forth along the 10 feet of what we facetiously called the Big Hall in the old offices of 2 Popolo d'Italia. While I and other members of the staff provided an attentive audience, Mussolini went on to harangue us in a violent, sarcastic attack on democratic government. "From now on," he shouted, "we must devour the so-called immortal principles of the French Revolution like a freshly broiled fish." He actually did so later. But while a democracy is easy to attack, it proves difficult to swallow. Those immortal fish bones got stuck stubbornly in the Deuce's throat until he choked to death. Throughout the 1920s and 1930s, Mussolini would often tell me the same thing. Democracies just don't work, especially not their foreign policies. Look at France. It changes its cabinets every 2 weeks. That prevents French governments from even attending to routine matters. How can they pursue any long-term goals? Achieving such aims requires careful study before implementation and continuous attention and adjustment during execution. How can the French be trusted to pursue a steady line of conduct, such as adherence to treaties with other countries? They can't. They are fatally doomed to impotence in foreign affairs. Mussolini treated the Spanish dictator Primo de Rivera as someone he expected to be a diligent follower. Mussolini encouraged him to behave like the good disciple he thought the general should be. Mussolini tried the same with Hitler a decade later. At first, Hitler seemed to accept such tutelage, but rather quickly, the Führer changed the rules of the game. This is typical German behavior. When they are weak, they act slavishly, but once they feel strong, they turn domineering and aggressive. In each case, they seem to have difficulty observing reasonable limits. They tend toward exaggerated obsequiousness in the first case, and arrogant bullying in the other. When Hitler traveled to Venice to meet Mussolini in June 1934, he was beginning to shift out of the slavish mode. The French and British were about to witness his ruthlessness. Yet there was still enough time to avoid the worst consequences of underestimating Hitler. If Britain and France had the will to do so, if Mussolini had really wanted an understanding with the democracies, but history is not made with ifs. That initial meeting between the dictators was filled with friction. It nearly turned into a real disaster. Indeed, any German-Italian alliance was simply unnatural. In previous centuries, each time such a coalition had been attempted, it had melted like snow in the sunshine of historical reality. This happened several times in the Middle Ages, in the Renaissance period, and in modern times, up to 1914. The experiment was attempted again in June 1934, only to reveal its monstrous and unnatural character. Between Germany and Italy lay fundamental cultural differences and historical animosities that formed an unbridgeable divide. After a failed first attempt, Mussolini and Hitler did succeed in forming a coalition for a time. Each tried to deny there were any irreconcilable conflicts between their countries. But there were, and they surfaced with increasing severity until the alliance collapsed in 1943. In June 1934, Hitler was still only head of government, thus equal in hierarchical status to Mussolini as Capo del Governo. But the greater prestige of the duchy and Hitler's acknowledgement of Mussolini as his mentor required the German to travel to Italy. But not to Rome. Mussolini wished to avoid the presence of the king since it would require the Duce to cede prominence to the monarch as head of state. Mussolini wanted his first meeting with Hitler to take place under circumstances in which the Duce predominated. He therefore decided to receive Hitler at the magnificent royal palace in the Piazza San Marco, but without Vittorio Emanuele III. For there were no other possible venues in the center of the city. But Guido Beer, the prefect of Venice, made a suggestion. Beer's government career was largely due to his marriage to one of the three daughters of the gatekeeper of the Villa Torlonia. Each was fat and vulgar, but each was one of Mussolini's many bed partners for a time in the early 1930s. One was nicknamed La Sconfiona. Mussolini would sometimes mimic the way she walked due to the way her spine curved at the bottom of her back. Nonetheless, since he liked to have sisters simultaneously, he enjoyed all three in this case. However, the most attractive of the three tried to influence him to get rid of her two sisters, including Signora Beer. At the same time, Rachel acted on the basis of the servants' gossip, to which she always paid careful attention. After she found out three of her husband's lovers were living on the villa grounds, and that they were only the daughters of the gatekeeper, she felt deeply offended. She managed to get rid of Signora Beer, along with the Signora's fat, pompous husband, by pestering Mussolini. That is how Beer wound up as prefect of Venice. Beer had little familiarity with the region. That explains why he suggested that Hitler and his entourage be Mussolini's guests at the 18th century Villa Pisani in nearby Stra. The Duce agreed. Such a venue would avoid an awkward meeting in a royal palace, but without a king. However, the Villa Pisani hardly proved the optimum choice. No well-informed Venetian would have suggested it. True, the villa was immense in size and magnificent in architecture. The ceiling of the great mansion's ballroom had been decorated with a huge painting by Tiepolo, perhaps not as gifted as the great artists of Renaissance, but still a man of considerable talent. Furthermore, the gloriously beautiful acres of a landscaped park surrounded the villa. It lay on the banks of the picturesque Brenta River that flows lazily past into the Venice lagoon. However, the Villa Pisani suffered from great disadvantages. The mansion lacked proper plumbing, but installation of the pipes would have required the destruction of the magnificent inlaid floors. Since the villa had been designated a national monument, such damage was prohibited. The few bathrooms did contain extraordinary tubs of delicately carved marble, but their taps produced only freezing water from the Alps. A minimal electric system had been installed decades before for illumination during the winter tourist season. But the outdated wiring made the lighting flicker. At night, the mansion's gilded high-ceilinged rooms loomed one after the other, damp and gloomy. The kitchen and dining facilities were inadequate to accommodate a large entourage. Transportation between the villa and Venice was by a slow and unreliable tramway. But worst of all, the waters surrounding the villa produced huge swarms of determined and intelligent Venetian mosquitoes. When the Germans arrived, the creatures were waiting to attack the guests. Soon the insects were gorging themselves on a banquet of Teutonic blood. It was as if the mosquitoes wished to exact advance vengeance for the horrors the Germans would inflict on the region a decade hence. Fireworks were scheduled for one evening, launched from barges on the Brenta River. In the park between the river and the Villa Pisani, a large crowd had been summoned to gather. In return for their view of the skyrockets and Roman candles, they were to cheer Hitler and Mussolini. The two leaders were to appear on the balcony at the center of the palace to observe the display. However, a few minutes before the show was to commence, a sudden downpour drenched the multitude. The rain also soaked the powder of the fireworks bags. Instead of the cascade of stars that everyone had expected to explode across the sky, all remained dark and silent. The public had been assembled to applaud the show. But as the minutes passed in total blackness, the cold, wet crowd grew increasingly impatient. The disappointed spectators began to hiss and boo in increasing disorder. The police attempted to keep everyone in place. But as more and more people sought to leave the scene, the police began to push the crowd toward the riverbank and away from the palace grounds. Those closest to the river feared falling into the water. Tens of thousands of would-be spectators began to shove back. Despite frenzied efforts by the police, the mob broke through their cordon, surged against the palace walls, and then flowed around the villa in disorder. Shouts, whistles, screams, and roars filled the air. Hitler reacted with typical German tactlessness. Rather than ignoring the mob scene or politely dismissing it with a jest and smile, he shocked Mussolini with his rudeness. Hitler became visibly angry, as if the incident had been intended to insult him. Next, he began imparting lessons on crowd control to the Duce, like a schoolmaster berating a child who had failed to do his schoolwork. Then he launched into various sarcastic comments implying that Italians lacked self-control and discipline. Finally, he calmed down somewhat and tried to make amends. Instead, he only further insulted his host. Duce, when you visit Berlin, I shall show you how such an event should be organized. You will be honored with a faultless spectacle and a magnificent reception such as you properly deserve. Mussolini shrugged his shoulders. As he related it later to me, he then replied to Hitler coldly, "This strikes me as very possible. After all, I am a statesman, not a theatrical director." Naturally, Beer paid the price for his mismanagement of that event. After the decent interval of a few months, Mussolini dismissed him as prefect of Venice and exiled him to Sicily. After ceremonies the next day in Venice, the Duce saw the Führer off at the railroad station. As soon as the train left the platform, Mussolini displayed obvious relief at finally being free of his insufferable German guest. He then made a very vulgar gesture, as obscene a sign of farewell as could be imagined. All those assembled on the station platform saw it. I am certain that a few hours later Hitler was also informed by his diplomats present at the ceremony. When Mussolini came back to Rome, I was waiting for him. In our first conversation, I wanted to learn his first-hand impressions of the historic meeting. "So what type of man is he?" I asked him. "Which one of the two of you came out screwed from that rendezvous?" Without waiting for his answer, I added, "I imagine you came out ahead. In fact, I'm sure of it." He liked that comment. Smiling with false modesty, he answered, "Oh, not at all. Hitler is very intelligent." But looking thoughtful, he then changed his viewpoint. "Well, I must admit that you are correct. I am convinced that my brain is superior to his. Hitler is an inflexible visionary. He has none of our Latin subtlety. He seems unable to adapt his thinking to changing realities. He shows no desire to learn. He certainly has no sense of logic, so I must conclude he lacks intelligence in the rational sense." His comments were telling. As Mussolini understood the concept, intelligence was a twofold process. First, the mental ability to recognize a previously unknown concept. Second, the assimilation into one's spirit of such a notion as one's own. When I first got to know him, his capability in this regard astonished me. But as his vanity and egotism grew, his ability to do this progressively diminished. Eventually, it virtually disappeared. At that point in our conversation, he lapsed into thoughtful silence. He seemed to be remembering other details of his meeting with the Führer. Then Mussolini exclaimed, "Hitler doesn't seem able to listen. Instead, over and over again, he reiterates primitive intuitions and personal impulses. He speaks as if he has given no consideration, paid no attention, to the person with whom he is supposedly in conversation." This tendency of Hitler also upset Mussolini for another reason. Mussolini thought or wanted to believe that he spoke and understood German well, but he really could make himself understood in German only with great difficulty. In addition, he often could not fully comprehend what was said to him in that language. When Hitler didn't appear to be listening to or understanding his German, Mussolini was always uncertain what was happening. Was Hitler ignoring him, or was Hitler unable to comprehend what he had just said? Mussolini's hypersensitive vanity precluded his use of an interpreter, and in this one case at least, Hitler was careful not to wound Mussolini's pride. The Führer could not employ some diplomat to untangle the Duce's tortured German without deeply offending his Italian ally. Mussolini's criticism of Hitler was no doubt on the mark. All those who had been in contact with Hitler, from American reporters to Galeazzo Ciano, told me the same thing. The Führer never lets anyone else speak and never listens to anyone. This idiosyncrasy may seem insignificant at first, but repeated in meeting after meeting, conversation after conversation, this added up to cause major misunderstandings. Likewise, for the many tiny wounds caused by Hitler's insensitivity to others. They too accumulated to become a major factor in the history of our time. A third difficulty during his meetings with Hitler arose from Mussolini's habit of speaking very little to his guests, yet asking them many questions. The Deuce would focus his questions on very precise points. This would invariably confuse those who tended to digress. Mussolini often did so to cover up his own ignorance of the facts, or to evade questions from his interlocutor. This proved particularly frustrating for foreign correspondents. They complained that Mussolini rarely granted interviews. But when the Duce granted one, it was the journalists who did most of the talking. It was Mussolini who asked questions to elicit their responses instead of the other way around. When Mussolini managed to ask Hitler a question, he certainly got an answer. But the Führer would then talk incessantly, leaving Mussolini in sullen silence, sometimes for an hour or more. A more substantial reason for Mussolini's resentment toward Hitler arose from the question of Austrian independence. Mussolini had laughed when I asked him who had swindled whom in Venice. He knew I strongly suspected Austria had come up for discussion. Mussolini certainly did not want Germany standing on Italy's northern border, but for years the Nazis had been helping Austrian nationalists foment trouble for us in what they called the South Tyrol. We called the same region the Alto Adige. Italy had gained the sub-Alpine region following victory in the First World War. Its German-speaking population lived south of the Alpine summits and the Brenner Pass, which constituted Italy's natural northern border. Hitler had made the supreme sacrifice of renouncing any claims on the Alto Adiges, the necessary price for an alliance with Italy. But he remained determined to merge his Austrian homeland with the Germany he had come to rule. Mussolini knew that very well. In their talks at the Villa Pisani and in Venice, Mussolini was convinced he had made Hitler understand that a German annexation was absolutely out of the question, that Italy would oppose any such attempt by force. Yet a fateful change had occurred in Mussolini's thinking. That became clearly apparent during our second conversation, following his return from Venice. As I have mentioned, I had just returned home from my trip to the United States of Franklin D. Roosevelt. I do not suggest that our experiences were similar. In fact, Mussolini's reaction to my report indicated a fundamental change has taken place in his thinking. I still wonder if his meeting with Hitler explains that transformation. Before that June afternoon, any time I would return to Rome from a trip, even just to Naples or Milan, I would have to answer his questions, shot at me in quick succession. Who? How? Why? Where? His curiosity was insatiable. Anytime I returned from a trip abroad, one of my great pleasures was to provide Mussolini with my impressions of the places I had seen. He was my most attentive audience, the one who was most desirous of listening to me. Naturally, that proved extremely gratifying. Furthermore, I knew I would discover some of my observations repeated in one of his speeches or in his newspaper articles. To me, they would glitter like precious diamonds. I would write down my impressions of the level of culture, the educational system, the state of the economy, the political situation, and so on of the various countries I would visit. Today they are probably documents in the Foreign Ministry archives, but a few days after I came back from my North American trip, I suddenly noticed how much Mussolini he had changed. Now he seemed to listen only to himself and to his intuition while avoiding genuine communication with anyone else. I had high hopes when I came back for a book project. That would become L'America, Ricerca della Felicità. I had been struck that the drive to seek personal happiness was so widespread in the United States, but only rarely and confusedly factored into European thinking. I also had the honor of being received at the White House, and was anxious to tell the Duce all about the president's vigorous personality. A form of cooperation between Italy and the United States seemed to hold great promise. I waited, but Mussolini asked me no questions about what I had seen in the United States, so I started talking about America myself. But it quickly became apparent that he was paying no attention. I grew increasingly astonished. I realized that Hitler's words had already started to influence Mussolini's thinking. Only the day before, Mussolini had analyzed Hitler's words and attitudes coldly and objectively. He had poured out his feelings of resentment over Hitler's behavior in Straw in Venice. But now, as amazing as it seemed, he appeared to have fallen under the Führer's malignant spell. I began to question Mussolini about that, but he suddenly picked up his hat and his appointment book, making clear his impatience to leave my office. "You don't want to hear about North America?" I asked in an attempt to stop him. I have just traveled throughout an entire continent. I have so much to tell you. Roosevelt seemed to know everything about Italy. He wanted to learn as much as he could about your ideas and plans. The president asked me to tell you more about his great economic plans. For instance, Roosevelt will propose that customs duties on products imported into the United States should be set according to a new system. The tariffs would vary according to the standard of living of the country of origin of the merchandise. This would be of immense benefit to Italy, But Mussolini interrupted me abruptly as if he could no longer tolerate hearing about the subject. Yes, all this is fine, talk about vague possibilities, but it's getting late and I must get on to other matters. Furthermore, such questions don't interest me very much. In terms of what really matters, military power, the United States has no importance. Neither its army nor its navy are worth a damn thing. America doesn't count. I felt devastated and fell speechless. Mussolini had been one of the few Europeans in 1918 to appreciate American power. He agreed with what Americans were boasting at the time. America won the war. Most Europeans I met at that time resented that slogan for belittling their own sacrifices. Some even made fun of Mussolini, the great Italian nationalist, for echoing American propaganda. But Mussolini frequently reiterated his views on the subject. The American role in our victory was decisive. By 1917, the countries on both sides were completely exhausted. The United States entered the conflict, pouring millions of fresh troops into the struggle and flooding what seemed like unlimited resources onto the Allied side. That tipped the balance decisively in our favor. We owe America our victory. A decade and a half later, he had suddenly and totally changed his mind. The United States is of no importance. America doesn't matter. After Mussolini left my office, I collapsed on a sofa. I began to cry bitter tears of frustration, even of despair. In the past, he had been so anxious to learn, to assimilate, and to understand. Now Mussolini displayed such cold indifference and stubborn ignorance. He had changed so much. He had fallen so low. I felt overwhelmed by a horrible premonition of oncoming catastrophe. Comments: the changes in Mussolini's personality. A political police report of April 25, 1935, provides an account of Sarfatti's impressions of Mussolini at that time. The report makes clear the degree to which the previous chapter actually corresponds to Sarfatti's views of the Duce in mid-1934. Donna Margherita Sarfatti, after a long interval, has recently been received by the Duce. She has communicated her impressions to a French personality who is passing through Rome. For her part, that person passed on everything to a French reporter who provides information to us. At the same time, the reporter assured us absolutely not to have made use of what he had learned, neither for newspapers nor in private conversations. Despite the delicate subject, we feel it our duty to make a report to this office. Sarfatti began her confidential remarks to the French personality by saying to have found the Duce completely transformed. She noted in him a complete lack of interest in any topic of a spiritual or intellectual nature. Instead, she noted, the Duce only interests himself in questions of a material, quantitative, or technical order. Above all, he admires force, power, and mechanical means for force and power, but no longer thought, art, and ideas. Furthermore, Sarfatti learned from the Duce himself that he is certain that Italy has need of him for another 25 years. While Sarfatti added in previous times the Duce had been convinced that his work would be completed by about his 60th year of age. Therefore now, Sarfatti went on, the Duce is taking much care for his health, in order to be equal to the task he proposes. He now sleeps not less than 8 hours a day, takes care of his body, diet, and so forth, in order to maintain and not to wear out his physique. Sarfatti ended these confidences stating that she left very saddened by this meeting. Her impression of the Duce has been negative in every way. 8. Chapter 16. Austria and Ethiopia. H. Hitler met with Mussolini in Venice in the middle of June 1934. 2 weeks later, on June 30, the world learned of Hitler's slaughter of Ernst Röhm and his brown shirt leaders. Röhm had been the Führer's most trusted lieutenant. He stood first among the Alterkämpfer, the first men to join the Nazi movement. In 1924, as punishment for their participation in failed Munich Putsch, Hitler received a 1-year prison sentence, but Röhm was given only probation. After Hitler left prison, the two men quarreled over Hitler's decision to abandon violence as the path to power in favor of participation in parliamentary politics. Röhm dropped out of the Nazi movement in disgust and later found employment in Bolivia as a military advisor. He returned to Germany only at Hitler's request in late 1930. Hitler wanted him to train and lead the swelling ranks of the brown shirts. In January 1931, Röhm became chief of staff of the SA because his homosexuality included serious sadistic tendencies. Röhm's command of tens of thousands of handsome young men soon led to scandal after scandal. But among his storm troops, this behavior only typified a certain German mentality. There, in all-male circles, a defect considered an illness in other countries is considered no more than a commonly accepted way of life. Göring had fled Germany after the putsch and spent the following years in Austria, Italy, and Sweden. He succumbed to his morphine habit, overcame it with difficulty, gained amnesty, and returned to Germany in January 1927. Hitler received him back into the Nazi Party, but treated him with notable coolness. He managed to obtain a place on the Nazi ticket for the Reichstag elections of May 1928. A1 anew was sent to the Nazi leadership. For his numerous victories as a fighter pilot in World War I, Göring had been given the military order pour le Mérite, the highest award of the state, and created by Frederick the Great, that and his command of Manfred von Richthofen's fighter command, had marked the high point of his life. Between 1918 and 1928, he had suffered many disappointments and struggled unsuccessfully with narcotics addiction, but finally regained a degree of success. Nonetheless, he had become afflicted with an inferiority complex, which tormented him for the rest of his life. After the Nazis came to power in Germany in January 1933, Göring stood at the pinnacle, challenged only by Rome for the position of Hitler's chief lieutenant. Yet, he exhibited signs of deep insecurity. One came from the incredible variety of special custom-made uniforms in which he dressed. These he covered with innumerable decorations, of which he never seemed to have enough. Then there were the numerous titles he accumulated. He even demanded and obtained what amounted to that of chief gamekeeper, the old imperial designation of Reichsjägermeister. Northeast of Berlin, amid an undulating landscape of pine trees and lakes, Göring established a wildlife preserve. At its center, he had Karenhall built, named in honor of his deeply beloved first wife, the Swede Karen von Rosen. Originally a rather large house in the style of a hunting lodge, Karenhall expanded into a huge complex of guest houses, fountains, gardens, and groves. Artistic treasures began to fill very room: paintings, sculpture, tapestries, chandeliers, crystal, rare books, antique furniture, acquired as gifts and bribes or simply stolen after the Germans swept clean the museums and private collections of occupied Europe. Surrounded with the lavish luxury of a veritable court, Göring held pageants, entertainments, magnificent balls, and sumptuous banquets. He would appear dressed in his uniforms of Grand Master, Minister-President of Prussia, Commissioner of the Four-Year Plan, Reichsmarschall of the reborn Luftwaffe, or even don outlandish costumes resembling the robes of a king or an emperor. The rivalry between Göring and Rome took on added significance following the Venice meeting in June 1934. Hitler returned burning with irritation. He was deeply upset because the Deuce had not wanted to hear any talk about German union with Austria, but that had been the primary reason why Hitler had gone to see Mussolini. For his part, Göring had thought it a bad idea to bring up the Austrian matter at the time. He liked Italy and held Mussolini in the highest regard. In fact, he was beholden to the Duce. After the failure of the 1923 putsch attempt, Mussolini had allowed Göring to take refuge in Italy in 1924-25. I had gotten to know him well at that time. So, in mid-1934, Göring thought it best to avoid any friction with his old protector and a potential German ally. So, did Göring take advantage of Hitler's emotional turmoil to convince him that Rome was a traitor and that the SA leader had to be eliminated? Heinrich Himmler, head of Hitler's bodyguard, the SS, supported Göring's charges. Himmler considered Rome's SA an obstacle to his plans to make the SS the only security service in Hitler's Germany. Together, Göring and Himmler, joined by Goebbels, badgered Hitler, arguing that Rome and his SA leaders constituted a mortal threat. Finally, Hitler agreed to their removal, but without specifying Rome's personal fate. Hitler summoned Rome and his chief lieutenants to the Bad Wessi resort near Munich for a meeting. But in the early morning hours of June 30th, 1934, SS men broke down the doors of their hotel rooms. The SA chief was surprised in bed, enjoying intimacy with a young stormtrooper. Many of his SA leaders were caught in the same situation. They were taken to a Munich prison. All save Rome were immediately executed. Hitler feigned his astonishment and expressed his contempt for such immorality. Of course, the German public had known about Rome's sexual preferences for years. After some hesitation on Hitler's part, he ordered that the head of the SA be offered the opportunity to commit honorable suicide. Rome refused to use the pistol he was given, so he was shot down in his cell. Göring and Himmler got rid of other rivals and opponents, not just Nazis but conservatives and Catholics. The SS murder squads indulged in an orgy of personal vendetta and private settling of accounts. In addition to the dozens officially listed for murder, hundreds more across Germany were slaughtered. Some were killed in cases of mistaken identity, or simply due to personal feuds having nothing to do with politics or plots against Hitler. A former student of the Jesuits, Franz von Papen, survived the night of the long knives by a seeming miracle. No one knows exactly how he escaped death. Every circumstance seemed to condemn him. It seems, however, that Göring came to Papen's defense, saving his life. Certainly, Papen knew many secrets. Over the years, he had used such knowledge to play double games. But such behavior becomes very dangerous in situations like that of June 30th, 1934. In this case, Papen escaped through no action of his own. He had done so in many other near misses with death, again and again, for 50 years and without a scratch. Even in 1945, he managed to surrender himself safely, along with all the members of his family, to the Allies. Von Papen showed that he could survive under the Nazis, as well as under the enemies of the Nazis. I had known Papen for many years. After Hitler came to power, I saw him particularly often over the next 6 months. He made a number of visits to Rome as Hitler's representative to the Vatican. This resulted in the Concordat between the German government and the Holy See signed in late July 1933. His secretary, Baron von der Schulenburg, was also a dear friend of mine. He complained to me how difficult it was for him to locate Papen during their visits to Rome. While the Baron was busy setting up the daily schedules for meetings, Papen spent the time going from one church to another. In each, he would kneel in front of the shrines of the hundreds of saints whose relics were honored across the city. Papen was devoted to all of them. Still, his piety would be rewarded. His guardian angel alone could not protect Papen in his journey through life. He faced so many dangers and so often that he needed the aid of a long line of patron saints in order to survive. Less than 1 month after the bloody purge of Rome and his stormtroop leaders, and less than 2 months after his meeting with Mussolini in Venice, Hitler tried to take over Austria on July 23, 1934. On Hitler's orders, Austrian Nazis seized and wounded Chancellor Engelbert Dollfuss. After the news spread, an enraged crowd gathered outside. Inside the chancellery, Dollfuss lay dying in agony. For 4 hours, the mortally wounded chancellor continually implored his captors for a glass of water and a priest to hear his confession. The chancellor was a practicing Catholic who could only think of God in absolution as he bled to death. But his executioners behaved worse than those who nailed Christ to the cross. They refused even to wet Dollfuss' parched lips. When I visited Vienna in 1936, I saw the room with the sofa still stained with his blood. In the municipal cemetery, many people still knelt in silence before the grave of the courageous but unfortunate, pocket-sized chancellor. I was in Venice for the annual meeting of the International Committee of Intellectual Cooperation of the League of Nations that fateful July day. Prince Starhemberg, the Deputy Chancellor of Austria, and I were both guests at the Excelsior Hotel on the sun-filled beach at the Lido. Every morning, the prince's trainer would arrive on the Lido with a stopwatch. His Grace would then dive into the sea. His trainer would ensure the prince would swim for 5 minutes longer than the day before. Later, invigorated after his strenuous exercise sessions, Prince Starhemberg would attend the afternoon cocktail hour, invariably in the company of a beautiful woman, to drink champagne and dance to the latest melodies. That early July evening, the gala banquet of the committee was held on the terrace of the Excelsior. So many intellectuals, artists, and writers were gathered together, as though unintentionally bidding farewell to European cultural unity. Among them, I remember the Belgian D'Estrée and the Spaniards Salvador de Madariaga and Eugenio d'Ors, Helene Vacaresco, and the Frenchman Le Corbusier, Jules Romains, and Phocion, the best of that generation. After the crushing news came from Vienna, we gathered in intimate groups around each table, engaged in hushed conversations about the tragedy. In a corner of the terrace, a few Austrians stood weeping among themselves. To my great surprise, I noticed Prince Starhemberg, still in the hotel and elegantly dressed in a tuxedo. He was enjoying the company of an exquisite lady at a private dinner. He ostentatiously went on chatting in an insouciant manner, as if unaffected by events. Only later I learned that the Italian government had provided His Grace an airplane to return swiftly to Vienna. But over the Alps, the flight encountered bad weather, forcing the pilot to return to the Lido airfield. In the late afternoon sun, dozens of Italian Air Force planes filled the sky. They flew over our heads all night. I could still hear them in the morning as they continued their maneuvers. This display of aerial power formed only part of Mussolini's swift reaction to events in Vienna. He had also mobilized the Italian army at the Brenner Pass. Hitler's bold plan to enact the Anschluss suddenly went kaput. At that very time, Dollfuss' wife and children were guests of the Mussolini family at Riccione on the Adriatic. The Ducey had invited them ahead of the Chancellor's anticipated arrival. The two were to discuss the failure of the Venice meeting with Hitler, demonstrate their personal friendship, and signify firm Italian commitment to Austrian independence. Under such circumstances, the Deuce saw the murder of Dollfuss not only as a brazen political power grab, but as a deep personal affront. He reacted with both unrestrained rage and cold calculation. The results of Italian military action were shown immediately in Vienna. The Austrian army and police restored order in the city and throughout the country. Many Nazis were killed or captured. Hundreds more fled across the border into Germany or Yugoslavia, but they would wait for a more favorable time. Here was an unexpected opportunity for France and Great Britain to prevent the Axis before it was born. They could have permanently separated Italy from Germany by a triple alliance against Hitler. But the British held back from such a commitment. The French showed more initiative. But they miscalculated, convinced that Italian opposition to an Anschluss provided a permanent barrier between Hitler and Mussolini. In politics, the concept of forever does not exist. Pierre Laval began negotiations to secure Italian support against Hitler, and then went to Rome in January 1935. He offered a free hand to Mussolini in Ethiopia in return for a military alliance against Germany. Mussolini accepted and began sending forces to East Africa. The British were unwilling to accept the establishment of an Italian empire and unable to accept flagrant aggression against Ethiopia, a member of the League of Nations. In April, at the Stresa Conference, the British, French, and Italians pledged their united determination to defend Austria. At Stresa, the British also thought they had made their position clear to Mussolini. How could the British, French, and Italian governments pledge to maintain Austrian independence but agree to the loss of independence for Ethiopia? But Mussolini did not see Black African Ethiopia as sharing the same status as white European Austria. In June, after the British government realized they had not communicated their viewpoint to Mussolini, it sent Anthony Eden to Rome. Eden attempted to dissuade Mussolini from invading Ethiopia. That came to nothing. Units of the Royal Navy detached from the powerful home fleet arrived at Gibraltar on September 17, 1935. British and Italian warships warily steamed past each other in the Mediterranean. Meanwhile, hundreds of thousands of Italian troops passed through the Suez Canal and massed in Eritrea and Somalia along the Ethiopian frontier. In late September, the Royal Navy gave a demonstration of its determination off the Italian coast. The Italian submarine fleet surfaced nearby as if to say, "How are you? We are glad to meet you." 17 and both then returned to their ports afterward. The Suez Canal remained open to Italian ships heading to East Africa. At League of Nations headquarters in Geneva, the British demanded that Italy be punished for aggression if it invaded Ethiopia. The League Charter stated that in the case of a state launching an unprovoked war, member nations could vote to cut off trade and block imports as punishment. These measures were known as sanctions. This forced the French to face a terrible dilemma. What to do if the Italians did attack Ethiopia? Should they retain their friendship with the powerful British or remain committed to their new anti-German alliance with the Italians? The wily Laval could only hope to avoid the choice. Years before, Mussolini had told me that a country's rank among the nations rested exclusively on military power. A people, he insisted, rises or falls only as a result of its military victories or defeats. I protested vigorously. What about the artists and scientists that people give to the world? Do great philosophers, saints, and thinkers add nothing to the worth of the country from which they spring? The Greeks eventually fell to the Macedonians and the Romans. Did that mean the glories of classical Greek civilization were worthless? Had not the accomplishments of the Italian Renaissance given our country eternal fame? Mussolini shouted his answer in my face. Lies. Spiritual values count for nothing at all. Dante, 18 Leonardo, Galileo, Michelangelo, what did they do for Italy? They only diverted us from national greatness. People look at us and say, poets, artists, and then they laugh at the Italians. On the evening of October 2nd, 1935, I watched as the veins in Mussolini's neck throbbed, his face projecting his indignant fury. He stood on the balcony of the Palazzo Venezia to address the huge crowd gathered below him. The time had come to settle matters with the Ethiopians. War would begin the following morning. Italy would face a great test. He did not want a greater conflict, one that could involve the British and French. But fascist Italy would never give in. He denounced the possibility the League would impose sanctions on Italy for its African war. This was an insult against this people of poets, of artists, of heroes, of saints, of explorers, of migrants. It is against this people that they dare to speak of sanctions. 22, he delivered one of his greatest speeches that night. But his words stunned me. What a hypocrite he was. In November, the League voted on the question of imposing economic sanctions on Italy. The British strongly supported the measure. The French wavered, but then agreed. Yet the sanctions turned ineffective, even counterproductive. The Italian people united in resistance to such pressure. They rallied behind the fascist regime to an extent they never had before. Furthermore, Mussolini had anticipated such measures and had made preparations to withstand them. For example, in the middle of winter, the frigid Austrian province of Styria started to export lemons and oranges in surprisingly large quantities. They reached the British markets in wooden crates marked "Product of Austria." So the Londoners paid a bit more for the same Sicilian oranges they had been buying for years. But this did allow Great Britain to uphold its principles. Germany proved one of the few nations friendly towards a very isolated Italy. Hitler had pulled his country out of the League in October 1933. The Germans shipped their merchandise billed at excellent prices to Italian soldiers in Africa. The goods were wrapped in paper bearing German propaganda printed in Italian. "Italians, fight bravely this winter. We Germans will help you in the spring." They actually did in their own way. While the British and French were distracted by the crisis with Italy, the Germans seized the opportunity to violate the Versailles Treaty. Hitler sent troops into the previously demilitarized Rhineland in March 1936. 2 months later, Marshal Badoglio marched into Addis Ababa. Vienna's turn to succumb to the Nazis did not come for 2 years. But that had become possible due to the collapse of the Stresa Front and the split between Italy and the Western democracies. The extinction of Austrian independence had begun in the spring of 1936. In effect, Mussolini traded the independence of Austria to conquer Ethiopia. When the Duce willingly approved the Anschluss, or said more or less that it was already done, and that Italy should forgive and forget, the Führer sent him a cable as if he were a brother. Mussolini ich werde es Ihnen nie vergessen. Italian comedians told their audiences that Mussolini had replied, "Hitler, neither will I." Comments: Schulenburg, Papen, and Sarfatti conspired to remove Hitler. Sarfatti makes but brief mention of her 2 German friends. In 1933, however, the three, along with a number of others, made a concerted effort to remove Hitler as Chancellor of Germany. They foresaw that Hitler and his followers were going to ignite another European war. They also recognized that the Nazis had gained power by exploiting serious German grievances that demanded redress. Under Papen's leadership, the group believed that they could replace the 1919 peace settlement, resolve the problems, afflicting Germany and rescue Europe from another cataclysmic conflict. Whether their plan had a serious chance of success is doubtful. Nonetheless, the conspirators believed they could. From the spring to the fall of 1933, they made every effort to carry out a major diplomatic coup. Sarfatti and Schulenburg became acquainted sometime in late 1922 or early 1923. At their first meeting, they clashed over the justice of Italy's recent annexation of the several hundred thousands of German speakers in what the Austrians referred to as the Sud Tirol, but the Italians as the Alto Adige. However, they soon discovered that their interests, their views on art, literature and culture, and their political attitudes were very similar. They quickly became very close. Over the following 15 years, the Baron became Sarfatti's guide to and informant on contemporary Germany. That was especially true in regard to its art and politics. In 1927, Sarfatti secured Mussolini's consent to create a journal to promote Italian culture, fascism, and support for Austrian independence in Germany, Austria, and Switzerland. They agreed to make the Baron the editor of the publication, baptized Italian Monatsschrift für Kultur, Kunst und Literatur. The journal lasted until November 1930. Sarfatti wrote 10 articles for it. Meanwhile, Schulenburg's editorship led to meetings with the Duce. The German found him fascinating. When Sarfatti visited Berlin in the spring of 1928, Schulenburg introduced her to his friend Papen. The 2 men had served together as cadets at the Lichterfeld Academy for officer candidates in the 1890s. Sarfatti also met a good number of other conservative Catholics. Many of those men would later be involved in the July 20th, 1944 plot against Hitler and would pay for it with their lives. On that 1928 same trip, Sarfatti also met with Hermann Göring. He had recently won a seat in the Reichstag as a member of the small Nazi party. It seems likely that the new Nazi deputy had already brought Sarfatti and her influence with Mussolini to Hitler's attention. In any case, the Nazi leader became aware of Sarfatti's editorship of Gerarchia, Mussolini's own journal. In September, an article appeared in the publication describing the Nazi party in contemptuous terms as pseudo-fascist, possessing little political importance and lacking in effective leaders. Hitler reacted furiously. In November, he sent an emissary to Rome who relayed the demand for a more objective article on the Nazis. Sarfatti agreed and gave Schulenburg the assignment. 27 in December 1929, Schulenburg received what amounted to instructions from Hitler's lieutenant, Rudolf Hess, on the forthcoming article's tone and content. The The Nazis were to be depicted as the saviors of Germany and the only party advocating a partnership with the Italian fascists. The Baron rejected the guidance but decided to write the article under the pseudonym Geert von Schwachau. While fairly neutral in its analysis, it depicted Hitler as a demagogue, alluded to his anti-Semitism in critical terms, and argued that Nazi tactics and pronouncements were alienating the better-educated members of the German middle class. Rather surprisingly, Hitler considered the article satisfactory. Sarfatti did not, and directed Schulenburg to produce an attack on the Nazi hatred of and lies about the Jews. When the official editor of Hierarchia read Schulenburg's piece, the Deuce rejected it as inflammatory. 28. From his contact with Schulenburg, Hess came to appreciate Sarfatti's influence with Mussolini. That knowledge led to a bizarre incident after Hess revealed Sarfatti's relationship with Mussolini to Alfred Rosenberg, the chief ideological theoretician of the Nazi Party. In February 1930, the two Nazis contacted Schulenburg and asked him to present Sarfatti with anti-Semitic pamphlets. They assumed that she would then pass on such views to Mussolini. Hess and Rosenberg were stunned after Schulenburg refused and revealed to them that Sarfatti was Jewish. When told about the exchange, Sarfatti found the story amusing. President Hindenburg appointed Papen as chancellor in June 1932. The new head of government was a thorough reactionary. He intended to replace German democracy with an authoritarian government. Yet he also hoped to forge reconciliation with France, followed by an anti-Soviet alliance. The World Disarmament Conference had opened in Geneva in February 1932. After Papen became head of the German government, he used the conference to approach French leaders both to seek freedom for Germany to rearm and to propose his partnership plan. Papen was sincere in his offers to the French. He alarmed them, however, by not only insisting on Germany's right to rearm, but by pointing out that his country's larger population and more vulnerable borders required armed forces larger than those of France. Papen's personality also made it difficult for the French to trust him. While charming, handsome, and exceedingly ambitious, Papen was untrustworthy, scheming, intellectually confused, and a shallow thinker. Lacking a significant political base, Papen lifted restrictions on the Nazi Party, hoping to gain Hitler's support. He reached out to conservative industrialists for the same reason, cutting unemployment benefits and allowing labor contracts to be abrogated. No significant increase in Papen's support resulted. After calling elections for a new Reichstag in July 1932, the Nazis and Communists took the majority of seats. Göring was elected president of the parliament. Trying again to broaden his political backing, Papen persuaded Hindenburg offer Hitler the vice-chancellorship in August. The Nazi leader rejected the offer. In September, the Nazi and Communist deputies formed an unholy alliance. They brought down the government with an overwhelming vote of no confidence. New elections were held on November 6. Nazi votes declined from 13.7 million to 11.7 million. They and the Communists still held enough seats to paralyze the government. Nonetheless, the Nazi tide seemed to be ebbing. Papen begged Hindenburg to dismiss the Reichstag, suppress all political parties, and create a dictatorship through the use of the army and police. But Defense Minister General Kurt von Schleicher successfully argued that such drastic measures would provoke uprisings by both the Nazis and Communists. They would overwhelm the army and police, then battle each other in a disastrous civil war. Hindenburg decided Papen must go and appointed Schleicher as chancellor. Upon his appointment as chancellor, Papen had made Schulenburg his press attaché, as well as his personal representative to the Vatican. As such, the Baron made frequent trips between Berlin and Rome in the second half of 1932. After Papen had to step down as head of government, Schulenburg returned to Rome and remained there for most of 1933. Meanwhile, Schleicher's government was welcomed by Mussolini and Sarfatti. In contrast to Papen, Schleicher held strong anti-French sentiments and wished to create a military alliance with Italy as well as Hungary. Schulenburg was commissioned to write a pro-Schleicher article for the December 1932 issue of Hierarchia, signaling the Duce's personal approval outside of diplomatic channels. The piece praised Schleicher as the man who could save Germany by getting the Weimar Constitution amended to strengthen the central government. Hitler was described as someone with nothing to offer and a spent force. As additional evidence of Mussolini's preferences among German statesmen, he snubbed Hitler personally. The Duce had done that repeatedly before. He would do so again, but not for very long. For Hitler, sensing he was close to achieving his dream of ruling Germany, Mussolini's refusal to see him must have proved particularly painful. Twice in June 1932, the Duce had rebuffed Hitler's requests, forwarded through Renzetti, for a face-to-face meeting. Hitler asked again in October, stressing his hope to attend the ceremonies celebrating the 10th anniversary of the March on Rome. He stressed his hatred of France, his wish for an alliance with Italy after he came to power in Germany, and his deep admiration for Mussolini. Hitler pleaded for just one day in Italy. The Deuce rejected him again. Renzetti was ordered to cease passing on such communications and to leave these matters to the Italian embassy. Adding to the sting of Mussolini's refusal to receive Hitler, Göring and Rosenberg received invitations to attend the Volta Conference in Rome in November. The international meeting, held under the auspices of the Italian Royal Academy, was devoted to discussions regarding the future of a fascist Europe. In fact, Schleicher lasted less than 2 months as head of government. He failed to appreciate the degree to which he served only at the pleasure of Hindenburg, and that the ties of affection between the president and Papen remained very strong. On the other hand, Hindenburg disliked but tolerated Schleicher. The president considered the general the last remaining political barrier against a government headed by Hitler. Papen held a secret meeting with Hitler in early January 1933. He proposed that they form a government together. Hitler agreed. Papen arranged large loans to the Nazi Party from industrialists, which he later dishonestly denied, and approached Hindenburg to sanction the formation of a new government. Hindenburg reacted favorably but made no commitment. Meanwhile, Schleicher had learned of the Papen-Hitler encounter and leaked an account to the press. This act enraged Hindenburg, who soon learned the source of the ensuing newspaper stories. His reluctant support for Schleicher evaporated. Schleicher, now deprived of much support from Hindenburg, found himself unable to govern. He asked Hindenburg to agree to the very plan that had led to Papen's fall and which had brought the general to power. The president pointed that out to the chancellor, then pondered his options for a week. Hindenburg felt very uneasy about granting Hitler control of the government, but he did accept Schleicher's resignation on January 28. After 2 days of frantic negotiations, the Nazis and the parties of the right reached an understanding which Hindenburg found acceptable. Hitler would become chancellor. Papen would be vice-chancellor. A cabinet of 9 conservatives and 3 Nazis would be formed, and Schleicher would be dismissed as defense minister. The new government took office on January 30th, 1933. These events stunned Ambassador Cerruti and presumably Mussolini as well. They had thought Schleicher's position to be secure due to both Hindenburg's support and the general's political dexterity. It took some time for them to appreciate how much the German president relied on Papen instead. Even then, Mussolini, and even more so, Sarfatti, hoped that Hitler would last only a short while in power. Schulenburg wrote to Schleicher in mid-February 1933, hinting at the support the general still enjoyed in Rome. Given the Baron's closeness to Papen, he must have written only on orders from Mussolini via Sarfatti. In any case, the falling out between the general and the new vice-chancellor had divided the nationalist right opposition to Hitler. So long as the Papen group backed Hitler, Hindenburg would not move to unseat his new chancellor. 38. Papen had entered the new government almost certainly with plans to push Hitler out of the chancellorship as soon as possible. But his swift realization that the new chancellor was a cold-blooded fanatic bent on becoming dictator, and that many of his followers were sadists, murderers, and psychopaths, surely strengthened his resolve. In the early March 1933 national elections, the Nazis gained a majority in the Reichstag with the aid of their conservative allies. Through Renzetti, Hitler told Mussolini that he could now do almost anything he wanted. Immediately. Thereafter, Nazi thugs began violent attacks on Jews and the political opposition. The first concentration camps opened. Papen protested, but in a rather feeble fashion. Nonetheless, the vice-chancellor had begun secret maneuvers to install a post-Hitler government with himself as its head. Anticipating strong condemnation by the German Catholic hierarchy of his intended racial policies, sterilization and euthanasia programs, and brutal elimination of all opponents, Hitler greatly desired a concordat with the papacy. The new chancellor hoped to exchange guarantees of religious freedom for German Catholics in exchange for no involvement by German bishops in national politics. Given his devout Catholicism, Papen was sent by Hitler to negotiate such an agreement with the Vatican. Göring accompanied the vice-chancellor to make sure he followed the guidelines laid down for the negotiations, and also to discuss Italian assistance for creating a German air force. The 2 Germans arrived in Rome in mid-April. That was only the first of 3 visits Papen made to the Italian capital over the next 3 months, 2 in April, and a longer one from late June to mid-July. Agreement on a concordat was reached after extensive negotiations. The treaty was signed on July 20, 1933, to the great satisfaction of both Hitler and Mussolini. While much of the Vice-Chancellor's time in Rome was devoted to this matter, his meetings with Vatican officials provided him with cover for what he considered more important matters. On the first of his 1933 visits to Rome, Papin met with Ernest Fourrichon on April 15. Fourrichon was chief of intelligence at the French embassy. He had accompanied Senator Henry de Jouvenel to the Italian capital for a special ambassadorship of 6 months, the maximum time a member of the French Senate could be absent from Paris. Jouvenel and Sarfatti were old friends. They had met before the First World War, when the future senator had been married to another Sarfatti friend, the novelist Colette. The ambassador's mission was to improve Italian-French relations to the greatest extent possible. At a time when major changes were taking place in Germany, concerted diplomacy could benefit both Italy and France. Sarfatti joined Jouvenel in that effort. Soon after his arrival in Rome, Fourrichon had befriended Sarfatti, thereafter meeting her on numerous occasions. He even agreed to write an article for Gerarchia. It is unclear who brought about Fourrichon's meeting with Papin. Most likely it was Sarfatti. Papin was her frequent guest throughout the spring and summer of 1933. Papin expressed warm feelings for France and hinted that more important matters could be discussed if the Frenchman came to see him in Berlin. That evening, Papin's secretary approached the French diplomat and extended an invitation to meet privately with the Vice-Chancellor in September. 3 days later, after a farewell dinner in the German embassy, Papin held a confidential discussion with the French writer and 44 journalist Pierre Liotti. This time he was more explicit. He insisted that a special relationship between Germany and France could ensure the peace of Europe and benefit both countries immensely. But the French would first have to grant Germany full equality, agreeing to end all the provisions of the 1919 peace settlement. He asked that Liotti pass on that information to Ambassador Jouvenel. The ambassador reacted with great skepticism to what Papin proposed. Only scanty evidence is available for what Papin attempted over the following 6 months, assisted by Schulenburg, Sarfatti, and a few others. Throughout the spring, Papin communicated with Sarfatti and Schulenburg by means of letters written by subordinates. Shortly before Papin's arrival in Rome in June to conclude the negotiations for the Concordat, Sarfatti grew alarmed that such messages had become too explicit. While she, Papin, and Schulenburg met frequently in late June and July, Sarfatti insisted that such written communications cease and that any substantive discussions take place outside Italy. Italian police agents routinely read incoming or outgoing international mail. Since the installation of the Nazi government, the same methods had become the norm in Germany as well. Switzerland offered the best venue for the next meeting. In mid-August, the various parties traveled to St. Moritz, where a large international medical conference offered good cover for a small group to meet without attracting attention. Sarfatti arrived with 2 trusted friends, the wealthy art collector Carlo Peroni and his wife Teresa. The Peroni couple could serve as messengers, staying with their friend Sarfatti at Il Soldo, then crossing the nearby frontier into Switzerland to meet contacts unobserved by Italian or German police agents. During the 2 weeks of the conference, August 13 to March 27, 1933, Schulenburg met with a number of attendees. These men were not doctors but bankers, financiers, or politicians with various interests in regard to medical issues. The Baron ascertained who might be of use to recruit for Papin's grand scheme. Then he and the other conspirators, including Sarfatti and the Peronis, met for discussions over meals. At the final session, the group made plans for Schulenburg to visit Paris. After communicating with Papin, Schulenburg arrived in Paris in the last days of August. The Baron brought with him Papin's proposals for comprehensive German-French agreement. France would agree to German rearmament. Belgium would give back that portion of German East Africa it had received in 1919, where millions of restive Germans would be resettled. France would receive guarantees of its national security from Germany. Papin would use the political strength he had acquired from these diplomatic triumphs to replace Hitler as chancellor. Schulenburg's mission failed completely. He never met with. Leading French officials and those contacts he did have rejected Papin's offer as completely unrealistic. French public opinion had become highly hostile to Germany under the Nazi regime. Hitler's anti-Semitic policies had alienated the British government. The French could not proceed without British support to accept Papin's plan, and London would never agree under present circumstances. The fundamental problem was simple. Papin was considered too weak to remove Hitler from office. If the French agreed to grant Papin's requests, they would not result in the Vice-Chancellor's return as head of government. Instead, they would grant Hitler even more power than he already possessed. 49 their matters remained for the next 6 weeks. Then Hitler dealt Papin's hopes a heavy blow. On October 14, 1933, the German leader not only withdrew his delegation from the Geneva Disarmament Conference, he ended Germany's membership in the League of Nations. Hitler was unilaterally demolishing German obligations under the Versailles Treaty. Rather than giving up his hopes, Pétain renewed his efforts to win agreement with the French. In late October, he and Schulenburg met with Henry Berenger, head of the French Senate Foreign Affairs Committee. In order to gain the success he needed to overthrow Hitler, his vice-chancellor requested even greater concessions from the French. Germany would be allowed to rearm over a period of 1 or 2 years. During that time, France would freeze its armed forces at their present level. Germany would be allowed to expand to the east at the expense of France's ally, Poland. Politely but firmly, the French senator indicated that such proposals struck him as unrealizable. Still, he agreed to pass them on to the leading members of his government. Schulenburg and Berenger met again, this time in Paris, on November 1. After the Baron expanded on Pétain's proposals of a few days earlier, the senator offered a counter-proposal. For the French government to even consider the vice-chancellor's plan, 2 preconditions would be essential. First, any agreement would have to include Italy in a 3-way understanding. That would provide the French a guarantee of German compliance. Second, Germany would have to return to the League of Nations. That would buttress the hypothetical tripartite partnership with an institution devoted to pan-European collective security. Meanwhile, German spies had informed Hitler and Italian spies had informed Mussolini of Papen's secret diplomacy and Schulenburg's role as his emissary. By mid-November 1933, it appears to have occurred to Papen that his secret attempts to bring down Hitler had utterly failed. The vice-chancellor enjoyed neither of the mental acuity nor the physical force necessary to achieve his ends. It does Sarfatti and Schulenburg no discredit that they had cooperated with the vice-chancellor's schemes. Even at that early stage of Hitler's government, it was obvious to them he posed a great danger to the peace of Europe. Both would pay a price for their part in Pétain's muddled plot to end Nazi rule in Germany. For Sarfatti, one penalty would be her removal as editor of Gerarchia as of December 31, 1933. Schulenburg. Pétain summoned Schulenburg to the vice-chancellor's office and offered him a new assignment in Rome. Pétain stated that Hitler had decided to use the Baron's familiarity with Mussolini to entrust him with a special mission. Schulenburg was to seek a meeting with the Duce to deliver a personal message from Hitler. Despite many rumors to the contrary, the German government had no designs on Austria whatsoever. While Hitler intended to expand Germany's frontiers to acquire more Lebensraum, he would do so only to the east. Austria would remain a buffer between Italy and Germany. Germany's victims would be Poland, Czechoslovakia, and the Soviet Union. Schulenburg expressed bewilderment over why Hitler wanted to give him such an important mission. He pressed Pétain on the matter. The vice-chancellor insisted he was following Hitler's directives. Still uncertain of who had originated his role of special messenger, Schulenburg left for Rome. He went to see Sarfatti soon after his arrival. She expressed doubt about the sincerity of the offer, but agreed to get Schulenburg a hearing. What Schulenburg was accorded was a series of meetings with high-level Mussolini subordinates, ending with Pompeo Aloisi, the number 3 official at the Foreign Ministry. The encounter took place on November 20.5251. Aloisi knew a fair amount about Schulenburg, thanks to police and informant reports. That included the contents of the Baron's recent discussions with Berenger. According to Aloisi's diary, Schulenburg described his talks with the French and his current mission in Italy in terms of Hitler's quest for Lebensraum. The Baron stated that the German Chancellor wished to secure his relations with his powerful western and southern neighbors before invading the Soviet Union. However, contrary to what the Baron had said to Berenger, he insisted that Hitler would move against the Soviets only in concert with the Poles. Aloisi decided that Schulenburg was acting on Hitler's orders but only to put out a feeler. If Mussolini rejected Hitler's implied offer of good neighborly relations with Austria, the German leader could disavow Schulenburg and deny any connection with the Baron. But the Italian agents who gathered information about what the Baron has said to others during his time in Rome were not at all sure who had sent him to the Italian capital. Schulenburg arrived back in Berlin on December 3. At the railroad station, he received a painful surprise from one of Pétain's subordinates who awaited him. Pétain's messenger told the Baron that he must go back to Switzerland immediately. The Gestapo had received orders to arrest Schulenburg. The news bewildered Pétain's envoy. The vice-chancellor had assured the Baron that his instructions to go to Rome and to try to contact Mussolini had come straight from Hitler. But if the Gestapo had orders to take him into custody, that obviously had been a lie. Rather than taking the next express to Switzerland, Schulenburg traveled on a series of local trains. The journey lasted for days. But the Baron had guessed correctly that the secret police were watching only passengers on the direct trains to Switzerland. He arrived safely at his destination thanks to a false passport. It took him some time to discover what had happened. Like Mussolini's agents, Hitler's spies in Rome had learned about Schulenburg's activities in the Italian capital. Hitler then asked Papen about the matter. The vice-chancellor denied having any connection to the Baron's visit to Rome. Hitler then ordered the secret police to arrest Schulenburg on his return to Berlin. Back in Switzerland, Schulenburg wrote to Papen, demanding an explanation. He received no reply. Writing a second time, Schulenburg threatened Papen with a hearing before a court of honor, a judicial procedure open only to former or serving officers. This time, the vice-chancellor had a secretary write to the Baron, threatening his fiancée, Marianne Wenzel, with harm if he went through with his threat. Schulenburg decided he had to drop the matter. He retained a lifelong hatred of his former friend. Still, Papen saw to it that Fräulein Wenzel arrived safely in Switzerland, where she and Schulenburg were married in early 1934. It is difficult to understand Papen's motivations for Schulenburg's mission. Perhaps knowing Hitler was apprised of his contacts with the French and well aware of Hitler's hatred for the Third Republic, the vice-chancellor attempted to erase his diplomatic blunders. If Schulenburg's mission to Rome had resulted in a favorable reply from Mussolini, Papen could have taken the credit. After all, Hitler had made clear in Mein Kampf his great desire for a German-Italian alliance. If, as happened, Schulenburg failed, then Papen could claim he had not authorized the Baron's actions. Papen further restored his standing with Hitler by arranging what the Chancellor had long desired. While visiting Italy during the Easter period of 1934, Papen stopped in Rome. He decided to attend the opera before proceeding to Naples. By coincidence, he occupied a box adjoining one in which Mussolini was sitting. The two men quickly recognized one another and began a conversation. During the intermission, the Duke suggested to the vice-chancellor that a meeting between him and Hitler would be an excellent idea. Papen suggested Venice as a less formal site than Rome, which would require a state visit. Communications between Rome and Berlin ensued, leading to the fateful meeting at Stra that June. Schulenburg returned to Germany in late 1935, probably under Mussolini's protection. He enjoyed success as a playwright, but the authorities viewed him with suspicion. Apparently, due to his situation, Schulenburg accepted a position to help run propaganda operations from the German embassy in Rome, starting in the fall of 1939. His loyalties and his activities remain mysterious. Schulenburg left a memoir in which he insisted he remained an anti-Nazi and even declared his opposition to Hitler's dictatorship to Mussolini in person. But sometime between 1939 and 1942, the Baron became an agent in the Reichssicherheitshauptamt, the all-encompassing police and intelligence organization within the SS. Schulenburg was assigned to RHSA Section 6, which handled foreign intelligence operations. The RHSA had been created in September 1939 by amalgamating Nazi Party, SS, and police organizations. The next month, Ribbentrop allowed RHSA agents to be attached to German posts under diplomatic cover. Service in the RSHA required the status of a loyal Nazi. It may be that Schulenburg was a double agent in the RHSA and only pretended to hold anti-Nazi opinions. Alternatively, he may have joined the Nazi Party and accepted a position in the RHSA to disguise his opposition to Hitler's regime. Schulenburg left Rome for Venice in November 1943, presumably still in his RHSA capacity. Many of his friends and some of his relatives were involved in the failed July 20, 1944, assassination plot against Hitler. As a result, the Gestapo ordered Schulenburg's arrest, but he managed to escape to Switzerland. The Baron resumed his friendship with Sarfatti after she returned to Italy. They remained quite close until his death in 1958. Presumably, Sarfatti never knew her German friend had been a Nazi agent. After all, the Arsha had been the organization which carried out the Holocaust. Chapter 17. The Deuce's Women. Private life involved Claretta Petacci. Thanks to the terrible private life involved Claretta Petacci. Thanks to the terrible pictures of their corpses hanging by their ankles, side by side, she is tied forever to the dictator's history. After Mussolini's overthrow in July 1943, Petacci was stopped and arrested at the Swiss border on August 29, 1943. She was traveling with her sister Miriam, an Italian film starlet and another of the Duchy's bedmates. The sisters were attempting to flee with a fortune in fur coats, jewelry, and cash. Claretta remained in prison until she was freed by the Germans and reunited with Mussolini on the shores of Lake Garda. Since they are both dead, it is rather difficult for me to write about Mussolini and his last lover. I feel pity for Claretta as a woman. I find disgusting that her dead body was displayed to the public's insults. No such excesses can be justified. They may be forgiven, however, of my people. Tens of thousands of Italians suffered because of individuals like Claretta Petacci and her family of parasites. Their graft and corruption denied so many other Italians of even the minimum for a decent life. Claretta's brother Marcello was executed by firing squad on the same day Mussolini and the other fascist leaders were gunned down. Their parents and Miriam escaped to Spain by airplane from northern Italy. After landing in Barcelona, Dr. Petacci declared to Spanish customs that he was without funds. But a cursory search revealed he was carrying a fortune in Spanish pesetas, British pounds, US dollars, and other currencies. His wife and daughter vainly attempted to conceal their fabulously valuable jewels. However, these were only the crumbs that had fallen from the Petacci banquet table. Left behind in Rome were the magnificent real estate, palatial homes, beautiful furniture, and many costly objects that had been obtained by Claretta's family. Physically, La Petacci was almost a copy of Donna Rachele in her younger days. Mussolini seemed inclined to repeat his matrimony, in fact to double it. When they took up with the Duce, Claretta and her sister were already well acquainted with the pleasures that life can offer. They entered Mussolini's life trained and prepared by a long list of men. Claretta and Miriam typified a certain kind of dangerous woman with whom the Duce often had relationships. Those types weakened his ability to resist his worst impulses. In their company, he abandoned any show of restraint or measure. They also made it easy for Mussolini to decide that the whole world was populated with such lowlifes. With his habit of pronouncing sweeping generalizations, he did reach that conclusion rather easily. Donna Rachele herself represented the Duce's standards of the basest kind. She and the others attracted him by presenting his reflection. In them, he recognized his own weaknesses and squalid behavior. When involved with such women, he fully revealed for all to see that deplorable aspect of his subconscious. The title of that short story he wrote in 1909, Nulla è vero, tutto è permesso, seems prophetic now. It certainly sums up the fateful theme that ran through both his public and his private life. But so many of the women he took up with encouraged him to avoid any form of control over his impulses and to reject any kind of moral conduct. I still possess a small packet of cocaine that I wrestled away from him in Milan in 1930. That night, Mussolini staggered into my apartment when he paid me a visit. His eyes were heavily bloodshot as though he had been drinking. I thought he might be ill or very fatigued. I even wondered if he had drunk too much wine, although he had given it up years earlier to avoid exacerbating his stomach problems. I forced him to gulp down a very strong cup of coffee. Then slowly and grudgingly, he admitted what had really happened. He had become a frequent visitor to an establishment called House of the Three Witches, where the hostesses offered large quantities of cocaine to their eager guests. That group had come to include the Duce. He had been driven from that den of iniquity straight to my flat. Mussolini put his hand in his pocket, but in his groggy condition I was quicker. As I had suspected, he was reaching for a packet of the drug. One of those three witches had given it to him to snort later, but I managed to grab it first. I then made him swear on the memory of his mother, the dearest person in his life beside himself, that he would stop patronizing that house. After that, I was able to wean him slowly away from his cocaine habit. However, he later sought out more heroic drugs as his virility waned. Mussolini had already enjoyed a somewhat similar episode immediately following the March on Rome. After he came to live in the capital in late 1922, he became involved with another trio. This time it was a mother and her two daughters. They worked in a more dramatic way, bewitching him with their physical charms. General Emilio de Bono, chief of police at the time, had the unenviable task of warning his boss. The general was very fearful of Mussolini's reaction, but came quickly to the point. "Those friends of yours," de Bono said, "are quite simply a bunch of common criminals. The mother nearly killed her husband with the help of the daughters. While their father was sleeping, the young ladies climbed on his bed and held him down. Then their mother savagely beat him. Nonetheless, the mother and her daughters received a very light sentence for the assault. So light, in fact, that the three ladies soon became free again. After that, they managed for a while to become the constant companions of Italy's new prime minister. This gallant adventure of Mussolini did have precedents, however. Percy Bysshe Shelley told much the same story, including its incestuous underpinnings, in his poem about the Sunsea. A few years afterward, Signora Palatelli and the pianist Magda Brard entered Mussolini's life, along with the greedy Madame de Ville later still. The slovenly but fleshy daughters of the gatekeeper at the Villa Torlonia arrived, as well as a whole gang of other ladies. All of them created opportunities for embarrassing scandals. Then came the international spy, Mademoiselle Magda de Fontanges. During the Ethiopian War, she and Mussolini had a passionate affair. In fact, the day Marshal Badoglio entered Addis Ababa in May 1936, the Duce sent Magda a gift. It was a signed photograph of himself to which he added a sentence. It read more or less, "Love is more important than an empire," or something of that nature. She later attempted to kill French ambassador Count Charles de Chambrun because he had warned Mussolini not to trust her. "On that occasion, I used what was left of our friendship as a prerogative to chastise him. 'How could you have fallen in such a trap?' I said. 'You had already been warned Fontanges was an adventurer and a gold digger. She had been the mistress of Paul Boncourt and of so many others who had cast her off. Didn't you learn anything from the 3 women murderers in Rome back in 1922, and especially the 3 witches of Milan?' To that he made a face like a little boy caught with his hand in the cookie jar, hoping to be forgiven. Then he offered an outrageous excuse. 'But my dear, what else should I do when those cosmopolitan newswomen throw themselves at me? I have to play along. If I reject their advances, they will make up stories that I have become consumed with anxiety or lost my potency altogether. I must make some sacrifices to uphold my reputation after all.' By the time Mussolini had thrown off Fontanges, he had already proclaimed the birth of the Rome-Berlin Axis. In the game to come, the Germans had some marked cards to play. If one could call Galeazzo Ciano the ace of diamonds, then Claretta Petacci was the ace of hearts. The Nazis kept both up their sleeves to lay down when they needed them. But these and so many other nefarious influences exerted their power on the Duce because he had blind faith in his destiny. He actually went looking for such bad companions. Within Mussolini, a voice called him to follow his star. He came to believe that no one or nothing could lead him to disaster. He thought he was a Superman such as Nietzsche had envisioned. This increasingly confused thinking caused his complete ruin. His personality, his upbringing, his superstitions, his family, his illness, his delusions combined to destroy Mussolini. But he, in turn, brought catastrophe upon hundreds of thousands of innocent people and upon Italy, the most beautiful garden that God created on this earth. Comments. Petacci family corruption. The corrupt activities of the Petacci family dated from the time the relationship between Mussolini and Petacci was consolidated in 1936. Claretta's mother and brother proved the most greedy. They began by taking advantage of her influence on Mussolini in regard to appointing and dismissing government and fascist party officials and high-ranking military officers. Rumors, soon confirmed as facts, spread through Rome. A gift or bribe to a member of the clan was a highly likely way to gain a coveted position or to retain one in peril. Signora Petacci began openly boasting of the patronage she could dispense. Claretta and her brother Marcello also discovered that they could get something for nothing. Furriers, tailors, jewelers, hotel owners, and businessmen of every kind assumed that Mussolini would pay the bills for what the sister and brother wanted. They extended Claretta and her brother unlimited credit. After a while, such corruption began to flow in the opposite direction. The Duchy disposed of large sums meant for charitable causes. Claretta began requesting relatively small amounts from that fund. She claimed they were for worthy causes. Claretta did distribute some to the poor, but not all. Over the years, they amounted to a rather large total. The notoriety of the family of the Duce's young lover reached a peak amid the scarcity, rationing and black market dealings from late 1941 onward. Marcello had been called up as a medical officer in the Italian Navy. He performed little service and all of that in Rome, using his connections with Guido Buffarini Guidi and officials in the Ministry of National Education. He sold university teaching positions which brought exemption from conscription. To be safe, he obtained one for himself. He made far more money by having gold smuggled in diplomatic pouches between Rome and Madrid, by buying and selling foreign currency, and by dealing in permits to import restricted goods. After Marcello's gold smuggling scheme was discovered in June 1942, the Duce did no more than to tell Dr. Petacci to cease such activities. These and other crimes reached such proportions and caused so much outrage that fascist party officials formally complained to the Duce in October 1942. He was suffering from particularly serious neurosyphilis spasms at the time. When he confronted Claretta on the scandal, he lost his temper and hit her, knocking her unconscious. He quickly repented of the deed and gained Claretta's forgiveness. Shortly afterwards, Mussolini told Ciano that he feared being blackmailed by the Petacci clan. The Duce clearly worried he might face the same situation he had with Sarfatti in 1938-39. In the spring of 1943, he tried to break off their relationship. He failed. Ben and Clara would die together. Fiammetta and Mussolini. Sarfatti does not mention most of the women with whom Mussolini had affairs. She could hardly have known about all of them, even with Mussolini's incessant boasting about his many conquests. There was one of those women, however, with whom Sarfatti was very well acquainted yet does not name. That was her daughter. One can only speculate about the origins of the relationship between Mussolini and Fiammetta Sarfatti. He had known her from the time she was little more than a toddler. As Margherita's youngest child and the daughter she had hoped to have, Fiammetta and her mother grew very close. Fiammetta lost her father the day after her 15th birthday. Given her mother's relationship to Mussolini, he became the dominant male figure in her life for the remainder of her adolescence. Fiammetta's intimate knowledge of that relationship and the extremely liberal views on sexuality, which Margherita instilled in her daughter, combined to exert a powerful influence on her daughter. As Fiammetta grew older and more observant, so did Margherita's embrace of what was then known as free love, with both sexes and in a totally uninhibited manner. Their involvement in preparations for the March on Rome at Il Soldo brought Fiammetta, along with her brother Amadeo and their mother, the prestigious medal for participating in that event. A few months later, on one of his many drives to the Sarfatti country home, Borato, Mussolini's chauffeur, noted how sexually attractive Fiammetta had become in face and in figure. In his memoir, Borato gives the impression that Mussolini noticed too. Fiammetta spent a good deal of time with Mussolini and her mother at the seashore villa the king had provided the Capo del Governo at Castel Porziano. As Fiammetta entered her late teens, she had grown still more alluring, something quite noticeable in her bathing suit. She had also become athletic, graceful, and energetic. Yet Margherita did not afford her daughter the demanding education in literature, history, and the arts she had received from her tutors in Venice in the 1890s. Instead, Fiammetta was sent to the type of finishing school that prepared young ladies to marry well and comport themselves successfully at the pinnacle of polite society. Nonetheless, Fiammetta did not grow to be a shy, delicate, retiring young lady. Once Mussolini took her and Borato on a motorboat excursion down the coast to Anzio and then back north to Castel Porziano. As they were returning, the sun set. 3 miles from their destination, the motor stopped. The gas tank had been drained. They could not be seen in the dark, and they were too far from shore for their shouts to be heard. The current was pushing the boat out to sea. Neither Borato nor Mussolini were good swimmers. It was too far from shore for them to have any hope of reaching the beach. On the other hand, Fiammetta was an excellent swimmer. It was up to her to save them. Without hesitation, she dived overboard and disappeared into the gloom. After what seemed a very long time, Borato and Mussolini heard the sound of an approaching motor. Finally, a police launch came into view and took Mussolini's boat in tow. Thanks to her strong physique, Fiammetta had effected the rescue. Meanwhile, Margherita was approaching 50 and her daughter was nearing 20. It was time for Fiammetta to get married, become a mother, and make Margherita a grandmother. The Duce, after all, was demanding babies. Most likely, Margherita arranged the match, a quite suitable one to a member of the new fascist ruling class. In November 1929, Fiammetta's engagement to Roberto Maltini's was announced. The news aroused salacious remarks directed at the bride-to-be, but for reasons unknown. In early March 1930, Maltini broke off the engagement. This enraged Margherita. It would appear the wedding had been called off not due to Fiammetta's reputation, but due to the hostility displayed by Sarfatti mother and daughter toward Etta Mussolini. The Duce's daughter and Galeazzo Ciano were to be married in April. An ambitious young fascist like Maltini hardly wanted his career wrecked by marrying into a family antagonistic to Mussolini's first and dearest child. Perhaps there were additional reasons. Was it coincidental that Fiammetta was baptized into the Catholic Church on April 4, 1930? Or had that been arranged months in advance in preparation for the wedding? For the next year and a half, Fiammetta worked for her mother as an editorial assistant and publicist. Then she spent the winter of 1931-32 in Egypt. Sometime between her return and the summer of 1932, she and Mussolini had become lovers, or perhaps they renewed an earlier relationship. A few years earlier, while waiting for the Duce, Borato had spoken with Sarfatti's chambermaid. Mussolini's driver does not supply a date for the conversation, but it seems to have been outside Sarfatti's residence in 1930-31. The chambermaid told Borato that her aging employer no longer seemed to offer as much attraction to Mussolini. Borato wondered why Mussolini continued to call. The woman replied, "He remains attached to the mother because he's in love with the daughter who's crazy about him." 17. By the summer of 1932, the relationship between Mussolini and Fiammetta had become something of a scandal. As a police report noted, it has been reported that the daughter of Sarfatti has been on vacation at the Lido of Ostia. Several times a week, this girl, Fiammetta, has been noticed being taken by motorboat out to sea and then going ashore at Castel Porziano on the days when the Duce is expected there. The motorboat remains awaiting her for several hours. Then she reboards and it takes her back to the Lido. It has been noticed that on those days the royal villa remains strictly closed to visitors. Lack of discretion has brought these episodes to the attention of the vacationers, especially because one stormy day, when Signorina Sarfatti left in pajamas, it started to rain. She was forced to dismiss the motorboat and put her dress back on at the Lido. At the Lido, they speak maliciously about such relations between the Duce and Fiammetta Sarfatti. Just as no evidence is available about when this love affair began, none has been found to date its conclusion. Based on subsequent events, it probably had ended by late 1932. Fiammetta married Gaetani dell'Aquila d'Aragona, 19, on October 15, 1933, in a splendid and well-attended ceremony. In the same church where Etta Mussolini and Galeazzo Ciano had been married 3.5 years earlier. Even in the midst of his diplomatic endeavors, Schulenburg made time to be a guest, along with the German ambassador. A river of expensive gifts poured into the Sarfatti home on Via dei Velini. After that, Fiammetta and Mussolini seemed to have no contact over the next 5 years, although they occasionally exchanged glances at receptions and ceremonies. They would resume contact shortly before the enactment of the anti-Semitic decrees. Chapter 18, The End of the Nightmare, or sometime before 1936, I no longer counted on the femme impressive and often dazzling mind of the early Mussolini. The flashes of genius that had made me believe in him and admire him as a great statesman had disappeared. My disillusionment and my disappointment grew. His accomplishments seemed like fireworks that sparkle on their ascent, lighting everything while the crowd watches and shouts in awe. But then the flashing rockets die out and darkness envelops the scene. All that remains is the thick smell of gunpowder mixed with pungent sulfur that stings your throat and brings tears to your eyes. We humans are composed of vice and virtue. A few of us contain excesses of each. I came to know well the combination of the powerful merits and faults within Mussolini. At first he managed to tame the defects of his personality, but later they surged back to overcome him. For a time I had the illusion I could keep his defects in check. On the balance sheet of his rule, I thought I could help make his assets outweigh his liabilities. That was why I remained patient with him for so long. But in my final desperate attempt to guide Mussolini, I failed miserably. In and of itself, my last effort began with a trivial incident. One evening, Mussolini was playing the violin with a small group of musicians. Suddenly he said that he did not wish to be accompanied in the next passage by another instrument, not even the piano. It seemed clear he refused to subject himself to the discipline of an ensemble performance. He did not want to respect the rhythms and harmonies of the group with whom he had been playing. He alone would decide what the interpretation of the melody should be. That gave rise to a hope. How was it that he could tolerate Hitler's imposition of guidance on him? It was as if the Führer was conducting an orchestra in which Mussolini was reduced to playing second violin. Such crude German arrogance was proverbial. During the First World War, German army officers derided their Austro-Hungarian allies, ignoring their prestigious traditions. They referred to the Austro-Hungarian as Unser Brillanter Sekundant. How could Mussolini accept being called an attendant, and not even such a brilliant one at that? But my suggestions along those lines to the Duce had no effect. Beneath his facade of mature statesman in his later years, deep inside, Mussolini remained the excitable journalist of his youth. If a small Parisian newspaper, or even an obscure French regional paper, say the Echo de Paris or the Voix de la Garonne, criticized him, Mussolini would fall into a rage. He reacted with a bit less anger if he read a similar article in a British county paper like the Sussex News. He displayed even less rancor if an American regional newspaper like the Massachusetts Herald published such an attack. But why did he read such insignificant publications? His pride was such that he demanded a copy of anything that appeared in print about him. If he felt insulted, he would rail against the government and the country that he held responsible, in his words, for allowing such trash. Knowing how the Deuce reacted to critical foreign press reports, the Nazi press published a stream of articles declaring the regime's highest admiration and regard for Mussolini. The dirty deeds and the daily insults of Hitler and his lieutenants toward Italy were very carefully hidden. But Mussolini adopted a policy of Totschweigen. After deciding that a secret insult deserves a secret revenge, he swallowed the bitter pill of forbearance. Mussolini intended to pay back Hitler with a series of obscure intrigues and complicated plots. Meanwhile, German treachery and underhandedness continued to wound Italy, yet this was an unimportant detail to Mussolini. After all, it did not concern him personally. But in his own regard, Mussolini could no longer tolerate a remark that bore even a distant resemblance to criticism. So it became even in my regard, despite my true friendship for so many years. my relationship to fascist foreign policy had become very difficult. I had not concealed my lack of enthusiasm, either for the unbelievably costly East African empire erected on sand or for the unwarranted Italian intervention in the Spanish Civil War. Nor had I hidden my horror when Mussolini proclaimed the Rome-Berlin Axis. I, like many other Italians, accepted the original fascist program. In good faith and filled with idealism, we cried out, "Proletarian and fascist Italy, stand up!" We created a triumphant atmosphere for the development of the human personality. We expected a program of justice, progress, and social solidarity. Instead, Mussolini transformed himself into a brutal German-style Superman. He ceased being totally human. He tried to create a population of robots that would become the slaves of the totalitarian state that actually meant slaves to him. He rejected the notion of the brotherhood of man. He used people as simple instruments of his will. Perhaps such a system can be erected in a country characterized by great conformity like Germany. But it was absurd to try to impose it on Italy, a country known for its powerful individualism. Besides our primal and sacred attachments to family, we Italians reject any limits imposed upon our personalities. The activities of most Italians are based on traditions that reduce the barriers of race and nationality among mankind. The Roman legal system, the Roman Empire, the Roman Catholic Church, the humanist art of the Italian Renaissance all arose from that concept. Subject to that strong belief, we were convinced this was also my mistake, that Mussolini was the incarnation of the good tyrant. We hoped he would prove to be more intelligent, more reasonable, and more just than any of the leaders produced by the old electoral system. But it became impossible to continue believing in Mussolini. At first, he dazzled us by building roads, railroads, aqueducts, schools, hospitals, destroying the mafia, eliminating malaria and tuberculosis, redistributing the land of absentee landlords, draining the Pontine marshes. Our factories hummed at full production. Our workers received adequate salaries and paid vacations. Our trains were run on time by efficient railroad employees. Even our taxi drivers stopped trying to cheat their fares. Perhaps even worse, the fascist party fell under the leadership of a truly stupid man. Mussolini chose Achille Studies to be fascist party secretary in December 1931. Studies held that post for the next 8 years. During that time, he imposed his abysmal ignorance, strutting pomposity and bombastic verbosity on the entire Italian nation. The crowning achievement of the secretary appeared in party instruction leaflet. Number 1046, issued in April 1938. Starrus directed party members to avoid use of lei, one of the 3 Italian forms of the second-person singular pronoun, that is, you. Instead, they were to use the voi form, common in southern Italy, which Starrus judged more proletarian and less snobbish than lei. The dark secret of all tyrants is the imposition of uniformity, even in mass executions. As Caligula said, "I wish the Roman people had but a single neck." The Germans have a foreword for the insanity that comes with such absolute power, Kaiser Wahnsinn, the madness of the Caesars. 2. In earlier times, the elimination of the good tyrant, after he ceased to be good, could be carried out relatively easily. A push through an open window, a poisoned cup of wine, or a sharp dagger usually corrected the errors and transgressions of a despot in a permanent manner. But can one remove a modern dictator who is surrounded by hundreds of bodyguards and thousands of troops armed with tanks and machine guns? One can, but not very easily. To get rid of him requires either a war or a revolution followed not only by the tyrant's removal, but that of many of his followers. One day in late 1936 or early 1937, when I was among friends, I had what may be called a prophetic vision. I condemned the nefarious Italian and German interventions in the Spanish Civil War. Then I added, "If Mussolini and Hitler do not die soon, I see a future filled with horrors. Blood, rivers of blood that will overflow and drown the world." Less than 2 years later, we lived through the terrible days leading up to Munich Conference in late September 1938. The outcome did not surprise me. The French and British were desperate to avoid war, but as the crisis seemed to be actually leading to another great European conflict, I made a vow. I swore solemnly that even if a war did not break out immediately, I would leave Italy and move to Paris. Tragedies can be entertaining when one sees them in a theater. In real life, however, having an active part in one inevitably leads to playing either the role of executioner or victim. I dislike either choice. I take no pleasure in matters that disgust me. If I see an unpleasant situation coming toward me, I move to the opposite side of the street and walk the other way. In October 1938, I went to take leave from Queen Elena before making my journey abroad. We spoke in private and confidentially. I feared my departure would lead to a long and perhaps everlasting exile from my country, but that place no longer resembled my Italy. the Italy I'd loved. When I was led into her sitting room, the Queen was improvising on the piano. "My only solace," she said, "from the prisoner's life each of us is leading." In the security of her chamber, Elena spoke strong words about her opposition and that of her husband about the direction in which Mussolini was leading the kingdom. What good did those brave words accomplish, I wonder? They certainly did nothing for the House of Savoy. 5 Vittorio Emanuele III ignominiously fled his own capital in September 1943, fearful of his fate if captured by the Germans. That same month, his daughter, Princess Mafalda, denounced by her husband, Philip of Hesse, was incarcerated in a German death camp. In disgrace for his long association with Mussolini, Vittorio Emanuele III was forced to turn over his royal powers to Crown Prince Umberto in June 1944. 2 months after that, Mafalda suffered a terrible death from gangrene in the camp brothel. Mafalda's 3 boys, the darlings of Queen Elena, barely survived the war. Another of Elena's daughters, Queen Giovanna of Bulgaria, the gay young favorite of the family, lost her husband King Boris in August 1943. Perhaps the king died of a heart attack. Perhaps he had been poisoned on Hitler's orders. 7. Vittorio Emanuele III abdicated, most reluctantly, in May 1946. As only the Count and Countess of Palenzo, he and the ex-queen departed for Egyptian exile. In June, a referendum abolished the Italian monarchy. After a reign of just 1 month, Umberto II went into exile in Portugal. Maria José went her own way a year later to reside in Mexico. That September, after a referendum rigged by the new communist government, Bulgaria became a republic. Queen Giovanna and the boy king, Simeon, joined Vittorio Emanuele and Elena in Egypt. The 1,000-year-old Savoy dynasty became only a memory. My flight from Italy proved far less dramatic. In early November 1938, my chauffeur drove me from Il Soldo to the Swiss border at Chiasso. I crossed into Switzerland without incident and took a train to Paris. There, my friends welcomed me with splendid hospitality. I left almost all my property unsold in Italy since it was forbidden to export money. My children and grandchildren presented much more serious concerns to me. Neither my son nor my daughter left Italy for a number of reasons, primarily because they refused to abandon their homes and businesses. In Paris, I also met the infamous Pippo Naldi, as clever, unscrupulous, and amusing as ever. I have already mentioned him as the French agent who financed Mussolini's newspaper, Il Popolo d'Italia, in 1914, and who pressured me during the Matteotti crisis to persuade Mussolini to step down as prime minister. I had a thoroughly enjoyable time with Pippo discussing the events of the previous quarter century. Each of us possessed different pieces of many historical puzzles. It proved a keenly humorous intellectual challenge to place our pieces side by side to solve many mysteries. He and I frankly admitted to the other what we had tried to do, what had succeeded and what failed, and how matters might have turned out otherwise. I do not know how many other actors on the stage of history have held such a fascinating discussion. For me, it provided an ironic pleasure at a time of great anxiety in my life. Our talk certainly enlightened me about many things I had not previously understood. It was too late, of course, to have changed the course of events, but it is never too late to learn and acquire a bit of wisdom. Mussolini moved heaven and earth to persuade me to return to Italy. He could not accept the fact that I had mocked him and escaped his absolute power by quietly walking away from his tyranny. First, he made many promises which I did not believe. Then he issued veiled warnings. Finally, he resorted to open threats, but those only reinforced my firm decision to remain abroad. Of course, he did hold my children as hostages. He knew that my concern about my loved ones placed me under great restraint, but I also had ways to ensure that he took no revenge on my family. So long as I remained out of his grasp, but maintained silence about what I knew about him and the inner workings of the fascist regime, I and my family would be safe. While in France, I took actions to guarantee such an arrangement. Then I left for South America. Argentina and Uruguay gave me refuge. There I waited for victory over the Axis and proof that God truly does exist. It consoled me to have fought against a degenerate fascism, the very opposite of its original principles. But as an aspiring Joan of Arc, I had to remain free. So I kept my silence and refused attractive offers to publish and lecture from various countries, in particular from the United States. My sacrifice proved useful to my family for 4 years. Mussolini's spies kept constant watch on my family, but they were not harmed. But in the summer of 1943, first Mussolini was overthrown, then the Germans invaded Italy and rescued him, and finally they placed him at the top of their puppet state, the Italian Social Republic. Even in that position of weakness, Mussolini bloodied Italy even more. Fortunately, my children and grandchildren managed to hide and save their lives. Even now, however, sometimes I tremble about what could have happened had I offered the slightest pretext to unleash the Deuce's vindictive ferocity. My abstention from speaking out and my passive behavior while in South America were interpreted and judged negatively. That disappoints me, but I cannot be fairly blamed. To take bold action from a position of safety, while your deeds expose innocents to retaliation for your false courage, is actually cowardice. My family lay in Mussolini's hands from 1938 to 1943. Those who have a family they love will understand what I did. For that reason, I will never say it was my fault for remaining silent. Still, I cannot dismiss the reality of my troubled life. I cannot hide behind my work as an art critic. Besides protecting my family, I have another duty. I must accept my responsibilities. I believed in fascism and fought for it in the beginnings. Worse, I wrote a book read by many that interpreted the goals of fascism in a favorable light and proclaimed to the entire world that Mussolini was a hero of historic proportions. That was my fault. Mussolini is dead, but many still believe that had diplomatic or military events turned out differently, he could have won. It would be disastrous to allow such pathological ideas develop in young people's minds. They are the hope and the strength of the future. It is my duty to declare to them that Mussolini fell because of his complete moral bankruptcy. Mussolini's alliance with Nazi Germany provided the main cause of his downfall. But the Deuce did not form the Rome-Berlin Axis or the Pact of Steel with the Führer by accident. Mussolini harbored within him a number of defects that attracted him to the Germans of his time. Most significant were his complete lack of any scruples and his rejection of any limits to his conduct. Thus he succumbed to the illness of power, to the madness of the Caesars. His moral insanity was worsened by the slavish adulation of people like Galeazzo Ciano and his group. It was exacerbated by his exposure to the Nazi example. Mussolini surrendered to total cynicism and became just as brutal as his German partners. He and they assumed a perversely evil form of romanticism in which they thought they played the roles of heroes, of Nietzschean supermen. Men of great historical destiny are able to combine both realism and idealism. In the beginning, Mussolini shared such moral balance. After he gained power, however, he soon rejected the idea that material progress must be linked to freedom. Men need things to exist, but life loses its meaning without liberty. Ideals cannot be replaced by animal comforts alone. The Italian people, nonetheless, deserve some respect for their initial support of Mussolini. Unlike Hitler's proposals in Mein Kampf, Mussolini did not enter office promising to abolish basic freedoms. On the contrary, he declared that recent governments had trampled such rights that it was necessary to rededicate the nation to protecting individual liberty. We followed him in that crusading spirit. We believed he embodied high principles. The way he had spoken all his life until then reassured us about his intentions. In 1905, the young Mussolini had been for Proudhon and against Marx. In 1911, he had upheld revolutionary socialism against reformist socialism. In 1914, he had urged intervention in favor of France. In 19, he had advocated the ideas of Nietzsche and Sorel. All along, he had displayed quixotic idealism and opposed the opportunism, incrementalism, and timidity of the reformists, which he contemptuously dismissed as the socialism of Tagliarini. 10. After less than a decade in power, Mussolini seemed to me to have become someone else. He began to deny even the right to interior freedom and to subject the very souls of his people to the power of the state. In 1930, Fascist Party Secretary Augusto Turati tried to organize a series of debates within the youth associations. Their purpose, as Turati explained, was to teach the young who will become our future leaders to think about and grapple with intellectual issues. The Deuce stopped him immediately and scolded him harshly. To reflect and to think? No way. They must learn to be strong and leave the thinking to me. I am appointed to think for everybody. They just have to obey, and that's all there is to it. And so he robbed the Italians of freedom of thought without even letting them have some Tagliarini. The Deuce fell because he had betrayed his own cause. He had transformed fascism into a grotesquely deformed shadow of its original form, the very opposite of what Mussolini had said he strove to create. At first he proclaimed high-minded, beautiful principles. Then he stated such ideals were not of this world, that human life and physical reality were too harsh for their existence on Earth. Mere survival required totalitarian state power over the individual in continuous war. On the other hand, President Roosevelt enunciated what he called the four freedoms: freedom of speech, freedom of worship, freedom from want, freedom from fear. However, Roosevelt envisioned these ideals as practical for the human experience. They could be realized within a just society of free men, one that provided protection, equality, education, work, a decent life for every citizen. Once, Mussolini had raised the same torch, but all too soon he used it to set fire to the whole world. In the end, the blaze the deuce had set burned all Europe, and him as well, to ashes. A great poet from the northern end of the New World, where the true shape of the future is apparent, described perfectly what Mussolini was: the monstrum horrendum, an unprincipled man of genius. Nature and society can create such monsters, but on the day of reckoning, since they are monsters, they're creators. Either the world or men devour them. Comments. Sarfatti's defense of the beginnings and early years of Italian fascism. Readers can judge for themselves the credibility of Sarfatti's arguments. She had little or no control over the actions of individual or groups of fascists after the foundation of the movement. Even her influence on Mussolini, before or after the March on Rome, had its limits. Still, Sarfatti, more than Mussolini, formulated the ideological and philosophical basis for fascism in the 1913-19 periods. She cannot escape all responsibility for what others did on the basis of her concepts. Hitler's May 1938 visit to Italy. On the evening of May 3, since Mussolini was only head of government, he could not accompany the German and Italian heads of state in the royal carriage. Escorted by cavalry, the king and the Führer took a circuitous route through the streets of Rome to the Quirinal Palace that allowed the crowd of 300,000 assembled for the event to cheer the German guest, and to allow him to view some of the sights illuminated in his honor that night. The procession wound through the square which contained the Palazzo Venezia. Mussolini and his sons Bruno and Vittorio stood on the balcony, from which the Duce delivered his speeches, to view the cortege. Directly opposite stood the offices of an insurance company in a building roughly modeled on the design of the Palazzo Venezia. On the balcony of the office stood many of the princes and princesses of the House of Savoy. As a secret police agent reported, the members of the royal family were joined on the balcony by numerous other personalities. Among them was Margherita Sarfatti with her daughter. They stood out for the veritable assault they gave to the sumptuous buffet. In the course of little more than an hour and a half, Donna Sarfatti drank, with great eagerness, over 8 or even 10 glasses of whiskey, giving rise to considerable surprise. At the moment of the general departure from the buffet room, the two Sarfatti women lingered on alone to plunder the magnificent plates. For the next few days, Hitler and his entourage saw Rome by daylight, attended military demonstrations, and, in what Mussolini considered the major event of the Führer's tour, watched a magnificent warship review in the Bay of Naples. Impressed as he was by Italian naval might, Hitler did not share the Duce's opinion of his Italian trip's high point. On May 9, the last day of Hitler's visit to Italy, he and Mussolini traveled by train to Florence. Their first hours were passed in ceremonies and speeches. But the afternoon, at Hitler's request, was spent touring the collections of Renaissance painting in the Pitti Palace and the Uffizi Gallery. The two dictators were accompanied by Ranuccio Bianchi Bandinelli, then a professor of art history at the University of Pisa. He had been chosen to guide the Führer through the various museums the Führer would visit on his 6-day trip to Rome, Naples, and Florence. Bianchi Bandinelli had received the assignment not only due to his knowledge of art and Roman architecture, but also because he spoke fluent German. Mussolini and some local fascist leaders accompanied Hitler and his retinue on the museum visit. After leaving the Pitti Palace, the group stopped on its ramparts. It was a spring day of crystal clarity. Across the Amo lay Florence, washed by the previous day's rain. Forming a backdrop, the olive trees and cypresses on green hills sparkled. Viewing the rich Pitti collection had filled Hitler with awe. He had seen for the first time paintings he had long admired but knew only from black and white photographs. Now he stood gazing down on the panorama of Florence, stretching out in all its magnificence before him. Suddenly he was struck with a thought. In his diary, Bianchi Bandinelli recorded what followed. The Führer suddenly exclaimed, "And to think that if Bolshevism had come here, today all this would be destroyed, like in Spain. Tuscany, the place richest in culture in the world." Then, growing excited, he struck his gloved fist against the rampart and shouted in a harsh voice, "I will never allow anyone to return to similar ideas in Germany. They would have to be exterminated with all kinds of violence. Here Mussolini has accomplished a great achievement for mankind." He soon repeated this idea to Mussolini. Then he said it still other times that same afternoon. He did so even in the Uffizi in front of Michelangelo's painting of the Holy Family in its round frame, known as the Tondo Doni. Mussolini was bored because the visit, through both the Pitti Palace and the Uffizi Gallery, was taking so long. He stepped beside me and, making a hand gesture as if to quicken the pace, quietly said, "He wants to be here for a week." While Hitler's visit continued, Mussolini walked through the rooms with the local hierarchy. But when he saw Hitler stop in front of the Tondo Doni, he crossed straight across the room, placed himself close to the painting, and looked at it. It was like Mussolini was showing how much these things bored him. The ideas which his artist colleague had expressed in front of the first Michelangelo Hitler had ever seen in his life. Hitler stood with his hands clasped together over the bottom of his abdomen. He looked at the painting, muttering over and over again from the bottom of his throat, "Michelangelo, Michelangelo." Then he turned to Mussolini and said, "If Bolshevism had come..." But it was Mussolini who finished the statement. With a rude shrug of his shoulders, he said in German, but with his thick Romagnol accent, "All destroyed." 20 years of intimate contact with one of Italy's leading art critics had inspired no appreciation of Renaissance painting in the Deuce. But Hitler's reaction to what he had seen pleased Mussolini greatly. The two dictators had an emotional farewell at the New Florence rail station. After the Führer departed, Mussolini's own train took him back to Rome. That evening, he telephoned Claretta to relate what had happened in Florence. The performance was marvelous. Their enthusiasm leaped to the stars. The Florentines did things as directed. Hitler was very happy and he smiled a lot. Yes, finally. Mussolini returned to the Palazzo Venezia in the early morning hours of May 10. He rushed to Petacci's apartment. After they made love twice, Mussolini told her more about the events in Florence. Hitler was emotional. When he left, he wept. He said to me, "These were the most beautiful days of my life. I will never forget them. 6 days in a dream. I regret not having become an architect. I took the wrong road." I replied, "For your people, you chose the right path." "Yes, it's true, but it was not my vocation. I will never forget these hours." Hitler was so moved he had tears in his eyes. Sarfatti's flight. Many facts refute Sarfatti's claim that she decided to leave Italy only after the Munich conference. In December 1935, warned by Volpi and others, Sarfatti feared a disastrous outcome to the Ethiopian War. She made preparations to flee Italy. The full extent of her planning and preparations at that time is obscure. Still, it must have created the basis for her actual departure 3 years later. In April 1936, she supplied a secret report to Schönbrunn, describing the decline of Italian influence in Austria and Hungary and its replacement by that of the Germans. She also noted the growing danger to Czechoslovakia from territorial claims by its neighbors, led by Germany. This seems rather clear evidence that Sarfatti was ingratiating herself with the French government in hopes of obtaining a refuge, should that prove necessary. Over the winter of 1936-37, she applied her knowledge of English to write a series of talks on art and cultural matters. It proved difficult for her to express herself in clear colloquial English, but she persevered. In the summer, Sarfatti contacted a booking agency in New York. That same summer of 1937, she made a lengthy visit to the Italian-Swiss canton of Ticino. These activities suggested plans to leave Italy for a considerable time, perhaps permanently. After she obtained a lecture tour contract for the first half of 1939 in the United States, she visited the Foreign Ministry in February 1938. She anxiously raised the question with the growing number of attacks on Jews in the Italian press. He tried to reassure her, but agreed to grant her request for a passport so long as his father-in-law agreed. The Ducey raised no objection. However, Ciano's comforting words proved false the same day Sarfatti had visited him. An official statement described Jews as the leaders of international anti-fascism and warned Italian Jews that their influence in national affairs would not be allowed to 24 surpass their numbers. Sarfatti's actions over the previous 2 years indicate that Hitler's May 1938 visit to Italy served as a signal to act on previous arrangements. She had already taken steps to save herself and her family from what appeared an inevitable catastrophe. Evidence from her travels and letters in the second half of 1938, combined with Italian police reports on what she said and did make that obvious. A week after Hitler returned to Germany, she traveled to Istanbul and back, via Albania and Greece. She made 2 visits to Paris, via Switzerland, in June and July. During her second time in the French capital, she contacted American friends. Sarfatti inquired about her chances to get work as a Hollywood screenwriter, an idea that had arisen following her tour of Los Angeles film studios in 1934, or as a columnist for an American newspaper. She had considered Turkey, Switzerland, France, and the United States as destinations. The last 2 seemed preferable. As usual, Sarfatti spent much of the summer of 1938 at Il Soldo. She raged at Mussolini and his anti-Semitic henchmen for the measures already imposed on Italian Jews, including loyal fascists, and worse ones she expected in future. Her fury also stoked her energy. Sarfatti also made a number of trips to Rome and back. Each journey allowed her to transport various amounts of money, jewelry, and works of art. In addition, she summoned Amadeo to Il Soldo, gave him a large sum and instructed him to buy diamonds with the cash. They would be far easier to transport than banknotes. Through an officer of the Como branch of Amadeo's employer, the Banca Commerciale, Sarfatti received assistance in the movement of funds and precious objects out of the country. Some she deposited in Parisian banks when she visited the city. Most important, Sarfatti packaged the hundreds of letters Mussolini had written to her over the years. Sometime in the summer or fall of 1938, she surreptitiously delivered the bundle to Carlo and Teresa Peroni to conceal in their home in Blevio. The town lay on the eastern side of the western branch of Lake Como, a short drive from Cavalasca. These preparations took place against the background of rising attacks on Jews in the Italian press and in government proclamations, as well as the mounting crisis over German demands for the Sudetenland. War was averted at the last moment in late September by British and French appeasement at the Munich conference. But it became increasingly obvious over the following months that a great European conflict had only been averted for a 25th time. It was also in mid-September 1938 that rumors began reaching Rome that Sarfatti had spirited out of Italy many important documents regarding Mussolini. These, it was said, would form the basis of a salacious biography of Mussolini revealing the intimate secrets of his life. The book would be retaliation for the anti-Semitic measures instituted by the regime. Various Jewish organizations had offered large amounts of money to obtain such secrets. It was not difficult to detect the author of such stories. Sarfatti knew how to attract Mussolini's attention. In late October, as these reports reached Mussolini, he received a letter from Fiammetta. While he mentioned the fact to Claretta Petacci, the Duce did not disclose the contents. Judging by the previous weeks and those to come, Sarfatti's daughter may have relayed proposals from her mother. More likely, she appealed to Mussolini about the situation facing her and her family. While the anti-Semitic decrees had not yet been announced, rumors about their impending promulgation were circulating. Fiammetta's husband was not a Jew, had been a fascist since January 1921, had held a seat in the Chamber of Deputies since 1929, was an officer in the fascist militia, and was a decorated veteran of the Ethiopian War. Furthermore, he was the Chamber of Deputies and a member of the National Council of Corporations. Yet Fiammetta was a Jew, subject to whatever discrimination would be visited upon them, as would be her two children, ages 4 and 2. In light of later events, whether at that time or soon after, Mussolini replied to Fiammetta that she and her children would not be subject to legal restrictions and that her husband's career was safe. It may even be that the contact led to Mussolini's agreement to allow Sarfatti to leave Italy unhindered. 10 days later, to Paci's surprise, she noticed Sarfatti at the November 4 late morning mass held at the tomb of the unknown soldier. The two women exchanged hostile glances. As the mother of a dead war hero, Sarfatti had a standing invitation to attend the annual celebration of Italy's victory in 1918. Fiammetta had tried to dissuade her mother from attendance. Perhaps she feared that if her mother made such a brazen appearance, it would upset whatever negotiations with Mussolini were in progress. But Sarfatti had explained that she must attend the 20th anniversary events as a matter of pride. Sarfatti had reasons other than self-respect to visit the capital. Her old friend, Charles de Chambrun, the former French ambassador, had come to Rome during the first week in November. He had held 2 talks with Galeazzo Ciano, the second of which took place on November 8. Presumably, he had notified Sarfatti in advance of his arrival in the capital, and they had agreed to meet. After reaching Rome on the morning of November 4 and attending the victory commemoration, Sarfatti remained in the capital until November 6, when she returned to Il Soldo. She came back to Rome briefly on November 12, then headed north to her country 29 home the following day. Sarfatti had visited Rome for several reasons other than the November 4 ceremony. One was to make final arrangements at her house on Via dei Villini prior to her departure from Italy. More important would have been one or more discussions with Chambrun. The subject of the ex-ambassador's meetings with Ciano remain a mystery, as the authority on which Chambrun was acting. From recent and subsequent events, it seems likely that Chambrun and Ciano discussed the state of Italian-French relations and the situation facing the new French ambassador, André-François Pontet. He arrived in Rome on November 7 to fill the post left vacant for the previous 2 years. Those topics undoubtedly would have been discussed by Sarfatti and Chambrun, as well as her likely reception in Paris. To what degree the two friends might have anticipated the impending crisis in relations between Italy and France remains unknown. 3031. On November 11, under the provisions of the anti-Semitic decrees, Amédée Siele in Turin, he wrote a letter to Musso of his old promise to serve as Amadeo's protector following the death of Cesare. Amedeo asked permission to leave Italy with his wife and daughter. The president of the Banca Comerciale had arranged a position in an affiliate bank's office in Montevideo, Uruguay. Mussolini consented. Back at Il Soldo, Sarfatti packed 2 large suitcases with financial documents, property titles, other important papers, jewels, strings of pearls, money, and a few paintings and drawings by her favorite contemporary artists. She had to leave most of her large collection of paintings in her country house. On November 14, her chauffeur drove her across the border into Switzerland. She encountered neither search nor delay at the customs post. After they reached Chiasso, they waited at the railroad station. The train for Paris arrived. Sarfatti boarded and headed into exile. Epilogue. As Sarfatti concludes her account of the life and death of Mussolini, with comments on her own activities between November 1938 and July 1947. Much of her narration is false. A great deal is left unmentioned. A true account of Sarfatti's exile also differs substantially from what appears in her biography co-authored by the editor. Over the 2 decades following the publication of that book by Phil Canestraro and the editor, many documents previously withheld became available for research. A number of books and articles about Sarfatti and Mussolini have appeared. A substantial portion of the diaries of Claretta Petacci has been published in 2 volumes. Information contained in those sources has been incorporated into previous chapters. These newly available facts also inform the following account of what Sarfatti did after she left Italy. 1. Sarfatti in Paris. Sarfatti's many Parisian friends welcomed her to the French capital. Shortly after her arrival, she also attempted to meet with the leaders of the anti-fascist Italian exile community in Paris. Most shunned her. She had more success with some recent exiles, including a few Jewish Italian refugees. The great majority of that community, however, refused to extend her any hospitality. At first, she did attract a good deal of attention from the press, both French and international. In private, she made scathing remarks about Mussolini's regime and the anti-Semitic laws. With reporters, however, she carefully avoided saying anything derogatory about the situation in Italy that might be quoted. Unable to extract any controversial remarks from Sarfatti, journalists soon ignored her. After she settled in, Sarfatti resumed her usual routine to the extent that she could. She had an intimate acquaintance with Paris, having made frequent visits to the French capital since 1898. She visited the city's art galleries and fashionable shops. She dined with artist and writer friends, as well as French politicians, diplomats, businessmen, and bankers whom she knew. Many of the people with whom Sarfatti socialized sympathized with fascism. Some advocated the continued appeasement of the Axis powers in order to avoid another world war. Not a few would collaborate with the German occupiers after the invasion of France in 1940 or serve in the Vichy regime. She also made frequent visits to the Italian embassy where she met with the new ambassador, Raffaele Guariglia. Guariglia had arrived in mid-November 1938. He had replaced Sarfatti's friend, Vittorio Cerruti, as ambassador. Cerruti had upset the Duce by displaying far too much sympathy for the French and had been removed from his post in late June. Guariglia's instructions from Ciano prior to departing for his new post reflected Mussolini's disdain for the French. When the new ambassador asked what he should seek to accomplish in Paris, Ciano replied, "Nothing." Guariglia replied, "That will be very difficult, but I will do my best." In fact, Ciano's directive aimed only to discourage Guariglia from any diplomatic initiatives of his own. He was to follow orders from Rome. However, those orders required a good deal of work from the new ambassador. Ciano expected him to maintain close contact with French politicians, diplomats, and businessmen who harbored pro-fascist sympathies, especially Pierre Laval. Laval, in fact, hoped to force Daladier from the premiership by a vote of no confidence, succeed him as premier, and come to a new comprehensive agreement as he and the Duce had in 1935. Laval's admiration for Mussolini, indeed. Daladier later described him as Mussolini's voice within the French government, and possibly even a paid Italian agent. There were many such fascist sympathizers in France. Guariglia also received instructions to avoid doing or saying anything that might jeopardize Mussolini's goals of obtaining French metropolitan and colonial territory. Finally, Guariglia inherited Amedeo Landini as a subordinate. Despite his official status as consul general and press attaché, Landini operated on a largely independent basis. He ran a large network of French informers, spies, propagandists, politicians, journalists, and editors in the paid service of the fascist regime. Prominent among officials Guariglia himself cultivated was French Foreign Minister Georges Bonnet. The ambassador and foreign minister quickly became quite friendly. Bonnet epitomized the policy of appeasement, Over the winter of 1938-39, he was hoping for more than just a negotiated settlement of French-Italian differences. Bonnet also sought a deal with Germany over Poland. He was quite willing to abandon that French ally if it prevented war. Bonnet even opposed approaching the Soviets to form an anti-German alliance. He thoroughly mistrusted the communists. He foresaw even a French victory over the Germans as leading to disaster. A weak, defeated Germany would be unable to prevent Soviet domination of Eastern Europe. Bonnet placed his hopes in another European conference like that, held in Munich in September 1938. He expected Mussolini to preside and to settle the differences between the Axis and the Western democracies. He knew that Mussolini shared that wish. Sarfatti's various associations and comments seemed contradictory to observers. That, along with her notoriety, aroused a great deal of suspicion from both the French authorities and the Italian exile community. The French government placed her under surveillance. Landini did the same. Both noted Sarfatti's comings and goings, the people with whom she met and what they discussed. The French police also monitored the contents of Sarfatti's mail and the subjects of her telephone calls. Landini's informants reported that Sarfatti was saying nothing about Mussolini and the fascist regime except for expressing bitterness about the racial decrees and hatred of the Germans. She was planning to write a book about Mussolini, but not in the immediate future. She restricted her social contacts to her French acquaintances. Under these circumstances, Italian agents received a surprising order on January 26. It was not necessary, and even less opportune, to establish too close a surveillance on Sarfatti. She was to be kept under watch, but from a distance. Sarfatti wrote many letters. Among them were plaintive missives to her American friends in which she made extremely exaggerated claims of poverty and psychological distress. She described herself as facing terrible danger if she did or said anything to anger Mussolini. She claimed she had few financial resources and begged them to find her some position by which she could support herself in the United States. Sarfatti made clear her desperate desire to emigrate across the North Atlantic. The replies she received from America were all discouraging. Sarfatti's letters to the United States did contain a nugget of truth. Her son Amadeo had been granted a passport to emigrate, as had his wife and daughter. Until they left Italy, however, Sarfatti had to be concerned about doing or saying anything to jeopardize their favored situation. Amadeo arrived in Paris in mid-February. He assured his mother that he had carried out her instructions. He brought 36 diamonds he had bought with the money she had given him months before. His wife had packed Sarfatti's furs, evening gowns, books, and objets d'art, and had arranged for their shipment to Paris. Sarfatti could have them shipped farther to where she chose. The remainder of her large, valuable collection of paintings had been placed in safekeeping. Amadeo brought the rents from his mother's real estate holdings for the past few months. The titles had been transferred to Livio Gaetani, since Jews were no longer allowed to own such properties. Mother and son then departed for Cannes, from which Amadeo took a ship bound for Montevideo on March 26. About a month later, Amadeo's wife and daughter sailed from Italy to join him in the Uruguayan capital. There they would enjoy a good economic situation. Unlike most refugees, Amadeo had a fine position waiting for him in Uruguay. He had already accumulated a small fortune. An American journalist had discovered this during a visit to Italy 3 or 4 years earlier. As the reporter later wrote, Sarfatti had a son, a lawyer, who had been dropped into the fascist regime, and he was the man who had to be seen by any American importing agent who wanted to ship back to the United States more money than the fascist law allowed. My friend was an importing agent and had dealings with Sarfatti's cub on terms which gave to the son of Il Duce's love interest 50% of the money thus freed from the Italian treasury. After his relationship with Sarfatti ended, Mussolini had employed Dino Alfieri to deal with her. The Minister of Popular Culture tried to answer her complaints, smooth over difficulties she encountered, and relay her communications to the Duce. One reason sprang from Alfieri's long acquaintance with the Sarfatti family. In the years immediately before World War I, when Cesare Sarfatti served on the Milan City Council, he had hired Alfieri to handle legal matters for him. While the young attorney was a nationalist, the political polar opposite of his employer, he had joined Cesare in supporting Zionist causes. Alfieri continued to do so until the late 1920s. It seems that Mussolini made Alfieri expiate that sin by advancing the cause of anti-Semitism. After the Duce appointed him Minister of Press and Propaganda in June 1936, Alfieri issued Mussolini's instructions to certain Italian newspapers that initiated the government's attacks on Jews. As a writer and journalist, Sarfatti's work came under the jurisdiction of Alfieri's ministry. That led to their frequent professional contact. However, Mussolini also required the minister to handle personal matters that arose between him and Sarfatti. either that formed another kind of penance for Alfieri's former Zionism, or Mussolini was indulging a cruel sense of humor. Always an assiduous reader of the French press, the Duzzi found the many articles on Sarfatti's presence in Paris not simply annoying, but humiliating. Far more menacing were the frequent allusions to Sarfatti's plans to write a memoir about their 20 years together. In an interview Sarfatti granted to a Parisian newspaper in early January, she mentioned some personal details about Mussolini. Sarfatti had dropped a hint she knew would come to the Duzzi's attention. Copies of all her articles that appeared on any subject were transmitted to Rome. One of the many old friends whom Sarfatti contacted in the French capital was Ernest Faudichon. Faudichon knew that she had served Mussolini for years by collecting intelligence on a wide range of subjects. Still, while in Rome, Sarfatti had also provided him, as well as her friend, Ambassador Charles de Chambrun, with reliable information. Sometimes that was certainly on Mussolini's orders. On other occasions, perhaps not. Her flight from Italy certainly suggested that she had broken with Mussolini completely. Sarfatti might still be a fervent Italian nationalist, but she no longer appeared loyal to the fascist regime. 2. Mussolini's plans and European realties. 2 weeks after Sarfatti arrived in Paris, French-Italian relations entered a period of prolonged crisis. The Munich Conference had greatly benefited Germany through acquisition of the Sudetenland and the reduction of the remnants of Czechoslovakia to the status of German protectorate. Germany had emerged as the most powerful state in Europe, but Italy had gained nothing. Indeed, Italy had declined in power in relation to its Axis partner, and Hitler's prestige had soared beyond Mussolini's. The Duce was determined to redress the situation. In late 1938, with the Spanish Civil War approaching victorious conclusion for Italy's nationalist allies, Mussolini decided to seize Albania once the Iberian conflict ended and to extort concessions from the French, as Hitler already had at Munich. Mussolini believed the conference had revealed France as in hopeless decline, no longer a great power and inhabited by cowards who were certain to surrender under pressure. On November 28, French labor unions had announced a general strike to begin in December. Mussolini expected the government of Premier Édouard Daladier to collapse as a result. Mussolini believed that under such circumstances, he could bully Daladier's successor into making concessions. The Duce issued instructions for a demonstration to be staged at the end of a speech on foreign policy, to be delivered by Ciano in the Chamber of Deputies on November 30. At the foreign minister's mention of the territorial aspirations of the Italian people, the deputies were to leap to their feet and begin shouting Tunisia, Corsica, Nice, Savoy. Even with the French government in disarray, Mussolini did not expect cession of the territories for which the deputies shouted. He assumed, however, that the French would be so relieved by lesser Italian claims that they would grant them. Around midday on November 30, Mussolini received intelligence that the call for a French general strike had failed. Most workers had remained on the job and the Daladier government had made an imposing show of force. The premier had actually emerged from the political situation in a strengthened position. While orders were issued to call off the demonstration in the chamber, many deputies did not receive them. At the end of Ciano's speech, they yelled out the territorial demands as they had been instructed. Some deputies then left the chamber to march through the streets chanting similar slogans and staging more demonstrations in the Palazzo Venezia and in front of the French embassy. These provocations were made all the more insulting by the presence of Ambassador François Poncet in the chamber balcony. He had arrived in Rome to take up his post only 3 weeks earlier. Daladier was outraged by the incident. Bonnet summoned Goriglia to his office. He pointed out that the uproar had made the minister's desire to improve French relations with Italy far more difficult. Still, other French saw humor in the extravagant Italian demands. A few days later in Paris, French students held a counter-demonstration in front of the Italian embassy. They shouted, "We want Venice for our honeymoons." 20. Mussolini certainly received no help from his ally in Berlin. On December 6, during a visit to Paris, German Foreign Minister Joachim von Ribbentrop indicated that his country did not welcome the Italian demands on France. German refusal to support such claims was followed by an increasingly fierce French public reaction to the demonstrations in Rome on November 30.22. Throughout December 1938 and January 1939, both the French government and the French people reacted with defiance to Mussolini's ploy. The French in Tunisia held large anti-Italian demonstrations. The French Defense Ministry sent troops and warships to reinforce the French territories closest to Italy and its African colonies. Staff talks were held with the British to plan a combined defense of their possessions in the Mediterranean and Red Seas. Daladier declared there would be no French concessions and journeyed to Corsica and Tunisia to make the same point clear. Mussolini responded to the buildup of French forces in Tunisia by doubling the Italian garrison in Libya, from 30,000 to 60,000 men by February. Less openly threatening but more provocative was the letter Ciano sent to François Poncet on December 17, 1938. The communication denounced the Mussolini-Laval Accords on the grounds that the French had not carried out their obligations. In January 1935, the Duce and the Premier Laval had agreed to resolve all Italian-French colonial disputes. In 1896, the French government had established the right of Italians resident in Tunisia to retain their citizenship indefinitely. The 1935 agreement extended that right only to 1965. From that year, any child born to a French citizen. Denouncing this understanding helps explain the December 1938 and January 1938, not just some noisy deputies, had designs on 24 Tunisia to rally public opinion, stage exercises and propaganda, and ascertain of the other's determination. Mussolini and Daladier were willing to negotiate, although for quite different reasons. Before and after the November 30 demonstrations in the chamber, Mussolini repeatedly had revealed his intentions to Ciano and other advisors. The Italian foreign minister sent the same information to Ribbentrop on January 2, 1939. He would not pursue the excessive demands of November 30. The Duce did seek acquisition of French Somaliland, Tunisia, and Corsica. However, he planned to move in stages over a period of years. His initial goals were administrative and financial concessions such as a free port in Djibouti, purchase of the railroad that ran from French Somaliland to Addis Ababa, Italian seats on the board that controlled the Suez Canal, and indefinite prolongation of Italian citizenship for all Italians resident or bomb-in. Tunisia. For Corsica, he foresaw autonomy, then independence, and finally annexation. In each case, after Mussolini had achieved his immediate aims, he would raise new demands. Then he would repeat the process until he had pried the territories in question out of French hands one way or another. As War Minister, Daladier had ordered French military intelligence to increase efforts to break foreign ciphers and codes. By the autumn of 1938, French cryptographers had gained success with the Italian diplomatic cipher. After receiving a copy, Daladier reacted with shock to a message sent from Rome to the Italian embassy in Paris on January 13, 1939. The members of the small group who became privy to the intercept referred to it as Plan Mare Nostrum, much as the Duce had been describing his intentions to Ciano and other subordinates since early November. The cable laid out Mussolini's long-term plan to convert the Mediterranean and its shores into an Italian sphere of influence. Mussolini would initiate negotiations with reasonable requests and without threats of violence. But after the French had granted those concessions, the Duce would advance step by step to territorial demands backed by menaces of war. Mussolini aimed at eventual Italian acquisition of such French territory as Tunisia, Corsica, and Djibouti, as well as the surrender to Italy of control of the entrances and exits of the Sea at Gibraltar, Suez, the Bosphorus, and even the Bab el-Mandeb Strait between the Arabian Peninsula and the Somali coast. After the Duce accomplished the plan, the French and British could transit the Mediterranean and Red Seas only at Italian invitation. That very day, although unknown to the French, the Armed Forces High Command in Italian East Africa issued 2 preliminary contingency plans for the invasion of French Somaliland. One would be a surprise attack by colonial mercenaries in Italy's pay. The other would be a conventional action by regular Italian forces following a declaration of war. Local French and British observers had already reported the continuing buildup of Italian troops for the latter operation. In mid-January, the worried French chiefs of staff requested that priority be given to strengthening the defenses of Djibouti. Daladier issued such orders on January 24. The premier assumed the worst, not yet aware that Mussolini was using such measures as intimidation, not as war preparations. Lest his directives confuse his own military leaders, the Duce had instructions issued to his own chiefs of staff on January 26. He would not seek French territory in the immediate future because that would place him in a situation either to withdraw a possible demand or to make war. 27. Given the intransigent French reaction, Mussolini realized that he must make the initial offer to negotiate. Attilio Teruzzi, the undersecretary of the Ministry of Italian Africa, was making a visit of inspection to Ethiopia. In mid-January 1939, while the undersecretary was in Addis Ababa, Ciano ordered him to approach a business associate of Paul Baudouin, prominent financier and an acquaintance of Daladier and Bonnet. Teruzzi was instructed to say that the moment was propitious for Italy and France to settle their differences. After Baudouin received news of the offer, he met with Daladier. The premier was doubtful negotiations would succeed, but after Bonnet was called in to join the meeting, he proved enthusiastic about trying to reach an understanding. Daladier agreed to the mission. Baudouin arrived in Rome 2 weeks later to meet with Ciano. Baudouin was acceptable to both parties because he considered the expansion of the Italian colonial empire inevitable, and had argued for some time that French collaboration with the new Italy, as well as the new Germany, was in the interest of all three countries. If the talks failed, none would be the wiser so long as both sides did not reveal them. Even if news leaked out, there would have been no formal negotiations. For that reason, neither Guariglia nor François Poncet would be informed of Baudouin's mission. By coincidence, however, when the banker arrived at the Rome railroad station, the French ambassador was waiting for someone else. François Poncet realized he had been bypassed, although he could only guess the circumstances. Ciano and Baudouin held discussions on February 2 and 3 and established guidelines for future negotiations. According to the banker's subsequent report to Daladier, they followed proposals Mussolini had laid out and the ideas in a more detailed memorandum Baudouin had brought from Paris. It listed the concessions the French were prepared to offer. No French territory would be ceded. Instead, that portion of the Addis-Djibouti railroad that ran through former Ethiopia would be sold to Italy. The small portion that ran through French Somaliland to the port of Djibouti would remain French. Italian imports and exports from Djibouti would pass through a large enclave under Italian control and be free of customs duties. Ciano also raised demands concerning the Suez Canal. In recognition that a large volume of Italian maritime traffic now passed through the Suez Canal, Italians must be appointed to the canal's board of directors. Tolls on Italian shipping using the canal would have to be reduced. Baudouin pointed out that the French had no control over the canal. It was under British management. But he assured Ciano the French government would support the Italians in the matter and that the British were sure to be reasonable. The one unresolved issue related to Tunisia. Mussolini insisted that the Italian colonists in the Protectorate remain Italian citizens indefinitely with identical rights to French residents. That issue would be the major one to be settled by diplomats. In 1938, the number of Italians resident in Tunisia certainly outnumbered the French population. Figures remain uncertain and controversial. However, there may have been as many as 175,000 Italians, as opposed to 75,000 French, living in Tunisia. Daladier had made clear to Baudouin the indefinite presence of such a large number of Italians in Tunisia was unacceptable. Otherwise, he foresaw the danger of Mussolini using that population the way Hitler had used the Sudeten Germans. The French government would never cede Tunisia to Italy the way the Czechs had been forced to surrender the Sudetenland to Germany. Ciano dishonestly assured Baudouin that his government accepted these and the other guidelines laid down by Daladier. He did insist that French diplomats must approach the Italian Foreign Ministry to begin formal negotiations. The next morning, Ciano held a second discussion with Baudouin. The foreign minister praised the banker for his initiative. He stressed the need for secrecy. Ciano made clear that for actual negotiations to begin, François Poncet must approach him in an official manner and request talks to resolve Italian-French differences. Left unmentioned in Baudouin's written report were 2 meetings that he had with Mussolini. While he almost certainly delivered a verbal account to Daladier and Bonnet, it seems the discussions were too sensitive to be committed to paper. The Duce and his visitor spoke in a relaxed and friendly manner. Mussolini reassured Baudouin that he had no territorial claims on France. In reply, the banker clearly implied that French intelligence knew of Italian preparations to invade Albania. To that, the banker stated, his government had no objections. It seemed as if Daladier had resigned himself to Axis domination of the Balkans. As a further inducement to a comprehensive Italian-French understanding, Baudouin told Mussolini that his government was prepared to sign a trade agreement that would raise greatly the volume of French imports from Italy. Baudouin ended his second meeting with the Duce with an appeal for a lasting peace between their 2 countries. A war between us would be the ruin of our 2 Latin countries. France would sustain the blow. She would lose 1 million men, becoming a second-rank power. One can imagine the delight with which Mussolini heard such an admission of fear. Baudouin returned to Paris after his second meeting with Ciano and reported to Daladier on February 5. 3 days later, the 2 men met with Bonnet to talk over the situation. They agreed on the contents of a letter to send to Rome formally requesting negotiations. Meanwhile, immediately after his second meeting with Baudouin, Ciano had informed the German ambassador about the Baudouin talks in the strictest confidence. To avoid the possibility of electronic intercept, the ambassador sent an account via diplomatic pouch to Ribbentrop. He stressed to the foreign minister the need for secrecy. However, 2 days later, news of the Baudouin mission appeared in the French press. It had been leaked to a French journalist by Ribbentrop. Any settlement of differences between Rome and Paris would decrease Italian reliance on the Germans and increase the Duce's freedom of maneuver. Hitler did not wish to relax his predominant influence over Mussolini's foreign policy. The revelations resulted in public outrage throughout France, as the German foreign minister intended. When Ciano learned of this treachery 6 weeks later, it enraged him. But the damage already had been done. Daladier denied any knowledge of the talks, withheld the letter to be sent to Rome, thus forestalling official French-Italian negotiations. By late February, the previously mentioned military movements caused many observers to fear the outbreak of war between Italy and France. Within a few weeks, however, such anxiety subsided. Behind these events, a more serious, although invisible, crisis continued. As was usually the case when he was subjected to severe stress, Mussolini's gastrointestinal symptoms had flared up in early November 1938. Sarfatti's flight and subsequent defiance in Italian-French relations following Ciano's November 30 speech until early March 1939. It may be that a sense of mortality to address the fascist Grand Council as he did on the night of February 4-5. He had prepared for consultation by future members of the council. The Duce emphasized he was laying out guidelines for the conduct of Italian foreign policy, not only for the immediate future, but for years to come. The Duce described Italy as a prisoner in the Mediterranean. The British guarded the exits at Gibraltar and Suez. The French and British territories on the shores of the sea and their islands scattered across it hemmed in Italy. The essential goal of the fascist regime was to gain direct access to the Atlantic and Indian Oceans. However, as Mussolini had explained to Ciano the month before, achieving these goals would require a step-by-step approach. For that reason, the demonstration in the Chamber of Deputies on November 30 had been a mistake. Mussolini denied he had ordered the outburst, describing it as prematurely alerting the French to the danger they would eventually face from the Italians. Italian demands had been so extreme that they had united the French and provoked a reaction of defiance across the French political spectrum. The danger of war had flared. For the time being, Italy must pursue more modest goals and seek them through diplomacy. Without mentioning the Baudouin-Ciano meetings, Mussolini revealed the limited aims the two men had discussed. However, Mussolini insisted he would eventually renew the demands made on November 30. The French would either have to surrender those territories or face a war with Italy. In the latter case, Italy would enjoy German backing. Hitler had guaranteed that. Geography and the fortifications erected by each side would prevent significant land operations. Combat would be largely confined to the air and the sea. Italy would prevail. However, the country was not yet ready for such a conflict, but it would be by late 1942 or early 1943. Italian goals would be pursued by diplomatic means. By implication, Mussolini indicated that after either political or military victory over France, Italy and Germany would make war on Britain. Shortly after the Duce's address to the Fascist Grand Council on February 5, 1939, Daladier received a copy of the text. The premier acquired proof of what the Duce had already stressed to his own ministers and to his German allies. Mussolini did not seek a permanent settlement with France, only an improved position from which to strike Italy's neighbor. Daladier had agreed to the Baudouin mission largely to satisfy the members of his cabinet, especially Bonnet, who hoped for a lasting understanding with Italy. Daladier now had good reason to think that such an agreement was impossible. French intelligence sources inside Italy soon gathered additional information in support of such pessimism. Even without Daladier's special intelligence, François Poncet had come to roughly the same conclusion and had so informed Bonnet. Nonetheless, the French foreign minister persisted in seeking negotiations with the Italians. Daladier did not pass what he had learned about Mussolini's real intention to his unreliable foreign minister. The premier had grown all the more determined to resist any pressure from fascist Italy. For the time being, he decided to postpone any formal approach by François Poncet to Ciano. Daladier knew that after Baudouin had received Ciano and Mussolini's personal assurances that they sought no French territory, the Duce's address to the Grand Council immediately afterward proved such promises were lies. Unlike the Duxim Bureau, which as a military organization reported to Daladier in his capacity of Minister of National Defense, the various British intelligence organizations were civilian-led bodies. In peacetime, the Foreign Office was the main recipient of their reports, and it exercised considerable control over the dissemination of such information. By late 1938, the British had broken most Italian ciphers and codes, and were also receiving from agents copies of many paper communications sent from Rome in diplomatic pouches. Following the Munich conference, French and British intelligence cooperation greatly increased. Nonetheless, they had not revealed to each other their mutual success in reading Italian diplomatic messages. In January-February 1939, the British learned of secret French-Italian discussions of colonial matters and of Mussolini's deceit. The majority of such information came from agents, not electronic intercepts. Yet the Foreign Office chose not to follow standard procedure and pass such information on to the Quai d'Orsay through normal diplomatic channels. The British did not wish to trust Bonnet with such sensitive information. The foreign minister's remarks to Italian diplomats or pro-fascist Frenchmen might reveal British intelligence sources and methods, unintentionally or even deliberately. By late February, however, the British decided such intelligence was too important to conceal from their French partners. Unaware of French cryptologic success in such regards, they decided to provide some copies of their Italian intercepts to Alexis Leger, General Secretary of the Foreign Ministry. Leger was well known to the British as a firm anti-fascist and could be expected to pass on such information to Daladier without Bonnet's knowledge. The British ambassador presented the Secretary General with a sheaf of such papers on March 242. After glancing through the documents, Leger asked permission to examine them for a day to compare them with copies of other papers in his possession. When he returned the documents on March 3, the French Secretary General pronounced them to be fictitious. He added that until a year or two earlier, French cryptologists had been able to read the main Italian diplomatic, but they no longer could due to the introduction of a more complex system. Furthermore, the Italians no longer sent many messages by radio, but relied primarily on communications carried on Italian aircraft in diplomatic pouches. Leger indicated the contents of some of the documents from the British by stating they might be the creations of a pro-Italian French intriguer. Such a traitor might be trying to convince the Italians the French government was prepared to make territorial concessions. In fact, that very day Guariglia had sent a message to Rome indicating that some of Bonnet's advisors were advocating granting French Somaliland to the Italians. Mussolini himself read the report and underlined this enticing revelation. Yet despite rejecting the authenticity of documents he had been shown, Leger requested to be shown copies of any other such in British possession as well as those which might come to them in future. Leger's lies can be explained both by standard intelligence procedures and by the particular circumstances of the moment. All intelligence services guard their methods and sources, even from allies. To be more open creates the risk of accidental or intentional revelations, which can shut down valuable information channels. In this case, Leger almost certainly knew that the circle around Bonnet supported surrender to some of Mussolini's demands, even without any quid pro quo. To admit the authenticity of the documents supplied to Leger by the British, which contained such demands, created the risk of Chamberlain's government adding its pressure on the French to make concessions to the fascist regime. After all, the British were not being asked to surrender any of their territory, and they could consider such a surrender as a way to detach Mussolini from Hitler, as did Bonnet. But Leger and Daladier considered that a false and dangerous hope. The German seizure of the remnants of Czechoslovakia on March 15, 1939, ended hopes that the Munich Conference had established peace in Europe. 3 days later, Mussolini requested through an intermediary that Baudouin approach Daladier again to propose negotiations. The banker did so. At first, the premier rejected the offer. Then he changed his mind and agreed to unofficial contacts under the cloak of strict secrecy and the total exclusion of Bonnet. He did do so without much expectation the talks themselves would lead to acceptable results. Leaving aside what Daladier now knew about Mussolini's intentions, it seemed extremely difficult to bridge the difference between what the Dutz had demanded regarding Italians resident in Tunisia and what the French government was prepared to offer. But in the face of Hitler's latest success, by which Hitler had secured German dominance of continental Europe, perhaps Mussolini might change his mind about the wisdom of partnership with the Third Reich and a future war with France. A partial resolution of Italian-French tensions might nudge Mussolini in a peaceful direction. Daladier decided it was best to delay a reply to the Duce's offer to restart negotiations. He indicated he would make a decision in reaction to a speech by Mussolini scheduled for the following week. On March 25, Mussolini received a highly flattering letter from Hitler. The Führer pledged his friendship and admiration. He insisted that the Axis was a true partnership and that he would always respect Italian interests. Mussolini was favorably impressed. The following day, Mussolini delivered a far more belligerent speech than he likely would have in the absence of the reassuring communication from Hitler. The Duce boasted of Italy's conquests over the 2 decades since its foundation of the fascist movement. He also made stark references to Italian demands regarding Tunisia, Djibouti, and the Suez Canal. Yet the Ducey also remarked that, while wide, the gap dividing Italy and France could be filled in with sufficient effort. Nor had Mussolini referred to Savoy, Nice, and Corsica, as on November 30. His words seemed aimed at Hitler and Daladier alike. The premier delivered a speech in response on March 29 in response. Daladier spoke in a moderate tone but made clear French intransigence to the surrender of any territory. Yet, like Mussolini, Daladier had not rejected the possibility of resolving Italian-French differences. The end of the Spanish Civil War in late March removed one barrier to such a resolution. In December, the nationalists had begun an offensive that overran all of Catalonia by February 1939. The remnants of the Spanish Republic no longer shared a border with France. French aid to their Spanish allies ceased. Republican morale began to collapse. Madrid fell to the nationalists on March 27. On April 1, the war ended in total victory for Mussolini's nationalist allies. With hostile powers on 3 of their frontiers, the French had strong motivation to remove sources of friction with at least one of them. To avoid the appearance of weakness, however, a decent temporal interval was needed before the French approached the Italians. On Mussolini's part, the victory his troops had helped bring about in Spain brought him confidence his diplomats could negotiate with the French from a position of strength. The accumulation of these events led to a profound change in Lager's attitude and behavior toward the British. He had received new sets of documents from the British ambassador in mid-March, another a week after that, and again on March 30. On the last occasion, he admitted the documents he had been receiving were genuine. The General Secretary said that a communication of March 27 to the Italian embassy in Paris struck him as particularly significant. That document emphasized that while negotiations with the French would begin with moderate Italian requests as the talks progressed, demands for significant concessions would follow. Lager stressed the obvious French agreement to British suggestions that they enter into such a dialogue would lead only to a trap. The March 27 message reinforced the General Secretary's warning in another manner. It mentioned Italian aims to obtain not only surrenders of French territory but also of British possessions. These included Malta, Gibraltar, the Suez Canal, and even the former German colonies Britain and its dominions had received under the Versailles Treaty. Another influential French intelligence success occurred in April 1939. That month, counterintelligence agents discovered that some Italian servants in the French embassy in Rome were spies. They had periodically opened safes containing cipher books and sensitive documents, photographed them, and placed them back without discovery. The embassy dismissed its Italian employees, received new ciphers from Paris, and instituted far stricter security measures. Mussolini and Ciano could no longer read French diplomatic traffic. Combined with the recent French decrypting of the Italian diplomatic cipher, Daladier had acquired significant advantages should formal negotiations between Paris and Rome begin. The premier could enter such discussions without much fear of making any misstep or of being outmaneuvered by Italian diplomacy. Yet the position Daladier now held gave him the confidence to wait until Mussolini approached him. That same month, the Ducey enjoyed another triumph of sorts. On April 7, Mussolini's forces invaded Albania. A few days later, he announced the country's incorporation into the Italian Empire. But Italian annexation of an impoverished country of barely 1 million wretched peasants hardly balanced the German gain of the arms and equipment of the Czech army, the extensive Czech armaments industry, and the highly productive workers and farmers in a population of nearly 11 million. This increased disparity in German and Italian power helps explain Mussolini's persistence in his demands on France. Restoration of his diminished prestige required some gains to offset Hitler's recent victories. Daladier's continued delay in authorizing diplomatic negotiations frustrated the Duchess. Realizing he needed to make a dramatic gesture to open official talks with the French, Mussolini took advantage of a farewell visit from the departing British ambassador on April 20. Ciano accompanied the ambassador to the meeting. After the Earl of Perth suggested that the Duchy might present the French with his grievances, Mussolini replied that he had done so long ago. He proceeded to describe the course of contacts with Baudouin since January. Ciano added details. Following diplomatic form, Perth said that his government knew nothing about such exchanges but that he would inform his superiors. He implied that the British government would urge the French to open talks with the Italians. According to diplomatic protocol, Mussolini's admissions to Perth regarding the Baudouin-Ciano contacts removed the formal barrier to discussing them in an official manner. More important to Daladier, Mussolini, not he, had requested discussions. For the first time, François Poncet mentioned the Baudouin mission to the Italian foreign minister on April 25. In response to Ciano's inquiry about why he had raised the matter, the French ambassador stated that his government was formally seeking negotiations. Ciano informed Mussolini the following day. The Duce feigned indifference to his son-in-law but replied that he would accept the French offer to talk. Then he added he would so only after the conclusion of a treaty of alliance with Germany. 52. Meanwhile, throughout April, the British continued to provide Ledger with copies of more internal communications. The degree of trust these exchanges created led the General Secretary to admit he was passing them on to Daladier. This created a paradoxical situation. The British hoped that providing the Premier with such information would give him the confidence to open negotiations with Mussolini, possibly leading to a weakening of the Axis. On the other hand, Daladier considered the Italian documents evidence that talks with the Italians would be pointless or even harmful. Neither the British nor the French tried too hard to impose their views on their partner, lest that damaged their relationship at a time of increasing danger from the Axis. In any case, in late April, the source of the documents to the British ceased to supply them. However, the exchange of intelligence between the two governments had greatly increased and remained at that high level throughout the spring and summer. While the British and French forged congruent national security policies, however slowly and painfully, Mussolini's private statements on foreign policy became increasingly incoherent. Sometimes he insisted that he needed peace, but on other occasions he swore that he wanted war. On December 9, 1938, he had told Ciano the virulent anti-French propaganda campaign begun on. November 30 had to be muted. Otherwise, he would have to declare war on France, but the time not yet arrived. The plans for territorial aggrandizement that he had laid out to Ciano in early January required a series of negotiations with France spread over a number of years. The talks with Baudouin, Mussolini's statements to the Grand Council on February 5, the Duce's remarks during the annual meeting of the Supreme Defense Commission, held February 6 to 11, all indicated his intention to remain at peace for 3 to 5 years. Yet on February 13, Mussolini told Ciano that while he was willing to wait some time to see the outcome of the Baudouin mission, his patience was limited. If he did not receive a positive response from Paris, he would make war on the French without delay. He confided that Italy possessed a secret weapon that could decide the outcome of the conflict. 5 days later, Mussolini displayed even more bellicosity to Ciano. Over the next few months, he intended to raise Italian hatred of the French to the boiling point. Then, he would attack. After victory, he would not demand indemnities from his enemies. Instead, he would level French cities to the ground. That would show Europe how peace should be imposed on the vanquished. A few days earlier, the Duce had spoken even more violently to Landini, who had been summoned from Paris. Mussolini insisted that the status of the Italians in Tunis was non-negotiable and that he was prepared to go to war over the issue. Landini thought he should begin preparations to abandon his diplomatic post in Paris and return to Rome. Rumors of Mussolini's rage were reported to Paris 55. At the same time, the Duce admitted to Ciano that he was very unsure B could believe his army and air force commanders when they insisted they were ready for war. Concern that his generals were lying to him remained prominent in Mussolini's mind. Such worries seemed to cool the Duce's war fever. Reports from Guariglia and Baudouin in February and March had a similar effect. They indicated that French officials remained eager to reach accommodation with Italy. Some even considered the surrender of French Somaliland. Hitler's eradication of Czechoslovakia on March 15, made without any warning to his Italian ally, infuriated, humiliated, and frightened Mussolini. At first, however, this demonstration of German power left the Duce convinced that he must maintain his partnership with Hitler. Ciano reacted differently, arguing that Hitler had made clear his disregard for Italy and his untrustworthiness. By March 19, Ciano had persuaded his father-in-law to seriously consider a radical realignment of Italian foreign policy. The Duce even spoke of forming an anti-German coalition with France and Britain. He ordered Ciano to contact Baudouin to make another approach to Daladier. By the next day, however, he had changed his mind, adding that the Italians could not act like whores. After delivering his fiery speech of March 26 with his statement of grudging willingness to negotiate with the French, Mussolini devoted the next month to preparing and carrying out the invasion and annexation of Albania. This largely diverted him from other matters. After that, his decision to form a military alliance with Germany and negotiations that followed occupied him until late May. Nonetheless, while Mussolini had ceased proclaiming a desire for war with France in the immediate future, he frequently referred to such a conflict as inevitable. When he did so, he insisted that Italy could wage such a conflict without German military involvement and without the intervention of the British. But when the Duce met with Göring in Rome on April 18, he stated unequivocally that there was no possibility of Italy waging a separate war with France. Britain would certainly fight on the side of the Republic in such a conflict. But in early May, When Ciano met Ribbentrop in Milan, the Italian foreign minister insisted that Italy could engage France in hostilities with no worry about Britain coming to the aid of the French and with no need of assistance from Germany. Clearly, Ciano had spoken as directed by the Duce. Yet after the French premier made clear in early May that the days of appeasement were over, Mussolini grew quite nervous, fearing the French were preparing to declare war on Italy. Rumors of a French invasion spread through northern Italy. They reached such intensity that the Duce felt compelled to dismiss such fears in a speech in Turin on May 14. A month later, however, he resumed the belligerent posturing. On June 14, Mussolini informed Ciano that he wanted to form a military alliance with the Spanish nationalist government, recently victorious in the Civil War. After the two dictatorships defeated France, Spain would obtain French. Morocco, Italy would acquire Tunisia and Algeria. Several weeks thereafter, the Duce returned to his tactic of waiting until Daladier approached him. Then he seemed to forget completely about the entire matter. 60. Such abrupt swings in Mussolini's thinking suggested more than his usual uncertainty in times of crisis. Just a few years earlier, the Duce had been subject to repeated instances of enormous stress during the period leading up to the Ethiopian War, during the conflict itself, and in the months immediately following Marshal Badoglio's triumphant entry into Addis Ababa. Yet throughout the 1932-36 period, Mussolini had directed planning and preparation for the conquest of Ethiopia with great care and considerable acumen. After the Italian invasion had begun, the Duce had pursued his imperial dream with steadfast and single-minded 61 determination. In 1939, however, Mussolini's violent mood swings, sudden changes of mind, and frequent conflicting statements provided evidence of much more serious problems than emotional. Turbulence. They indicated severe neurological damage. This did not go unnoticed. On March 21, Bottai listened to Mussolini insist on the wisdom of partnership with Hitler. The Third Reich was so strong that its support for Italy not only would deter the French from attacking Italy, fear of German power would force the French to meet Mussolini's demands. Yet the Duce insisted that he, not the Führer, was the arbiter of the European balance of power. By either allying with the democracies or not, Mussolini could prevent or permit further German expansion. In his diary, Bottai noted, in the very own words of the Duce, the matter swings back and forth from contradiction to contradiction. One even closer to Mussolini had come to an even more drastic conclusion. On May 3, Mussolini issued orders for the arrest of his niece. She had been telling people that her uncle's syphilis was affecting his brain. 3. How Sarfatti purchased her freedom. Sarfatti had taken a small but significant part in these diplomatic maneuvers, although in a rather covert manner. After analyzing Sarfatti's contacts and actions during her first 4 months in Paris, the Special Affairs Division of the Sûreté Nationale had reached a startling conclusion. A report of March 13, 1939, stated that Mussolini had charged Sarfatti with a mission. She was to meet with her French friends who enjoyed political connections, ascertain their attitudes in regard to Italy, and suggest ways to lessen tensions between Rome and Paris. This indicated she had begun such activities soon after the Baudouin-Ciano talks of early February 1939. It also suggests that whatever she had learned from such contacts, she had passed on to the Italian embassy. This would also explain why Amadeo had been allowed to leave Italy in mid-February and to bring the various properties he had to his mother. Such were Sarfatti's rewards for undertaking her quasi-diplomatic activities. The author of a Sûreté report issued 4 days later admitted that Sarfatti had fled Italy because of the anti-Semitic decrees, that she harbored a deep hatred of Hitler and the Nazis, and that she had been received with sympathy by some members of the anti-fascist Italian exile community in Paris. On the other hand, he noted that in a conversation with a French police informant, she displayed positive feelings toward Mussolini, justified his policies and actions, mentioned her close contact with the Italian ambassador, and stated she was ready to do anything for Italy that was in her power. The report concluded that it would best to maintain close surveillance on Sarfatti to discover more about her plans and purposes. Over the next several months, French police agents reported that Sarfatti was receiving mail under a false name, that she was in frequent contact with French diplomats, especially Charles de Chambrun, and that her activities made it clear that she was an agent of the Italian government. That Sarfatti met with Chambrun on a regular basis. Suggestive. For a number of years, Pierre Laval and Marshal Pétain had been conspiring to gain power over the Third Republic, establish an authoritarian government, and reorient French foreign policy away from Britain and toward Italy and Germany. To avoid arousing suspicion, the two men rarely conferred face-to-face. Instead, they used Laval's son-in-law, who was also Patain's godson, as an intermediary. He was René de Chambrun, the nephew of Charles de Chambrun. The younger Chambrun met several times a week, although at separate times. With Laval and Patain, Sarfatti talked frequently with Charles de Chambrun. These contacts contributed to the conclusion that Sarfatti working for Guariglia as an informant. In notable contrast with the many political police reports on Sarfatti during her first 3 months in Paris, none remain in her dossier for the period February 28 to May 10, 1939. Either informants did not 10-week period, which seems doubtful, or they were considered so sensitive that they were placed in another, more secure, file. During the same period, she continued to write to friends in the United States, asking them to seek employment for her there. Such was required to obtain a visa. Sarfatti's American friends had no success or felt it unwise to assist her. It certainly did not help Sarfatti's cause to proudly describe herself, as she did in one letter, as one of the founders of fascism and an outstanding fascist. On April 30, Mussolini received a letter from Fiammetta conveying a proposal from her mother. With Amadeo and his family safe in Montevideo, Sarfatti was willing to return to Italy under certain conditions. If Mussolini would allow her writings to be published and restore the privileges she and her children had lost under the anti-Semitic decrees, Sarfatti would return to Italy. This seems a request for a reward for services rendered, or at least for a recognition of such activities. The latter seems the far more 68 likely. Surely Sarfatti understood that Mussolini could not grant her conditions for return. Under the logic of racial anti-Semitism, Sarfatti was a Jew. More than that, she was so prominent that any special exception she received from the anti-Semitic decrees would soon become widely known. The question that would immediately arise would be the status of other Italian Jewish converts to Christianity. Did not they also deserve exemption to legal penalties? Even if the argument was made that Sarfatti was a special case, due to her contributions to the fascist cause that annulled the basis for racial anti-Semitism. Clearly, some Jews, like Sarfatti, were not intrinsically enemies of fascism or of Italy. If Mussolini officially recognized that, however, he would alienate Hitler and render impossible their project to form an official Nazi-fascist alliance. Both dictators had agreed on the logic for a formal alliance since at least the spring of 1938. Mussolini's imposition of the anti-Semitic decrees the following November can be largely explained by his determination to form a pact with Nazi Germany. On December 15, 1938, Mussolini stated he would definitely form such an alliance, possibly with Japan as well. He would pick the time for signature in a month or two. On New Year's Day, the Duce decided the time had come and spoke of a signing late that month. However, Ribbentrop asked for time to get Japanese adherence to the alliance. His efforts failed despite 4 months of effort. Finally, while Ciano and the German foreign minister were conferring in Milan on May 7, Mussolini telephoned his son-in-law and told him to propose Italy and Germany ally without Japan. Reached in Berlin, Hitler agreed. The alliance would become known as the Pact of Steel. The signing ceremony took place in Berlin on May 22, 1939-69. Mussolini had told the members of the Fascist Grand Council in February 1939 that Italy would not be ready to make war against a major power until late 1942 or early 1943. He made that clear repeatedly to Hitler's representatives and to the Führer as well. Both before and after the signing of the Pact of Steel, the Duce assumed that such a schedule would guide Hitler's actions. Shortly after the signing of the Italian-German military alliance, Alfieri summoned Livio Gaetani to his office. The Minister of Popular Culture had received a report that Fiammetta had shipped her mother's bed linens, clothes, furs, shoes, and other personal items to Paris. It was obvious Sarfatti had no intention of returning to Italy. The minister came quickly to the point. Claiming the directive was his own idea, Alfieri instructed the fascist deputy to go with his wife to Paris and persuade Sarfatti to come home. The minister promised that if she did, Sarfatti would not be penalized in any way. In fact, Italy still had need for her, Livio told. Alfieri he could not promise to succeed, but Livio's position in the regime gave him no choice about carrying out the mission. The office he held placed a shield over his wife and children. He could not jeopardize that protection. In January 1939, Mussolini had decreed that the Chamber of Deputies would be replaced on March 23 by a new Chamber of Fascists and Corporations. Since Gaetani entered the Chamber of Deputies, members of parliament had been chosen by the Fascist Grand Council. Voters then gave their pro forma approval in a plebiscite that year and again in 1934. For the renamed chamber, Even that symbolic election was eliminated. Seats would be assigned to Mussolini and the members of the Fascist Grand Council, and to members of the National Council of the Fascist Party and the National Council of Corporations. Gaetani's place in the latter organization guaranteed his continued participation in the government. Another innovation appeared in the oath of office taken by the deputies. While they still swore allegiance to the king, they no longer did so to his royal successors. The omission was clearly aimed at Crown Prince Umberto. For all of the theoretical framework, the new chamber had no real power at all. Legislation became the sole prerogative of the Duce. The chamber merely gave Mussolini's decrees pro forma approval. However, Gaetani's seat in the chamber brought him considerable prestige. More significant, he received promotion to Secretary of the Office of the President in the new chamber. He served directly under Costanzo Ciano. This appointment, coming months after the promulgation of the anti-Semitic laws, signified that Gaetani, despite his Jewish wife and children, was considered a loyal fascist and a trusted servant of Mussolini's regime. However, his position was due to his membership in the National Council of Corporations, from which he could be dismissed on the Duce's orders at any time. Furthermore, after his mother-in-law had fled abroad, Gaetani had been placed under close surveillance. The conversations he had with friends or acquaintances, especially those in which he mentioned Sarfatti, were reported to the political police. They sent them on to the Duce. The next day, Fiammetta got an appointment with Alfieri. He repeated his suggestion. Fiammetta responded that given the strictures placed on Jews by the regime, she very much doubted that her mother would return. That was beside the point. Alfieri had told Livio Gaetani what he must do. Unless the young deputy was willing to surrender his privileged position and the protections that bestowed on his wife and children, he had no choice but to obey. Fiammetta understood that as well as her husband did. Furthermore, she longed to see her mother. The couple, soon 74, departed for Paris. Since Sarfatti had already stated the conditions under which she would return to Italy, and Mussolini had not granted them, exactly how her son-in-law and daughter were expected to persuade her otherwise is unclear. Presumably, they brought some compromise offer. 75, the same day the Pact of Steel was signed in Berlin, Sarfatti had sent a letter to an American journalist friend, Anne O'Hare McCormick. She enclosed information on Albania. Sarfatti noted that it ought to be strictly confidential that I wrote it, otherwise I could have great trouble. Please be careful about the Albanian paper. Very, very careful. 76. Sarfatti had been acquainted with O'Hare McCormick for nearly 20 years. She was well aware of the journalist's close and frequent contacts with President Roosevelt. Since Sarfatti had not been in Italy since November 1938, it is hard to explain what she had learned about Albania that was so sensitive, and how she had done so. Perhaps she had obtained such information from an Italian diplomat in Paris, even from Guariglia. It seems obvious that Sarfatti understood her American friend would pass on that intelligence to the president. Meanwhile, Fourchon had come to his own conclusions about Sarfatti. They had become quite close during Fourchon's years in Rome. After she had arrived in Paris, he had trusted her to a considerable extent. However, as he observed her, he became increasingly suspicious of Sarfatti's loyalties and intentions. By mid-May 1939, Fourchon decided that she could not be considered a reliable friend of France. Either by choice or by necessity, he concluded. Sarfatti had resumed the type of activities she had carried on for Mussolini before, acting as an agent of influence and a collector of intelligence. The documents the British recently had supplied to Leger, and those French intelligence had intercepted, both indicated Mussolini would use negotiations between Rome and Paris as a ruse. Sarfatti had contributed to Mussolini's deception by assuring her French friends the Duce sought only limited, reasonable concessions. Once again, and over Bonnet's objections, Daladier called a halt to talks with the Italians. It seems Fourchon had learned of these developments and Sarfatti's part in them. As one of Fourchon's informants reported, Sarfatti had used her status as a Jewish exile from fascist Italy in order to play both sides. Judging by the letter to O'Hare McCormick, Sarfatti was 77, playing not two but three sides. Livio and Fiammetta arrived in the French capital in late May. There is no record of what offers they brought and what they discussed. Whatever it was, it did not make Sarfatti happy. Sarfatti's subsequent letters do offer a few hints about that. In early June, she wrote an indignant letter to Alfieri sent from the Italian embassy in a diplomatic pouch. In the missive, Sarfatti scolded Alfieri for using her daughter and son-in-law to put her under emotional pressure. She insisted that any offer to her from Rome had to be made in an explicit and official way. This demand was oddly reminiscent of what Mussolini had required of the French to begin negotiations over colonial issues. Sarfatti added that she remained deeply offended by the anti-Semitic decrees. She then revealed an extraordinary assertion about the origin and purpose of those laws, writing that they bore clear signs of private special persecution against me. Sarfatti concluded by stating her mistreatment could be compensated by giving her an official mission abroad, perhaps to the United States. It seems obvious that the letter was meant for Mussolini, and that Sarfatti had either deliberately or inadvertently shown her grossly inflated sense of self-importance. The Jews of Italy were being punished for the Duce's grudge against his former lover. 2 more letters passed between Alfieri and Sarfatti, written on June 14 and June 22. In the first, Alfieri agreed to grant Sarfatti's request. She would receive an official assignment to carry out a public relations campaign in favor of the fascist regime in the United States. She would have to come to Rome, however, to receive official instructions and to clear up some equivocations and misunderstandings. Sarfatti replied by rejecting the idea of returning to Rome, explaining that she was too busy researching material for a book. When Alfieri handed the letter to Mussolini a week later, the Duce read it and muttered, "The crafty bitch." 78. After talks in various European capitals, the Romanian foreign minister arrived in Rome in late April. After the Romanian met Mussolini, the Duce indicated that he felt anxiety over German power, yet valued it as the greatest weapon the Axis possessed. The minister repeated what Bonnet had asked him to say while in Paris. The French government wished to resolve its differences with Italy. Mussolini replied that he desired the same, and that Italy's claims were for administrative and economic colonial concessions, not territorial ones. After he left the Palazzo Venezia, Gafencu sent a courier to Paris to deliver to Bonnet the message that the Duce wanted Italian-French negotiations. 8 days passed with no reply from Paris to Mussolini's offer. Bonnet was receptive, but Daladier remained unsure. On May 10, Ciano took the initiative and called François Poncet to his office. This time, the Italian foreign minister laid out the points that he and Baudouin had discussed 3 months earlier. The French ambassador sent a cautiously optimistic report on the meeting to Paris and gradually became more hopeful the Italians were serious about talking. Worried about the growing danger of a European war, throughout the late spring and summer Vatican diplomats also approached the French to assure them Mussolini did not want war, was interested in negotiations, and was even willing to convoke a general European peace conference. Daladier refused to respond on an official level. Bonnet reacted far more favorably to the Italian signals. Still, an agreement to negotiations had to come from the premier. His continued silence made both Mussolini nervous and impatient. That attitude spread to Italian diplomats in Rome and Paris in June. Bonnet made a most unusual request to the British ambassador. The foreign minister asked that the British government prod Daladier in this regard. It seemed that almost everyone in the French government desired to open talks with the Italians except the French premier. In late June, Mussolini grew somewhat concerned about German intentions. The Duce had made clear after the signature of the German-Italian alliance in May that Italy needed 3 to 4 years of peace. Hitler acknowledged Mussolini's request and promised compliance. Shortly after, the Führer ordered a propaganda campaign for the return of the port city of Danzig to Germany. This campaign was followed by reports that Hitler would invade Poland if his demands were not met. Mussolini's diplomats and other sources informed him that if the Germans did attack Poland, the British and French would declare war on Germany. By early July, reports reaching Mussolini indicated growing evidence of German plans to attack Poland toward the end of the summer. The Duce pressed Berlin to clarify German intentions. The Germans denied having any aggressive designs on Poland, yet intelligence flowing into Rome continued to suggest the opposite. Mussolini decided he needed to meet with Hitler to discuss the issue. A conference between the two dictators was set for August at the Brenner Pass. Alarming reports from the Italian ambassador in Berlin continued to arrive in Rome throughout July. There were numerous indications that the Germans were about to invade Poland. Mussolini and Ciano decided their ambassador was being alarmist. Furthermore, on July 31, Hitler indicated he found it inconvenient to meet with Mussolini at the present time. Both sides agreed that a meeting between the Führer and Duce would be held in late September instead. Before then, Ciano would hold talks with Ribbentrop in Salzburg during the second week of August. On July 22, French authorities had issued instructions to the state security services that they've had instructions to pay no attention to Sarfatti's activities. Such an order was noteworthy for several reasons. Starting in May, the French internal security forces had begun placing the Italian community in France under far stricter control than previously, expelling those considered undesirable, increasing their surveillance of Italian diplomatic personnel, and restricting Italian propaganda activities. More recently, the French police had become convinced that Sarfatti was an Italian spy. She became the particular object of police attention. The growing danger of war had prompted such measures. The reasons for relaxing close observation of Sarfatti seem partially explained by renewed attempts by Guariglia to improve relations with the French. In late June and throughout July, the ambassador took it upon himself in talks with French associates to encourage renewed discussion of French-Italian colonial issues. Almost certainly, Guariglia instructed Sarfatti to do the same. A favorable French response would have led to relaxation of her surveillance by the police. A message from the Italian ambassador to Ciano late on July 25 reflected these activities. The ambassador had seen Foreign Minister Bonnet that afternoon on a minor matter. After concluding that business, Bonnet made 2 remarks. He said he had received a letter from Ribbentrop clarifying the German government's position in regard to Danzig. Bonnet stated that he would respond to that communication shortly, but that the French government did not want to mix itself in German-Polish affairs. Finally, Bonnet remarked that he had the impression that the international situation had acquired a degree of calm. That allowed him to take a few weeks of vacation. After that, he wanted to deal with the pending questions between France and Italy. That could begin when François Poncet returned to Rome in the second half of August. On July 13, British Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain wrote to Daladier, urging him to respond to the overtures from Rome for negotiations. On July 24, Daladier rejected another British plea to hold talks with the Italians. The next day, however, as the Bonnet-Guariglia conversation indicated, the Premier changed his mind. Negotiations had led to Soviet agreement to receive British and French military representatives in Moscow. Daladier expected that they and their Red Army counterparts would work out what amounted to a tripartite military alliance against the Axis. The French had become able to discuss matters with the Italians from a position of strength. Also on July 25, the Italian ambassador in Moscow informed Ciano by wire that the German ambassador in Moscow had been suddenly summoned to Berlin. Rumors suggested he had been recalled to discuss an understanding between the Nazi and Soviet regimes. That seemed odd given the imminent arrival of the British-French team in the Soviet capital. What none of these parties knew, however, was that the Western representatives would travel to the Soviet Union slowly, but that negotiations between Hitler's and Stalin's diplomats would proceed swiftly. Sarfatti left Paris on July 27 for the Savoy region. French police informants were not certain about her destination. It was either the village of Gex or the town of Megève. Gex lay northwest of Geneva, only 2 miles from the Swiss border. Megève was southeast of Geneva and 30 miles from the frontier, but a major highway ran close to the town, placing it within easy driving distance to Switzerland. The informants were certain, however, that she would return to Paris sometime in mid-August, then move on to Hendaye in the far southwest corner of France, just opposite the 87 border with Spain. What clandestine mission Sarfatti may have carried out in late July and early August 1939 is unclear. What she accomplished, however, seems to have convinced Mussolini to grant her the freedom to go where she pleased. Almost certainly, Sarfatti crossed into Switzerland at that time. If so, that would have made surveillance by French agents far more difficult than it had been in Paris. In Paris, she had gathered a great deal of information on the desire of many prominent French to reach an accommodation with the Italians and to avoid a war between the two countries. Her impressions, the records of her conversations, the identities of her contacts could have been sent in enciphered telegrams from Guariglia's embassy. But face-to-face meetings with Italian agents in a neutral country avoided the risk that the French could read Italian ciphers. And they could. In any case, Sarfatti possessed information to guide Italian negotiators if, as Bonnet had promised Guariglia, the foreign minister formally proposed Italian-French discussions and Mussolini accepted. Her contacts had been with the French most sympathetic to a successful outcome of such talks, and knowledge of their attitudes would provide Italian diplomats an a priori notion of what they could and could not achieve. It would appear that those French officials who ordered that she be free from interference had also wanted such negotiations to succeed. Presumably, some were those whom Sarfatti had persuaded that the Italian side would conduct negotiations in a reasonable manner. Coming from a victim of Mussolini's racial decrees, such arguments would have carried weight. But from August 3, this did not matter. That day, Chamberlain wrote to Daladier stating that he now recognized the futility of seeking negotiations with the Italians. This took the pressure off the French to do so, and a new health crisis intervened to suspend matters on the Italian side indefinitely. Mussolini's tertiary syphilis had not caused him serious gastrointestinal spasms since early March. Those problems returned in early August. This time they were particularly severe. His first attack occurred on August 4, after he had flown to the Po Valley to observe military maneuvers. He became so sick he had to return to Rome. Thereafter, he would be frequently prostrated not only by severe stomach pains, but by prolonged periods of vomiting. In addition, the Duce's vision would be impaired. His neurosyphilis had started to damage his optic nerves. So serious were these symptoms that news of them reached the diplomatic community in Rome and leaked to the international press. The reports on the Duce's health that resulted and the newspaper stories that appeared were often inaccurate or exaggerated. Spokesmen for the regime denied such stories, and even Mussolini made sarcastic references to them. Still, Mussolini came under severe stress, made all the worse by the German-Polish crisis that would lead to war in early September 1939. Sarfatti did not know what had been discussed when Ciano had met Ribbentrop and Hitler on August 11 to 13. The Nazi foreign minister and the Führer finally admitted what they had been planning for months. The German army would invade Poland in a few weeks. The French and British would do no more than protest. Ciano was aghast. Italy's supposed allies had been preparing to carry out an act of violent aggression for months, yet had made no mention of the fact to the Italians. He was certain a general war would erupt if the Germans attacked Poland. After Ciano returned to Rome and informed Mussolini, the Duce initially reacted with great anxiety. As the days passed, however, he began wavering among a range of possibilities: to break with Germany, to join with Germany in a European war, to maintain neutrality, to call a conference over which he would preside as he had at Munich, avoiding war but extracting new territorial concessions from the Western democracies. He drove Ciano error, bookmark not defined, to distraction with his continuous switching of projects and shifts in mood. 90. On August 23, the relations among the European powers were thrown into disorder. The Nazi and Soviet governments announced that they had signed a pact of non-aggression. Much of the treaty was secret, including the division of Eastern Europe into spheres of influence for Germany and the Soviet Union. Some facts were obvious, however. Stalin had rejected British and French attempts to form an alliance with Germany. Instead, he had decided to settle his differences with Hitler. One was over Poland, without Soviet assistance. The Poles were nakedly exposed to German power, and there was nothing practical the British and French could do to prevent a German invasion. After that, idea of French-Italian negotiations over colonial matters ceased to have much importance. Instead, Europe had come to the brink of another great war. Under these circumstances, Sarfatti's work for Mussolini was over. She returned to Paris on August 26. Sarfatti visited the American embassy to apply for a visa to the United States. Ambassador William C. Bullitt approved her request. The ambassador was a close friend of Franklin Roosevelt, his most influential advisor on European affairs and a frequent recipient of reports from French intelligence. Most likely, Bullitt informed the president of Sarfatti's application, and the chief executive had approved the issuing of her visa. More important to Sarfatti was learning of Mussolini's reaction to her recent activities. A visit to the Italian embassy gave her access to a message from Alfieri dated August 24. It read, "The situation is such that I think you should come to Italy." The situation was the growing danger of a general European war breaking out if the Germans invaded Poland. Once again, Sarfatti had no intention of returning to Italy. She informed Goreglia that she wished to leave France and travel to Portugal. She needed a passport to do so. Goreglia wired Sarfatti's request to Rome on August 26. That same day, Mussolini had finally decided that Italy must remain out of any war, at least for the moment. The Italian armed forces were in no condition to wage a serious war. Perhaps they might be in 6 months or a year. The Duce would wait and see how matters developed. At present, he wished to avoid enraging Hitler by a stark refusal to join Germany, should a general conflict result from the invasion of Poland. Instead, Mussolini wrote a letter to Hitler expressing his desire to march at the Führer's side. However, Italy lacked the raw materials and fuel necessary for such a struggle. To the letter, Mussolini attached a list of what he required, one so huge he knew Germany could not supply such a request. Furthermore, the Duce made clear Italy could not make war until the Germans made the deliveries. That same day, a copy of Goreglia's telegram containing Sarfatti's need of a passport to leave France reached Mussolini's desk. On the margin of the telegram, the Duce scrawled, "Yes, M94." Perhaps Mussolini had become so weak from his gastrointestinal spasms that he no longer had the energy to continue long-distance squabbling with Sarfatti. It may be his permission arose partly from recognition of the many warnings Sarfatti had made about Hitler over the years. Mussolini had rejected or ignored them all. He may even have felt a degree of obligation to his former lover for the intelligence gathering and propaganda she had carried out during the previous months in Paris. Still, gratitude formed little or no part of the Duce's nature. Mussolini may have decided he had wrung from Sarfatti all he could, that she had become expendable. He could, in effect, throw her away. After a long train ride, first from Paris to Hendaye, then across Spain to Lisbon, Sarfatti found herself stranded in the Portuguese capital. so many North and South Americans were seeking passage across the Atlantic that no tickets were available on ships leaving for weeks to come. Sarfatti took another train to Barcelona. By then, Germany had invaded Poland. Mussolini had declared Italian neutrality, and the British and French had declared war on Germany. In Barcelona, 2 diplomats at the Italian consulate offered her assistance. They obtained Sarfatti passage on an Italian liner that would stop in Barcelona briefly, en route to Rio de Janeiro. One diplomat accompanied her to the ship and spoke with its captain. He told the man that he was officially placing Sarfatti in his care and charged the captain with personal responsibility for her safety. The sequence of events since August 24 indicates that whatever she had done previously had brought her Mussolini's favor.